Good Tuesday morning, everybody. John and Lance, along with Dell, out here live at Highland Pines. And this is the first time Lance and Dell have been here. Dell and I, he wants to take a ride around. We're gonna go ride around after the show.
Are you going to do a ride along?
You know, I have an actual job I have to do after the show.
Well,
he has a show.
Yeah, but nobody
I'm
cares.
not. Oh, see, that's disrespectful. Nobody cares. I'm not going to ride around in a golf cart.
You're not doing a ride along?
No.
Well, you could do. I'll be on the phone and reporting from the course.
What am I going to be reporting?
You know
wait
what
until
you're
show's
seeing.
over. Just wait until show's over.
That's what I'm saying. When his show's over, we're going to be playing.
We're going to get you so he can go catch up. Maybe hit balls for every group.
Maybe drive around and hit balls for everybody.
Just do putts.
I don't even know what that means.
Okay, you
hit
go
balls for every group.
Just grab somebody's club and just hit a ball.
Yeah, just start hitting.
I'm sure everyone's going to appreciate the non-golfer messing with them when they're trying to have a great
time.
Oh,
they're going to love it. They're going to give you hugs. You go up, you hug every team, all the guys on the team.
It's called a founder's shot.
Where are the cart girls? Are they going to be here?
Yes.
The cart
I
girls
saw
are
one
gonna
get
be
out
here.
of her truck.
Oh,
you did?
When I went to go get the mosquito spray, that was
a cart girl looked to her.
I don't know if she was a cart girl.
Yeah. Did she look like Sydney Sweeney?
I saw Sam too.
Well,
she's not an intern. She works with us. Sam's just sitting in her car out there.
Well, her shift begins, I think, at 8. The promo team's going to be out here.
It's a little early.
Did she
get
a hotel up here?
Well, I mean, I got here because of all the taunting that I was receiving. I got here and left my house like 4:30.
Did you really?
Yeah.
That's
I got here at 5:32 or something like that.
My ride was 48 minutes, I guess. But
mine was only 40.
Yeah, mine was 48, but it wasn't bad.
I had Michael. He that's my man right there.
Wasn't bad. Yes, so I know where you were going before you interrupted yourself. And it's beautiful.
Yeah,
it's really nice, especially this.
This is your first time out here?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen a lot of it, but it's nice. Just driving up here, there's one of the holes snuggles up against the whatever road I came in on. And then,
that's 13. It's the only hole out here where there is an out of bounds with houses. All the other you can't see. Really, the houses are set back off of it. There's one hole 13 that has houses along the right side.
I did notice there were billboards that are, trying to get people to come out and join the club. There's houses out here and whatnot. So I kept trying I started looking like if John is on the billboard campaign, where I'm just going to give it to him.
I'm not Raheel.
Oh, show, but you're not on there.
I'm not.
I thought you'd be there with your arm around somebody on the golf course.
Me and Dell. Because we're an inclusive community.
They're not putting me on the billboard to sell golf.
No, so he's it's it's pretty out here. I'm looking forward to playing the course. Great look here from the back of the clubhouse. Yep. Really nice place.
Yeah, that's number 1. This is number 9 coming down a 40-foot drop right here. Mm-hmm. We got lakes, the trees. I'm telling you, you're going to be like – I played with a guy the other day. He said, it ain't like you're in Houston. It's like you're not even in Houston. Mm-hmm. It's really different. It's different than anything you'll play. For those of you that are coming out for the first time, you're really going to enjoy it. For those of you who haven't been here before, you need to come on out and check it out because it's not. It's not like – did I exaggerate? It looks a little like you're in Georgia or something.
No, I've never been to the Masters. You don't say the Masters. You just say Georgia.
The Masters. I said Georgia. I didn't say the Masters.
Don't say the Masters.
I don't know if this looks like
don't do that.
Georgia. Can people play out here if they're not members?
Yeah.
They can.
It's semi-private. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You can join or you can. I'm a member, but you can either join or you can just daily play.
Before we get into so today we're going to have our occasional invitational or occasional what do we call it?
What is she doing running on our course right there?
She's running on a sidewalk.
I know. Well, suppose somebody hits her.
She's running on a cart path. You'll be fine.
She's
so today
I don't drive on the cart path, so she's good.
Today is our golf. My wife goes yesterday. I said, I got to wake up at like 4:30 because I got to be out there and I got to leave early. And she said, Is that the tournament that you had gotten out of by going to L.A. for the the draft? I said,
yep.
Yeah, I got rained out, so I'm headed out there. But I'm actually happy to. I dusted off the clubs. We'll see what happens. I'll hit a few today.
Lance, Tim, and Clay from Wildcat. We're playing together in a foursome. I think we dominate, Del. What do you think? Do you think we dominate play?
Sorry, I'm already bored.
Okay.
He's already out on that. But do you want to talk Astros? Will that make you more exciting?
You want to talk about going rogue? You want to talk about that?
Before we get to J.P. Fromm's, I do want to talk about the good news. I'm in Thompson, despite missing a chunk of the season. was second team All-Rookie NBA, and he had the most votes, 80 votes for second team. 80 votes. Amen Thompson. He had 80 votes for second team, which was more than anybody else. Now, Derek Lively from Dallas had 26 first team votes, which, he was. But Amen Thompson had the second most votes of all rookies. It's Chet Holmgren, Victor Wembanyama, Brandon Miller. I mean, those are picks number 2, 1, and 3 in their respective drafts. Jaime Jaquez, who is known as Juan Wick.
He's known as Juan Wick, yes.
Yeah. And how do you pronounce it? Brandon Podziemski?
Yes.
He was taken right after Cam.
For Golden State.
That was for Golden State. He was a decision that they were making whether or not they were going to take him or Cam.
Remember when you always hear that you can't possibly find players who can play outside of the top however many picks? Every year you find guys who can play.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I know this is considered this year's draft where the Rockets have the third pick is the weakest draft in the history of ball sports.
There will be guys in it.
There's going to be guys in it. There always. Every once in a while you get one that's not great. Scoot Henderson, one first place vote.
Got to be
Somehow.
someone in Portland.
Yeah, and then there was 31 second place votes. Handed up others. You remember when there was a talk about, I don't know, man, I might go Scoot over Wembanyama. Good luck with that. That's going to be – Wembanyama got Wembanyama and Holmgren both were unanimous.
Now, Brandon Miller, obviously, he played on a really bad team. And
Okay, so somebody didn't even give him a second place vote. 97 first place votes, 1 second place vote. That's 100% somebody with a gun charges. I'm not voting for him, right?
Or they
not
had,
the gun charges.
They had
why would 97
Victor
people?
won and Chet too. All of them did.
Well, no, but you could know first place meaning
But did he get a
first
third?
place on
first
first
team.
team.
Oh, first team.
Somebody didn't even give him a vote.
Yeah, that was probably gun charges.
Yeah.
Probably. More than likely. Holier than thou.
Well, he wasn't gun charges, but he was involved in the And then because even Jaime Jaquez got 99 total votes, and so did Brandon Podziemski got 99 total votes. He was the only one who didn't. So somebody tried to show I'm not with this. I mean, just vote the game.
Yeah.
Vote the game. Quit trying to.
How are you adding? That looks like 97 for Podziemski. 64.
Oh, yeah. Well, 97,
Maybe.
99, whatever.
Yeah. What?
It's close.
Well,
Lively, 93.
Victor's 10 and 80. I mean, Almond's 10 and 80, so only 90 people voted for him.
Out of 99
Out of 99.
in the first two teams,
Yeah.
That's not bad. So that's the good news. Now, the bad news is I thought we were cruising to another win yesterday.
Well,
The Astros.
It was 6-1.
Astros were in great shape. I turned away. I literally turned away, and then what did I get? I got a text that said something about Fromber. What did I get? Was it on Glory Boys? Somebody texted something. I'm like, what? Oh, my buddy Zach. Zach just said, I hope the Angels just demoralize Fromber for the rest of the year, which I'm not sure why he said that. Then I turned, I'm like, good God. He goes, I'm so tired of this bleep. He said, I also have completely uneducated baseball takes. He said the train came off the tracks and it was a wrap.
Well, and did you see this? Joe Espada, Framber Valdez,
Well, he
and
let him
Yainer
go.
Diaz all said that Valdez went away from the game plan in the fifth inning.
Yeah.
Yainer did a really good job calling pitches. I was the one that decided to try and change the game plan.
Fromber said this?
Yes. I had to deal with the consequences, said Valdez. Yainer, I could try to force him to throw a certain pitch, but he knows how he feels and how his pitches feel. He makes the decision.
So here's one. So the other day you talked about Justin Verlander shaking off with 1,000 shakeoffs of
He really did,
everything.
and guess what? It cost him.
Yeah. Now we've got Fromber admitting this is all Machete. They don't do this to Machete.
Nope.
There's no chance. So this is our first tangible evidence and proof of the two guys that we were most concerned about going rogue and not listening to not just Yainer but the game plan, which is you're going to a game with a game plan of how you're attacking different hitters. Machete is one of the, his work ethic where you get on the planes on trips and immediately go to the iPad and start working.
That's
on
all
his game
Yainer
plan.
has to do. He gets on the plane.
Just put an iPad on.
Puts 2 or 3 on. Then
Yeah.
watches whatever movie
Whatever
he
you want.
wants.
Just
whatever.
make sure they see
But
a couple of them at baseball.
As long as they see his iPad's up and he is working, just put on Game of Thrones. If he has, what's he behind on? We got to see what he's behind on. and he's got to get blood in, blood out. Okay, watch that.
That's pretty old. But he
Well, so what? The kids all need to watch.
yeah, but there's new prison movies that you can watch from there.
Is there?
He could have watched. Yeah, I mean, Mayor of Kingston, he could watch. That's got different prison gangs and prison groups. Not as good as Blood In, Blood Out. But
What was the one prison show that had gratuitous? It was like, oh my God, I can't watch
Oz?
this. Was it Oz? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oz. Yeah. No,
on
can't-
HBO.
Can't watch that.
Late 90s,
Yeah.
early
no,
2000s.
no, I never want to go to prison again.
Well, there's not many prison movies. The Breakout, Jailbreak show or whatever, where the guy
Hogan's Heroes.
No, that's not the one I'm talking about. The guy where he got everything tattooed on his body so he could, because he got the whole schematics for how to break his brother out of there.
Oh.
That show was on Fox years ago. No, I mean, they went rogue. And so now you deal with the consequences.
So do they trust? Do they trust Yiner from now on? I mean, because it was so silly of the Verlander at bat against William Contreras. He threw 96 10 straight times. You think he might change it with first base open, by the way, and the best hitter with runners in scoring position in all of baseball. You'd think that he might try to fool him, or at least, oh, well, I gave up a walk and I loaded the bases.
It was really like I think that you're going to expect a breaking pitch, but I'm going to keep throwing you fastballs. That was just Verlander outthinking himself, or it's just a good win for Contreras. Really, is what that was.
Or.
But this is different, though. This is different
that was
than
just
that
stubborn,
at-bat.
bro.
That's an at bat where he just thought, you're going to expect me to throw change up, or you're going to expect me to throw off speed, and I'm going to beat you with gas. And a good hitter beat him. This is going off. This is him. He went off the reservation.
When you see it for the 10th straight time, I don't care what hitter you are. Adam Everett could have hit that pitch.
Yeah, but that's one hitter. This is going off.
Yeah.
This is getting away from a game plan that was working.
But did you see
it was working.
Did you see how his slider was hanging?
Yeah.
I mean, it was.
That's why I worry about Javier. His slider wasn't that sharp. The sweeper
this thing
wasn't that
hung.
sharp, and he had a good game. It looked good. The numbers are good. I'm a little worried about that, but. Yeah, some of this going off the reservation thing where he got away from the game plan, some of it was he made bad – most of it was he made bad pitches.
Yeah, they were right over the plate, over the meat.
He made really bad
They
pitches.
were belt high, just terrible. What's up, bro? Gilbert's here.
You see, he's got the look. Now, this is the look now. You wear slides. You don't wear tennis shoes or whatever. You wear slides with the socks. Why you got that look?
Because
that's the look now.
That's terrible.
He doesn't know.
He's got a blue shirt on. He's got black socks on.
So,
it's embarrassing.
He's got slide. Oh.
What should he be wearing?
What's up, boss?
John is going to start critiquing everyone's fits.
No, the problem for us is John knows
sports
everyone
cards.
who's here, so he's going to
Hey, bro.
say, "Hey, man, what's up?"
What's up, Todd? What's up, Gary? All right, Kyle.
About 3 or 4.
He's asking for scorecards right now.
Let's get it, Kyle.
Colleen needs them for. She's bringing a tournament out here.
Yeah, he's about to have a lot of personal conversations.
Yes,
on
air.
our time.
Yes.
So no, but it is interesting that Fromber admits getting away from, because this is what we were waiting for. When is Fromber and Verlander gonna not trust Yiner Diaz? And we got our answer before the first third of the season was over. Fromber in the middle of a game just goes away from the game plan. I don't know that that's anti-Yiner. I think it's – I know this. They would never pull that on Machete.
No.
Because he had – Martin Maldonado had way too much juice for you to do that. And he'd go out there and call you on it. There's no question.
I can't believe they're being like that. That is just too stubborn. And look at what happened. He got lit up. We never seen Fromber get lit up like that. I mean, it was home run after home run after home run after home run. Holy crap. Are you kidding me, Fromber? And you kept on doing it and said, you know what? Sorry. Oh, my goodness. That's just terrible. I mean, maybe I don't know. Do they not like Yiner? Do they just obviously they don't trust him?
Well, I don't think they – well, I don't know if they don't like him. I think they just think, he doesn't know me like Maldonado
but
did.
That's just like so stubborn.
Yeah.
That's so childish.
But you knew it would happen. I mean, these guys think they know themselves better than Yiner does, and I'm sure it's hard to argue against it. But you're not. the problem I have isn't that, guys shake off pitches all the time where you're trying to tell them. The problem I have is that he not only admitted it, which is great because that way Yiner doesn't have to bring it up because Yiner can't bring it up. But for him to admit that, what bothers me is he would never do that to Maldonado because Maldonado wouldn't put up with it. Maldonado would immediately stop, go out to the mound, glove on the face, and immediately start.
Doing?
That's what would happen. And maybe this is a good learning experience for Diaz that Diaz needs to take. At some point, Diaz may have to be a little confrontational. Maybe that's what needs to happen. I don't know, but disappointing, man.
Well, how hard is
6-1
that
lead,
though?
and it goes 8-6 like that. And then you actually had a shot in the ninth inning. You had a home run robbed. You had a shot. You scored a run. You got it to 9-7. You had a man on, or is it 2 men on? And Bregman at the plate, and then Bregman, I thought, tattooed it. It looked like he turned on, and I'm like, oh! And just kind of a basic fly out to left center field. Center fielder walks it down easily, no problem. But I thought he had gassed it. I thought, oh, my God.
Did he pull the knob through the zone or not?
So it looked like, yeah.
It looked like that?
Yeah.
It did? Okay. You had 2 on, and he flew out to center, and that was it. And that's the game, 9-7. You can still you got to get these 2 games, the 8-2 homestand. It's exactly what you needed. You're back in the hunt. You're playing better baseball, all of these things. Fromber just went off the reservation, and you just can't have it. You just can't have it, Fromber. What you can't have is some Maestro Dobel.
Maestro Dobel's fantastic because what it does for you is offers you an experience. It's an experience every time you have Maestro Dobel. And we're talking about a tequila that is made in Tequila, Mexico. It is made with a process that is phenomenal. It's one of the reasons it's the top tequilas in Mexico. When I was in Mexico City, it is everywhere. And everywhere. You cannot go somewhere and not see an Añejo and Cristalino bottle. You are going to find that. But the most important thing is that you have a chance to experience outstanding tequila at a very reasonable price. Go purchase a bottle from wherever fine liquor stores are sold, and you are going to really love what you are drinking, and because it's been aged properly and it's the care has been taken, the flavor profile's amazing with each and every bottle of tequila. Experience it for yourself. Take a picture of the bottle, hold the bottle, send me a direct message on Twitter, tweet it, I'll retweet it. I want to know what you think, because I think you're going to absolutely love it. It's Maestro Dobel. Wherever fine liquors are sold, Maestro Dobel.
So we're at the bar yesterday, and my buddy, he starts dipping, and there's all of this crap on the floor. You know how they put the dip in, and then it falls all over, and it's I'm like, you're just filth and flarn. It's all over the floor here. What is wrong with you? See, but you dippers, you don't care. You spit all over the place. You got it on your shirt. You got black teeth. It's awful. Artisan Grange is the way to go. Canstead and Do Blend. You're looking for the best way to dip cleanly, safely. I mean, you're gonna kick the habit. No nicotine. The dangers that exist, the filth and flarn that exists with regular dipping, get out. Hemp in a pouch made of hemp with CBD oil. CBD American Shaman is carrying it so good. You're looking for the best way to dip cleanly and safely. 975dip.com, 975dip.com.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Highland Pines Golf Club in Porter.
I think Diaz pulled a Crash Davis from Bull Durham. Told the guys what was coming to teach them a lesson. It's what it looked like. Get that scene, Mapes.
I never considered it. I never even considered
that. That's from
that.
Chris from HRP. He said, you know what? It looked like that. Oh, you're going to I'll teach you. Oh, you're going to shake me off? You got a no-hitter going and you're going to shake me off? Okay. What did he say? Tell your grandchildren what I did for you or whatever. Yeah. Now, see if you can find that scene, Mapes. Come back with it.
We had a strange day yesterday in the world social media, too. Terrence Howard, well, it came out.
That was wild.
Terrence Howard, the periodic table. There was a lot of stuff Terrence Howard went in on.
So I saw some video. I forget who it was, but they were doing Terrence Howard impressions and they were making fun of Terrence Howard. And then I saw him on the podcast with Joe Rogan, and I was like, "Holy crap! It's true. He's a different dude."
Well, this may be kind of new. I don't know, but then again, mostly I just see him on movies. So movies, TV shows, whatever the case may be. But yeah, he had some interesting takes on the periodic table and many and much more.
Yeah.
And then you had rapper Cameron, who's been around forever, going on CNN. A CNN booker saw what happened is they saw him on his podcast with Mace, P. Diddy's former, partner when it was Puffy and Mace. And they saw it and they thought, oh, you know what? I thought that was pretty good. And so let's get him on. And he's just there to clown him. Like, he didn't even try. Did you see it?
I saw.
Oh, my God.
He was too disinterested.
He wasn't disinterested. He went on just to make a fool of them. And then he had some kind of his own drink or some drink. And then he said he was getting cheeks after that. It was just, the whoever the booker is, I can tell you from, and you know this from TV, it's a producer's idea. The producer says, okay, they say, what are we going to do? We need to do something for P. Diddy. Let's get somebody on who knows him. Oh, I saw something with Cameron where he was with Mace, and Mace said he didn't want to bring him to Bad Boy Records. He wanted to bring him to Biggie because he was trying to take care of him and help him avoid this. Like, okay, let's see if we can book Cameron then. Or maybe Mace. No, Mace won't come on. Let's see about Cameron. Okay. And Cameron, they said, we'd like to get you on. If Cameron doesn't want to do it, he goes, no, I'm not going to do it. He said yes on purpose. He said yes knowing full well that he was going to clown them and go viral. And sure enough, that's what he did. So we'll play some of that in a little bit. So I don't know what there is to say about the Astros other than Fromber was going fine and then absolutely exploded. 9-7 was the – no, 9-8 was the final.
It was
9-7. Yeah, 9-7. They scored the one run. 9-7 was the final. And there was no playoff basketball going on. The Astros lost one that they should have won. Now you move to the next game. You don't want it to, you don't want it to spill over. You want to keep the momentum going. So now on the homestand, what are they right now?
They're 6-2. They won the last two and they finished 8-2.
Yeah, so they have to finish the last two.
Yeah.
They're 7-3. Will you be disappointed?
Yes. No,
Yeah.
they got to win both these games. The Angels
Yeah.
suck. They've got a guy named Schlemazel leading off for them or something. I mean,
they had to win yesterday, guys.
this is a bad team. This is a bad.
Don't let that game beat you twice.
No.
So it's a bad team. Finish 8-2, and you've made a little more headway potentially. At least on your own thing should just be getting a 500. That's your first goal. Get 500 in from there. You take on the next set of goals.
Chris to the E is listening to another show. Apparently, he said Lance and John blaming Diaz for Fromber's manic episode. We said exactly the
That's
opposite.
what I heard.
That-
I heard Yiner, stop being a puss.
Wait,
No,
what?
That's what I heard from. That's what I
said-
heard from you two.
No,
Wait. Oh, were you?
we said
Oh,
exactly
no.
the opposite.
No. He's probably talking about the Bull Durham that you talked about.
Oh, that was a joke for Chris.
No. Sounded like, hey, Fromber, be a man.
If I was Diaz, I would have told him what was coming. But you know what? Here was the thing about that. You didn't have to. They was all meatballs.
What did he have to tell him?
He was beach balls he was
Yeah.
throwing up there. Oh, my God. Talk about a bunch of bad pitches, Fromber. That was awful. He's cruising along beautifully, and then he goes, no, I'm going off the game plan. I'm just going to throw what I want to throw. How's that? How'd that work out for you,
Look,
Fromber?
sometimes people get
JP,
Fromm. Sometimes people get tired of being told what to do.
don't tell me
You
what to
always
do.
say that. Don't tell me what to do. Fromber at some point was like, stop telling me what to do.
He said, you're not the boss
You're
of
not
me.
the boss of me, and I don't care what happens out here. I'm going to be me.
He and Verlander. Talk about
Those are the two
You know
losses.
why? Because they hate him because he took Maldonado's job. Because of him, Maldonado's not here.
Are we just recklessly speculating now?
No,
They hate him?
They hate him. They hate him.
I
They
just,
hate him.
just point out.
Oh, by the way, he hit a couple of bullets yesterday. Again, I know he's not what we thought he was at the plate. His OPS is just over 700. He dropped him the 8th in the order. Yeah, he hit the double to start the stings for you, and then he had another single right after that. Dude is pretty damn good. So start listening to what he says. And you know what? I can't blame him because how are you going to tell Justin Verlander what to do, right? Verlander's shaking you off. You just go, well, that's Justin Verlander. You know, what am I going to – I'm going to tell Justin Verlander that he has to pitch what I tell him to pitch. You know what? Next time, go out to the mound and go, dude, what the – you're throwing 10 straight 96-mile-an-hour fastballs. You don't think this guy can catch up? You don't think he's seen 10 straight fastballs and he can hit it? How about we try something different? That'd be great.
Well, then stay on the pitchers. Don't get on Yiner.
Yeah, leave him alone. You keep railing
Stay
on
off
Yiner.
the
And perhaps Bregman shouldn't have been moved up so quickly.
Yeah.
Is this just a 3-game? Is this all this was?
Leave Pena in the 4
Yeah,
hole.
perhaps.
Is this all just a 3-game little run for Bregman? And
That's all. I guess he's
it?
done. It's over. That's enough. I had a 3 games. The cream rose to the top.
It's more like foam.
Yeah.
Just wipe it off and. I thought baseball people use the long term before they made real decisions. It's 3 games. They're just going to elevate him back to the
Apparently,
clean
it's
spot.
not a long season, Del. That was
Jeez.
just when we're talking about Bregman back
Just
forward.
drop him back to where he was. He was going great where he was. Just put him back down there.
Now, if you use the last 5 games scenario, he does have 4 hits in his last 19 at-bats. Still
Yeah.
not great.
No, not great.
Still not great.
And as many times as he comes in game situations, not great. Not great.
And high
RBIs would be
leverage, yeah.
0. RBIs would be 0.
he
So
did have the 3-game run, though. That was nice.
yeah, we'll always have
Yeah,
that.
we'll always have
When
that.
he negotiates his contract, he can lean on that.
Lean on that.
Yeah.
3-game
What
run.
about that 3 games? 729, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 live at Highland Pines Golf Club. Just beautiful. Jason said he's on his way. He's got a Coors Light between his legs, as he said, my 4-hour trip from Houston. It is literally 35 minutes from my house. 35 minutes, and I live in the Galleria area. So it's not – stop already. You can stop, all of you.
Well,
It's beautiful.
for
It's a great
others,
drive.
it is beautiful. But for other people, it may not be 35 minutes.
Okay.
By
no.
others, I mean me.
Right. It was
Yes.
What, about an hour?
An hour and 5 with no traffic. Remember, I left at 4:30 in the morning.
Well, you're
right
not
before.
You're not a Clear Lake.
But even still,
Goodness gracious. She's running all over our golf
She could do
course.
that.
I mean,
Let her run.
No, we're gonna have
I'm
to
sure
shut,
she lives
we gotta
around
shut
the
that
area.
down just in case somebody
Why? Someone gets
wants to hit
distracted?
balls.
Oh.
Somebody wants to hit balls or something. All right, we got to break it. Daspit is here for us right now.
Probably works here.
John Daspit is the personal injury lawyer for you. He is the one that I say is the official one of the station, the official one of the city, the official one of the state, and the official one of the entire country. I've designated that because of his success rate and the fact that he cares about his clients. He cares enough to hire more lawyers so that you have the proper representation, so they can dig into it and do all the work they need to on your accident, whether it's offshore, workplace, refinery blast, car accident. It doesn't matter what type of accident. He wants, if you've got hospital bills and you need help, John Daspit is the first name you should think of and the first number you should call. What's going to happen is the insurance company is going to get to you as fast as they can and try to get you a settlement check and get you to sign off so they're no longer culpable, and any expenses beyond that are your own expenses. John Daspit wants to make sure that, hold on, slow down, let's take a look at this. What is your physical therapy going to be? Let's get you to the doctor. Let's get the x-rays. Let's make sure there's nothing that's going to be a future issue, because sometimes one thing has to heal before you see how another one is going to hold up. And that can be a process that takes more time. So John Daspit wants to make sure that you handle it in the proper way so that you are compensated for all your bills and medical expenses, time missed from work, but also that you are going to get the proper pain and suffering payments that you deserve for an accident that you certainly didn't seek out and that was one that you're going to have to live with despite the fact that it was due to someone else's negligence. So the phone number is 713-CALL-NOW. That's the number that you need to just remember or put in your phone right now, 713-CALL-NOW. Or for more information, go to the website daspitlaw.com.
You're listening to John and Lance, broadcasting live from inside the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Highland Pines Golf Club in Porter. Here's John Granado and Lance Zerline.
Why are you shaking me off? Huh?
I want to bring the heater to announce my presence with authority.
To announce your what?
Announce my presence with authority.
To announce your f***ing presence with authority? This guy's a first ball fastball hitter. He's looking for heat.
Oh, yeah? So what? He ain't seen my heat.
All right, mate. Give him your heat. Fastball.
Home run for Bert Brooks from the Fayetteville Gym.
What are you doing standing here? I give you a gift. You stand here, show off my picture. Run, dummy!
See the ball.
Well, he really hit the shit out of that one, didn't he?
Held it like an egg.
Yeah, and he scrambled the son of a bitch. Look at that. He hit the fucking bull. Guy gets a free steak.
What a great scene. All right, there we go. That's nice, Mikey. Nice. Mikey's out here. What's the name of your company? I forget. Pick Me.
Wow.
Pick Me events.
Meet the team.
That's my guy.
He's only been part of the team for years. You forgot the name of the company.
Name. Pick Me.
Yeah.
Pick Me event. So you're going to get a picture today with you in a golf setting. He's got this nice background for you for golf. It's really cool. So when you come on out here to Highland Pines, you're going to take a picture, and you'll remember today forever, Del. I want you to take the picture, but you're going to have to turn your head around.
I'll remember the day forever.
Del's got – you want to talk about disrespect for a golf course. He's got his head on backwards with a T-shirt on.
Representing the station.
Out here at beautiful Highland Pines.
I'm not playing.
Where we wear golf shirts out here, or Mike, where's that?
He's not wearing a golf shirt because he's not playing.
Oh, my God. He's got a Dallas Cowboy shirt on. Sugarland Cowboys. Stop already. Any Cowboys suck.
You were an Oklahoma State Cowboy for years.
Yeah, but we don't say. We just say OSU. We don't wear that crap.
Stop it. I caught you in a
Cowboys.
lie.
So we're live at Highland Pines. Beautiful Highland Pines. The sun's coming up. It's getting warm. It's going to be a great day out here. No Frisbees allowed. But Lance is going to be playing with us. What was that? What are you doing?
What are you looking at?
He just sent it to you, too.
I don't. What is that?
Tell John to come get his cousin. Oh, no, tell Lance to. This is the German version of, I don't know.
Germany's Got Talent?
Yeah.
Is that a woman?
It's a girl.
Yes.
Oh, it's a woman, yeah.
It's less bad now, I
it's
guess.
less bad. It's
Oh,
okay now.
I didn't think it was, though. That's bad.
Okay. So, anyway, we are live here. Highland Pines, our occasional invitational today. Everybody going to come out and enjoy a beautiful golf course. If you haven't been here before, I'm telling you, you're going to be like, wow, this is something special. And if you have been here before, you're coming back because you know, wow, this is something special.
Something happened on our show yesterday. We discussed a comment made by former cornerback Steven Nelson, who has been sideways with the general manager, Nick Caserio, before he got a contract last year, was making fun of him for his vest, and he still got a contract. Then we got this. One of our listeners, I'm trying to find it here. Here she is. She said, how have you never heard – oh, so anyway, Steven Nelson made a comment about Milk Dud head or Milk Dud or whatever, where he said something negative about Milk Dud and what, masculinity or
he
meathead.
Said, take that meathead persona and help the city, something like that.
Yeah, take the meathead and help the city because the city. Somebody tweeted, "Hey, Houston Texans or Rockets, please help the city," something like that. And this guy, and then Steven Nelson took that, posted it on Instagram, and said, "Hey, Milk Dud, you see this? Why don't you help the city with your masculine persona or your meathead persona?" Turns out Del was right. He was talking about
obviously
D'Amico. Nikki said, how have you never heard of Milk Dud? There are a group of kids that call out basketball head coaches at high school, Coach Milk Dud. He in turn told those kids they look like dirty tennis balls. But I guess Milk Dud is a turn of phrase.
Yeah.
So you have known about it. It wasn't you just guessing. You've heard that term before.
And it felt pretty obvious who he was talking about. He's a disgruntled. Well, now we know he's a disgruntled player, former player, out of a contract. And who is he attacking other than D'Amico Ryans?
That's not gonna stand. You're not gonna be allowed to attack our coach. That's not allowed to stand. You're not welcome back in Houston, Steven Nelson. So don't try it. And I hope you don't have a house here because hopefully.
Are you going to go to his home?
Well, no. What I'm hoping is he loses his property tax fight.
Okay.
And it costs him more money.
Doesn't John have a company for that?
I do.
Yeah, and I hope he doesn't call him. I hope he doesn't call him.
What's the date today? Too late. It's the 21st. Yesterday you had to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so sorry, Steven
I was
Nelson.
going to call him, but I won my own. I put in a settlement offer, and I'm like, I'll have to go to finish it. And they said, I'll tell you what, you go a little bit higher, and we'll say yes. I'm like, done. So now I don't have to go in because I was going to use Ownwell. Trust me. But yeah, you had to get your iFile in if you were going to do that.
Right.
So Stephen Nelson made a comment about our head coach. Our head coach, our fearless head coach, D'Amico Ryans, is going to be leading the charge. Has already been leading the charge for the rookies and for the young players. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got some rookies that. Who do you think will have? Who do you expect to have the biggest? Do you think any young player will have a big impact on this team this year?
Lassiter.
Big impact?
Yeah, he's going to have to. Yes, he's going to have a really big impact. He's going to be on the field a lot.
He will. You think he starts?
Yes, I do. I think he starts on the other side.
Corner?
Yeah, on the other corner.
Outside corner or slot? I don't think he can play outside corner. I'm not sure he's fast enough.
Although
you can kind of mix and match your matchups because you have Akuda who is fast enough. Henderson's fast enough. Those guys are.
I think
you're just saying he's going to be one of the three corners.
He is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could see that. I could see Lassiter being that guy.
Yes.
I could see Lassiter being that guy. Here's the difference, though. You don't have to have the same impact like you had to have with, obviously, Stroud. I mean, your team flipped because of a quarterback, a wide receiver, and a defensive end, an outside pass rusher. Your team flipped. It appears to have flipped in terms of culture and in terms of ability. Now, is there any concern for you? And maybe the answer is no, but maybe we should have a healthy, I don't know about concern or skepticism, but caution that last year was a year that was not an aberration, but that there's bumps in the road that, like I have a tendency right now, I'm thinking, realistically, a bump in the road is coming for the Texans. And they have a type of schedule that would say that that's coming. But I don't know. For some reason, I don't have that fear, and maybe I need to have some healthy skepticism to keep my
I think they're going to have much a similar season to last year. I think it's a 9 or 10 win team, but it's only a 9 or 10 win team because of how tough the schedule is.
Yeah, that's a good year.
Yeah,
actually,
that is a good year.
9-8, 10-7.
10-7 is a nice year.
Good year with that schedule.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, and frankly, you're probably going to have to wipe out most of the teams in your division.
But how different is this team in that you don't have to count on rookies this year? I mean, even if Lassiter doesn't play, there is nobody.
And that's a difference.
It's huge. That's
a difference, and that's why I was asking you which rookie will have the biggest impact, because Blake Fisher, they've got him right now. They've got I'm looking at our lads has Titus Howard at left guard, and they have Blake Fisher at right tackle. I don't see that happening.
No,
I see Blake Fisher as the future replacement for Titus Howard is what I see. Ladarius Henderson, to me, he's a practice squad guy at best. Cade Stover you've got Dalton Schultz at one tight end, Tegan Catoriano, Brevin Jordan, Dalton Keene. I do think Cade Stover might make a little bit of a.
Well, if we're going to talk about there's not enough footballs for the wide receivers, now all of a sudden you throw Dalton Schultz and Cade Stover in there?
Yeah.
I mean, if Cade Stover has 20 catches this year, that's a good year.
Oh, yeah.
That's a huge year.
Yeah, and then Kalen Bullock is the safety that they drafted. I had teams, and I wrote him up as a potential corner. I don't think the Texans are going to do that, but it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Well,
he
could
end up playing.
A lot.
He could end up playing, but I didn't love him at safety. I thought his instincts. I thought he took too many chances and was too feast or famine, which is not something you want to do on the back end. So we'll see. Jamal Hill, 6th-rounder, is going to be a big-time special teams player for him this year. Keep an eye on number 56 because this kid has some talent. He's fast. He's a former safety. They moved to linebacker, and he runs in a 4.41 range. So he was a former safety, so he's got coverage experience. So he's going to end up being a nickel linebacker,
right.
And that's a guy to keep an eye on. But the rest of it, yeah, I mean, realistically, your two best shots are probably Cade Stover and Kamari Lassiter, if I'm being honest.
I think Bullock's going to have Bullock too. I think Lassiter and Bullock are the two guys that are going to.
I'm a little worried if Bullock plays
Well,
right
here's
away.
the deal. How many times did you see Carson Houston on the field? I mean,
injuries to four
that's
safeties.
Right, yeah. I mean, that is bound to happen. All right, we got to break it. When we come back, let's talk about rest in the NFL and how it's a different year and where the Texans stack up as far as getting more rest than their opponent. We'll do that on the other side. Right now I'm talking about Chastang Ford, though. Chastang Ford, they ain't resting. They ain't resting. What they're doing is they're giving you the best deal that they could possibly give you, about 2.9% financing on select SUVs on the lot right now in this SUV select campaign that they're running. 72 months at 2.9% financing and no payments for 90 days. That's why I need you. If you're looking for an SUV, this is the place to go. There is no other place for you to go and get your SUV on. It's the place. It is the place to get your F-150 on, your F-250, 350, whatever it is. Look, you're looking for the best way, my friends, to get into that Ford car truck. I love them. You'll love them too. I guarantee you're going to walk out of there saying, man, I got the best deal I could, and they worked their tail off. And they're going to give you service afterwards as well. You're going to join the Chastang family. On 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. It's just 5 minutes from downtown. Tell them I sent you, or go to doitall at chastangford.com.
You're listening to John and Lance, broadcasting live from inside the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Highland Pines Golf Club in Porter. Here's John Granado and Lance Zerline.
Back here on live at Highland Pines. The girls are listening. Ellie and Kaylee inside. They turned us on in there.
By the way, just people John knows from the course. They're not.
They work here. Okay, I care about the people
that
work.
Important to
regular people
I'm just
who
pointing
work
out
here.
to the people who are listening to us that what are their name? What are the ladies' names?
Kaylee and Ellie.
Kaylee and Ellie. It's just people John knows. And
That's not true.
That's going to happen
They
throughout
work
the day.
here. They give me Coors Lights when I come
Exactly,
here.
people you know. So when John mentions a random person, it's just someone he knows.
No, that's not
who
true.
works here.
I mean,
It has
you
no
don't care
importance
about
to
the
you.
worker. Oh, because she doesn't make a ton of money, Dale. She's not important to you.
What?
Okay?
I'm explaining to the people listening that
I try to give her as much as possible.
you're
when
going
I
to
tip.
randomly mention names and it will have no importance to them. It's just John recognizing people he knows.
My man Larry, the starter. Where'd he go?
There it is, another guy.
Okay.
That's good radio.
In
Hey, by the way, if you are playing out here, stop and get mosquito spray because, as you would expect with the storms we had, there's going to be some mosquitoes.
There's no
out
mosquitoes
here.
out here.
Wait,
It's
wait!
Highland Pines.
Don't tell people not to. There's no
There's no
mosquitoes. If they're
mosquitoes.
playing, bring mosquito
Never heard
stuff.
of mosquitoes out here.
Do as I say.
In 2024, there will be 101 games played where a team has more rest than their opponent. That is the most in history.
Oh, you're in football, right?
Did you hear us talking about you, Kaylee? You love it.
I loved it.
As recently as the late 2000s, the NFL wouldn't release a schedule that featured 30% of their games with one team having a rest advantage. Now we're up to 37% now.
That's incredible.
So the Ravens have the best rest advantage in the NFL, and it's by far 37 more days of rest.
Now, some of the rest stuff is just the fact that you have west to east. So this is probably a west to east. I wonder if AFC East, if West Coast teams are having to play AFC East, because that's an automatic. If you play at or east to west, I should say, because if you play at
it doesn't have anything to do with that. It's how many days off you have.
Well, no, but rest advantage. If one team has to travel to one time
that's
zone,
not, that's not what he's talking about. It doesn't matter about travel.
Well, then where
it's
does
not
it say
travel
that?
time. It's about they have.
No, when they started the game. So your rest. If you played at noon and another team played at 3, then you have
that
more
doesn't
rest.
matter.
Than noon.
It's only the days. It's not. It's how many
days. Are you
days.
sure that's
yes,
what he
means?
means?
It's not about 3 o'clock. Yes.
Because he doesn't
the
say that, does he?
49ers are at minus 21 days of net rest edge. That's the number one rest disadvantage in the last decade. They also were number one last year, though, and they still had the best record. So that's what to look into. The Ravens are plus 16, while the 49ers are at minus 27. That's a 37-day advantage. In a 17-game schedule, they have over a month more rest advantage over their opponent.
I think he is adding a 3 hours.
He's not. It's about days.
How can it
he
be
says
21?
it's over days. It's number of days.
How can you have 37-day disadvantage? Think about that over the course of that schedule.
It's just days. It doesn't count. It's not about hours.
I know he says days, but you don't think because they do as expected.
Okay, can you forget that? Because
but as
it's about
expected,
days.
they're playing all East Coast
games. Can you please forget that? It's about the days, number of days.
Well, let's go look at the schedule.
Because he talked about it. He's talked about it. It's okay. Here's why. How do you even get 32 days of rest? How do you even get 32 days of negative rest? Over a month of the season is only 4 months. You play teams off of buys, play 3 teams off of mini buys. You play. So in other words, it's you're playing teams that have the Ravens have a huge advantage over everybody else
because they're resting. Because looking at this is not like they're playing every 7 days. They're not. The only time there's a difference is the 29th to October 6th. Then they go 6th to the 10th. Now that's the short time frame, right? You go from October 6th to October 10th. They play the Cardinals and then the Seahawks. Then they play the Chiefs October 20th. So they got 10 days of rest there after that.
Right.
Then 7 days. Then they got another big long rest until November 10th.
Right.
November 10th, that's bye week. Then the 7th and the 24th.
So is there
December 1st. So their schedule's not any different.
Well, you ask. Well, they got
but I'm showing you.
Well, he has an example.
Now there are
Bengals.
2. Here's the problem. They go from December 8th to December 12th. They go from San Francisco, their issue, they do have it twice where they have to have a 4-day.
Well,
which means some of the schedule makers are screwing this up.
Yeah.
To me.
Well, get this.
But it's because there's more national television in
3 games in 10 days, which the Texans play. The Texans play 3 games in 10 days. That the NFL hasn't used it in years. Number of teams playing in 3 games in 10 days, no times from 2019 to 23. This year, 9 times.
Is that because of the
because Christmas?
Christmas, that's what I figured. Yeah.
Well, that's just 4 teams.
Well,
but they're doing it more.
But it's also at the end of the year.
That's right. That's right. Exactly right. So the Texans are at a huge disadvantage at the end of the year.
Thanksgiving too, right? That'd be the other one.
That's the other one. And there are 9 times. You're going to have 9 times. You're going to have teams.
So why is this happening?
3 games in 10 days.
Because you're playing TV. Because there's TV on not just Monday and Sunday, but also Thursday. We know that. Now Thanksgiving.
Netflix.
Now you have Thanksgiving also. Multiple teams on Thanksgiving, not just a Thursday game. Multiple teams. They've gone from 2 games. Remember when it was 2 games, and then it went to 3. And are they at 4 now, or are we still at 3 games? We're at 3 games, right?
Of what?
Football. It's just 3. Yeah.
On Christmas?
Yeah.
On
No. On
Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving, it's 3.
There's 3.
There's 3. Yeah.
Yeah.
Basketball's gone to 4 or 5 now. But
Well, they do all day.
They
I
do
don't
all
know.
day.
This
Yeah.
idea of
Yeah.
Christmas, like this, to me is just too greedy. You don't need to
Well-
let the NBA have Christmas Day. They've created this.
It's all for
This thing.
Netflix because Netflix wanted Christmas Day, and it would be fine if it was Saturday, Sunday, Monday,
100,
Thursday,
10 billion.
Wednesday. They get $150 million from Netflix, okay, a year. So they're like, we don't care if it's a Wednesday. We're playing on Wednesday. So the Texans fall in the middle of this deal. Baltimore is plus 16 days of rest. Pittsburgh is plus 2. Cincinnati minus 2. The Texans fall right in the middle of this deal as far as number of days. The Texans are rest edge. Actually, they're minus 7. The Texans are minus 7.
Despite having that 10 game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they don't. They also don't have to go to. The other thing is they don't have to travel overseas.
No. I can't read. This thing is so hard to read. I have no idea. No, the Texans are actually plus 7. The net rest edge for the Houston Texans.
Why are we complaining?
Baltimore's plus 16. New England's plus 12. Minnesota. The Texans are plus 7. The worst in the league, San Francisco minus 21. Denver minus 17. Indianapolis minus 17. Seattle minus 13. The Texans actually gain despite the fact that they're playing 3 games. There's only 9 games playing the 3 games in 10 days, and yet the Texans are still on the plus side.
Well, they're on the plus side because they're not playing Thanksgiving Day. They're not playing. They do have Thursday and Monday night games.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I wonder how much of that has to do with.
Well, while you lose the net rest edge on the Thursday game, you gain it back when you play. You don't play
Some
that
of the
Sunday.
net rest, I wonder how much it even matters. Like I'd be more interested in how teams do coming off of the international play. International travel. How do you do there? Because you have to have a bye week after that. And I think everyone gets a bye week after international travel. But the more international games that they have, and make no mistake, there's a ton. You have Mexico City now. Germany is getting more. Don't they have one in Nigeria? Or
No.
Where do they have it?
No, Argentina.
Is it Argentina?
Brazil.
Brazil, yeah.
Same thing.
No,
Brazil.
it's not.
So
Close.
it's Brazil,
Close.
England, Mexico City, and Germany. Does Mexico
Yeah.
City get one again this year? I mean, the more international travel you do, and Mexico City's not international travel, but the others are.
I'm not sure
the
that
others
Mexico
are.
City has a game.
They may
this
not
year.
have a game
I don't
this
think they have
year.
a game this year. I don't think they have a game this year.
Le-
Whatever the case, the Texans get some next. But listen, the 49ers had the least rest again last year, and they were the number 1 seed.
Well, good teams win.
That's right. That's right. Good things win. We'll find out whether or not that net rest for Baltimore pays any dividends. They have more than a month more rest than San Francisco does this year. All right, 713-780-3776 is the number. If you want to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, you got to talk about Vanderford.
Vanderford Air, I'm thinking of them now, a little humid right outside today, and it's how we are. We're going to have humidity. I don't have it in my home because I got a whole home dehumidifier. It was something I needed. I had a new air conditioning purchased 3 years ago, but I had them go through the tune-up, and there was a lot of sludge and just nasty stuff built up in the return line there in the emergency drip line. So what they ended up doing, they said, okay, we're going to take your emergency line. We're going to clean this out for you. The stuff that came out of there was nasty. And they said, this needs to be done every year, Lance, not every 3 years. So I chalked that up as a learning experience. Then they helped to bury that line that I had before into a drain, a pre-existing drain. And then we went through the entire system. And the checkup is great because they go through, if it needs to be tuned up from a Freon standpoint, they'll do that. They check every single room in terms of how air conditioning is getting there. Are your lines working properly? Is the AC working properly? And then for me, because my AC was working well, I said, look, I want to pull some of this humidity out of my home. It's miserable. And so we added the whole home dehumidifier, which pulls the humidity out of the air, dehumidifies it, and then puts it back into the air where your air conditioner cools it, and you don't have the same issues that you had before. That's one of the many things that they do. They're incredible. They do an amazing job of just getting your home cool. You're paying high energy bills during the summer. Our summers last forever. You want to make sure you're cool. You want to make sure it's working, and that's what Vanderford Air does for you. trust the experience that they have and have them come out and diagnose your system. If you know something's going on, they'll give you a price to fix it and a price to replace your system with financing available. It's VanderfordAir.com, 281-557-COOL. Don't wait until it's miserable. Get it done now, 281-557-COOL.
Tell, what are you babbling about?
It's an off-the-air rant. It's just an off-the-air rant. I've never seen him get that animated.
There's a story
about Josh Hader.
There's a story about Josh Hader that was written by Buster Olney, and Josh Hader discusses why he hadn't pitched more than an inning. So for 5 years, he hadn't pitched more than an inning practically. He came to the Astros. That's now changed, and he told them openly that I didn't do it because I was trying to protect myself, and people might think it's selfish, but I got to worry about me. It's pretty much what he said.
Dang.
Now that he got his
NBA
deal,
player, worried about his brand.
me first,
not
putting the team ahead
what
of himself.
AAU team did he play for?
I'm looking at
What AAU team
this
did
is Buster
Josh Hader
Olney's
play?
story. You can't believe Buster
There-
Olney.
It's a quote.
It's actually a quote.
It's a
No, I
quote.
can't believe
How about the
he's lost all
Astros? The
credibility.
Astros have lost their way. They went out and signed
a selfish me guy.
selfish me first guy at the back end of the bullpen. No wonder we suck now.
You got pitchers going rogue. You got other pitchers saying, I don't pitch more than one inning.
Until you pay me.
Yeah, he got paid. Now he'll pitch
More than one inning.
That's
Is that
good.
the type of personality and leadership you want on the Astros, John?
Exactly what I want. You know why? Oh, look at him now. Multiple innings. You know why? Because he wanted to get back to the Astros and win.
How about? Well,
He
we'll
didn't
see.
care about
We'll-
those other crappy
We'll
teams
see.
he was on.
We'll see when he's in high leverage situations how that lack of team first
But that's
personality
all he's been is team first.
in
here.
real high leverage. If the playoffs are on the line or a series is on the line, we'll see how he reacts. Oh, I can't go up there. And pitch more than
Multiple
one
inning games already.
Pathetic.
Where we win.
We talk about leadership drainage. Now we've got a me first guy on the team. We haven't heard. It's Bregman and Hader.
He's a
Two
hair,
peas in a pod.
He's a hair guy too. I love that. I love hair guys. Yeah.
Just do what you're asked to do, please.
Yeah, all of a
Come on,
sudden.
Hader.
Look at man.
Of course, he is with the Astros.
Man, this is like a dissertation that he wrote about Josh Hader.
Well,
Good Lord.
I hopefully the whole thing's not about that, but that is a long. In this
No,
era
it's-
of we don't read too long, didn't read, that is a long,
This is a
long,
long read.
long piece.
Ah, goodness.
That is a super scroll. The Astros lose yesterday. They were up 6-1. You probably turned your TV off. You thought another dub, and that's not what happened because Fromber fell apart and went from a 6-1 lead to 8-6 deficit. That got extended to 9-6. The Astros closed it to 9-7 and had 2 men on, 2 out. Alex Bregman flew out to center field, and that was a wrap. But Astros, if they get the next 2 wins, which they should, if they get the next 2 wins, then the Astros at home. Then the Astros finish 8-2 on a home stand. It was a fruitful home stand. It's what you wanted to happen. You certainly wanted to go 9-1. If you don't, if you lose this series, and God forbid get swept by a bad Angels team, all of a sudden it's like you didn't even make up anything if that were to happen. So hopefully they take care of business tonight and tomorrow and get out of the 10-game homestand with an 8-2 series record. We'll see. But Fromber admitted yesterday after the game that he got away from the game plan that they had developed together as a team, as a catcher, maybe Josh Miller, I guess. And he was following it, and then he got away from it, and he said he paid the price. He had the consequences of getting away from a game plan. So we talked about that a little bit. And you do have to wonder, and I think I wonder with quite a bit of assuredness that this would not have happened if Martin Maldonado was a catcher. The amount of trust and respect they have with Maldonado, they just simply wouldn't have tried to cross him like that because he would have come out and called Fromber on it. So it would not have happened with Maldonado, and that's not a shot at Yainer Diaz. What it is
just a shot at those two. It's a shot at Verlander and Fromber. I mean, maybe and Fromber admitted it after the game. Maybe Fromber says, you know what, I got to trust the kid more. You know what, I can't do what I just did. Look at the result of what happened.
Well, it's not even the kid though. It's Josh Miller setting up the game plan too.
Yeah,
the strategy.
He went away from the strategy.
They get away from the strategy. He got away from the strategy. The difference is Yainer at some point, and once again, this is all conjecture, but he's going to have to take a firm hand and saying, hey, we can't do this. Like every once in a while you may have to be confrontational with your pitcher. He probably feels like he can't be in that position just yet since he hasn't even been, a starter full time for a full year. But as a catcher, that's you're the quarterback out on the field. Mm-hmm. So Yainer Diaz, and if he's not going to have that kind of personality, at some point they need to just switch him over to first base and let him make the switch and bring in a catcher who is more that quarterback on the field. Because for all the jokes about Brad Ausmus not being able to hit, Martin Maldonado not being able to hit, those are two guys specifically, they were quarterbacks on the field. Like you had no doubt about the leadership there, their ability to handle a pitching staff, their ability, because there is some of that goes into it, and it's hard to quantify if you're not a baseball player, but you listen to baseball players and they rant and rave about it. We had Ryan Presley in, and we asked him about Machete and his inability to hit and why the pitchers seem to love him so much, and he couldn't stop raving about Martin Maldonado. And so that's a big part of it, and there's a reason Dusty had so much trust in him, and you won a World Series and competed for World Series with Martin Maldonado, behind the plate. So if it's not going to be Yainer's personality to take on that role of quarterback and have tough conversations with pitchers, then at some point they need to get him over to first. But man, he's got some pop now. He's got arm. His pop time to second and third base when people try to steal, it's good. He can really throw you out. He's got a talented arm. So I don't know if they're ever going to get away from him as a catcher. But I'm not sure that I don't want it to happen. With his ability as a hitter, I kind of want him. Unless Loper Fido is going to be a full-time first baseman, I'm like, I don't know, maybe Yainer needs to be that full-time first baseman because it's not going to be Singleton. Singleton's not an answer. It's a nice little story, but he's not an answer. So it either needs to be Loper Fido or Yainer, and the faster one of the or Jordan, and the faster one of those guys make the transition, the better. Is Jordan? Are they really? I don't even think they consider. I think Jordan is just left field DH. I don't think they consider him a first baseman at all. So if you get Yainer over there, I'm old enough to remember Craig Biggio being drafted and playing catcher for the Astros, and then they moved him to the outfield to make sure that he, not the outfield, second base, to make sure that his knees were going to be okay. And he had a Hall of Fame career after that. So as far as I'm concerned, Diaz needs to do the same thing. Let's just get him to first base. If he's – I'm not ready to bail on catcher yet because he actually is he's a decent defensive catcher. But if he's not going to have the rapport with pitchers he needs to, man, the guy's too good. He has too good –
and maybe moving to first base will help him offensively as well.
Yeah.
So, okay, exactly what happens. Jose Abreu comes back Friday. Exactly what do you do? If you're Joe Espada, and don't just say you're not going to play him because he's going to play him.
You designate him for assignment. Keep doing it until he quits. That's all you do.
No.
Keep doing it.
I don't know if you heard, Jeff Bagwell was working with him down there in Florida, and he was 2 for 10 in the complex league.
Well, he had a double yesterday.
Complex.
Up until
I saw
yesterday,
that.
yeah.
I saw a double yesterday.
And Jeff Bagwell gave Dana Brown a positive report about Jose Abreu.
Of course he did.
Well, yeah, it's like my mom gets positive reports about me to people, even though she's completely wrong.
That's exactly it.
Yeah.
Jeff Bagwell's just as responsible for Jose Abreu as your mom is for you.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, you always hope for the best.
So, exactly what do you do? What do you do with Chaz now and Jake Myers? What do you do with Jose Abreu? Jake Myers, his stats right now, holy crap. Here is Tony Adams with this. Jake Myers is now qualified for most of the StatCast leaderboards. He's in the 76th percentile on batting run value, base running run value, 85 percentile, fielding run, 88 percentile, ex-WOBA, 92 percentile, batting average, 95 percentile, ex-slugging, 89%, exit velocity, 90%. Now, that's the important
What's
one.
his exit velocity?
Average exit velocity is
What is
92.6.
Is his exit velo?
That's 90 percentile in the league.
Wow, that's good.
How about that? Barrel percentages, all of these are good. Whiff percentage is bad. Chase percentage, not good. K percentage, walk percentage, not good. And this is something, his range in the outfield, 95 percentile. His arm value, 26 percentile. I think we knew that, though.
Woo, 26.
26 percentile. Arm strength, 57 percentile. Jake Myers, as down as I was on him, but you know what? If you go out there and you prove yourself, don't look at the name on the back. Just look at the guy and what he's doing. And until Jake Myers proves that he can't play on an everyday basis, put him out there. And yesterday he doesn't put him out there. I mean, it just is.
I thought he wasn't.
Oh, wait. Oh no, yeah.
Yeah, he just didn't have a good night last night. He was 0 for 4, yeah. You got to play the guy. Play the guy. Let Jake Myers play himself out of the lineup. If you got to mess with left field, okay. If you got to have Loperfido have at-bats, send him down. Because Loperfido's sitting there watching Chaz and Jake and Mauricio Dubon play, and Jordan play left field, ain't helping Loperfido. If Loperfido's got to go down, Loperfido's got to go down.
Right.
That's all. And then you work out how you're gonna what you're gonna do with left field. First base, Jonathan Singleton is not the answer. You know what? Put Abreu back out there and split time with Jonathan Singleton and see if a Jose Abreu can hit. Let's see. And if he doesn't hit, then you DFA him.
Right.
Then you DFA him. But he's had his break. When he came off a break last year, he was pretty damn good.
Well, yeah, let's just see. I feel like age has got him. It's going to get him at some point. Yuli never made it back. Not really. I mean, he had his nice little postseason.
Well, he didn't go down to Florida and work with Jeff Bagwell.
Yeah, no, that's what we all need. Well. But we'll see what happens. I mean, to me, just because he's back doesn't mean he plays. It can't be that way. It's got to be a meritocracy. And up to this point, one of the things that got Dusty was that the team wasn't really happy. The organization wasn't really happy with how Dusty treated certain players, how players who should have had more time due to the meritocracy, they didn't get it. And I think that's one of the things that with this manager, I think he's going to live by the code of, hey, we're going to move guys up and down the lineup as they deserve it. He moved Alex Bregman back. He wasn't afraid to move Alex Bregman back. And so that was something that was very rare. There was discussions about would that ever happen. Did he, what's Alex going to say? Who cares what he's going to say?
Yeah, no,
do what's best for the team.
And now, you know what? You might have to move him down again because he's back.
You might have to, but
that guy that can't come through.
If Jake Myers deserves, if you play McCormick and he doesn't hit well and Jake Myers is sitting on the bench, then it's just your job that's on the line. Don't worry about it. No big deal.
You're hurting the team.
If you play Abreu and Abreu sucks, it's your job on the line. Don't worry. I mean, sure, play him.
Live at Highland Pines. Beautiful. If you haven't been up here, you need to. If you've never played up here, make the drive. I know. Oh, it's so far. Take a left at the ocean. Okay. All right. Stop.
Well, Lance wanted to know, did he have to keep going into Oklahoma or stop before he got there?
I just asked Del because I figured he had already gotten here. I said, "Do you?"
There's no rest areas on the way. It's basically 35 minutes. It's 30 minutes from less than 30 minutes from downtown. Okay, so let's stop already. So you got a beautiful course right here. That's
Less than 30. I
less
live
than
in
30.
from downtown.
From downtown, yeah, absolutely.
When you're driving
If
at
there's no
like
traffic, I
5
guess.
o'clock in the morning.
Well, you can't get out of downtown and
You
there's
get
no
up
traffic.
and go at 5
Yeah.
5 o'clock.
No. I've been here 35
This place
minutes
is
after,
beautiful.
After the station, 35
The
minutes
place
to
is
get here.
beautiful, but
After the show.
do bring mosquito spray though.
Well,
it is not a
I
usual
wouldn't do
thing,
that,
but
okay.
today you might need it because of
Oh,
the recent
Shipley's
storms.
Donuts just made it here.
Our girls are here. Okay?
Our girls?
That's right. Yeah, you're damn right. They are.
Let's look. Let's take a look.
Look at
here.
that.
You have to leave one maple for Kaylee. One maple is mine.
One maple.
Well, just grab it.
Just take a donut.
Just grab it.
Sophie and Zoe bringing donuts to the party. Thanks, girls. These are the original girls right here. Kaylee, Sophie, and Zoe. They're the originals. All right.
The originals.
Yeah. They started when the course opened. They were all here when the course opened. We got to break it. We got to talk. You want a donut? You got to have some free reign coffee with it. Let's go. Get your coffee going, and let's go. Thank you. If you're looking for the best coffee, period, I got it for you. It's free reign coffee. If you are somebody that is looking for that good, great flavor in the morning, I mean, your coffee is boring. Your coffee just ain't as good as my coffee. If you haven't tried free reign coffee, by the way, they got a great deal going on right now for Memorial Day. They love Memorial Day. They love our soldiers. They love our first responders. They love the police, the fire department. They love teachers. So for Memorial Day, up to 40% off. Up to 40% off on coffee. If you go to 975coffee.com, put in promo code ESPN20, you automatically got the 20%, but then they got deals for 40% as well. You're looking for the best way to get that wonderful coffee in your home. Now's the time. 975coffee.com, promo code ESPN20.
You're back to John and Lance,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Highland Pines Golf Club in Porter.
All right, welcome back. We are live at Highland Pines. Just beautiful. What a beautiful day. It's overcast, Lance. That's good for you. You like overcast.
Is it going to be overcast?
Yeah, I don't know. Is it supposed to be sunny today or what? But it is It is gorgeous out here. If you have not played Highland Pines, you need to get out here. We're going to have Jamie or Kyle going to come out here. And we were supposed to be here for the clubhouse opening. See, I've been here since there was a trailer over there. Well, you were here for the – were you here? No, we did a show out here. Maybe you didn't do it out here with us. No, we were out here before, weren't we? No? I did a show out here, and we had a trailer for so long until they built this beautiful clubhouse, and it is really, really beautiful. And look at how it turned out, how the whole course has turned out. The zoysia grass, the zoysia greens, it's a different strand of zoysia. Anyway, it is just gorgeous. The course that they played this with Valhalla went to zoysia.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. And they did the guys just destroyed it.
Is that going to be a widespread?
I don't know. It's got to be warm. See, it's got to be a warm weather climate. We got that. We got warm. We got warm. We're good at warm.
We can do that.
We can do warm.
We can do that. That's not a problem.
And it's just gorgeous. I mean, I came here, the first time I came here, I said, okay, I'm joining. So you can join or you can daily fee play. Larry, what up? How you doing, man? Good to see you. And if you're looking for –
I hope this isn't a bit you're doing now.
Tell my boys out here.
They will allow you to do a show without calling them out. I think they get it.
No.
They don't care.
Well,
They're
we'll
not
see. Jamie or Kyle, they got to come out. I want to shout out to Barron, my man. You know Barron. Jacobson and Dennis. Dennis owns a place, and he's the one that did all of this. Barron is his marketing guy. And we all got together, John, Montag, and got together and decided that the station would get behind this thing, and it's just been wonderful for all of us. So we really appreciate them. Thank you, guys. And if you're a golfer in this city and you haven't played Highland Pines, you are definitely missing out on something that's special here. It is special here. Gilbert was just here, not the Gilbert, the other Gilbert.
Uh-huh.
And he said it's his favorite course in Houston.
This is going to be his 5th time playing.
Yeah.
Do you think Larry, as he drives by, is, God, not John again. John's just yelling at me as I try to go to do my job.
Larry's my guy.
I'm sure he is, but Larry's driving by. Larry's like, what do you want me to say, John? I'm just driving by, doing my job. You're being yelled at by you.
Trust me, I didn't want to drive by. It's
the only way I could.
He did a drive-by.
Jackie says if they do bring Abreu back, nothing really changes other than Singleton sits, Loper, Fido, or Kessinger gets sent down. Well, what changes is that you may have Singleton out of Singleton sits. But we also were talking about McCormick too, Jackie. We were talking about what happens when McCormick comes back, both of them. And what we're talking about is Singleton, who has been more effective than Abreu, which is not hard, and then McCormick. Let's talk about both of them.
And a better defensive first baseman, too. I mean, we're not Singleton's not known for the glove, but he's been better than Abreu, clearly.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's discernibly so. Well,
Abreu's been bad.
Abreu's been bad defensively this year. So, yeah, it is a thing because we're not just talking about Abreu. We're talking about Abreu and McCormick and who sits, who plays. I think, obviously, I don't want Abreu. Abreu, to me, at this point, is a net negative in the lineup, defensively and offensively. So if you're it's less about Singleton sitting and more about Abreu playing. I simply don't want him to play baseball anymore. Now, maybe he proves me wrong, and maybe this great trip to Florida with Jeff Bagwell in the stands of a high school park or something, maybe that's got his mind right. I'm hoping so.
Listen, you're going by such a short sample size, just a year and a half. Okay.
Of him not being good?
Of him not being good. And all of a sudden, we don't want him to play baseball
I mean,
anymore.
I thought that was
decline.
harsh. I thought you mean not for the Astros. He can go play baseball someplace if he wants.
But
really?
Listen, I watched it with a player who hit much better than him named, you guys may remember him, named Yuli Gurriel, went from hitting leader to out of baseball. Like, I've seen it happen, and that dude was a more accomplished hitter than Abreu.
And Abreu's a Gold Glove first baseman.
And a Gold Glove first baseman. Abreu's bat looks slow. I don't think there's a lot of hope for him being anything more than a 230 hitter. And is that the standard?
Well, it's just that's Singleton.
But I don't want. That's not what I want at first
base.
That's
what we have. That's what we have. I mean, you could want. Albert Pujols in his prime. We don't have that.
No, I don't want him.
What we have is this. And you know what? I don't think there's a big difference.
Okay,
you want to know the truth? I don't think there's a big difference between putting Abreu and Singleton out there.
Okay, then why is Dubon not playing? Because neither one of those guys are power hitters.
Listen, Dubon.
Honestly, if they were power
hitters, another
hitters,
story. Dubon's you were
Okay,
talking
then
about.
let me introduce this. Because if somebody was hitting for power, I'd say, hey, this guy's a power hitter. Let me introduce Dubon then, who's a 280 hitter. Why not have Dubon there? I know he doesn't look like a corner fielder.
I
know he's a thin guy. I know he's not the tallest guy to throw to. He is a guy with a better glove, and he's a better hitter. If you're gonna have two non-hitters at first base, I mean, Singleton does have some pop, but it's really more theoretical than it is, in practice.
Do we remember where Jose Abreu, as far as his batting average, was when he got sent away? Because I know you said there's not a major difference, but do we remember? Do you know what it was?
He had a hot streak. He got over 200, and then he dropped back down into like the 160s, I think.
He left hitting under 100.
No, wait, what?
He left baseball as we know it hitting under 100.
And this is who John's putting a cape on for.
I mean, Singleton's not
Bring
great,
back
but
the great Abreu,
I think he'll
said.
stay over 220. He left hitting under 100.
He's not hitting 100, John. Your guy.
99. He's right there. You want to talk? Okay.
He's right there.
He's right there.
How many
Am I
home
right
runs?
or wrong? None.
How many home runs?
None.
Well, none.
How many RBIs?
3.
None per se.
3 and 71 at bats per se.
What's his
Okay.
hit? What's his hit to error ratio? 4 hits, right?
Yeah.
He has 7 hits.
I mean, it's not great. Okay, so look, here's his numbers. He got 7 hits already. How much do you want out of a guy in 71 at bats? Honestly, he struck out 18 times. He's got 3 walks. Oh, you forget the walks, Del.
No, I didn't.
Okay, his on-base percentage is 156.
Good Lord.
So Singleton, he's probably not listening.
Yeah,
He's probably
Singleton's a lot
asleep, but he's
better.
like,
Oh, my God.
wait a minute.
This is
You're
worse than
comparing
any
me to
Adam every
You're
year.
comparing me to Abreu?
Adam every
You
year.
don't see a difference?
This is worse than
No.
Maldonado.
Well, here's the deal, though. Here's the deal. When Abreu came back last year after his back injury or whatever, he really was a different guy.
But he didn't leave with a back. We didn't know what.
No.
We heard about it after he came back and had some success. Like, he just was never really healthy. We heard that. He didn't leave we didn't see him limping around or anything like that.
No.
And he was better. Yeah, he was better.
He was better. And, oh, by the way, without him, I'm not sure you win the one series. He had 3 homers in. He was a different guy when he came back. You got to – here's the deal. Give him a shot.
Yeah.
Put him out there. And then when he doesn't perform, you take him out and you say
But
that's it.
his contract doesn't give him – the contract should not give him free reign at first base at all. It should not even buy him that much time because you have to pay him regardless.
He's got to be getaway day Jose. He plays on getaway days.
Yeah.
Getaway day Jose. Get out there and see what you
But
got.
they can't really.
That's all I want to see.
Hold on, they can't.
But
afford
that's
to,
the problem. They can't afford
They
to
can't
throw
afford
away
to
games.
give away games.
No.
They can't afford to just
No, but
give away
they could
games.
afford. Let's see if he's the guy. Listen, in the complex league, he's got a couple of doubles. Okay,
Complex league.
Who
knew what that was?
That's
Never
not
heard
even
of it.
double
Yeah,
A.
never-
That's not even
it's
double
single.
A.
It's like a low A ball or something.
He's hitting. He's as an Astro. He's got 611 at bats. As an Astro, he's hitting 221 with a
Bingo.
280 on
That's
base
Singleton.
percentage.
That's Singleton, 221.
No, but unfortunately, it's Abreu.
Abreu.
As an
No,
Astro.
but
Overall.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
He's
Right.
the same guy.
Yes.
As an Astro, he's got a 280 on base percentage. Is that Singleton? Could you check?
Oh.
I'll bet you it's not. And his OPS is 632. He struck out as an Astro 148 times and 611 at bats and walked 45.
Singleton is hitting 224.
Okay, and then what's his on base percentage?
Is
678?
this
No, it's 323.
What's his on base percentage this
It's,
year?
it's 323.
323.
Okay, 280 as an Astro for
Okay, what's his OPS?
Singleton?
632 as an Astro.
678. I mean,
better.
It's better.
It's
Yeah.
better.
Yes, it's better.
Okay, 148 strikeouts as an Astro in the last 600. In his 611 at bats as an Astro, 148 strikeouts for Abreu. I mean, what are we doing? Arguing the worst hitters in baseball?
Well, it's
There's
not
no
good.
argument.
It's
it
the
belongs
worst
to
position.
Jose.
It's the
Abreu.
worst position in baseball.
They don't have a. They don't have a.
Well,
a major league
Maldonado
first
had it
baseman.
last year. We've got it.
Yeah, they don't have a.
Base guy
They didn't
position.
have a major league first baseman. Singleton can go on.
No.
I quote unquote runs. I put it in quotes because he can go. He can go 5 for 16
Hey,
over a course.
I'm with you. Put Tupana first.
Yeah,
but you know what?
something.
They ain't doing that. You gotta have a little. You gotta understand the Astros situation. Espada, Jeff Bagwell, Jim Crane, $40 million. All of these things are going to take into it. You got to take into account. they're not just going to go, yep, you guys are right. Let's just put the
Now,
ball
now
there.
to be fair, his last year as a Chicago White Sox, he finished 17th in MVP voting. He was an MVP in 2020. That's the COVID year. Who cares? After that, his OPS was 831 in 21. His OPS his last year at the White Sox was 824, perfectly reasonable. He hit 304. He had only 15 home runs. Now his home run totals, his home run was 15. Last year he had 18 homers, which was more than. You remember that? He had no home runs and all. He ended up with more home runs last year than he did his last year in Chicago. Yeah. But his batting average dropped to 237. His on-base percentage dropped under 300.
But he was good
the
at
first
the end,
time.
y'all. He was good.
But look at this. His batting average dropped to under 300 for the first time in his whole career last year as an Astro. It's only gotten worse. This is classic age. Unless you think that he was on some juice or on some medication in Chicago, and his home run numbers don't really speak to that other than his 30 in 34. It's just this looks like a classic case of old, and old doesn't get better.
No. Well, we'll see. If you go to Florida for a while,
that's where old people retire.
That's a
retirement
right. Community.
I know. Thank you.
Thank you.
You just went against yourself. He went to a retirement community.
Well, he comes back with a walker, and let's go. Time to talk. I don't think he's going to steal any bases, with his walker. But I think he might be going to come up with a couple of hits. Time to talk HRP. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net. Chris texted the show, had the text of the text of the day earlier today, talking about Crash Davis. But here's the deal: those guys are out there working their tails off to make sure that your business is running as smoothly as possible, making sure that you get your payroll to your people as economically as possible, making sure technologically that they are the best. They have their own technology for their payroll, and it is better. It is just fantastic. Other people are trying to buy it from them, as a matter of fact, and they're like, nope, this is our technology, and it is super. And it comes to you, and we use it, and it comes perfectly every single time. Doesn't matter if you're on commission or hourly or salary or bonuses, whatever the case may be. They're going to do it perfectly every time at HRP. You'll love what they do for your business. They can save you money. If your payroll department is getting too big or you're not completely satisfied with your payroll, the company that's doing your payroll now, go with ours. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
Hey, guys, I want to talk about QC Kinetics, a chance for you to use regenerative medicine, which is tremendously successful at helping people to recover. And if you have chronic pain is due to inflammation. It's inflammation in the joints, and that happens when you have a loss of tissue or if you have, completely, whether it's been rubbed, worn away, or whether it's just damaged tissue. What regenerative medicine does is they take the body's healing power, they concentrate it, they put it back into the joint, and it really gives it a kickstart to where it starts to restore damaged tissue and regenerate new tissue. And that's when the inflammation comes way down. That's when you feel less pain. That's when the mobility is greatly increased and improved. And honestly, this is something that professional athletes have used for a long time. It's available to you and I. My wife used it, had great success when she was training for a marathon, and I think you're going to see the same results as well. Get rid of that chronic pain. You don't have to live with it. go find the best method possible, and that's regenerative medicine with QC Kinetics. 4 locations here in Houston to set up your free consultation, qckinetics.com.
Now back to John and Lance,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Highland Pines Golf Club in Porter.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We're live at Highland Pines. Jamie Taylor, tournament director out here at Highland Pines. We've got our tournament out here. It's going to start at 10:30. If you didn't get in, apologies. We had so many people say, hey, any spots still? Sorry, you got to jump on it. As soon as we said we're going to be at Highland Pines, thing filled up. It's awesome. Jamie is with us now here on the show. Jamie, this is going to be Lance's first time playing here. What are you going to tell him about his experience today?
Yeah, you're going to have a lot of fun. This course is really, really good. The grass is really, really hard to beat. It's Zoysia wall to wall. So you got Xeon Zoysia in the fairways, rough tee boxes, and then we've got laser Zoysia on the greens, we're the only course in the world right now that has it on the golf course.
Why are you the only in the world?
We're the first. It's a brand new grass. It's a brand new strand of Zoysia that they're doing. A&M developed it, and then Blade Runner Farms in San Antonio, they developed it and got the seed and grew it, and then our owner, Dennis Wilkerson, decided that he really liked it and put it on our greens.
What's going to be the difference?
The difference is, so Bermuda has grain. Bent grass doesn't, but bent grass is normally, it's a northern grass, so we're too hot down here in the southern climates. So Zoysia has no grain. So it's kind of a mix of both. It's going to react like Bermuda, so you're going to get that firmness from the fairway, but then you're not going to have any grain, so it's going to putt like bent. So at the end, it doesn't dive when the grain hits it.
Yeah, and in the fairways, everything just sits up.
It sits up on a little tee for you. That's the whole thing about Zoysia.
I need all the help I can get now. I was thinking about it. I haven't played for like 4 years.
It really is.
It's one of those things, when you play out here, you go anywhere else and the lies feel bad. Because it sits up on this nice little tee for you all day long.
What you're going to find, though, too, is that we're such a flat land. It's so funny. I was taking my daughter to the airport yesterday, and there were some trees above trees that were right here. And she goes, is that a hill? Do we have a hill here in Houston? And I was like, no, those are just taller trees, baby. But here, did you guys – wait, was this how the land was, or did you guys move a lot of dirt?
This is how it was. When they came up here, this was where the clubhouse is going to be, up on top of the hill.
Really?
This is all natural terrain. This is coming from the top. It goes down into the river basin. It was all here. They just kind of worked with it. They just had to cut all the trees out to get the holes to show.
It's incredible. Like 9 is a 40-foot. It's a 40-foot drop. 10 as well.
Yep.
And you're going to see stuff out here that you just don't see. Honestly, it does not look like Houston. I keep saying it looks like Georgia to me because I've been to Georgia plenty. I'm not saying Augusta. I'm saying it looks like Georgia.
It does. We got a lot of pine trees, a lot of elevation change.
Yep.
Not something you see in Houston.
Lakes and It just did they carve a lot of lakes out, or was this?
Yeah, a lot of the lakes are man-made.
Yeah. But it is first time I played here, I said, okay, that's it. I'm coming. I'm joining. And you could still join now. Since the clubhouse is open, it's going up just a hair, but
initiation went up just a little bit.
Just a little bit, but I still think it's the most affordable.
It really is.
It's ridiculous.
That is the biggest perk about having a semi-private golf course. So you've got your initiation. We have members, but we also allow public play, being semi-private. And what that does, it keeps the dues lower. It's dues range from $425 to $560, versus if you get just here or all 3 golf courses with Augusta Pines and Glenlock Pines as well.
Right, and those are excellent as well. But this is the showcase. This is the one, the new clubhouse. Yes. It's opened up now. And the service and everything about it has just been fantastic. We had our member guest, which we just had everybody out. It was just fantastic. Want you to come. I mean, how many members are we getting to a point where
we're at about 315 members. 450 is kind of your max hit on an 18-hole facility. Once you get anything more than that, it becomes hard for even members to get tee times against each other. Right. So we keep it right about there, and that's kind of our our line.
Right, but
So we still have a lot of room.
It is. I'm telling you, if you have not come out here, you need to.
Yes.
Keep on talking. I told them it's a half hour from downtown.
Yeah.
I mean,
Nothing.
it's not. And we're right by the Woodlands, right by Spring. I mean, it's if you're going to go up and play in the Woodlands, it's closer than that.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're directly between the Woodlands and Kingwood. You just shoot up to 99 and head east, and we're right there.
That's it. It can't be better for me. And you guys take advantage of the daily fee now.
Yes.
Okay. If you haven't joined,
Did you just say it can't be better for me?
it can't be,
What does that mean?
No, it can't be better for me.
Oh,
take
okay.
advantage. Yes, it was comma. There was a comma in
Yes.
there. It can't be better for me if you want to know the truth, and which that's all I care about. If you, the truth be told. But we had now. You're going to have events here as well. Like we're having a tournament
Yes.
here today. I know Dan Passerini's tournament is going to be coming up here, but that's not till October.
He's got one in October.
October,
yes.
yeah. But is there going to be a bunch of tournament play?
We do outside tournaments on Mondays and Tuesdays. So that's the only days. The members get the rest of the days. We're not going to do any tournaments on Thursdays, Fridays.
Yeah, no.
We do have member events on Saturday mornings. So that's like our MGA and our club events. But for outside events like the one today, it's only Monday and Tuesday. And you can just give us a call, and we can see if the schedule allows it, and we can get you set up.
Yeah, or your email is Jamie
at Tour18Inc.com.
Jamey.
Yes.
At Tour18Inc.com. Yeah. So if you want to have an event, it's 18 holes. You want to have an event. This is a great place to have it. All the facilities that you could possibly need, and I'm telling you, your players will love it coming out here.
How long is the course?
From the back tees, a little over 7,300 yards.
Mm-hmm. Where are we playing from?
We're playing one up, the Masters tees.
Okay.
Masters tees.
Yeah, so that'll probably be around 6,800 yards.
Okay. That's pretty standard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you still have the course record?
As far as I've heard, yeah. I mean, it's only 65 right now. No one's from the back tees is beating it, but someone will beat it one day. Or I'll beat it.
Oh yeah. Or how about that? Or I'll beat it. Okay. No,
He's the record holder.
Jamie's a player. He can go.
I was 3 over through 4 that day.
Were you
really?
Yeah.
And shot 65.
Yeah, I buried 10 in my last 14. It took me. I went straight from the
good Lord
shop.
would never interrupt me on the greatest round of my life.
Yeah, straight from the shop to the first tee. I think I doubled 2, bogeyed 4. Kind of got out of the gate slow,
and
then we kind of started going.
I guess you did.
Putts dropped.
Yeah.
So I played out here when we had the media event with Charlie Epps, and he said, "Well, wait till this thing grows in."
Yes.
Is it getting better and better as far as the greens holding shots?
Exactly. So what he meant by grow in, the greens were very firm at the beginning. Anytime you grow and plant new grass, it's very firm. So we've been making ball marks for probably about the last 10 months at least.
Yeah.
So balls are starting to hit and stop. You can control them with the spin. Fairways will fill in, become healthier,
Thicker.
hardier,
Yeah.
rough, same way. It was really good when we first opened, but it just gets better and better and better.
Yeah. And if you've played it, you know what we're talking about. We just had Gilbert who said, "Man, this is my favorite course," and it's mine too. It's absolutely beautiful. And we've got a couple other facilities here in the area that just are fantastic. But this is right up there with all of them. So we urge you, come on out, join. Or come on out and just see it, the daily fee play here. And if you want to have an event here, Jamey, Jamey, at Tour18Inc.com, Tour18Inc.com.
Yep.
Awesome, man. Thanks for having us. This is Can't Be Better. We're going to have shows out here all day long.
Yeah.
And promoting the golf course. We wanted to have it as soon as it opened, but we couldn't because of the rain.
Yep.
Here we are now, and if you have never seen it, you need to get here. Jamie, thanks, man.
Hey,
We appreciate
no problem.
it.
Y'all are going to have fun today.
Jamie Taylor right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Time for you, Lance, to talk a little underdog.
Let's talk about Underdog Fantasy. Did you know if you use my promo code Lance, they're going to give you a special mystery pick? There's a special mystery pick that basically means it's a W. I'm just telling you. You get an easy-to-use mobile app. Download it on your phone. Go to UnderdogFantasy.com if you want to do it on your laptop. But what you need to do is sign up with promo code Lance. And Underdog, as I mentioned, is going to give you this mystery special pick to use on your first pick-em entry and a deposit offer as well. And so what you're getting here is an easy winner. That's what it's going to be. So all you have to do is play it with one more high or low from a statistical standpoint. They're going to tell you it's like, zero point 0.5 pitches for a starter, 0.5 points for a basketball player that's a star player. So it's an easy hire, and it's going to win. And all you have to do is pick between 2 and 5. So you just have to pick one more, and you're good. Or take advantage of that easy winner and go to 3 players or 4 players where you're going higher or lower, because the payouts go up and up and up. It can go as high as 100 times the original play when you use some of the scorchers that are there. And you'll notice the scorchers because they have multipliers. They have little chili peppers next to them. But it's really fun. You can play along with the games you're watching, whether it's baseball, it's playoff basketball. Soon it will be football, UFC, golf, everything that you can imagine. And you go higher or lower on the statistics that they offer for the players. Just pick one that you like, that you think is a little soft, and figure it out for yourself. Between 2 and 5 players must be chosen, but it's so much fun to play along with the games you're watching. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Go to ncpgambling.org.
Bull-shirts.com. Bull-shirts.com. What is it that you need for your business or your team or trophies or coolers or lunch boxes? They can they screen print or they embroider. They can put your name of your business or whatever it is that you want to promote on any item. They have the items in stock. You don't have to go out and buy T-shirts for your business or hats for your business. They've got them right there. Great selection. It's one-stop shopping. They've been around for 40 years. Joe and Timmy and everybody over there are fantastic, and they know how to do it. They've just been doing it. They did the Astros championship stuff. They've done Rockets championship stuff. This is the company that you go to whenever you need anything. Tell them that you heard it right here. One-stop shopping, my boys over at Bull Shirts, bull-shirts.com.
It's John and Lance,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Highland Pines Golf Club in Porter.
Welcome back. Hey, we have been remiss not mentioning that Cypress Trails Hideout is out here bringing us lunch and dinner from Valencia's Tex-Mex Garage. It's awesome. They are awesome, and we really appreciate them. We're going to eat good. We're going to drink good. Carbach, thank you for what you're doing. So the brewing company are going to be out here. We're all going to enjoy a lot of libations. Della is going to ride around with us. And
I'm not riding around with you.
Drinking some Carbach.
I got a job to do.
Okay, and we're having a big day out here with the listeners.
We are having a big day,
fun.
but most importantly, we're out here for kids meals. KidsMealsInc.org is what we're actually out here for.
Yeah, we're out here to drink and have
Yeah,
fun.
I know what you're out here for, but we're raising money.
And them too.
Yeah, for kids meals. So as much as John talks about all the food and the drinking he's going to do, the purpose for us to be out here other than, to play golf is to help kids meals. You can go to KidsMealsInc.org if you want to help them as well.
Yeah, that's fine.
What?
No.
What a terrible person you are.
No, it's for the kids.
It is for the kids.
It's for the kids.
Like real
meals,
kids.
like
Yes.
kids eating.
Like while you're talking about eating, we're actually out here, at least the people who are playing golf, are out here helping those kids get great meals.
I'm not sure. Jamie was just, I like that. Gilbert's got himself a Coors Light. Jason is here. He's already drinking Coors Lights. I love that. But, Dell, I'm surprised. Jamie was out here representing the
community?
The community with his golf shirt and golf hat on. Here's you with a T-shirt
Why
on,
do you
your
keep,
hat backwards.
I'm not playing. Why do you keep referencing my
Put
attire?
some respect on the golf course.
How so?
When you go to the Met every year.
I don't go to the Met every year.
Okay,
I've never been to the Met.
To the event, to the big Met event, whatever that's called. Do you
The
dress
gala?
like that? The gala? Do you
I've
dress
never
like that?
been,
No.
so
when you're on a
no.
golf course, you dress like you're like a golfer.
I'm dressed like most of the people, most of the 97.5 employees, except for you two. If you look in that room, they're all dressed similarly
well,
to
don't
me.
worry, we're gonna have a meeting after this.
No one's
Okay?
going to show up to your
About
meeting.
dress. Okay?
Stop it. The course will be fine. The Zoysia, what's it called again? Zoysia grass will be fine.
And laser Zoysia.
Yeah, the laser Zoysia grass will be fine. No one's going to be offended. Trust me, I'm not going to step foot on the course. It'll be okay.
Dress for the job that you have.
Sorry, I don't own a golf
Dress
shirt.
for the job you want.
This is not a job. My job is not to play golf. I know that's your job. It's not mine.
Your job is to represent the station.
I am.
With
I'm wearing
a golf shirt and hat turned correctly.
I'm wearing a bull.
Petey Caviglia is not about you. Okay.
Trust me, I'm not about him. I'm wearing a bull shirt printed 97.5 T-shirt. I'm representing the station. How about that? How about that?
Yeah. So anyway, here we are. Astros lose last night. It was a 6-1 game, and Fromber just fell apart. Blamed himself. Said, it was me. I'm the one that went away from the game plan. Do not blame Yiner for those pitches that I threw. First of all, they were in a horrible location. Secondly, he decided he was just going to throw a bunch of meatball sliders over the plate, and boy, did they tee off on him. Just awful, awful, awful. Montero comes in, gives up another home run. This is the Angels you're playing, guys. You're up 6-1. And your starter, one of your best starters, is on the mound. Holy crap. You can't lose that game.
No.
You cannot lose
that one. That one really stings because, you can't. You got in too big a hole. You just cannot. You're going to have to pick that game up somewhere else that you don't expect to pick it up. And with the Astros, you expect to pick everything up. They're the best team over the last 7 years in Major League Baseball. So you have to win the next two. You have to get out of the homestand at 8-2. I'd take an 8-2 certainly. 7-3 will feel a little disappointing. 6-5 would be 6-4 would be an atrocity after where you were.
Yeah.
Which means you would have to lose the next two games, and that's not happening.
No.
That's just not.
I'm not going to be happy unless it's 8-2. That's what I wanted, a 9-1 homestand, and you should have had one. You could have had one if you'd have just done your job last night. But they didn't do it, and here we are, and it's that's just awful. Any thoughts on the two? We got Boston as the big favorite. Minnesota is a slight favorite over Dallas. Boston, obviously, a big favorite over Indiana. Although Indiana is kind of, you know what? I wouldn't be surprised at all if that doesn't go 6 and possibly 7 games, to tell you the truth, because Indiana could just score at will.
Yeah, they call this the unlikely Final Four. They say there was an article that this is the greatest parity the league has ever seen.
6 straight years you're going to have a new champion.
In 50 years, this is the greatest parity that they've had. And I think one of the reasons is because of the movement in the league, the way that we see movement now. You don't have long-term 6 and 7 year deals like you used to. Players it's been collectively negotiated, collectively bargained, that you get shorter-term deals so you have more movement. I do think that more movement, certainly the way that they draft, has an impact on it. The international players coming in and having a factor without being a top 5 pick. Think about that, John. You don't have to be a first. Where was Luka picked? Was he in the top 5 picks? No.
Yes.
Was he?
Yes, he was picked at,
Number 5?
I believe he was picked at 3, or I know there's a trade between Atlanta and Dallas where they swapped Trae Young for Luka plus a pick.
Oh, that's right. There was that trade.
Yeah, so he was a top 5 pick, I believe.
Interesting. I'll have to take a look, but that'd be one of the only times I've seen an international. And I'm talking about a star, not not Yao Ming, not a U.S. basketball player with international
Luka was taken
roots.
3rd overall by the Hawks, and they traded him and got something back and to Dallas. Dallas, I think, 5, and they swapped Trae Young for Luka.
But, I mean, a guy like,
How much do they regret that?
I'm sure they do a lot.
A lot.
Yeah.
A lot. But, you think about Doncic and where he was drafted, like you couldn't have projected that. Although there was one guy. Have you seen the viral tweet? The guy who watched international basketball and said, this guy is about to slaughter everything.
Oh, yeah.
Did you see him?
No.
You see that? It's from 2016. He's like, you have no idea what you're in for. And that guy ended up nailing it.
Wow.
And
what about this year's Frenchies? There's 2 Frenchies at the top of this draft.
Yeah, I know.
Guys playing in the French League.
Yeah.
Do you take a chance on
And
that?
Wembanyama was French, too.
Yeah, right. Do you take a chance on that as opposed to
Well, they're
going with
going to.
Reed Shepherd?
Oh, yeah. Reed Shepherd,
Or
they
Klingon?
say. Yeah, Reed Shepherd, they say, is not going to be considered. Jonathan Gavoni has him. How far back does he have him?
Yeah, he's got him 7.
He's got him a little ways back, and he's pretty in tune
Yeah, but
with
it's
that
what
kind of
they
stuff.
need. They need an outside shooter.
Yeah, but it isn't going to be, I don't think, Reed Shepherd. And but they need a rim protector, too. They don't have a shot blocker. Not a true shot blocker. That's not Steven.
Are you going to get again?
And
where are you
also-
going to get minutes from Steven Adams and
Doesn't
LP?
matter where you get minutes for anybody. Cam Whitmore and Jalen Green are going to eat up your 2-guard minutes. And Amen Thompson. This is my problem with this year's draft. I don't see anybody drafted really getting minutes this year. And remember, Daryl Morey's Rockets, one of the reasons that when he did make picks, they were usually guys they stashed because they didn't have any place for them to play. Now, they weren't drafting as high as the Rockets were either. I mean, the Rockets are drafting way higher now.
No, this is a top 3.
Steven
He's
Adams
going to be on the team. He ain't going to stay.
How old do you think Steven Adams is?
31, 2.
That's good. I felt like he's like closer to 34. He's 30 years old.
Yeah.
He just feels old because he looks like because he looks like
Well,
Khal
he looks
Drago.
like a movie. Yeah, it looks like a movie star.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they need a rim runner, a guy who can catch and dunk lobs. They need a guy who can, they need somebody who does the things that Alperin doesn't do. That'd be nice to have. Now, how does that work on the team? I don't know. I'm not convinced that the team is I actually believe the Rockets are going to be more of a traditional basketball team that may have Alperin playing a 4, a traditional shot blocking 5, where it's not as stretched out as it was previously. I don't know how often that 5. I think they'll play more small ball than most teams, with either Jabari or even Amen playing some 4 because they keep acting like Amen can play the 4. Dylan Brooks complicates things because I don't think he's going anywhere, and yet there's some limitations with him. You can't expect him to really shoot well. This year was, he was good at the forefront. Then he was off some, but thank God the Rockets got away from just a ton of threes, leading the league in threes, because I don't think that's going to be winning basketball for them. They don't have a Luka, they don't have a James. That's not how they're built. And frankly, if you look at the way the Celtics played under Udoka, and the way that the Celtics play now under Udoka's protege, it's really more of a, hey, we're going to get our points wherever the points come from. They have 2 primary scorers in Brown and Tatum. And the Rockets, I think, will have 2 primary scorers. And one of them's going to be Alperin, and I guess the other one's Jalen unless they go in a different direction. But defense is going to be the key, and one of the best ways to defend is have somebody that can impact shots. And I think that's more like Klingon, frankly. I don't know if the Rockets are ever going to just look for a sharpshooter at 3. I don't, and not that Reed Shepherd's a legitimate athlete. By the way, do you know that you saw what his vertical is, right?
Reed Shepherd?
Yeah.
What was it, 40?
42.
42?
You know that's kind of a bogus vertical that we're used to. It's a running start in the NBA. In the NFL, you have to go straight up.
Yeah.
And you got guys jumping 42 in the NFL. LeBron's son, Bronny got like 40 and a half, and people are, ooh, 40 and a half. You get a freaking running start. That must be the equivalent of like a 37.5-inch vertical. Big deal anyway. There's lots of guys in the NFL that can do that.
Why did you bring it back to the
Well,
NFL?
did you hear Kendrick Perkins? Because ESPN continues to talk about
Can we play that? I want to play that. I sent it to Dell. Can you send it to Mapes? I want to play that audio. Yes, save it.
Right.
Because Kendrick Perkins
finally said
was a
what we
voice of
said.
reason.
Yes. Kendrick Perkins, of all people.
And Kendrick Perkins has been involved in some goofy ESPN conversations where they take low-hanging fruit and they play to the lowest common denominator. I think Kendrick is just frankly kind of in that category where he, these are topics to him that he likes. Finally, yesterday he realized, what are we doing?
What are we doing?
This
guy's not even going to get drafted, and we're spending all this time on him. But the
Ramona
girls,
Shelburne was ready to.
Yeah. Oh,
I saw her pull her pants up like that and say, "Come on." She was
did you
ready
hear
to
Dan
scrap.
Patrick go after ESPN?
Dan Patrick, our lieutenant governor?
No, not
What did
that
he
one.
say?
Dan Patrick, the former ESPN anchor.
No, what did he
who
say?
said, the Pacers are on the floor too, okay? ESPN, get all. I don't care about Stephen A. Smith wearing jerseys. You know what? Have a little bit. Hey, try to be a little bit unbiased in this
Their
one.
whole thing was about the Knicks being
The
eliminated.
Knicks, oh, my God.
Yesterday, you think the Knicks made it? You think the Knicks
And he
made
was
it.
right. I mean, goodness gracious, ESPN, get off their jock. I know you want them to be there because of the market size, but goodness.
They can't
gracious.
stop talking about Indiana Fever, though.
Yeah, right.
But not the Pacers.
And they lost again last night. Time for you, my friend.
I'm not. You weren't joking about them being terrible.
They're terrible.
Holy crap.
Zadok Jewelers are awesome.
They're not terrible. They are great. They are great with the watches. They have exclusive timepieces that you're not going to get anywhere else in the state because they are boutique. They are going to be a boutique store for a lot of the different watchmakers out there and different manufacturers. And they have they have guys, master craftsmen. They're in the shop, multiple. I went in this area that are specifically certified to work on just about every watch that is made around the world. It's amazing how sharp these guys are. They get your watch back to where it should be. And if you're looking to buy, sell, or trade, Zadok Jewelers is right for you from a watch standpoint. They can buy, sell, or trade with you so that you get the latest watches, or maybe you say, man, I want a luxury watch, but I want to pay a lesser price for it. Man, go get a watch that they have that has been sold to them, or they also do trades. So there's so many different ways to get your hands on watches, but the main thing is just understand it's at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard because their selection is just enormous with 28,000 square feet of space. Zadok Jewelers is your spot if you love watches. Zadok Jewelers. Final hour is underway here live at Highland Pines as we have our golf tournament going on today, and we will be more than happy to to take your phone calls if you want to call, because we actually have phone lines that are working today.
Oh, we do?
Yeah, 713-780-3776.
Make Mapes
713-780-3776. And we will be doing that.
Did you see Cypress Trail Hideout choppy sandwiches already?
Oh, are they already ready?
What?
Good. What time are we starting?
And in Valencia's for dinner.
About 10:30?
We start at 10:30.
So yesterday, John, we mentioned this. There's been a lot of talk about. Well, ESPN takes topics and then they beat the hell out of it. That's what they do every week, and we have the TV on, so we probably notice it more than some of you do. But if you have the TV on, you would definitely notice it. And one of the things that's been a topic has been Bronny James. The draft isn't going to be for another. What is it? The end of June? Is that the NBA draft? Is it end of June, early July? We'll have the NBA draft. It's not that long after the finals, to be honest with you. But LeBron's son, of course, is going to be a topic. He has been a topic for a while, but he was not a good player at USC. Of course, he had the issue with the cardiac arrest, which may have played into that. Clearly, it certainly was a big scare for the family, and certainly want nothing but the best for him. But here's the thing: I saw another video where one of the guys on ESPN, I don't recognize him, but he said that he talked to two scouts who were at the combine, the NBA combine. And the NBA combine, they're trying to make it more like the NFL combine, where they're making it mandatory, and you have to go through all this different testing, medical testing, and then they have basketball games. They have shooting stuff. They have basketball games. And the scouts that this guy talked to, he read directly the text that they exchanged. By the end of it, one guy said, "Look, he's going to have to be an elite defender. He's only about 6'1". He's going to have to be an elite defender. He's got to become, better at creating shots. He's got to do this and that. He's not good at this. He's not good at that. I do not see him as an NBA prospect." Certainly the stats don't look like an NBA prospect, but he is LeBron's son, so you kind of give him some leeway in terms of maybe some conversation. But has it gone overboard? Well, yesterday, Kendrick Perkins, they had a Bronny James segment with Ramona Shelburne, and I can't remember who the other host was. There was 3 hosts on a set, and Kendrick Perkins. And Kendrick Perkins just, at some point, Perk has decided, he has to sit through these production meetings. Okay, this is what we're going to do, and then he's going to say this, and then the next topic in the B block is going to be this. And Kendrick Perkins had just had enough of it. Here's Kendrick Perkins on ESPN's NBA show talking about Bronny James's draft status, and listen to his frustration.
Hey, look, let me say this. We have to stop. We have to stop. As the media and everybody else shining the light on Bronny, because it's other players that are deserve our attention, right? The lottery guys, the guys that are actually going to get drafted in the first round. Like, we're talking about a young man that's possibly going to go late second round or not getting drafted at all. I've never, in my 4 years of working here, I've never sat on the table where we're talking about a second-round pick.
But this is LeBron James' son, and that is a legitimate storyline that one of the greatest of all times has a son trying to play in the NBA at the same time.
And you have to give Bronny credit for actually trying to say the right things, and showing up in the right places. And at the end of the day,
and by the way, I like seeing LeBron in the stands as a proud dad. I like that. That's a great example from fatherhood.
He's the #1 scorer in NBA.
What does that have to do with his son being at the draft
Scottie
combine?
Pippen's kid was playing on the Lakers.
But we didn't shine the light on Scottie Pippen's son like this. We can't move the goalposts and feel like we go do it when it's convenient for us.
When we say Nepo baby, that means that you have the same career, parents to child. And so for those
somebody's a Hollywood producer, their son or daughter gets a job.
But if he has the same dreams and he does get a little bit of the benefit of the doubt, this is a guy who has. But can we talk about this, y'all? This is a guy who's given his life to the game, LeBron James. And if the byproduct is that Bronny gets a little bit of a nod,
maybe there is though.
Maybe that's okay.
Because right now LeBron is still at the peak of his game where he has the leverage to maybe get the Lakers to draft his son.
And guess what? Maybe the team.
Do you want it that way?
I wouldn't. However, if it's got to be done, that's the only way. That's the only way.
Look, I want Bronny to be successful.
I think all of us do.
But I'm also being a realist here.
So I guarantee you, Ramona Shelburne, who's like, I'm okay with Nepo babies, I guess. She's okay with LeBron Nepo baby, where LeBron would literally he would literally, she just admitted, have the juice to get his son drafted. That's the ultimate nepotism.
Yeah.
And trust me, there's a lot of ultimate nepotisms where people get their kids in jobs that they don't deserve. It happens a lot. It may have happened here locally for one of the teams. It did happen. So, yeah, that happens all the time. But if you're going to call it out, call it all the way out. And Kendrick Perkins says nothing that's not true. Yes, talking about Bronny James, I totally get that. That's LeBron James' son. But to go on and on and on, that was a conversation that usually is had behind the scenes when they're arguing in a production meeting. We can't keep doing this. And he brought that kind of argument to the television where we all got to see it. Does it warrant some more discussion? If his dad wasn't LeBron James, he wouldn't get that. If it was Michael Jordan's son, if it was
we didn't
Jeffrey
do that for Michael Jordan's son
because he didn't even get to this point.
Yeah,
That's
why he played at Central Florida.
He never got to the draft. He never got to a combine. He was
wait a
not.
minute, Bronny's not going to a draft either.
Well, no, but they're discussing him with the draft. Jeffrey Jordan was not even considered a draft prospect at all.
Neither is
None.
Bronny.
Yeah, he is. I bet you he gets drafted.
Oh, no.
I'll bet you he gets drafted. Oh, yeah.
Well, only for one reason.
Yeah, nepotism.
Right.
But
because so that you can get LeBron.
Yeah, maybe. Well, it may be done by the Lakers in the second round if they have a second-round pick. Sure. That
I don't
maybe.
see. Do you see any other team drafted him? Really?
Well, I mean, I don't know him well enough. I haven't studied him, but I do know he's not tall. He has no. You'd have to go back to high school, and he
averaged 4
He went
points.
from being. He's taken on some really good high school players and gotten the worst of it in the high school matchups in AAU. Then he went to college. Has a medical condition you have to deal with that you have to be okay with. So no, everything about him. And then you look at his data from 1 year, and it's not good. It's not draftable. In no other draft, if his name wasn't James, he wasn't. If he's not LeBron's son, he has no chance of getting drafted. Jeffrey Jordan was not even a fact. I don't even know if he finished college. We stopped talking about him pretty quick. I feel bad for Bronny though, in this sense that it's not his fault. He's LeBron's son, and you're going to have this attention on him. If I were him, I would rather not even have ESPN talking about me.
Yeah,
I don't want to be talked about like that. I don't want
no,
the
because
spotlight
there's a
put
lot
on
of
me.
negativity.
Because unfortunately, there's a lot of people who want him to fail, and I think that's sad that you have people who want him to fail because they don't like LeBron, or they want LeBron to get his comeuppance through his son because they've seen LeBron get excited at youth games. I think LeBron was over the top at some of the games, running on the court. I mean, come on now, you don't do that at youth basketball games. Run on the court. No one else would be allowed to do that. You don't have to do that. But with that said, yeah, he's a proud dad. He wants his son to do well, and unfortunately, I just think that what you're going to deal with is people want LeBron's son to fail because they see it as a comeuppance for LeBron, and I think that's too bad. That he'll be used as a pawn, but ESPN's using him as a pawn as well. They're using him for ratings right now because he's not somebody who's considered to be an impact player in the NBA at all.
Impact player.
Yeah, and then they're talking about him more than once.
Okay, when we come back, the Houston Texans, every game, every point spread, out.
They're all out?
They're all out. I want to see what you think of each of them.
I'll nail each and every one of them.
You're going to nail each and every one of them. I want to see what you think of every one of them and which would be the best bet right now. Right now, because these lines change. By the time you get to that game, these lines change, and sometimes drastically. Which ones are furthest off? We will do that on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92, live from Highland Pines Golf Club for our occasional invitational. Carbach, Cypress Trails Hideout, and Valencia's. Thank you so much. And Kids Meals benefiting from today's events. Right now, we're talking about Aqueduct Plumbing. If you're looking for the best way to listen, you got any kind of issue whatsoever, I don't know what you're doing. If you're not doing anything preemptive, if you're not cleaning out your tankless water heater or whatever kind of water heater that you have, the residue that's building up in there, you're just creating a problem. If you haven't checked your pipes, if your house is old and you need to repipe, there's a good chance you don't want it busting from the heat or the cold. What you want is Aqueduct Plumbing Company going there and telling you exactly what's going on with your plumbing.
Yeah, that's the bottom line is know exactly what is going on by simply looking at the looking at the camera. They've got the cameras that they can snake down the drains and find out exactly what's going on, which might include a burst pipe. And if you go have the hydrostatic testing done, you can find that out immediately. It is our good friends over at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
You're listening to John and Lance, broadcasting live from inside the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Highland Pines Golf Club in Porter. Here's John Granado and Lance Zerline.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. The Texans game-by-game point spreads out this morning. You're looking at them.
No, I wasn't looking at them. I didn't know what you were looking at. I had not seen them.
So what are
on my kids?
Okay, well, let's start with game one at the Colts.
I think we did this already. Aren't the Texans like 1.5?
1.5 point
Yeah,
favorites.
we've done that one before.
At the Colts, Texans 1.5 point favorites. Which way right now would you go in that game?
Texans. I think you don't have enough. You don't have enough football from Anthony Richardson yet. Needs to play more football.
He ran all over you the first game. You're better defensively than you were, though.
Yeah, it's a different C.J. Stroud.
Danielle Hunter.
This is a different C.J. Stroud. Maybe
Danico Autry.
Guess what?
Will Anderson
the Colts
Jr.
don't. Guess what? The Colts aren't great at secondary.
Yeah.
Guess what? The Texans have receivers.
I'm with you on that one. Texans. Bears at Texans.
By the way, that's going to go up. I think the Texans 2.5.
You do?
Yep.
What do you think? Bears at Texans.
Bears at Texans. Texans would be. We'll go with the good 4.5.
3-point favorites. That's going up.
Yeah. Rookie quarterback in week 2 against that defense. I think that's got to go up.
That's got to go up.
Yeah.
I think right now, if you can get
you say
Texans,
3.5 or 3.
3.
So you're saying it's like a pick 'em between the Texans and Bears? I'm not buying that.
No way.
On neutral field.
Wouldn't we use what you just used about the Colts and their secondary when we talk about the Bears wide receivers and the Texans secondary?
Yeah, but the difference is Texans can score. They can score a lot.
We'll find out if Caleb Williams can score. We'll find out what kind of pressure they put on the rookie.
I mean, rookie quarterback
Hey, you know what I like the matchup? D'Amico versus Caleb Williams.
But we would say that about CJ until we saw CJ. So
yeah, I don't think Caleb's special.
Well, CJ wasn't considered special until he showed up on the field.
But in hindsight now, we realize CJ was pretty special. Now, he was pretty good. In the Colts game, he was he was average to good, and then he really turned it on in the second half, and people thought it was empty stats. It turns out it really wasn't empty stats. It was a combination. The Colts aren't very good in the back end, and CJ was coming on young quarterbacks in their first 2 or 3 games, though. It's typically not very good.
But we've seen it. Well, we've seen the guys who have. Burrow was fine in his first. Justin Herbert was fine. I know Bryce Young wasn't good, but we've seen guys, young quarterbacks, play well early.
We've seen him.
We have C.J. Stroud do it,
and
too.
There's a little bit more help around him in Chicago, but I still think 3 is a little bit of a surprising number. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, 3 for the Houston Texans at home, where it's going to be – and by the way, the Texans Stadium is going to be a good home field advantage.
Yeah, it's going to be a great
good home field.
And the first game on Sunday night?
Yeah.
Wow.
No, that
I am going – I mean, if there's one
it'll
bet –
get to 4.
If there's one bet that you make right now, it might be that one.
Yeah, I would agree.
Texans at Vikings.
Texans at Vikings. If they're 1.5 against the Colts, Vikings, I think the Texans should be 1.
The Texans are 3.5. So to add the home field advantage, they'd be 6.5. But with the Bears, they'd be even.
Well, you do have a new quarterback, but you didn't have the same quarterback last year.
I guess the Bears were better than the Vikings. Oh no, they were both 7 wins. I guess I don't.
Yeah, that feels
both
like
rookie quarterbacks.
You said 3.5.
3.5.
No, you do this. If it were, you'd go 3.5, and then you add the 3 for a neutral, 6.5, and a neutral.
And
then
the Bears would be even at a
so
neutral.
So in Houston, they'd be 9.5 over Minnesota?
Yeah, I guess.
Do you think that sounds right?
No.
I don't either. I think it should be more like 8. So, yeah, I think that number's too high.
I don't know if it'll give you pause, but the Bears' defense was good last year.
Yes, they were.
So we're talking about can the Texans score. The Texans didn't fare great against good defenses. Now they have extra talent. But I know what we're talking about, the momentum of the team. But the Bears quietly played really good defense, and all they did this offseason was add to their offense. So I guess obviously the question will be, can Caleb Williams play? But the Bears got a shot to be good. Play within the number, good. We'll see. I mean, what Caleb Williams is in Week 1, we'll have a better answer about what they are.
Well, the question is, does Caleb Williams make a 3-game difference for them? Because they won 7 games.
Well, you add the receivers that they did with DJ Moore, and if Justin Fields was playing quarterback for them.
Keenan Allen.
Yeah, he's better than Justin Fields by
Keenan Allen and Rome Odunze. Like they've got 3 legitimate targets. The thing is, do they have enough offensive line help for him to get rid of the ball and not hang on to it? Because he's a chronic hold the ball guy, so they're going to have to coach that out of him, and that's not easy. But I still think that why are you trying to talk us off the Texans against the Bears?
I'm not trying to talk you off the Texans. I'm just trying to give people an opposite side just so they don't go all in. But this Bears team we didn't pay a lot of attention to because they're the Bears, and who cares?
No, I did.
But
Bears have some.
But they got Montez Sweat, so they have guys on defense to cause issues to a Texans offensive line we're not quite sure about.
Oh no, the Bears you have to be. I just don't like a young quarterback against DeMeco Ryans, and if he does have success, the Texans have an offense. So Minnesota won. Okay, who's after the Minnesota game?
Jaguars at Texans.
Texans on a neutral field. Let's make them a 1.5. So we'll take it 3 points. We'll go about 4.5.
3.5.
Okay.
3.5. I don't.
I'm maybe putting. Okay, I'm going to have to readjust because the line makers are not putting as much steam on the Texans as I am. So watch. I'm going to be. I'll nail them now.
Bills at Texans.
Bills at Texans in
noon
a neutral
game.
So if they were at Buffalo would be a 6.5. We're going to make that Buffalo 1.
Texans 1.5.
Oh yeah, no Stephon Diggs.
Yeah,
that's right. So I got to recalibrate.
No
yeah,
receivers.
No receivers. Got to recalibrate the whole Buffalo team. That's interesting. Texans are 1 at home against Buffalo.
1.5.
And they're 1.5 on the road against the Colts. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I'm actually okay with that. So Texans have been favorite in every game so far.
Texans at Patriots.
They'll be a favorite here too. So at home they'd be about 10. At home they'd be about 10, and we'll subtract the 7. We'll make the Texans a 4.
4.5. 4.5. I think that's a pretty good number.
Okay.
Texans at Packers.
Okay, so they're the first time they're going to be an underdog. I think the Texans and Packers will be about even, so I'll make it on the neutral, so I'll make Green Bay 3.
2.5. Green Bay's 2.5. Wow. October 20th. It's not going to be cold. Yeah. I like.
Who do you like there?
I like the Texans going there and winning. I like the Texans going there and winning. Colts at Texans.
Well, this should be pretty easy. So if they were 1.5 there, we'll just add 6 to us, so we'll make them 7.
4.
Wait. They were 1.5 at the Colts. Houston was favored, right?
So then they'd be 1.5 on a neutral field. They'd be 4 here. 4.5.
No. They're 1.5.
Oh, they'd be 4.5.
3, 4, 4.5, and then add another 3.
Yeah, right.
7.5.
I know.
How are they 4?
I don't know.
So they're giving the Texans home court. So first of all, they're giving home field advantage by a 2. They're only giving a 2, and that's maybe why I've been off by about a point on all these.
Yeah, they're not.
So I guess home field. I'd read this.
Well,
before.
the Texans hadn't been a great home field advantage.
But home field's not been worth 3 in the NFL lately. So maybe that's why. And the Texans haven't been, but we all know it's going to be loud there this year.
Yeah.
When they go Texans,
first down.
How are teams going to be able to
They're
deal
not
with
going
that?
to be able to do anything about that. Nothing. They can't stop that.
Hey,
Maybe they'll outlaw it.
Hey, I got to tell you
Do you
something
think
now.
they might outlaw it?
No.
Well, I think it's unfair with all the sound created by the regular fans that they still pump in crowd noise. So
That is
maybe.
true.
Plus, you know what? Like I was there for that Browns game. I think you were too. It was loud in the playoffs.
Yeah, it was.
It was loud. It was
was.
a good crowd.
Texans at Jets.
Texans at Jets. Aaron Rodgers.
Thursday night.
So if Green Bay was 2.5, we'll make the Jets. So I want to say 3. 3.5
That's what
would
it
be a
is.
lot. Okay, 3.
Jets 3. Plus, the Texans got to travel.
Yeah.
Yeah, on a Thursday night.
Yeah, I
that's-
might like the Jets on
that
that one.
field. I know.
Yeah, I might like the Jets.
Lions at Texans.
Lions at Texans.
Sunday night.
Lions
Texans
are gonna be a
with
better
10
favorite.
days to get ready.
So you have Buffalo. The Texans are 1. They're 1 against Buffalo, or 1.5. So the Lions, I'm going to say pick them.
Texans 1. Texans 1.
Wow. So they've got the Lions basically equal with the Bills. That's surprising to me.
But it is a Sunday night game.
Okay.
You know, I think you give a little more juice to the home team
All right.
on a Sunday night game. Texans at Cowboys, Monday Night Football.
Texans at Cowboys. Ooh, off the top of my head, I'm going to go Cowboys 4.
3.
Okay.
3. And, yeah, the Texans dominate, destroy them.
If it's 3.
Will that be Houston North? Will
Yes.
that be a Texans-owned crowd?
Yes, we'll have 70% of the stands here.
Yep. I agree wholeheartedly. Titans at Texans.
If Colts are 4, I'm going to make 4.5. I'm going to make the Titans 5.5 dogs.
6-point favorites. 6-point favorites.
Yeah, okay.
Texans at Jaguars.
Texans at Jags. It'll be down a little bit. Let's go Jags 1.
Jags 1. Dolphins at Texans.
Ooh, so we're looking at, you had Cowboys were 3, which would basically make them a pick 'em. I think it's going to be about the same. I think it'll be about pick 'em. Maybe Bills, maybe Dolphins 1. Texans can't be a
2.5.
Really? Wow.
By then,
So they're saying the Bills
stumbling all over.
Well, they're saying the Bills are.
What? He made it through last season. He started more games last year than
You know
C.J.
what?
Stroud in the regular season.
I have a little bit more respect for the
Disrespectful.
Dolphins than the line makers do.
Yeah.
2.5, huh?
I don't think that'll be the line. But
Stumbling
when the game
around.
gets there.
How about we don't make light of concussions, John?
Yeah, I know.
Be a better person.
As a matter of fact, I'm reading right here. Tua Tagovailoa shines at Dolphins OTAs.
How does he shine?
A mid-contract toy.
Mid-contract dog.
Texans
Shine?
and Chiefs.
Yeah, he shined.
Noon Saturday.
Oh, Chiefs. You got to make Chiefs probably 6.
4.5. That's a cold weather game, I think. Although the Chiefs didn't cover. The Chiefs didn't play well offensively.
Yeah,
though.
but the Texans are going to have a little bit of a target on their back this year. Like,
Well, we'll see what the record is, or they might be. We'll see.
Yeah. This could all change.
Ravens at Texans.
Ravens at
Christmas
Texans.
Day,
Christmas
3:30.
Day. Lamar will be the favorite here. Let's make Baltimore 2.
1.5. And finally, Texans at Titans.
Texans at Titans. You already had the Titans at, you said 6, so we'll go boom, boom. Texans, you would think they'd be picking, but Texans are going to be the favorite by 2.
3.
Okay.
3 points. There you have it. I like the Bears bet the best. I like the Texans against the Bears. That's my favorite pick. I don't think I think the Chiefs game, by the time we get to that, they might be favored. We'll see. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe if the Texans are playing good football. But I don't love them on December 21st in Kansas City, the only cold weather game they play. I'm not sure how they're going to react.
I don't love the Jets game. There's a couple games in there that are going to be pretty tough. Interesting to see how often they're favorites.
The only
Texans
cold
are favorites
weather
a lot.
game, because the Jets is October 31st. That probably won't be cold weather.
The only game that
Packers October 20th won't be
so
cold
they're
weather.
dogs in one game in the division to Jacksonville, small dogs.
Right.
They're dogs against the Jets, the Cowboys, the
Ravens and
Chiefs. That's
5
it.
times.
And Packers.
Right.
Did I say that?
They are dogs against the
Ravens,
Packers,
Chiefs,
the Jets,
Packers,
the Cowboys,
and Jags.
the Jaguars, the Chiefs, and Ravens.
7.
That's 7.
Okay.
7 dogs.
All right, 10 favorites, 7 dogs. Makes sense.
Yep. 10 and 7. Time to talk about Air Team. You know what makes sense is you taking advantage of what Air Team. I mean, they did it for me, and they'll do it for you. They were awesome. Came to my house and put in a couple of air conditioning units that couldn't be more professional, couldn't be better at what they did. I loved what they did for me. You'll love what they're going to do for you. They have a team that has been in place. I mean, you want to talk about knowing your business, man. They just came in. They told me everything that was going to happen. They executed it in about 4 hours, put in 2 units. Couldn't have been more professional. Dropped cloth everywhere they walked. Put the shoe covers on. Cleaned up everything afterwards. They had the whole front yard full of air conditioning equipment. Boy, it was like they had never been there before. When they left, it cannot be more professional and better at what they do. But here's the deal: preventive. Be preventive. Get your air conditioner. If you haven't cleaned your air conditioning units, if you haven't checked how the Freon is, if you haven't done anything, give them a call. Make them come to your home and let them do all of this stuff so you don't have to replace your air conditioner and spend thousands and thousands of dollars. Instead, it's just a quick trip that they're going to clean up your stuff. It's well worth it. Please do that. AirTeamLTD.com. That's AirTeamLTD.com. 713-936-5346.
You're listening to John and Lance, broadcasting live from inside the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Highland Pines Golf Club in Porter. Here's John Granado and Lance Zerline.
All right, welcome back to Highland Pines Golf Club. We can't be happier. Just a beautiful day. The guys are warming up. We're going to start at 10:30 here. The players are filing in. It just, if you've never been here before, you really, you guys that are driving up right now, you're really going to enjoy this golf course. Be excited because it is wonderful. Thank you to Gentle Ben. That's our liquor. Carbach Brewing Company. That's our beer. Benefiting Kids Meal, Cypress Trail Hideout, Valencia's Tex-Mex Garage. Whole sponsors, Caldwell Companies, Access Vascular, Bull Shirts, Great Plate, Houston Powder Coaters, Pick Me Events, X Golf in Katy. I wonder if Robin's going to be out here. She's usually out here with a great.
Get that thing off of this table.
What are you doing? What's the matter?
Don't flick it.
What did you do?
He just flicked I don't know what that is.
What is that?
Stink bug.
Praying mantis.
No, it's a praying mantis. It's not a stink bug.
Oh, yeah, stink bugs are brown.
Yeah. You just flicked the green praying mantis.
So
we had
what?
a praying
Who cares?
mantis here.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get everything out here.
Yeah.
No mosquitoes, though. That's the best part.
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Of course.
So,
Only John would tell people, don't bring mosquito stuff.
Don't talk about my club like that.
John, it's okay to have
listen,
mosquitoes. We live in the
I've
Houston area.
been here. There's no mosquitoes.
Yes.
My thigh says differently.
Yeah.
Oh, your thighs. No one wants to hear about your thighs.
I'm telling you about it right now because you're lying to the people.
So, what did we miss today, Del?
What did we miss? I mean, we have the first game of the conference finals tonight.
Yeah.
Pacers Celtics.
Who do you like in it? I'm going to go Celtics in 6. I think Indiana will be a worthy opponent.
I think they'll get a couple.
Yeah.
The Celtics.
Yeah, I think they'll get a couple.
The Celtics trick off all the time.
Yeah,
They'll
they do.
probably lose game 2 like they've done.
They got their asses kicked in by a minimalized. In fact,
the Heat did it.
Donovan Mitchell didn't even play in the game.
He didn't play
They
in
got
game
their
4.
asses kicked.
Well, the game they lost was 2 when Donovan Mitchell was great. They lost 4 and 5. They won 4 and 5.
Yeah.
Donovan Mitchell didn't play. Jared Allen was out for most of the series. Karis LeVert missed, I think, the final game. So they've played teams who have been certainly compromised with health. The Pacers are pretty much fully healthy.
And Halliburton's playing.
Yeah, Benedict Mathurin is not around, but he hasn't been around all playoffs. But so they should be at pretty much full strength, which is something the Celtics haven't seen.
They got a dub in a game 7 in a hostile
On the
environment.
road.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
mentally tough. Well coached.
Yep. And then the other series, I feel bad. The Mavs were 25-1, and my buddy said, "I'm going to put something on them." I said, "Yeah, that can't be dumber." The Mavs are not
talked your
winning
buddy
at
out
all.
of it?
Talked him out of it. He's like, every time they win a game, he's like, "Oh, really? How's this?" Now you talking. So they were 25-1.
Why didn't you just let them have it?
Because I said, "Don't throw your money away."
Well, so
Okay.
it's not throwing your
Jimmy,
money away. It's not throwing your money away. It's allowing your friend to have something to sweat.
Oh,
What difference was it of yours?
I don't want him losing. I don't want my friends losing money
Or winning money.
to bookies. I want them losing money to me on the golf course.
There it is.
Okay.
Came back to you.
Always
That's what I
ties
want.
back to his personal interest.
That's all. That's what I want. I don't want him to be broke from losing stupid money betting on Dallas to win it all.
So they bet stupid money playing you on the course.
Now I'm worried they're going to win it all.
Then you're going to cost your buddy a lot of money.
They're 25-1. Now they're 5-1. So bet them now then.
Oh,
so you get 5-1.
The odds aren't the same now.
You get 5-1.
You screwed them already.
Oh, what an opportunity to get your hands on a 5-1.
Yeah.
Great.
Buffalo Timmy from Bull Shirts is here. What up? It's go time, baby. It is go time. We got all the regulars and then a whole bunch more out here at Highland Pines. You like Dallas in that series?
I like Minnesota.
I like Minnesota too.
Yeah, I think Minnesota's just got too much.
See, why would you throw your money away?
That's a lot.
Okay.
That's a lot to put on Luka, I think. Yeah, I like the fact that Minnesota can beat you in some different ways. It's just a matter of there's just more that they can throw at Dallas.
P.J. Washington's playing out his ass.
Yeah.
And he finally got to a good team, and look at him. Look what he's doing.
He's a good player. Yeah,
He's a good player.
Good player.
And then
I like that. I mean, Dallas, they did a good job of getting some people around, and you have, you have Kyrie has done a nice job. Luka is still on his, he's in his prime right now as one of the elite players in the league, and then you have done a nice job of surrounding Luka this year to give him a better chance. I still like Minnesota. I just think Minnesota. You get through the Nuggets, and you're for real. And they have been for real all year long. None of us actually believed that Oklahoma City was going to be the team that I didn't at least got out of the West. I thought it would be the Nuggets. And I really didn't give Minnesota much of a chance to beat the Nuggets in Denver.
Nope.
And when I was up 20, I was
They're
like,
good,
look how
though.
smart I am. I am smart.
They're good,
And they
though.
lost.
They got the star. They got a couple of stars. And, boy, they can play defense when they have to. Boy, did they
This is Anthony Edwards' time. This is not the Celtics' time. Celtics are going to match up against Minnesota and Anthony Edwards. Have you seen, by the way, Anthony Edwards, have you seen the Michael Jordan stuff? Where there's the new conspiracy theory is that Michael Jordan, they had a quote from Michael Jordan saying that he had women throwing themselves at him in the late 90s and early 2000s when he had just gotten out of basketball. Then they say he spent some time in Georgia. Then they try to tie everything that he's Anthony Edwards' dad. Swear to God. And then they put a face next to each other and how the facial structure is similar.
Plus the
Have you seen
basketball abilities.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Here's the deal. Is Luka's going to have to be Kyrie's got to be spectacular. Although, Kyrie's done it before. This ain't too big a stage for Kyrie, that's for sure. Whether or not P.J. Washington and Derrick Jones or Gafford can continue to do what they're doing is another story, though. And we'll see. And Lively as a rookie.
Here's the picture that everyone's got. This is come on. Why is this in Spanish? Stupid idiot.
Wait a minute.
Are you talking
Spanish
to yourself or the laptop?
The Spanish are
No,
not
I'm
stupid
talking
idiots.
I'm talking to my laptop.
Oh, my God.
I'm talking to my laptop because it brings up the Spanish because it reads me as, okay, here's the picture.
That picture's been out for a while.
I
But
know.
and
This
if
is the older one when he had
if
more
I'm
hair.
if I'm Anthony Edwards' actual dad, I want to snuff a lot of people. Look,
I
that's
know.
my kid. Cut it out.
So now look how much of this is Jordan's face. Though.
Yeah. That's a lot of Jordan's face.
Listen.
That's so disrespectful.
Listen, if you told me my kid, you're comparing my kid to Michael or Tom Brady, I'd be like, thank you.
No, don't give them
Thank you.
credit. Those are my genes.
But Tom Brady slept with Wendy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're okay with that?
You want that?
What if they say your son looks like Joey Votto?
Well, then you know what?
Well,
okay, can he play first base at the major? Is he as good as Joey Votto? Is he as good as Tom Brady?
but you want
I'll take it.
You want people to think that the reason your kid is good at sports is because Joey Votto snuck in there somewhere. No, you don't.
April 30th. Is Anthony Edwards related to Michael Jordan? Sporting News.
An
Why
actual
fans
publication
believe
put that in there.
Timberwolves, kind of. Star is Jordan's son. And they say, no, he's not. But they have why people believe that he may be Jordan's son. Look, he does play some games. When I watched him before, I didn't even realize that was a comparison. I actually do see some of the Michael Jordan persona. More than anything, his persona is the same. Fearless. He's got a way of coming up in big shot. I think this is going to be, for everything that LeBron wanted to do, I think, and LeBron will be the second greatest player to ever play, but Anthony Edwards, I think, is going to get that persona right. I think he's got the Jordan persona where fearless, Jordan was fearless from a very young age, and is clearly he's the dude on that team. He's the alpha. It's not Karl Anthony Towns.
Listen,
who's been around longer.
He's ahead of Jordan, where Jordan was at this
Well,
stage.
everybody is because you played 3 and 4 years of college back then. So
Yeah,
everyone
right.
is kind of ahead that.
Well, I know, just years in the league where you are. No, I'm talking about just his years in the league. Jordan didn't get to the conference finals didn't win his title until 8 years in.
Right.
I mean, and didn't get to the Western Conference Finals or Eastern Conference Finals forever.
Which makes his run even more incredible.
Yeah, he needed Pippen. He needed that help that Krause gave him
before
he did all this.
He's on a
revenge
tour.
Well, you did flick the hell out of him. He should be staring you down.
I swear on everything.
I wonder if we would have this kind of patience with Michael Jordan 8 years in.
No.
Because we don't even have it for if they lose, if Minnesota loses, everybody's going to howl Anthony Edwards.
Oh, please, if they had lost to Denver in Game 7 after his awful shooting performance, they would have killed him.
Yeah, they would have killed him.
They would have killed him. Luka's going to be the next one to get it because Luka's been around a little while, and if he doesn't get to the conference finals, who's
in the conference finals?
I mean, the NBA finals.
Yeah.
He's going to be the next one to start getting it because you can't say anything about Jokic is who's the best player? Tatum. Tatum's been to a NBA finals though.
Yeah. Well,
Tatum's
right,
been to an NBA
but
finals.
Tatum's got to win it. Tatum's got to win it. And now the question is, is Jokic, is he Moses Malone? He's got 3 NBA MVPs, but he's only got 1 title.
They're already, they started it even during the middle of the year, questioning that title because of the opponents they have to go through.
Right.
Not exactly stacked. So, yeah, the NBA discourse is all about we need you to see you do it again before we give you any credit. And the NBA has shown you that with this year being the six different champion in 6 consecutive years, that the whole we're going to win 2 in a row, that's not a thing right now.
That ain't a thing.
But,
and it used to be.
Yeah.
If you didn't win 2 in a row back in the day, you weren't very good.
Yeah. But now it's just what it is, and people will question you. They'll look at who you played, who was injured, who wasn't. So, Jokic, I mean, once you get distance from this particular run, people will honor him and respect him. But for now, he's the top guy, so you got to take your shots because no one wants to give him credit for whatever reason. There are even players who are in the league anymore talking about, I just don't like to watch him play.
Yeah.
They don't like the look of how he plays.
Yeah, it's not what we think of when we think of NBA. That's what.
And dominance.
Yeah. All right. Why don't you talk? We got News of the Weird coming your way next. Why don't you talk Craig DeSurf right now?
I'll talk about Craig DeSurf because I can trust that Craig DeSurf is going to give me the best opportunity to speak about a company in the highest light and in the best fashion. And that's, I'm not going to speak for anyone that I don't believe in. I don't use their products. I use his products. I have for several leases for me. My wife is on her second lease with him. My son just got a lease. Now, we're staying leased, but I may need a roll to purchase. But it's just that the best opportunity for me was the lease. I'm looking for certain price points, and the interest rates aren't where I wanted them on the vehicles I'm looking at, and yet the interest rates are great right now on trucks like the GMC Sierra pickup truck and the Chevy Silverado. So it's not like you can't get great rates. You can get great rates. But here's something that you need to remember as well. Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC is going to go out of their way to get you the best price possible because they want not only your business, but your second vehicle, the rest of your family, coworkers, your neighbors. They want to make sure your experience and everyone's experience is the best they've ever had at a car dealership. So make sure that you go to my friends over at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. You can check out all the great specials and programs they have available at lantzcars.com. Go to lantzcars.com or stop on out in Angleton. And it's about a 42-minute drive from downtown. Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC.
A postal worker in Sandusky County was caught racing a Mustang in a USPS van, United States Postal Workers van.
Did you see how fast?
Did you see, Lance, how
There's
fast
no
were they
way.
going?
Say that again? A postal worker?
A postal worker in a USPS van. How fast were they going?
75?
Higher.
90?
Higher.
A postal worker's van can go higher than that?
105.
Wow. They can go that fast?
Apparently.
Put a regulator on that sucker.
Yeah, that's just.
Did somebody steal it, you said?
Somebody stole it.
Yeah.
In.
Why are you stealing that?
Santa.
What are you going to fence a postal van? Like, what are you doing?
Not very
you're
conspicuous.
You're going to go through all the mail to see if you can find some checks that you can somehow forge?
In San Jose, they're trading out traffic lights for stop signs. Why do you think?
Because no one's stopping at stoplights anyway.
Excuse me, in Oakland. In Oakland.
Stoplights getting stolen? I don't know.
The copper from the stoplights are getting stolen, so they have to replace them.
My God, they're stealing copper?
Copper.
They've gone from catalytic converters to stoplights.
Yeah.
Wow.
So a woman discovered her husband's affair because the dog swallowed the mistress's thong.
Oh, what a rough break for that guy, huh?
This is why you should never have a dog.
You don't bring the woman to your home, do you?
Well, apparently
when you're
he
cheating.
does.
That seems
or
like
he brought his dog for the walk.
Yeah, why are you bringing your dog along with? Either way, you don't bring those two together.
An emergency trip to the vet to get the thong out of the dog's esophagus.
Is this your thong? He has to immediately go on the defensive. Are you having an affair with another woman? He's got to say that to her immediately and go on the defensive. By the way, I'm watching the Ashley Madison documentary on Netflix right now.
Apparently, it's increased their signature.
Are they still in
their
business?
sign-ups. Yeah.
They're still in business?
Yeah.
After all their stuff got
it
stolen?
said, thank you, Netflix, because we got more subscriptions.
Wow.
Yeah.
Kevin Spacey doc is out.
Is that good?
Oh, wow. Kevin was way more aggressive than you could possibly imagine.
A man stole an L.A. police vehicle, which is not unusual, right?
I guess
it's
not.
happened quite often.
I mean, it's going to get your ass kicked.
Except
but okay.
the cop was still inside. That's a problem.
That's brazen right there.
Yeah. A chaotic and violent situation is what it was
Someone
called.
has a good suggestion.
What's that?
Your mistress shouldn't be a woman who wears underwear. You'd be fine then.
That
If you're going to cheat on your wife, find a woman who doesn't wear underwear.
That is true. You'd think, though, a thong, plus the dog eating the thong.
I just don't think those two should ever be in the same spot. The dog represents family.
Yeah.
The dog shouldn't meet your mistress.
That's so disrespectful.
Yeah, to everybody involved.
Yeah. No, I agree. Don't bring your dog.
To a dog fight.
A woman married a ghost named Eduardo. Now she's accusing him of cheating and stalking her.
The ghost.
The ghost.
Now, the stalking thing sounds, you know what, honestly?
It's a ghost.
Well, ghost
What
would
did you
be-
think a ghost would
Well,
do?
to be fair, it's just a ghost being a ghost.
That's right.
That's how a ghost do.
It's a ghost.
It's going to
Were
stalk. you
inside that woman?
What?
Well, yes. It was.
Were you inside that woman?
Wow.
Yes, because a ghost will. Yes. Well,
You mean?
no? A ghost, goes and controls people.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You need to clarify.
No, I
Were you
said what I said.
Were you inside that woman?
Yes.
Yeah, that's an awful
like
thing
ghosts
to say.
do. No, ghosts go inside people.
Oh, do they?
Yes.
See,
And they stalk. Yes, of course. Ghosts are known
Ghosts
for
and
stalking.
stalk. That's what they
what
do.
they do.
Did you possess that woman? Maybe,
Yeah,
maybe
okay.
use that terminology.
Possess is the word I'm looking for. Yeah.
Oh, we don't
know-
possess people anymore,
You
Joe.
know, well,
I
ghosts
don't know
do.
you heard.
Ghosts do. No,
Yeah, ghosts
own.
do.
The word is own.
Yeah.
Possess
Semantics.
also.
We can possess people. We just can't
Engineers
own
are making a dune still suit that turns pee and sweat
Nah, I'm out.
into drinkable water.
I'm just going to watch it on a
Do
screen.
you,
I don't need it. Nope.
Do you want to drink
Is that in Dune?
your
Yes.
pee? Yeah, and sweat.
The people who live.
It's eventually coming.
I don't want it. I'm out.
Eventually, you're in on it.
Pee and sweat into water.
Eventually
Why?
you're in on
When
it.
will I ever need it?
I'll tell you when. 2031.
Is that the year Gilbert
7
said you're
years.
dying?
No, in 7 years. No.
Will you be dead before then?
Oh yeah, I'm dead by 2027.
yeah.
Okay, you
oh,
won't
yeah,
have-
you're dead. You're going to be dead. A witch, 42-year-old witch, was stalking a wizard and controlled what he ate, drank, and wore, according to British news.
A witch?
Typical.
So
Apparently, she went to
typical witch
court over
behavior.
this.
So we've got ghosts, witch, and wizards. What if you're a wizard? Aren't you powerful enough to fight off the witch?
Well,
what kind of wizard are you?
She bombarded the self-proclaimed wizard Alfred Douglas with calls and texts after she signed up for a magic course.
Get that punk ass wizard out of here! You can't even fight off a witch.
Sounds like baby reindeer.
You're not a wizard.
It does sound like baby reindeer.
Yeah.
Do you want to vote for this guy in Germany, Lance? This is your country.
That looks like he's licking a toilet bowl.
He's licking a toilet bowl, and
Why
he's
is he doing that?
other stuff virally.
To show it's clean? What's
He
the
was also
purpose?
singing the Nazi-era German national anthem.
Wow.
So what's his purpose here?
To get
Along
attention?
with manually doing stuff.
Whoa,
manually.
whoa.
Yeah, putting stuff
Whoa,
up in his privates.
Why
Yeah,
are we?
That's what. This is who you're voting for in your country now, okay? In Germany, this is what you're proud of. I mean, Martin Neumeyer. I ain't voted for
Licking
you.
toiletries.
You lick toilets,
What
okay?
in the world?
Yeah, we're not doing that. I'm not voting for you, Martin, if that in fact is your name.
It's his name.
Montana's Attorney General said he recruited token primary opponent to increase campaign fundraising. Do you think a token candidate would have gotten him more money?
I don't understand. He got a candidate just so he could beat him. Is that what he's saying?
That's what he's doing.
He needed to run against someone?
He needed to run against somebody.
Oh, he needed to have just anyone.
Just anyone.
Okay. So when you say token, you don't mean like a certain type of person. You mean anyone.
I don't know what he did, but do you think it would have scared Montana people?
Depending on what that candidate looked like,
Yeah,
sure.
right. That would definitely. Yes, I'll give you more money.
Well, that's what he should do.
Montana sounds.
He should have told them that if you don't contribute, this person and you see what he looks like
Do you
is
want
going
this
to win.
to be the future of Montana? We need money. He's backed by some powerful people in Washington.
Send him to the train station.
A new law in Ontario says if you steal a car, you lose your driver's license for 10 years. Is that a pretty good punishment?
Harsh punishment, yes. Yeah. I think that's fair.
What's up, Timmy? Timmy's here.
What's the problem with that?
What?
I don't. That's not news of the weird.
That
like
is
finally
well,
somebody's doing something right.
somebody doing something that's weird. Yes, that is weird.
It's weird that you
actually do something that's right. Yes, that the law actually does something correct.
Yeah, I guess in a way you're right.
North Korea is denouncing New Zealand for surveillance.
Yeah, New Zealand's got to pull back. Like, why would you? Surveil.
Why would you surveil a place that has all those nuclear weapons?
Respect the country's right to privacy and the citizens' right to privacy.
Yeah. All right, we are done once again.
By the way, the great Kim Jong-un is very right on everything he says. Yeah. And I'm also going to go to a dinner with Dennis Rodman later tonight. He's going to be
Why
here.
does your tone sound the same when you talk about Roger Goodell?
Yeah.
It's the same tone.
You got to be nervous
because you're scary. Because they're both scary. Thank you, General Ben Carbach, Cypress Trail Hideout, Valencia's Tex-Mex Garage, Kids Meals. You are benefiting from what we're doing today. Caldwell Companies, Access Vascular, Bull Shirts, Great Plate, Houston Powder Coaters, Pick Me Events, X Golf, Katie, and of course Highland Pines. We love it. We want you to come on out here. You can't get here today. That's all right. Daily fee is every day, so get on over here and play Highland Pines. If you haven't played it yet, you need to. If you have, I know you're coming back. Thank you, Highland Pines. We appreciate you. And Dell and the Mape. Oh, well, Mapes isn't out here. It's just Mopey out here for the next 2 hours with Mapes back in studio here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Have a great day, everybody.
Welcome in. I am Del Olaleye, and I'm in a place where, when you dream of doing radio, when you're at home, or at least when I was at home in my room in Long Beach, California, listening to, for whatever reason, San Diego sports talk and thinking this is what I want to do, the thought was at some point to be in front of just a bunch of dudes warming up on the putting green as they get ready for the occasional invitational. Yes, that's a very specific dream, and it has come true. I'm here at Highland Pines, and we are here benefiting Kids Meals. If you want to check out the site, go to kidsmealsinc.org. It's a great charity. We're out here benefiting them. Thanks to Carbach for sponsoring, along with Gentle Ben. And Cypress Trail Hideout's providing lunch. Valencia's Tex-Mex Garage will provide dinner. And we've got multiple companies sponsoring the holes. We'll get into that a little bit later. Jeremy Branham's walking around. Just saw him. Joe George is in the building. He's not playing golf, particularly because he's not dressed to play golf. Apparently, T-shirts and backwards hats, you can't do that. So I won't be on the course. For anybody wondering, I will simply watch people warm up. But Sean's back in the studio. Sean, Did you want to come out here, Sean? Because it is warm and it's humid, and it's just a bunch of bros in, let's say, less than fashionable shirts getting ready to tee off.
Well, I don't know why you have to go at their shirts like that.
It's not all the bros.
Okay.
It's just some of them.
Some of them. As much as you're trying to sell me on it, at the hard sell that you're giving with the distance and mosquito talk, there's certain times where I don't mind my role as having to do the board op duty when we're on the all-day remotes.
Yeah, as he mentioned, we're going to be out here all day. Started with John and Lance. It'll be me, then Gallant and George, and then the Killer Bees. And half the Killer Bees are already out here. He'll get, I don't know who Jeremy's playing with, but he's out here and ready to go. Adorned in an Astros hat, I think an Astros polo. Me without a polo, I'm not going to play. I'll just try to keep you as entertained as possible as we go through the day. What happened last night for the Astros? Not good. Framber, not good. And it's an interesting conversation to come out of that game when we're talking about Framber going rogue. And I don't know how often that becomes a discussion, maybe because generally baseball is so regimented that you do what you do and follow the game plan all the time. You never go against what the pitching coach has decided. You never go against the catcher's calling. But we know Framber's been around quite a bit. Certainly Verlander has as well. And if you want to put the last two losses in this hot streak on those guys being stubborn, you might be right. Justin Verlander and his epic attempt to get Contreras out kept going with the fastball until Contreras eventually took him deep. And then Framber gave up 3 home runs in 1 inning. He felt like he was cruising until the moment he decided, I don't want to do what the game plan asked for. I don't know if he was screaming Leroy Jenkins in his head the whole time, but he just decided this is what I want to do. Sometimes you get tired of being told what to do. We all do, and it felt like Framber at that point felt, I'm cruising, let me go and let me do what I want, and it turned into a disaster. You have quotes from Framber after the game discussing the situation and saying, Yainer called a great game, called good pitches. I just decided I wanted to do what I wanted to do. We had Joe Espada saying, yes, that went against the game plan. And I guess it's more obvious to see when you're watching football. You'll see a quarterback check into something else, and if it doesn't go right, he'll have to explain why he did what he did, or if it goes great. Sometimes the coach will give all credit to the quarterback for doing it. In this case, the Astros openly discussed Framber's unwillingness to follow the plan. And I don't remember a time like this, particularly because of how well it was going before the Astros had put up a crooked number. Dubon had a great night. They were leading. It felt like they were going on to win the first game of this series as they are trying to close out the home stand strong. And now we got questions about do they trust Yainer? Are Framber and Verlander guys who are going to push back on Yainer going forward? I don't know. Is it just a simple case of stubbornness, or a guy who lost his head for an inning? We know Framber, when things don't go well, he turns into a guy who can fall apart pretty quickly. But this felt like something different, at least according to the Astros. This felt like a guy who decided in that half inning that I'm just going to be me. there's a line in a song that's very popular right now that sometimes you just got to pop out and show people. I can't use the word that Kendrick uses because of, family radio, but it felt like Fromber wanted to just pop out and show people who he was. And instead of doing what he's supposed to, he decided to do what he wanted to, and it resulted in a disaster. Yainer Diaz, when asked about it, his quotes are here. I could try to force him to throw a certain pitch, but he knows how he feels and how his pitches feel. He makes the decision. This is the first time this has happened, but maybe me as a catcher, I should have forced him more to throw certain pitches. So you have the catcher in question openly discussing what he might need to do, and can he be a guy who forcefully tells a veteran like Fromber, you're going to follow my lead? And it's just not Yainer. It's the game plan from the organization, at least from the pitching coach, Joe Espada. This is how they wanted to attack these Angels hitters, and for whatever reason, your starter decided, nah, that's not what I'm interested in. So I'm trying to think. Sean, I'm a noted baseball guy, obviously, and you are too. Can you remember a time where this became such a obvious point of discussion after a game?
I really can't. And it's so mind-boggling to me. Like, it actually doesn't make any sense. Like, the quotes, I guess I understand what happened with the quotes. But it actually doesn't make any sense, if that makes sense, where things were going well, so we went away from the game. Or
one guy.
Not just we went away from the game plan. One guy went away from the game plan because things are going so well. That's insane to me.
Why would you get away from something that was going to lead to a win? I don't get it.
The closest thing I can think of, and this is not like a perfect comparison because it doesn't, well, a lot of times it doesn't like win and lose you games. It's just a thing that happens during a basketball game. Was this the pitcher equivalent of a heat check moment where this was Fromber just pulling up from 30? Like he saw a couple go in, and now he thinks he's Steph Curry. Like I don't know what to compare this to. This is
and the
insane.
problem is he pitched like he was Deion Waiters.
Yeah, that's
all
the thing.
Irrational confidence in the world, and understood because of how the game was going so far. And at some point, I mean, you regress to being Deion Waiters. And unfortunately, fortunately for us, Fromber has been a better pitcher when you make that comparison. But yeah, Steph Curry will get up a couple jumpers with two guys on the ball because he's hot. And Fromber, I guess, thought he was hot beyond compare. But you know what? Sometimes you get got, and he got. And it wasn't just I'm going to follow a different game plan. The pitches were awful. Like, he didn't even execute what he wanted. That's actually the biggest problem beyond not following what he was supposed to. How easy those pitches were, just served up right over the plate, and the Angels hitters time after time drove those things out of the ballpark and changed what felt like a relatively comfortable Astros victory into a defeat. So they go down, they lose 9-7, and they did it in an inexplicable way. There's no reasoning behind it other than your pitcher just decided he wanted to do something different. And I guess you move on, and you hope it doesn't occur again. But is it going to become a trend where these guys, particularly a guy like Verlander, you imagine maybe Fromber, after how that half inning went, he's going to decide maybe I shouldn't go against what the plan is. But I don't imagine Verlander is going to, because even he talked about it. After the game, he said, I'm going to put my head down on my pillow and feel fine. The guy had a great at-bat, and he beat me. And this is a bit different because it wasn't over the course of multiple batters in the half inning. But the stubbornness, I don't think, is going to go anywhere for Verlander. He's just going to pitch the way he wants to. And I don't know if I can say Yainer's just going to sit behind the plate and watch it happen. But what's he going to do? I mean, Espada doesn't have the type of stroke to tell Verlander how to pitch, and really no major league manager has it at this point. There are no legends of the game currently managing that can tell Verlander, hey, cut that crap out. Pitch the way we would like you to get this guy out. He probably has free reign, and it didn't work out for him against Contreras, and for Fromber, it didn't work out for him against that Angels lineup, which he had handled up until that point. So they lose. They're now 21-27, 6 games back, and I guess the insult to injury is the Mariners had a comeback victory. So if we care about the standings right now on May 21st, the Astros drop a game they shouldn't have dropped, and the Mariners came back to win a game that it looked, for all intents and purposes, like an Yankees win. So they win that game 5-4. I won't say they stretched their lead in May, but they do. But the Astros do drop a game as the Mariners score 4 in the top of the ninth to win. So 5-4, the final there. The Astros lose to 9-7, and they're 5 games back in third place. And they have the Angels again for the next 2 as they try to complete this homestand on a high note. Certainly started the series against the Angels on a low point, mostly because you can't even explain how it occurred. We'll continue to talk Astros, among other things. We'll get into some Texan stuff, too, as we go forward. But remember, we are out. The entire station is at Highland Pines. There is some debate about how long it takes to get here. If you are a member like John, it's like a quick ride. If you happen to be someone who only came here for work, like myself, it felt a little longer. Mostly because the reality is, depending on where you live, it may be longer than what it is for John, because as he would tell you, he's only 35 minutes away. But come out here, not today. The tournament is full. There's no room for you to play. But if you want, it's not just you don't have to be just a member. You can come out here and play for the day. But we are out here benefiting kidsmeals.inc. Excuse me, I keep saying that, kidsmealsinc.org. And we got plenty of sponsors to thank, and I'll keep talking about those going forward. But once again, Gentle Ben brings you your liquor. Carbach Brewing brings you your beer. And if you want to eat, or maybe not just here, but anytime, Cypress Trail Hideout providing great lunches. And if you love a good Tex-Mex, Valencia's is out here as well. The Valencia's Tex-Mex Garage. So maybe you don't get to eat that here, but hey, if you're out and about and you want to have a good lunch or dinner, those two provide a great meal for you. And you can hear probably over my mic. We're starting to get going here. So I think that's a warning for me to go to break, just to avoid what's going on right now. We'll come back after this. We'll continue to talk, as I mentioned, Astros, and we'll get into some Texans when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Highland Pines Golf Club in Porter. Here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back to the show. Someone just walked up to me and said, Aqueduct Plumbing. What's up, man? First he asked me if I was on, and he found out pretty quickly I am on. No hugs. Pat on the back is just fine. Appreciate it, as apparently that's going to be a thing all day long. We're out at Highland Pines for the occasional invitational. The station will be out here all day. I'm here till 12, and then Gallant George, followed by the Killer Bees. It's a great day. People are milling about, getting ready to start. I think we get started officially at 10:30 as the players are warming up on the putting green. The hype around the Texans is certainly something to pay attention to because we expect this team to be really good. But it's going to cost you. And I actually mean cost you because the era of simply waiting to the last minute to buy cheap tickets on the resale market are over. Texans resale ticket prices have gone up by over 146%. So if you're hoping to, go to the Bears game on one of the resale sites and buy a couple tickets from there and take maybe a significant other, or maybe you're buying 4 because you want to take the family, it's going to cost you 146% increase. And that's it doesn't surprise me. It's all because last year this team was coming off multiple awful seasons. Despite drafting C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson and having DeMeco Ryans, no one knew what this Texans team was supposed to be. If you were listening to people like me and others, this was going to be, a 6 or 7 win team at best. Questions about can the young quarterback adapt to the NFL? He wasn't the top choice. Everyone wanted Bryce Young. So the positivity surrounding the Texans was more than we had seen the previous couple of years, but no one was thinking about how good this team would be, and the ticket prices reflected it. Now it's different. The hype is going to be something that keeps building and building, and as far as people who are trying to find ways around the ticket prices on the official site, you can try, but you won't find much relief as Texans tickets will appear to be a hot ticket going forward. Now, I think it's going to be an entertaining product. So if you got a shot, go out there. I think they're going to provide a really great year for us, but it won't be on the cheap. And I imagine we'll see, just like any NFL team, that those ticket prices will continue to go up as long as the team keeps winning. The guys went through the schedule earlier today, and for the most part, the Texans are going to be favored, particularly in their home games. So I think maybe only the Baltimore game was one where they weren't going to be favored even deep into the year, part of that 3-game stretch in 10 days. I think the Dolphins, they're slightly favored over Baltimore as well. And then, not Baltimore. That's the only one where if we're going by preseason expectations, expecting a loss on their home field. So positivity all around. It'll just cost you a little bit going forward. A couple things about the Astros before we move on from them, at least in the first hour. Buster Olney did a article or a piece on Josh Hader. Josh Hader, the multi-million-dollar signing that the Astros got done surprisingly. I don't think he was on our radar. Maybe the most optimistic fan thought Josh Hader could be a possibility, but even he said he thought he was going to be a Texas Ranger before the contract, at least the contract he might have negotiated, fell through, and he becomes an Astro. Was it a panic buy because Kendall Graveman was out for the year? Possibly, but the Astros, their big splash in free agency was Josh Hader, and surprisingly enough, their best reliever, at least free agent acquisition, has been Taylor Scott so far. But Josh Hader talked to Buster Olney, and a lot of the concern, or at least a lot of the talk about Josh Hader coming into the year, and maybe even at the beginning of the year, was that he did not pitch more than an inning, and he's talked about it, but now he's been pretty clear about why he doesn't do that. He doesn't do it, or at least he didn't do it, because he wanted a contract. He wanted to protect himself. He told Buster Olney that, yeah, people might think I'm selfish. People might think it's not the best way to go about it, but I had to protect myself. So that's why I was not going to pitch more than an inning anywhere until I got paid. He's gotten paid by the Astros, clearly, and now he's more open to doing it. And I joked about him being a me first guy, and what are the Astros doing signing a me first guy? All jokes. Don't look at me, John. Just go about your business. Don't look at me. Please don't. But I do think it's funny. He was very open. Don't hand me I don't want a Coors Light. I'm doing a show. Move along. Go drink your beer, have a good time, and don't bother me. John Granado, making him a part of my show because he hasn't had enough radio, I guess, for the morning. But I guess I respect the openness from Josh Hader. This is about me, and I'm going to get paid before I do things that could hurt my career. He hasn't been spectacular to start, but he's rounding into form. Sean, I think I would be the same. Particularly with baseball and arm injuries and what it might mean for your contract, I think if I did the research and it suggested that pitching more than one inning would keep me from getting my bag, I'd be like, you know what? I got about 15 pitches in me per outing, and I'm out.
Yeah, especially because in arbitration, what he was basically saying is that in arbitration, the first time they used his lack of saves against him in the negotiations, and so he said, okay, fine, I'm only a ninth inning guy now, and I'll just get as many saves as I can, and then I'll get paid. And I mean, you can have your qualms with, and I think it's fair, especially, you know, if we're Brewers or Padres fans, to be like, that's kind of a weak sauce move to do as one of the best pitchers in baseball. But now that he's on the Astros, and he already has that money locked up, and he's back to being a multi-inning guy when needed. I think it's something that we can all, at least here in Houston, that makes 100% sense. Why would you do it any other way? Protect yourself to get the big payday, and then you can go balls to the walls, especially in a situation where the Astros find themselves now, where they need every inning they can get out of a good pitcher, which the Hader, after his rough start, has really kind of proven himself to be.
Yeah, what we expected him to be. And you mentioned the Brewers and the Padres. Well, Joe Musgrove, a former Astro, talked about it. He didn't mention Josh Hader by name, but earlier in the year, he talked about how great it was to have a guy in the back end of the bullpen who would go more than an inning. And it was clear it was a shot at Hader for Hader's stance. And it reminds me of the discussions that, like, tight ends who are more pass catchers than they are tight ends, like they're more receivers than tight ends, or even the defensive end who maybe cast as an outside linebacker before, like, the term edge became more popular, to maybe avoid some of those distinctions. That an outside linebacker who was strictly a pass rusher was getting less than a defensive end, even though they did the same thing. But it depended if they played in a 3-4 or not, or a 4-3. So I could see Josh Hader's move. Hey, man, you are keeping me from making more money because I don't get as many saves, so make me strictly a closer, and that's it, because you are finding ways around giving me my money. And to the Astros' benefit, that is now out of the equation. It's just too bad, so sad for the Brewers and the Padres that don't get the benefit from him getting more than 3 outs per outing. But I did find it interesting, the honesty on his part. And you know what? Once you get paid, you can be as honest as you want, particularly if you are now doing the thing people wanted you to do. Yeah, there were no qualms from him. No faking it. I'm not pitching unless I get a save, because you're going to take the money away from me and use it against me either way. And it's just the business of baseball. It happens, and the Astros are benefiting from it, particularly in the last three or so weeks. Josh Hader's become the pitcher the Astros expected him to be. Remember, if you are a listener to the station and if you want to support the charities we support, go to kidsmealsinc.org. We are out here for the occasional invitational benefiting that charity. The name is what it is. They're feeding kids, and who can have a problem with that? John maybe John, because he made a joke about it earlier. You had to have heard it because I can't do it justice. All jokes though. But some of the other people who are out here helping us out, Caldwell Companies, Access Vascular. You hear John talk about them, and Bull Shirts, great plate. Houston Powder Coaters, Pick Me Events. Thanks to Michael for coming out here. He's a guy that you want to find for your parties. You can take those funny pictures you see. There used to be something that would print out, but now they're all digital. You can put them up on Instagram or other places. Pick Me Events will do that for you. And X Golf Katie is a sponsor of a hole out here as well. So we appreciate all our sponsors. We appreciate the people who signed up to come play. And I appreciate you for listening. We'll be back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues, broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Highland Pines Golf Club in Porter. Now back to Del Olaleye.
Sean, among others, has noticed not a bullhorn, but the speakers going off behind us, at least behind me as I talk. No, they're not calling out lunch orders. I don't know the terminology because I'm not a golfer, but I think it's just letting people know that, hey, it's time to play, I guess. So, yes, if you're tweeting me or you're listening and you hear that, yeah, trust me, I hear it too. But, hey, this is what happens when you're outside at a golf course for a tournament. Things like that happen. And none of these people are in view anymore. They're off the putting green. They're actually out there playing and on the hole. So I can't give updates on what people are wearing or how bad someone is at putting from 5 feet away. And by the way, a lot of those guys are pretty bad. They're amateurs. What do you expect? So I will continue to give updates if I need to, but you'll probably hear them. You'll probably hear all the updates going forward because, yeah, the speakers are pretty loud. There was a story in The Athletic, and it profiled Rafael Stone. Rafael Stone coming up on another draft where the Rockets have a surprisingly top 5 pick. Just worked out that way. They own Brooklyn's pick, and now they have a top 5 pick. A lot of the storylines surrounding the draft are about how bad it is and where you're not going to find a top-level talent. And, of course, Rafael Stone's doing his very best to talk that down, play that down a little bit, because one of the questions asked of him in the article was about the level of talent in the draft. Of course, he talked about how talented it was. There's some questions about how this organization is run. Is Ime Udoka a larger voice than you might imagine, or is it more collaborative? And Rafael Stone just said, hey, their philosophy is they're out to get good players, and specifically with the draft. They aren't looking for a particular type of guy because the conversations are always about who's a good fit. I don't know if the Rockets are in a spot where they can just go, hey, this guy fits our roster better than others. We're going to pass on a more talented player because this guy fits a role. Hey, you're a middling 500 basketball team. Should you be worried about roles right now, particularly if it's just a younger player you're drafting? I could see it if you were in line to go get yourself a star, and certainly they have the draft capital and the young players to go do it. But if we're simply talking about the draft, just go draft a good player. It'll all work itself out. And you know what? What's the worst thing that happens? You hit on a gem that's better than a lot of people think, and then you go trade one of the guys who's currently in your roster. The roster glut will be a conversation for quite a bit because everyone looks at all these guys and goes, that's a talent. That's a talent. How are we going to get him minutes? Honestly, there's a difference between an 82-game player and a 16-game player, which is the number of games you have to win to go win a title. Some guys are going to be fine 82-game players, but the Rockets and really any team who wants to go win a title needs to go find 16-game players, and I'm not sure we know who those guys are right now. So why make a real determination on who fits the roster or not? And there's more in the article, and we've discussed it on this show about what do the Rockets do with the 3rd overall pick. Is it a move that fast forwards their rebuild, or are they still slow and steady? We know that Oklahoma City, you want to point to them or you want to point to Minnesota's teams that were young who made giant leaps in a short amount of time. Well, outside of Karl Anthony Towns, he's been on a team that's been pretty bad or average for a lot of his career. But you think about Anthony Edwards at 22. And obviously the trade for Rudy Gobert has worked out great. And Oklahoma City, the way they drafted, how they've accelerated their timeline. And then they made the big trade years ago now when they brought in Shea. And Shea's been around a long time. People don't think of him as old, and he's not, but he's in his mid-20s now. So the development of Shea Gilgeous-Alexander has taken a bit for him to become an MVP candidate. He wasn't that when he immediately got to OKC. He was deferring to Chris Paul in the year Chris Paul was there and others. So sometimes it takes time. But for the Rockets, I can feel a sense of urgency because of the jump in wins and the money you're paying to veterans like Fred VanVleet and Dillon Brooks, and now you're bringing on Steven Adams. So I do wonder if Ime Udoka's want and his want to win is going to push the Rockets into a spot where they're moving faster than maybe they even thought they would. you're adding veterans to be competitive, and they were. And are you going to tell some of your young players who maybe could develop into stars to say, hey, we appreciate you, we think you're talented, but we're ready to win now? So we've talked about this before, but Sean, let's talk about team building and where you sit, because I am one who maybe wrongfully loves to win with the guys who I drafted or my team drafted. I would love to be someone who goes, I'm not in that built not bought stuff, but if we draft talented players and they're really good, I think it feels great to watch those guys grow up and win. I mean, we have the Astros as an example. Now, they made some great trades, the Justin Verlander one being the one at front of mind. They make that trade, and he puts them over the top in 17. Now, certainly we considered Jordan one of our own, but he was a trade too. But, for the most part, the bulk of that roster, the strength of that roster, who we depend on day to day are guys that were drafted. So if I gave you the choice, Sean, I think a title is a title, but would you prefer the Rockets to do it through the draft and watch those guys grow, or do you want to fast forward this thing?
I mean, a title is a title is the answer. I don't think – I'm not sure how much fast forwarding really needs to be done. I think it's just another impact impact veteran, but even that we're talking about, the guy who's been talked about the most is Donovan Mitchell, who's like 27. So I'm not asking for a whole bunch of Shane Battiers back. It's just that's really what this team needs, and it really goes to the point that they have a core six, and that's already a lot of young players.
There's no such thing as a core six.
I mean, that's the name.
They're not
for
good.
Them.
I know what they're calling them,
I can show
but
you
they're
tweets
not
right now that call them a core six.
Trust me, I am aware of Rockets Twitter, but the core six is nonsense. They're not good enough to be a core six, and as you've talked about, only 5 of them play at a time. So sure, you can have 6 young players that you think can contribute, but they're not a core, because a core means you are someone or players you can lean on to go win a title. And I don't think they have a guy right now that has clearly made that statement that I am a 16-game player. And until they start finding those, you can just comfort yourself with you're pretty good at the draft. But I don't know if the core 6 is a real thing.
No, and that's why there needs to be some. Or there doesn't need to be, but at some point, it doesn't need to be this offseason, I guess. It doesn't need to be this offseason. But at some point, there will be a consolidation of this core 6, because guess what? They can't all hit, because, only 5 of them can play at the same time. And even if they do all hit, you definitely can't pay them all. That's just absolutely impossible to do, is to pay 6 guys max contracts or near max contracts if they all pan out. So there will be some separating of the core 6 at some point, that it will be whittled down to 3 or 4. And in the meantime, while you're in this position where you have yet to pay any of them, you can add in someone who is that star level and hope to really kind of hit the gas on not just next year. The next step is to be a play-in team and to earn your stripes there and be a 7 seed and lose to the 2 seed Timberwolves or whatever. There's a chance this offseason to add someone who takes you into that 5-6 seed range where you don't have to go through the play-in. And I mean, heck, depending on how well it fits together, maybe we're talking about a 3 or 4 seed team like, I don't know, Minnesota Timberwolves with best player who's drafted in 2020, where you're looking at the Rockets with the 2 best players, or the 2 young stars, the 2 pillars of this rebuild that were drafted in 2021. So to think that you can become basically a year behind version of the Timberwolves, now it might be a little crazy, but it's not completely baseless.
Yeah, who on the Rockets is going to be compared to the best player of all time? To fast forward their process, because that's what Anthony Edwards is and what he has to deal with, even though he would ask that you not. To your point of being aggressive, Rafael Stone was asked about, well, their season, this past season, pushed them into a spot where they would be extra aggressive to try to make the playoffs and maybe fast forward this rebuild. And he says we're comfortable with the team right now, and they're going to try to improve internally. I just got golfers yelling at me. Because of that, they don't think they're going to be super aggressive, according to him. So that could be just a ploy, just not to show all their cards. But if we're going to take him at his word, he's saying internal improvement is what they're looking for, and don't look for them to be extremely aggressive in the trade market. We'll see. Certainly they're not going to appear to be desperate. They're going to allow the market to come to them. And if there's a distressed asset, and what I mean by that is a guy who wants out, a guy who is not going to sign an extension, so the team needs to make a move to get something for him before he hits free agency, and there's a pretty clear player I'm referencing with that. If that particular player says Houston's one of my top spots, and maybe he makes it clear that he wants to be in Houston, then you might be able to take advantage of the situation and not give up everything to make the move happen. So it'll be a cagey offseason. The Rockets waiting to make a move to see if one of those guys kind of shakes loose and says, give me Houston because that's where I want to be. So it'll be a discussion we're going to be having throughout. We'll see. I think a clear inflection point, is the draft. If they take and keep the third pick, it may change how we view the offseason. Maybe internal improvement is what they're going to be banking on as opposed to trading away a couple picks and a player or two to go get themselves a star. It's not a definite, but you would think the third overall pick in what is considered a weak draft might be used to make a move. So we will go to break here. But before I do that, actually, the MyBookie is a little later. So before I do that, I won't do a MyBookie, but I will tell you about our sponsors out here. We're at the Occasional Invitational. The station will be out here all day. We're at Highland Pines. Great-looking golf course. I've always said, nothing wrong with the golf course. It's just what's being done on it. It's a great place if we're going to make it a national park. But Highland Pines is out here. A beautiful place. People are enjoying their time out here. And at some point, you should as well. I want to thank Carbach Brewing and Gentle Ben for sponsoring the tournament. And this benefits Kids Meals. Go to kidsmealsinc.org if you want to help out as well. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Highland Pines Golf Club in Porter for the ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 Occasional Invitational. Now here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Welcome back. I think our phones are back. I mean, normally phones aren't used when we're out on a remote, but if you want to call in, we'll get to you. You can call in at 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776. We've went 2 whole shows and really 3 days, 3 days overall at this point without a Ryan call. So if Ryan wants to ask the questions he likes to ask under a different name, he can do that. If he wants, or anybody else, Eric, I know you always have an ask those questions. So we welcome the calls now that the phone lines are back and running. Sean, where do you stand on sports docs? Are you a fan? Do you not care? Do you go by word of mouth as far as paying attention to them?
Definitely the latter. I'm not in on every single sports doc. I'm not watching one every 2 weeks because that's when they come out. They come out just all the time now, especially the ones that are pretty clearly vanity projects of the subject of the documentary. Think the Tom Brady one, the Derek Jeter one from a couple years ago. There's some that are just I'm just out sight unseen, or I see the first little bit of it. I'm like, no thanks.
This is where I stand on the Celtics All-In doc. If you don't know what it is, it's brought to you by FanDuel. It is simply a doc that is reporting on or documenting the Celtics' run to what they hope is a title. I'm out. Is there a Celtic that's interesting? I can't think of one. Jason Tatum's corny, and you don't know why I call him corny. It's not just because it's hate. It is because he is a man who has decided to text Kobe Bryant after he was dead. If you don't know that, just find Tatum and Kobe. He idolizes him to a point where it's a little weird, and he actually posted that now that he had Kobe's number, after the man had passed away, he was going to text him and talk about Mamba mentality or something like that. So I'm out on Tatum. Jaylen Brown, same. I don't know much about Derek White. Don't think I care that much. Kristaps Porzingis, no one's going to ask him the questions they should be asking him about that incident when he was still a Knick. That's not going to get asked on a documentary that the Celtics are hosting on their own YouTube channel. Get out of here. John and Lance have just pulled up. No, I don't want any gentle Ben. Just because that's water. Beat it. He didn't know what liquid death is. He thought it was a chaser, I guess, for Gentle Ben, which is a great product. I'm just not doing it or drinking it on the show. So back to where I was. I can't think of a Celtic that I'd look forward to hearing. Joe Mazzulla? No.
I'm interested in Mazzulla.
Why? Because he's going to talk about the town for again and again.
Generally, an insane person.
Yeah. Okay, maybe.
Peyton Pritchard. Sam Hauser.
Luke Cornett.
Yeah, Luke Cornett. I feel like I have a lot in common with those guys.
Why?
White guys who like basketball.
Well, no, they play basketball. There's a difference.
Oh, they like it too.
They play it on the professional level.
We gotta
that's a weak connection between you and them. White guys who like basketball. None of them went to Texas, so that would have been a stronger connection than what you made.
No, I mean, there really isn't that like. I guess because it's not gonna be like a actual documentary or like even a dramatic movie or TV show would be, where it's interesting, like the stakes of if they win or lose, but I don't know, it's not really gonna be that.
Yeah, but we're watching them. But we're watching them win or lose. We don't need. Do I need to watch the doc about the behind the scenes of them winning or losing, particularly at a week after the games are being shown?
It's also
because
not really going to be like The Last Dance too, where
no.
It's like big dramatic moments. It's going to be, man, we lost game 2 to the every team that we've played so far.
Yeah. Oh no, Tyler Hero went for a near triple double against us. We lost game 2. And then we went on to smoke that team in 5. There's not a lot of drama around the Celtics. and particularly something that's produced by them along with FanDuel. But that's out there. If you care a lot, I like basketball to a great extent, but not enough to watch the Celtics stock almost in real time as they try to make it to the finals. I'm sure Celtics fans will love it. That's what fans of teams do. They eat everything up.
I don't know if I would watch it if I was a Celtics fan and they lose. I would definitely not watch it.
Yeah. If they wind now, they're happening. Like I think episode 2 is out now, so there's no negatives to hide from. But yeah, if it gets to episode 4 and the Pacers take them out in 6, yeah, I wouldn't watch it either.
Okay,
I'd never watch a documentary of my team losing. Why would I do that? I already suffered through it once.
You did?
No, the games themselves. I've already
yeah.
suffered through them. Why would I want to go relive those moments?
I was trying to think there's not a doc about
no
a team losing. That does.
No.
Has that ever? I don't think that's ever. That's probably happened, but I can't think of one off the top of my head where there's a documentary. Because Friday Night Lights, don't they lose? Or is one of the football movies they lose?
They do lose, but even in that one, in the movie, not the TV show, in the movie, they lose in the title game, and I think they actually lost in the semifinals, I believe.
Oh, so even then,
in real life, they made it more dramatic.
Yeah, so I'm not sure how many true story movies or docs that we get where the team loses at the end.
No, only if it's like episode 1 of a to set up them winning the next year, like a redemption story.
Yeah,
I'm sure
the first episode maybe the second episode of the Last Dance, where it's they lose to the Celtics or the Pistons in 1989. Oh well, dang. I guess that's it. No, there's 8 more episodes about how they win.
Yeah, I'm sure Virginia, the basketball team, has a documentary about them overcoming the loss to UMBC in the first round as a 1 and then going back and winning it. They're not making a doc if they don't win the title the next year to memorialize them losing as a 1. So yeah, you're right. You don't see a lot of those, and
Do the Atlanta Falcons have
no. Well, I say no because I'm just assuming. I can't. Who with the Falcons is saying let's have people remember us losing 28-3. They don't need the help. They remind us of it all the time.
No, I don't think
it's everywhere.
I don't think Dan Quinn and Kyle Shanahan are tripping over themselves to sit down and do. Well, here's how it went wrong from my perspective. like these two guys that still have to work in the NFL. You're yeah, honestly, just forgot you can run the ball. Whoops, my bad.
Yeah, Dan Quinn's too busy wearing off-brand Washington Commanders shirts and then realizing it's a mistake after he has a talk with the Commanders brass about, hey, could you not wear unofficial things that bring up notes of racism that we're trying to disassociate ourselves from? Hey, could you stop doing that?
In the documentary, he's sitting down and his T-shirt's blurred out.
Yeah. And we all know why. Dan Quinn, the head coach of the Commanders, hopefully, at least for their sake, the Jaden Daniels era is what they have been over the last, since the last decade or so, really since the RG3 injury. But the era of Jaden Daniels begins, and hopefully for them, it's positive. We got a lot of young quarterbacks in this league. Some of them will play early, some of them won't. Jaden Daniels looks like one who probably will start opening day for the Commanders. We're up against it. We are 1 hour in. We are at Highland Pines for the occasional invitational. It is the 97.5 and 92.5 golf tournament benefiting kidsmealsinc.org. We got plenty of great sponsors out here. I just had lunch from Cypress Trail Hideout, and by had lunch, I wolfed down a brisket sandwich during the break to avoid eating it on air. Nice job, Cypress Trail Hideout. You make a good sandwich. So if you have the chance to stop by, not here, but they serve food, at their brick and mortar store. Check them out. And also dinner. I won't be here for that, but the other shows will be here for Valencia's Tex-Mex Garage. I've had food from them before. They do a great job as well. So it's a good time out here, particularly if you love golf and you love Highland Pines. We'll be back. Welcome to hour 2 of the show. We'll get to some Texans news, and it's not alarming or anything. It's just, hey, this is what's going on as the guys are on the field for OTAs today. I'll let you know about that coming up here shortly. But just a couple of tweets directed at me. I'm not asking the golfers what they do for a living that allows them to golf on a Tuesday. You can take a day off. Look, what I do for a living is probably going to allow me to take a week off to play a video game. So, look, we all have vacation time, Art. They're allowed to take the day off, and it's for charity. That's the other thing. So, no, I'm not going to ask them who they voted for because, frankly, I don't care. It's not my concern. But, hey, I'm sure there are all levels and differences of people out here, and they're just out here having a good time supporting Kids Meals Inc. and kidsmealsinc.org. So, relax. Art, you've taken the day off and done something, and I could have asked you the same question. But I did want to get to this Texans news, and it's kind of news because Laramie Tunsil never shows up for OTAs, at least voluntary ones at this point of the season, so he's not there. And others among the list, Shaq Mason, Stephon Diggs, and Titus Howard. He of the recent profile of right tackle only. I don't know why he's not there, why he decided this particular day he wasn't going to be there. I'm not going to speculate. Just to let you know, Titus Howard, not there at OTH for the Texans. But now would be the time to be irresponsible, Sean, where we start to speculate. Did the drafting of Blake Fisher upset Titus Howard? It can't be about a new deal. He just got one of those.
No.
It can't be about the money. Is it making a statement? Did he hear from the Texans that they're going to keep giving him reps at guard? What can we speculate about to make it reckless?
I think that's it. It's doesn't like what how he's been treated this offseason. He said right tackle only, and then they draft a right tackle. He's not getting in no left guard drills. He's not not for voluntary OTAs. Maybe that's what it is. It's like I will only be a left guard if it's involuntary.
Yeah, I don't want to get fined. These are voluntary, so I don't have to show up. But when they become involuntary, I will do what is asked of me because I want my money. And that is all just reckless speculation on our part. I don't know why Titus Howard didn't show up. He's just not there.
Maybe his house doesn't have power.
Possible. Who knows? There are multiple reasons. Shaq Mason, as we said, isn't there. There have been recent events in the city of Houston which might keep people preoccupied. Although, I mean, the other side of that is, wouldn't you want to go to a place that did have power?
True. Just to charge your phone in the locker room or something.
Yeah, who knows? I don't know. But Titus Howard not there. Yeah. Stephon Diggs not there. Maybe traffic. He's still fighting traffic, and that's why Stephon Diggs hadn't shown up yet.
Yeah, Diggs was like, wait, GPS took me on the long way.
Yeah, actually, I think Diggs is on the course right now. He's a little lost. No, I don't know why.
Oh, he's over
He's not here to play golf. He's just lost.
He's driving his actual car on the cart path.
Wow. Yeah, cart path only for Stephon Diggs. It just so happens to drive. He's driving an actual vehicle with real horsepower out there. But just a couple of names that aren't at camp that we expect to be contributors to a good Texan season. The guy who is there, C.J. Stroud, just days, as it was put by one reporter after helping a couple of people in the community with damage after the storm.
Man, how does he do it?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that the arm was hurt. I mean, it's not like he was overwhelmed. I think it's just someone pointing out that, hey, our quarterback is still a quarterback, even if he is helping clear debris for whatever reason.
But 48 short hours later.
Yeah, he's out there throwing the ball around at half speed in shorts and a T-shirt. So can't believe all the stress he's put on himself in the last 72 hours.
What do you think was harder? What do you think he worked up more of a sweat, worked out more of his muscles doing?
I think
cleaning up
debris.
or whatever he's doing at OTA. Soft tossing with Tank Dell.
Clearing debris. I would say that. I mean, it's not muscles he normally uses. He's out there. Football's natural.
That's true.
He's throwing a football at 3/4 half speed, and he's out there hanging out with his guys. What he did over the weekend, more strenuous. I'm gonna lay it down there. Maybe the stretching is a little bit more difficult than he might have done over the weekend. But
I hope he stretched before clearing out some debris. That would have been a tough one.
If C.J. Stroud walked up to your home and said, I'm going to help you, but let me get my normal stretch in,
I'd be like, good.
No,
I don't wanna,
no,
I don't
you
wanna,
wouldn't.
No, I don't want him hurting his back.
No, well, then you'd be blamed for it. But no, you wouldn't. If a professional athlete, you'd be thanking him for showing up. He didn't have to. But if he goes, hold on, guys, before we get started, I got to get my 15 to 20 minute stretch in to make sure my muscles are good. Nah, I'm gonna look at you differently.
No,
it's just how it is. No. I'm not stretching. I just got to clear this debris. Nah, not on a weekend when you're clearing debris. That's fine.
The charity still stands.
I'm allowed to look at him differently, though, if he's going to take a 15 to 20 minute stretch period while we're clearing debris.
Okay. 15 to 20 minutes is a lot.
You can't be.
That'd be a long stretch.
Don't go through warm-ups to clear some branches. That's all I'm asking for.
I just want, maybe a 5-minute stretch or just limber up a little bit. Again, I don't want you pulling anything, and then he wouldn't be able to show up a few days later to voluntary
OTAs. Yeah.
That's the hardship that he's battling through.
You're thinking of CJ instead of yourself. I would say, hey, I appreciate you here, but now let's get to work. I mean, I'm not here waiting.
As he's on the ground, like stretching out his back or whatever.
I'd throw some work gloves at him and tell him to get up and let's go. We got work to do.
You're on my time, all right?
Yeah, I know you're doing this for free out of the goodness of your heart, but it's my time. Let's get to work as we try to clear my home.
Union break isn't for another 20 minutes, all right?
Anything to get these branches out of my yard. CJ did that over the weekend, and now, remarkably, he's at Texans OTAs, throwing the football to some of his best pals. And the unfortunate thing is, I guess, that his 2 starting tackles aren't there, but as we know, all they're doing is some drills for the most part, particularly if they're offensive linemen.
He's going to be in trouble. The D-line's going to be kicking his ass.
Yes, when we start to make assessments on guys before they put on even shells.
Oh, that's going to be fun.
It's that time of the year. We're getting closer and closer to making rash judgments on guys, because remember last year Jalen Petrie was going to be a Pro Bowler and maybe an All-Pro. And now, well, if you played him on Madden. But unfortunately, the real-life Jalen Petrie took bad angles, didn't tackle people, and there were concerns about him and Jimmy Ward as a safety pairing. And the Texans went out and drafted a guy, not to particularly replace Jalen Petrie, but to give him some competition, because he'll start. But he isn't a guy who has solidified that spot. This is a big season for him. There's a lot of potential there, a lot of belief, and you hope in with D'Amico in a second year we start to see what we appreciated in year one. Although he didn't tackle great in year one, but it felt like it got worse last year. So just some news, not big news though from Texans OTAs.
At what point, Del, do we get the storyline of, or maybe the storyline or controversy where is the defensive line is absolutely, like, it's making it hard for them to go through these drills, go through these plays with how fast they're getting to the quarterback. Is it, the D line's going to be awesome, or time to worry about the offensive line ? Do you think we could get that in OTAs, or do we wait until the first week or so training camp before we get is it a good defensive line or a bad offensive line?
I know pretty much everything goes on Twitter now, or X, as Elon likes to call it, but I propose a ban for anyone who starts that storyline. Like, you get a week out of you, a week off from that social media platform if you start that narrative before even real pads come on. Stop it. We all know that doesn't matter.
I don't know why I'm talking about, like, it's going to be a report. What it's going to be is going to be a, like, Texan, like some sort of fan account with just a Texans logo, or D'Amico Ryans or Cal McNair throwing up the H, and it'll be 2 reps of a practice where, yes, they're wearing shorts and no pads, and Daniil Hunter is gonna blow past some guy wearing number 59, some offensive lineman we've never heard of or seen before, and it's gonna be, is the O-line gonna get C.J. Stroud killed?
We joke, but it's not out of the realm of possibility, and we are just maybe a month away from those discussions starting to happen. Even right now, even those guys know not to tweet that stuff out now. But at some point, it'll be a thing where they're getting excited about the new acquisitions and Daniil Hunter making plays. And by plays, I mean, rushing against the guy who's when they're all going half speed and he knows he can't hit the quarterback, and the guy who's blocking him knows he can't hit the quarterback. So, but hey, it's better than the alternative where no one cared and none of those stories came out, and mostly it was about us making jokes at the expense of the organization. That has now changed.
Yeah,
it'll be a lot about football, and even though we're cynics about the reports, at least it'll be things that people want to see and people want to hear about. So that's why those tweets will go out there, and we can respond in kind. And considering how this show reacts, it'll be a lot of this, where I'm banning people from Twitter for their tweets. We are due for a break, so we'll do that now. We'll get back to the Astros because the conversations about what happened last night continue, mostly because I don't understand how it occurred. Hey, this way it's been working, and I want to do something else because I'm tired of being told what to do. That's kind of my breakdown of what happened with Fromber, and maybe the soon-to-be addition of Jose Abreu has already taken effect. We'll talk about that when we come back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues, broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Highland Pines Golf Club in Porter. Now back to Del Olaleye.
That's right. I'm out here at Highland Pines for the occasional invitational. The rest of the lineup will be here as well. Gallant George, followed by the Killer Bees. Jeremy Branham's out there somewhere. Saw him earlier today, so enjoying a great day. Great day to help Kids Meals. If you want to help them, go to kidsmealsinc.org. And we want to thank all our sponsors like Carbach and Gentle Ben, among others, like Access Vascular, Bull Shirts, Great Plate, Caldwell Companies, and more like Houston Powder Coaters for helping out as we raise money for Kids Meals. I mentioned getting back to the Astros, and really the storyline out of last night's game is why your pitcher who's cruising decides to go rogue. And we talked about it early in the show, and I'm still at a loss for words considering how the game had gone. Like, if he had struggled through 4, given up a couple runs and things are going poorly, I get it. Hey, this game plan isn't working. Maybe I have a better thought about how to approach these Angels hitters. But that wasn't the case. So you just go out and trick off. That's just going to be part of the show going forward forever, thanks to Rafael Stone. You just trick off a game because you decided this is what you wanted to do. And, like, baseball guys get in trouble for not running out grounders. Very big with non-hustling. It's not allowed. Baseball people get benched for it. What happens if nothing's going to happen to Fromber? He'll be out there. But if it's such a distinct departure from what they wanted him to do, isn't it worse than not running out a grounder that you just decide the game plan stinks, despite it being effective? I'm going to do something else. I just think nothing's going to happen to him, mostly because it's not a hustling offense, and that has to be the worst offense in all of baseball. If you don't hustle out a grounder, which you think is going to end in an easy out, or at least a sure out, then you're in trouble. Don't run out a pop-up, we're going to bench you. Don't run out a grounder, we're going to bench you. Go against our entire game plan and cost us the game? You're all right. You'll be out there. You'll pitch in your next spot in the rotation. So, that's just me taking issue with how baseball doles out their own internal punishments as far as how teams treat their players. But it cost them the game. There's nothing more to be said than that. They were cruising. That was going to be a series opening win, and instead, you now are wondering how they, particularly their veteran pitchers, how they hold Yainer as far as respecting him. Verlander's going to do what he wants. That's just how it's going to go. It's part of the seniority, part of being a great pitcher, part of still being really effective. But the rest of the guys, I know Fromber's been good, but if Fromber wasn't great in 2023, why does he have the ability to tell Yainer to? He didn't tell him to F off, but he pretty much told the pitching coach and their strategy and Yainer, I'm going to do it my way. I'm not sure Fromber should have the ability to do that. And now maybe after it biting him, he decides I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm not going to do that thing where we go, if we look back and the Astros don't make the playoffs by a game, we can point to this because there are too many games to do that for. I just think it's a weird way to lose a ball game when you're a team scrapping and fighting to get back to 500. It could have been a lot of positives to talk about yesterday. Dubon play and his night. I mean, Alex Bregman once again had a chance to change the course of a ball game, and it wasn't a pop-up. It was a relatively deep fly, but it was the final out of the game after the Angels put a couple guys on. The Astros had already scored a run to make it 9-7. But Bregman, after a Yordan walk, had a chance, and he's reverted back to the guy who probably should be back in the 6 or 7 hole. Maybe elevating him to clean up again was a little quick. It was only 3 games. I make these jokes all the time, but baseball people will tell you in one breath that, hey, it's a long year. But they're quick to go against that whole, hey, marathon, not a sprint, in other instances. And Bregman had played well, at least hit well for 3 games. Why are we elevating him to the cleanup role again? Leave him down there. If he puts a stretch of 10 games together, great. Then maybe you have that conversation. But after 3 games, you're putting him in a spot where he's going to get more opportunities to not come through. Great. So that happened again last night with a chance to win the ball game. It's not his fault, but he had a bad night, And we'll see if he gets dropped down in the order again, because the cream right now is not rising to the top. If you missed it, he said that last week after one game. He was talking about the cream rising to the top because he is who he is over 162. Well, maybe you can be who you are over 10 games before we start having a conversation about how good you're going to be this year. He was not that last night. So they go down in that one. And unfortunately for the Astros, for those who are checking the standings and checking them twice, the Mariners were down 4-1 in the top of the ninth in New York and come back and win the game. So if you are overly concerned about where your Astros are in the standings, they dropped the game they shouldn't have, and probably the win probability, or at least there is no such thing as gaining a game probability, but if there was one, that was probably at some point maybe around 7, maybe around 8:30, probably somewhere near 95% until those two disasters, at least if we're being a person who's going to over-exaggerate, happen over the course of the night. So they lose the game to the Mariners as the Mariners find a way to win in New York. I did want to get to this, and we'll probably get to it on the other side because we're short on time here. The unintended consequences of NIL. A lot of people talk about them, how it's bad for the sport because mostly the adults in the sport can't control themselves. And by adults, I mean coaches. It's bad for the sport to include NIL because it makes players mercenaries. Well, the only reason they're mercenaries is because the coaches who are supposed to be adults can't keep their hands off them, can't as far as recruiting them while they're on other rosters. But another one of those consequences is backing out on deals. Players are allowed to do it. It's just part of the deal. It's mostly like a commitment. You think when you get a player wrapped up in an NIL deal, they're your guy, they're going to sign on the dotted line. But occasionally it doesn't happen, even with quarterbacks who generally don't decommit. And it happened in Jaden Rashada's case. He is now, I believe, at Georgia. He transferred from Arizona State. He's going to back up Carson Beck this year at Georgia. He was a highly touted recruit, originally committed to Miami because the NIL deal looked to be really good for him. Then he committed to Florida because the NIL deal looked better. Now he is suing Florida, and I'll tell you why when we come back, because it's an interesting story that now institutions and a specific head coach can get sued if they are deemed, at least in the player's eyes and his representative's eyes, to back out on a deal they agreed to. So we'll talk about that when we come back. And we'll also get into the value of the positions in college football. There's a report out there about the value of each position and how much it costs to secure a player at that position on the high school level and the transfer portal level. So we'll talk about that when we come back. But first, I want to talk about MyBookie. Go to mybookie.ag. If you have a line on what's going to happen tonight between the Celtics and the Pacers, MyBookie is there for you. Maybe you think the Celtics are going to blow out the Pacers tonight. MyBookie will take care of you. And maybe you think after that the Celtics will lose game 2 because that's what they do, and you got something on the Pacers, MyBookie will have that there for you too. The live betting is phenomenal. The community is great. They have experts to tell you which way to go. If you're not an expert gambler, I get it. I'm not either, but I've used MyBookie in the past, and their willingness to help you with their experts is something you should take advantage of. They have the bonus. They have the sign-up bonus as well. Just use the promo code BET975. You get a sign-up bonus, so it makes your money go further than you might expect. And also, if you're an existing customer, they have that reload bonus as well, so they take care of you too. They don't punish you for being someone who's used MyBookie before. Take advantage of the NBA playoffs. There are going to be games every other night from here on until those series conclude. Obviously, the NHL playoffs are going on. Maybe you thought Edmonton was going to go into Vancouver last night and win. You would have been right. You would have won money on MyBookie. So take advantage of that as well. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie.
It's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Highland Pines Golf Club in Porter. Here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back to the show. We got a couple more segments to go here at Highland Pines before Gallant and George take over. And before we went to break, I mentioned a lawsuit involving Jaden Rashada. He's at Georgia now, transferred from Arizona State. He is suing the University of Florida. And not just them. He is suing, and to be more specific, he's suing Billy Napier, and he's also suing a top booster, and he's also suing a football staffer. Billy Napier, the head coach at Florida, along with that booster and staffer, are being accused, according to the lawsuit, of backing out of an NIL deal that would have paid Jaden Rashada $13.85 million. That's right. $13.85 million for a high school recruit to come play quarterback for you. That number sounds high. That sounds like a lot of money for a guy who's unproven, but that's the going rate. And we'll get into what quarterbacks get paid in that story I mentioned also before we went to break. But I kind of went through his recruiting process where he was highly touted, went to the All-American games, and he was supposed to go play at the University of Miami because they were going to give him a giant NIL deal. Until Florida came calling desperate because their recruiting class was going poorly. They needed to make a splash, and so they came in over the top with Jaden Rashada, and they secured his commitment. His representatives were shopping him around despite the commitment to Miami. They were open to getting a different deal, and they got one until Florida backed out. So the complaint is being filed in the state of Florida, and he is talking about Florida not following through with their financial promises, and not just doing it, entering into the deal with the intention of never following through, which in other words saying, hey, let's get this kid to sign, promise him the money, and then once he's signed, he's locked up. Of course, the transfer portal exists, so he could have always left after a year or maybe even a summer. That's kind of how that stuff goes, but I guess they're going to try to dole it out in small portions or at least in increments to try to keep him around. So he is accusing them of pretending like they're going to give him money and then deciding not to. So yeah, I believe it's the first time we've seen this, and it just adds a little extra spice that he's now at Georgia. And besides Florida State, you could say Georgia is Florida's biggest rival, and he's going after them while being an active quarterback in the SEC. The SEC used to have a rule where, hey, we don't go after each other. We protect our own, unless you're Phil Fulmer. He didn't really follow that rule, and it's why he's kind of disliked in the conference. Hey, we know we're messy, but we're going to keep our mess inside. Never go against a family. And those rules have appeared to have changed. I don't know if Georgia had anything to say about Jaden Rashada's lawsuit, but I'm sure they're happy about it. Put more of a spotlight on Billy Napier and how terrible he is at running his organization, and let all the recruits that we fight Florida over know that they don't come through with their promises. So that's where we are now. Where an active player can go sue a school that promised him money, and according to him, we're never going to pay it. I welcome it, Sean, just because it's messy. College football beyond the games is all messy, and we'll see where this goes. And I'm glad the numbers are out, too, because it lets you know what these schools are willing to pay and the desperation some of them are operating with, even when it comes to quarterbacks. Like, Jaden Rashada was fine at Arizona State. He wasn't a great player, and you don't expect it, I guess, from a freshman. He's going to have a super talented roster around him if he can win the job at Georgia after Carson Beck decides he goes to the NFL. But getting sued because you lied about your intentions, Billy Napier's against the wall right now. He better win this year. I don't think he survives.
No, well, I think he survived. I don't think he's going to get murdered. But
his career at Florida will survive. Yes, I don't think a Gator booster's going to murder him, but yeah, they may murder his contract by paying it off and getting him out of there.
Yeah, maybe if he goes like 2-10.
Yeah.
But I think this is great, or not great. I just enjoy this. It's not really a positive or negative for me. It's just like you said, the messiness.
This is fun. That's all it is. It's just good fun.
The idea that a Georgia quarterback is suing the Florida head coach is just that. Boom. What more do you want? And then the fact it's Billy Napier of all people, a Florida coach who's not on the firmest of footing when it comes to his job status. It has all the makings to be a mess, and now you have players suing guys. I mean, back in the day, it'd be guys would be stuck. Like
you'd be stuck. You have no recourse
at Florida. Maybe he transfers, but he would have to transfer to like Arkansas State for a year, and then bounce back to another team like Cam Newton. Funny enough, with Florida, going from Florida to Blinn College to Auburn. Like that's how you would have to do it. And it would also be not because, well, it might be because of payment, but it would be because of recruiting promises that weren't kept. And now it's, no, you promised me money, and I'm going to get my money out of you.
So here are some of the words from this lawsuit, a state written in the lawsuit attacking Napier and others. Hathcock, who by the way is the big booster, Hathcock, Casher Walker, the staffer, and Napier orchestrated and executed a fraud upon Jaden and were substantially and knowingly assisted by another in carrying out the fraud. Each of their individual schemes would not have succeeded without the assistance of another, which says, and by the way, coaches aren't supposed to be involved in NIL. That's supposed to be something that happens separately from the university. Of course, we all know that's nonsense. But this even puts, not that the NCAA has any real teeth, but it also puts Napier and Florida in the crosshairs to say, you were actively negotiating money in an NIL deal with a player you're not supposed to. That's what is out there. Unless maybe Florida's rules are different as far as the state of Florida, how they handle NIL. But for the most part, you're not supposed to have the university involved. It's simply supposed to be a collective or an individual person who wants to pay a player. So, and really what the individual schemes are, Napier saying, hey, you've come here, you're going to get paid. Hathcock, the booster, saying, if you go to Florida, I'm going to pay you. Those two can't work without the other, and now they're getting sued by a player who's eventually is going to play for Georgia. And the question is, will Jaden Rashada, when he takes a snap against Florida, will Napier be on the other side? I guess maybe this year if they blow out Florida in the world's largest cocktail party, or whatever the hell they call it now, maybe he plays in the second half of a blowout, so he will see Napier. But I guess the question is, will he ever start a game against Billy Napier, considering what Billy Napier has to do this year to save his job?
No.
No.
I don't think it's very likely. And I think this lawsuit makes it even less likely because of what you mentioned. Like we did when we first talked about this, kind of breeze past the fact that he's suing a coach for not paying him, and that's actually not allowed by the NCAA. So this also could be an issue for Billy Napier, not just when it comes to his job, but also comes to getting his buyout money. Because if Florida really wants to go to the mat on this and to go full Tennessee with Jeremy Pruitt and be like, actually, there's some recruiting violations that you committed.
We'll fire you with cause.
Yep, we're firing you with cause.
And you don't get your money.
Turns out, no buyout for you. So this was a very bad. This is something that's very bad for Billy Napier.
All around.
Not just the PR of it, not just for keeping his job, but also the keeping his money that comes with his contract. It's gonna be tough. I think this will really just come down to how badly Florida wants to screw Billy Napier over.
And if they can protect themselves from the violation, Tennessee barely, if they got hit with anything, it wasn't anything major. It didn't stop them from having a couple good years under Heupel. So if they can disassociate themselves from Napier and go, hey, this was all Napier, and that staffer that was on, by the way. So those two, not us, we're firing him to disassociate ourselves. Can they protect themselves from it harming the next head coach? I think it's a play for them, particularly if the people who make those decisions are tired of him, and they get tired of people really quickly when they don't win games, and they've paid him a lot of money to win those games.
Yeah, this might be a situation where now it's not just if Billy Napier goes 7-5, he's safe. It might be if Billy Napier goes 6-6, he probably gets fired but gets to keep his money. If he goes 4-8 or 5-7, they probably try to get the money back. Or now it just adds a new wrinkle to how screwed Billy Napier is. Now, we did talk a lot about Neil Brown last season. Maybe We didn't because we didn't do a show together. But the college football media, Neil Brown was like the most fired man in America.
And he survived.
Survived, I think, went like 7-5 or 8-4. Got a contract extension. So there is a way out for Billy Napier to win games, but it's going to be tough because Florida hasn't exactly been a juggernaut with him at the helm, and they have an absolute brutal schedule.
Yeah, including your Texas Longhorns, right?
Yes, that's part of the brutality.
Yes, of course. Wouldn't be as brutal.
They do. It's something where it's like Georgia, LSU, Texas in like consecutive weeks.
Yeah, and not to toot the horn of my team because I don't trust the head coach, but if we're talking about teams who have spent a lot in the transfer portal for a roster that's ready to win now, they open against Miami. Now it's a home game, but it's a Miami team with Cam Ward at quarterback, Damian Martinez, the running back from Oregon State. So Miami has spent a lot of money to get good quickly. So Florida's going to have a real test early on, and Billy Napier's going to run out Graham Mertz. That would explain why they promised Jaden Rashad all that money. Instead of him, now it's Graham Mertz playing quarterback for them.
Do you think Graham Mertz is like, wait, he was promised how much?
Yeah, how much did it cost to get Graham Mertz from Wisconsin?
I'm having to shop on the dollar menu here, and yeah, I can't imagine that. I can't imagine it was 7 figures.
No, and speaking of that, before we wrap it up, I mentioned that the NIL going rate for quarterbacks, and I said high school quarterbacks. These are just transfer quarterbacks from other institutions. $500K to $800K, that's the range for quarterbacks. Now, some guys are going for more. I mentioned Cam Ward earlier. There's a belief that he was going for over $1 million for one season, and he was a guy who had NFL prospects. The thought was he was going to go to the NFL because he announced he was entering, and then Miami kept badgering him until he decided, you know what, being a third-day pick ain't great. Let me play for $1 million plus here for a year and see if I can improve my draft status. So you got guys like Riley Leonard who went to Notre Dame. He may be more in that range. We know Notre Dame has dipped into the ACC a couple of times the last couple of years. They went and got Sam Hartman from Wake Forest, Riley Leonard from Duke this year. Was Graham Mertz getting $500K? Not if Florida is bright, but hey, now they're getting sued for reneging on the deal, so maybe they're not that bright. Maybe they gave Graham Mertz a lot of money. So that's the range for quarterback and receivers. As far as they're concerned, they're getting in the $75K to $300,000 range, while running backs are getting from $200,000 to $300,000. So apparently, running backs at least a little bit more valuable to the college ranks than they are to the wide receiver. To the NFL ranks when it comes to paying those guys and trying to acquire them. O-line very valuable, $350,000 to $500K, and then D-line $250,000 to $600K. So the trenches, the quarterbacks, and running back, kind of the most valuable positions in college football when it comes to getting guys paid. We got one more segment to go here at Highland Pines, and a bit of a reprieve for the guys who are coming up next. The weather hasn't changed, but it looks like we're going to go inside for them, so they'll avoid some of the heat. It's a nice day to play golf, maybe not a great day to sit down in the same spot and do a radio show. I'm fine, but Gallant George seems like that'll happen inside along with the Killer Bees. So, hey, Highland Pines is a great place to come play. We're out here benefiting kids' meals. Go to kidsmealsinc.org if you want to help out the cause. And certainly want to thank our sponsors like General Ben, Great Plate, Houston Powder Coaters, Pick Me Events, X Golf Katie, and many more. One more segment to go here. We'll be back.
It's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Highland Pines Golf Club in Porter. Here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back. Final segment of the show for me. And a report by Kelly Eco, and it's something you shouldn't be surprised by. The Rockets have maintained interest in Donovan Mitchell for months and continue to monitor the situation in Cleveland. And by that, monitoring the situation just means, is he going to ask out? Is he going to sign an extension? Is he going to ask for a trade? Or is he going to play out the year? Those are the things that's what that means. Because Donovan Mitchell could play out the year and then be a free agent next, not even after this upcoming season. That's why it's important for Cleveland. Actually, it's after this upcoming season. So that's why it's important if Cleveland can get an extension done for him, or they have to make a decision about trading him. Sean and I think he will pull the move that some stars have done in recent memory. He'll just sign the extension because that's where he can get the most money, and then ask out in a year if he doesn't like it. It happens. Dame Lillard did it. That's why the Portland Brass was so upset about it. Kevin Durant, I think, did it too to the Nets. The move, if he can stand another season in Cleveland, get your money, promise them you're going to stay, and then a year from now ask out. What's going to happen? What's the worst they can do? They're just going to trade you anyway. They may show more backbone than the Nets did because Kevin Durant gave them Phoenix, and he was traded to Phoenix. Portland, on the other end, said, hey, Dame Lillard, you're one of our legends, the most important player in franchise history. We're not going to trade you where you want to be traded to. So that'll be the push and pull of that, but the Rockets will be interested in how that plays out, whatever that might mean going forward. Sean, did you see that as we wrap it up, this show talks a lot about TV, that Comcast is developing a streamer, or is going to provide a streaming bundle that gets you Netflix, Apple TV, and one other streaming service. I think it's maybe Peacock, but one other streaming service for $15. Now, of course, anyone with a brain will know that there will be tiers to this, and if you want, because right now Netflix punches you in the face with, hey, if you want 4K shows, you have to pay extra. Okay, I guess. So that's where it is now. But they're going to launch a Netflix, Apple TV, and Peacock streaming service or bundle for $15 per month. I'll wait on that because I'm waiting for them to pull the rug out from underneath me and then tell me, hey, if you want this commercial free, it's going to cost this. If you want Super HD or 4K, it's going to cost this. You're not fooling me, Comcast. I've done enough business with you guys to know that it's never straightforward.
I was going to say the biggest bummer of this is the word Comcast. That's the one where I'm like, can we just cut these guys out? Like, I don't know.
I like the idea, but I ain't trusting Comcast to get me right because I got off of Comcast specifically because I didn't want to deal with them on the phone anymore because it's never straightforward. The cable company has it, and those people have jobs to do to make sure they try to convince you to stay. And it can't be just a simple thing where you go online and cut your service. No, you got to call them. That's why one of the big reasons I went with YouTube TV is because anytime I want to cancel that, I don't have to talk to anyone. I can just say pause or cancel, and it's done. Click of a button. But now I got to be on the phone for an hour with Comcast, going through multiple levels of people to tell me, hey, we can cut you a deal. Nah, I'm good. The whole point is I want out. So sounds like a great deal, but Comcast, I know better. I'm going to wait. But if I can get it for $15 and it's straightforward, I'll do it. I don't have Peacock, but I have the other two services already, and they certainly cost me more than $15. I can't wait for that to be like, hey, if you want Apple TV and Netflix and Peacock in 480p, it'll be $15 a month.
That's when it's going to get really nasty out there. Because the Netflix 4K thing, that's one thing. Because I mean, maybe I'm a bad messenger for this, given my eyesight, but I can't really tell the difference between 1080p and 4K. And
yeah, you have to buy a TV to make a good TV to make that be a difference anyway. And mostly it's for their for their prestige stuff, like if you care to watch Stranger Things in 4K, I guess. But for their regular stuff, that's maybe got Netflix branding, but they didn't create it. 10K is fine.
Yeah, and so
or 1080p, excuse me, is fine.
So that doesn't move me. But if they're like it's either 4K or 480p, then I might make a decision with my wallet there. But yeah, I cannot get over the fact that Comcast is so heavily involved in the. I thought the whole point was to get rid of these guys. What are we doing?
Yeah, I tried to get away from you guys. You can change your name to Xfinity all you want. I still know who you are. Stay away from me.
I'm very familiar with your game.
Yeah, you're not. I don't have one more in me when it comes to Comcast.
No,
I don't have it.
I'm done.
Yeah, I'm out. I'm retired from Comcast forever. There's nothing they can do to convince me, but they're going to try because we all know they're back to bundles. It went from, hey, getting a couple streaming services a la carte, but now you have to have them all to watch all the things you want to watch. But now it's practically cable. Again, that is the lament of people who have cut the cord, that you're not that far away from paying what you're paying for cable. Because, I surely need to watch HD TV at some point in my life, and that's going to cost me money. Great.
I will say, no one's got to be more bummed out about it than like HGTV and I don't know, Comedy Central and Spike TV. Although I don't think Spike is a thing anymore, but those channels were. I don't think anyone was exactly like seeking those out for their original content, but if you're flipping through and they're probably showing either a movie or, in HGTV's case, House Hunters.
Yeah.
I might stick around here for a few hours, but now it's like, why would I ever want to pay for any of those channels? Get out of here with that.
Yeah, and Comedy Central at this point with their legacy stuff, the stuff that what drew people there beyond the stand-up, all that stuff is streaming anyway. If you want to watch South Park, I think you can watch it on Paramount Plus and maybe even HBO Max. It's everywhere now. There's no real draw to have cable unless you just like the comfort of having a guide and maybe you just don't want to flip to multiple apps to get what you want to watch. But hey, I haven't watched live TV outside of sports in a very long time. Sorry, NCIS Sydney. I'm out.
Crikey.
You're not going to draw me in.
Come on.
What?
But
by the way, I have Paramount Plus. By the way, I have Paramount Plus, so I can watch it anyway. If I really wanted to watch NCIS Sydney. But, I'm a person who doesn't need to be around at 9 p.m. to watch it. I can just watch it the next day.
No.
If I so choose.
You gotta set your clock to it. Set up your TV dinner tray and.
I don't have strong stances. Nope. I don't have strong stances on a lot of stuff. But being at a certain time to watch TV, done.
No,
I'm not doing that anymore.
You go Wheel of Fortune, then you go
no.
NCIS.
It's only sports from now on. That's the only time. That's the only appointment viewing I have. Because even with House of the Dragon, that streams on HBO Max immediately when it airs live.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter.
I can be 10
or
minutes
Max
late
now.
to that.
Yeah, I'm good. And I'm good with this show. I'm done for the day. Sean, I think, is too, because he was here this morning. So Sean, oddly enough, for once, will wrap up when I wrap up. Brian is out here as Gallant George will begin in a couple minutes, followed by the Killer Bees. Appreciate everyone, and appreciate the sponsors out here for getting this tournament off the ground and helping out Kids Meals. You can go to kidsmealsinc.org to help Kids Meals, Carbach Brewing Company, Gentle Ben, among others, and Cypress Trail Hideout for lunch, and Valencia's Tex-Mex Garage for dinner, all contributed to a great day here at Highland Pines. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
And Shotwell, though, hits this one deep to right field. Tucker going back on it. Tucker at the wall, and that's a 3-run home run. First pitch swinging from Shotwell, and he didn't miss it.
Oh, Fromber. We're broadcasting live from the Occasional Invitational out here at the Highland Pines Golf Club. Beautiful day. Bunch of the guys on the course. Jeremy, Joel, Lance, Todd, John, of course. John Granado's golfing, of course. I mean, it's a golf tournament. John Granado's going to play. So a bunch of people are out there on the course right now. So far, it's been great. It's a beautiful day outside. Great lunch. Looking forward to the awards ceremony coming up here a little bit later. But we'll be with you here till 3. The Bees, when they get done golfing, hopefully right at 3 o'clock, we'll be here, I hope. If not, I'm sticking around. I'm stuck with you guys until Jeremy and Joel show up. Paul's not. I'm not making Paul stay because I didn't ask Paul this. So I can see the look on Paul's face. Paul doesn't have to stay.
It's ridiculous that they would be late to their own show for golf, but hey, they're a big afternoon. So you know what? Different rules for different folks.
Maybe next Occasional Invitational, we just pretend that we golf and we just take off the whole show.
Yeah, we could do that. I'm surprised that Jeremy's taking time out of his busy remote schedule and golf time to do a show. But hey, you know, some of us have to pay the bills in ulterior ways. So there you go.
Well, you know, Framber Valdez was trash for 1 inning.
Yeah. I mean, that was just the start because the 3-run homer begat 3 pitches in a row, single, mound visit, home run.
Yep.
Game over. Even though the Astros were just down 1 run at that moment in time, it really felt like, oh, boy, they're not going to be able to pull their way back into that one. And then Rafael Montero comes in and adds a nice turd on top of the turd mountain with the Rafael Montero show resuming and just allowing a home run right away. So very frustrating loss. Probably the most frustrating of the year thus far because the vibes were starting to get back. And then you got this big old stinker right in the middle of it.
Yeah, so just to kind of let's go back in time here a little bit. A couple weeks ago, we're having a conversation. We see a lineup, and then we're all talking about how Victor Caratini is probably going to catch Framber Valdez the rest of the season. Then his last start, Framber Valdez is on the mound. Yainer Diaz is catching. Framber Valdez went 11 innings, giving up 6 hits with 10 strikeouts between that start and through 4 innings last night. They get to the 5th. And then all of a sudden, Framber Valdez, who thinks he clearly knows best, who thinks he knows better than everyone else, decides, screw the game plan. I'm going to touch 99, which, where did that come from? And I'm just going to call my own pitches. And I'm going to do whatever I want to do. And it's funny, because didn't we have this conversation? Oh, yes. We started spring training with this conversation, in which Framber Valdez said he was going to use the pitch comm himself. And what happened? Oh, he got shelled in his first spring training game. And then Joe Espada said, no, we're not doing this, Framber. You're not in charge. Your catcher's in charge. So I don't know if it's a lack of faith in Yainer Diaz, even though he just went 11 innings with 10 strikeouts between his last start and through 4 innings, and then decided just to give up the world and be absolutely terrible and selfish and a bad teammate. But what are you doing, Framber? Why?
It's very convenient to have a translator during times like this.
I agree.
I mean, you don't have to face the music, really. I saw the post-game interview that he did. It's very strange that he feels that he, I guess, has the power to do this, especially after the spring training that we discussed, how he had the pitch comm for him at first. I'm going to make the calls, and they said no after 1 start. After how bad he was against the Rangers, after his meltdowns that he had last year, as he's working towards getting a long-term contract, doesn't seem like it's in his best interests to operate this way. But after the game, I mean, everyone threw him under the bus. It was Yainer Diaz. It was Joe Espada, who we heard from. I really look at this going forward, and you got to wonder, is there a fix to this, or is this just what you're going to get? You're going to have rogue Framber Valdez with his little pencil pirate mustache showing up on the mound, and after, a pretty good outing to that point, just deciding, you know what, let's see what happens
here.
Yeah,
just let's screw it.
It's Brett Favre-esque. It's when you just decide, hey, I've got the talent to do whatever I want. And I feel like at this point he should have learned that he hasn't. And, it is definitely a sign that everyone threw him under the bus after the game.
Big time. Well, let's hear from Joe Espada. Here is Joe Espada after last night's game talking about Framber Valdez's meltdown on the mound.
He just kind of lost, started leaving some pitches like in the heart of the plate, and they put some really good swings on him. His stuff was really good. Sinker, curveball. Just that fifth inning, he just kind of lost feel for the zone, and they put some really good swings on him.
Do you think he let that first home run get to him a little bit as the emotions got out of control that tends to happen with him?
No, I think he just kind of lost the game plan kind of lost it a little bit. He started making some pitches where I thought he was going to go a different way against certain hitters, and then he just couldn't get back on track.
Listen to him struggling to explain it, because he's not getting the answers probably from Framber Valdez when he comes back into the dugout. I would assume that there would need to be a translator for that to happen. I don't know what the conversation that Josh Miller had with Framber was right before the home run, where, as brought up on the Twitch, he shook off Yiner 3 times in a row at one time, and it resulted in a home run.
Yeah.
So he's just not listening to anybody? I've been taking Duolingo. No hablo inglés. I mean, I don't know where this started, why this happened in this outing. But, I mean, in a night where the Mariners rallied against the New York Yankees and it increased their AL West lead, it's games like this that stack up, and you ultimately find yourself potentially at the end of the year looking up at teams that actually could make the playoffs. And really, this one is easily on Framber. There's no one really
100%.
else to point at in this game.
No, it is childish. It is immature. It is being a bad teammate. Like, Daewon Donna is one of the nicest people I've ever met in my life, and she's putting on the Twitch, screw Framber, it's selfish. Like, yes. Everything about that decision last night, it just makes no sense. And then after the game, but reading the quotes that Chandler was putting out there and others, through Framber's translator about how he just decided to shake off Yiner and Yiner was calling a great game. I don't understand. I don't understand how you can be so successful for 11 straight innings and then just have this mental breakdown of selfishness for no reason. If this was Hunter Brown, we would be saying to cut his ass today or send him to his AAA to learn a lesson. If this was a basketball game and it was Jalen Green, he'd be on the bench. The problem is that he's your best pitcher, supposedly, but this is one of the most unbelievable things I've seen. And it's not the first time we've seen it.
That's why it's not unbelievable.
Like, it's not. Like, I saw a couple people tweet about this yesterday. I was also looking for the article, but I remember this story from a couple years ago. Lance McCullers did the same exact thing. So everyone here on the Twitch and on the text line who's going to say bring back Maldi, Lance McCullers literally did this to Martin Maldonado in the last couple of years. His next start, Maldonado shut it down, and Lance was great. But I'm not going to blame Yiner a second of this.
I'm not either, but at the same time, Maldi and Dusty Baker in this situation would be way stronger than that mamby-pamby answer that you heard from Joe Espada, who did not go out to the mound. I mean, it was just Josh Miller that was out there at first. And again, okay, it's supposed to be the pitching coach that's out there. Who was there to shut things down? Yiner Diaz isn't going to do that as a young player, and I don't think that Joe Espada is going to do it either, because we've just seen that Joe Espada doesn't really get confrontational.
Yeah, if Yiner Diaz is not in that moment at the mound, not like letting his cajones drop and saying, hey, he's not listening to me, straighten him out, then you need to grow a pair.
It's a learning lesson for him.
Yeah.
Hopefully is what I look at it as. But it is a tricky spot, I think, if you are a young player to tell a guy who's established this is how to do your job. And especially, too, I mean, the language gap it seems like it is a bit of an issue with Framber specifically. I don't know how much English these guys speak behind closed doors. I'm sure that they're not completely, incapable of having a conversation with some of their teammates that speak English predominantly. But this is one of those dynamics that is complicated further by that side of Framber, who has shown time and time again that his wits or his head, his mentals, as Marshawn Lynch would say, they're not his strength. whether it's getting pissed off and throwing at a guy after a meltdown that he had against the Mariners, that he had against the Rangers, or if it's like last night where you don't even really know what's going on. And Joe, I know we have this scheduled for the next segment, but this is why I wonder about Framber Valdez. Is this what having a kid's like? Is this what having a kid is like? I asked that because here's the other thing. I went out to Wings last night with my friends at Porch Swing Pub. Great place. I drive home, get home after 20 minutes. The Astros were up 6-1 when I left. I sit down. They're losing.
I know.
And I mean, to me, it went through my head. This must be what it's like to have your kid disappear for 3 minutes, and the next thing you know, little Timmy's come back and he's blown off his hands because he's been playing with fireworks.
Yeah, so like last night, as this is going down, to further this to show you how correct you are about this is what having a kid is like. I'm having a discussion with my 3-year-old because we can have full conversations now, and I'm saying, hey, what do you want for dinner? And he goes, pasta. So I make pasta. We're ready to go. Dinner's on the table. And then as soon as I put the pasta in front of him, you know what he does? No chicken. And I'm like, no, we're having pasta. You asked for pasta, eat the pasta. This is what you asked for. You get what you asked for. And you know what he did? He didn't eat it. And then by the time I finally got him to eat, you know what? He finally sat down. He took 2 bites and he goes, I want ice cream. Kid, this isn't what this is like. And that's what Framber Valdez is dealing like. He's like, I wanted to do it my way. Well, when things don't go well, like when my kid gets sick and it's his fault because he puts things in his mouth he's not supposed to, it's your fault, dude. This is your fault.
So, Joe Jr.'s 3.
Yes.
Framber Valdez is 31.
Something like that, yeah.
So, again, maybe some people are going to hear that, and they're going to say, that's a cringe comparison to make.
It's not.
But ultimately, I mean, you walk away as a viewer of Astros baseball with a 6-1 lead, think there's no way that this is going to go worse. The Angels blow. This game's over.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, I wonder what I'm going to watch next because there's no NBA playoffs on tonight. And, next thing you know, the score's like that. You look away for a couple of seconds, and he's doing things like that. And, yes, we love our children, but what if the kid's just been a rat bastard for, I don't know, a year?
I mean, look, here's the thing.
Because that's what it's been like with Framber.
I'll do another comp here to even further this. So there's been times where I've done what you did. I walk away. I'm going to the bathroom. I'm going to take care of this. I'm going to open the door for my wife because our front door doesn't open all the way sometimes. And I'm being a nice husband or just, doing daily things. And I come back, and my son, who's watching Bluey on the couch doing nothing, he's coloring on the walls. That's what last
Crayons?
night felt like. Yeah, usually it's colored pencils. We want
okay, so you can get rid of that.
So they're a little easier to get rid of. Now, one time it was a Sharpie, and that's terrifying. That's what last night was.
He's going to start tagging things.
It was a Sharpie on the wall. That's
Watch
what
out,
Framber Valdez
someone,
did.
Bridge.
Yeah, it's great.
Well, listen, but again, he's 3, and the problem with this comparison with Framber that we're making right now is not that we're comparing him to a 3-year-old. It's that he's doing things and he's untrustworthy, a la a small child. And, I mean, at the very least, you've got this going for you. He is making the decision about whether or not to give him a long-term extension easier and easier with every single instance like this. I mean, just over the last calendar year, how many examples do we have of Framber not being trustworthy? The meltdowns that he had in those games against the Mariners and the Rangers, the Rangers in the ALCS, this spring training where he goes rogue. He has this natural desire, it seems like, to march to the beat of his own drum. And you know what? Some people can get away with that in life. The most talented people out there can.
Or 3-year-olds who don't know any better.
Though you're supposed to lay down the law as a parent.
He's learning.
This is why I think I would be a terrible parent, because I don't know how I'd be able to do it, because I would just get so frustrated all of the time. But with Framber, there's no real getting to him, and he's not so talented that he gets to look the other way, pretend he didn't hear. And this happens yet again, and ultimately it results in, to this point, easily the most what the bleep Astros loss
100%.
of the year. And there's been a lot of those already this year, and that one takes the cake because
this will be the worst loss of the season.
Yeah. To quote the guy in Not Another Teen Movie, the play-by-play announcer, wham, bam, what the bleep happened. That is basically what happened in 5 minutes of driving home from a wing stop.
All right, I've got a suggestion to solve the Fromber problems when we get back. And plus, as the text line brings up as well, this isn't even like the most recent, besides this experience of a pitcher shaking off Yainer Diaz and things going terribly.
Oh, no.
We'll get into that next as well here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to Gallant and George,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Highland Pines Golf Club for ESPN 97.5 and 92.5's Occasional Invitational.
Gallant George broadcasting live from Highland Pines Golf Club, the Occasional Invitational. Talking about Framber Valdez and what's going on with him yesterday. So I'd like to make an official declaration here. I don't want to wait. In theory, in August, you're going to have Christian Javier, Justin Verlander, Eric Getty, Hunter Brown, Luis Garcia, Lance McCullers, Ronald Blanco. Trade him at the deadline.
Fromber.
Move on.
Yeah, I'm with you already.
Even if you're going to try to win the World Series, move on.
Co-signed. No debate from me.
Like, get rid of him right now. Don't wait till next year. Don't wait till the offseason. Do it right now. Don't, and because the thing is, too, is like we know most likely what's going to happen is they won't do this, and he will sit on the Astros roster, and he'll be here next year, and we'll talk about him and his disaster starts next year and his mental breakdowns, and then he'll walk in free agency. Don't. Fromber, go on a heater here the next, 2 months. Don't be an idiot and get rid of him. I don't think there's any need. To me, what happened last night is so disrespectful to your teammates, and it is a pattern. And I just don't think you need Framber Valdez to win a World Series. I'm going to be honest. I think that Ronald Blanco and Javier and Verlander and Luis Garcia and McCullers, you can piece it together. 7, 8, 9 is going to figure it out. They're going to be good. We saw Presley return to the mound last night. The lineup is awesome. We know that. We know that it can be the best lineup in baseball. The Astros can win the American League without Framber Valdez. Trade him.
I'll co-sign that. What would you get in return for him? Probably more than you would get. Then, because the guy's got half a year left this year and another year on his contract.
Yeah.
And I imagine wherever he goes, he'll actually feel a kick in the ass for the first time and perhaps be a little bit more consistent. But, I mean, this is a team. Remember there were articles about the mental coaches that he's had to. I mean, the Astros have poured every single resource except for a long-term contract into Framber Valdez, and that's the last thing that any of us should want right now, just given the Astros' history when they've been giving out the long-term contracts to pitchers, whether it's Lance McCullers or with where we're at with Ryan Presley right now and his ring finger injury, or it's Rafael Montero. The extensions generally don't work out. You'd probably be able to help rebuild the farm system in some way, shape, or form. And if that is what Dana Brown's primary job is now as Astros general manager, maybe this is something that's on the table. Ultimately, Framber Valdez is something that becomes more of a problem when the leadership that you have in the clubhouse is lacking. And, I mean, we've seen in that piece by Chandler Rome that whether you agree or disagree, the departures of Martin Maldonado, Hector Neris, and Michael Brantley have had an impact on this clubhouse. How much of one, who knows, but things like this with Framber become a wildfire if unchecked by the clubhouse proverbial firefighters. And who that guy is right now, I don't know. It's definitely not Joe Espada. We have just learned that from his demeanor at this point. Whether that's good or bad, that's up to you. But right now, that's what I know Espada is. He's not a confrontational person, just based off of everything we've
Big
seen.
time.
Look at the issues that the times where he's conversed with the umpire so calmly and politely. And that's not, again, necessarily an indictment on him. But if you don't have somebody that can take care of this, then to what you said, Joe, trade him, bolster the farm system. I'm game for it.
You can win without him. Like, you have enough pitching to win without him. Your lineup's good enough. Your bullpen can be good enough. Like, I still firmly believe that Abreu, Presley, Hader, when you get to the playoffs, no one wants to face those guys. No one wants to face Kyle Tucker, who's second in the league in home runs. Yordan Alvarez is going to get hot and start hitting bombs left and right before we know it. Altuve's going. Pena's going. Like this is a history of problems with Framber. Like, whether it is big-time fielding mistakes, what we saw last year, like, yeah, he responded the day they traded Justin Verlander by throwing a no-hitter. What happened to start before? What happened to start after? What happened the rest of the season? Like, he's not going to sign here long-term. So if you're going to do it, this is the moment.
Yeah.
And so, like, that's why. Now, with Yainer, as much as I don't want to blame him for last night, and I blame it all on Framber, there does seem to be a little bit of pushback from the starters in general. Whether you go back to spring training with Framber or what we saw the other day with Justin Verlander, where he had that, great battle with Contreras, and he lost. And here is JV talking about that at bat after the game.
Yeah, I can go home and put my head on my pillow tonight. Made a bunch of good pitches, and he's one of the best hitters in baseball, and he got me. So obviously, it still hurts, sucks. Just a epic at bat, frustrating. Honestly, like that at bat doesn't really bother me that much. It's the kind of got out of sequence that inning, a couple walks. That to me, the home run, obviously, on the scoreboard is the difference of the game. But for me, kind of losing my mechanics a little bit and walking a couple guys was is a bit more frustrating. You guys know it's been well documented. I've been going through a bit of a mechanical change, so it happens.
That pillow comment right there, which she walks back as the comment continues, it's so insufferable. And then just talking about the outing sort of like it's spring training. It's been well documented that I've been working on some mechanical things. No, it actually hasn't been that well documented. Thanks for sharing with the class, though. So you're hearing that from Justin Verlander, and Fromber's doing what he's doing. And, I mean, you got to have some major questions about what's going on. I mean, Joe, if I'm looking at the fall guy, we've discussed this before, the next fall guy, now that Jose Abreu has been sent to West Palm Beach, in quotation marks, but it seems to be back on Friday, I feel like Josh Miller is the next one in the crosshairs.
Yeah.
The pitching coach for the Astros.
Yeah, we talked about that a month or two ago, and there was a good amount of pushback to that. It's just more of, at some point things change, right? Like the Astros have done a really good job of keeping their staff together, whether it's the hitting coaches, the pitching coaches, besides obviously Strami leaving to go to Arizona. But, Miller and Murphy, they were here with Strom. So, yeah, these things do continue. If there's always a fall guy. We see this in sports all the time. Whether it's right or wrong, the players never get blamed last. They're always pitching coaches, hitting coaches that always get the blame. And a lot of times what you'll see will happen, especially in baseball, we've seen this a million times, where a hitting coach gets fired and the next year it's not any better. And that's kind of the moment where you realize that. I don't know if Miller is the guy that gets the blame here, but clearly, like there's the pitchers, your two top guys in quotes, because Fromber I have question marks about just being able to do this consistently. They got to find some balance with Yainer. Like that's the big thing for the Astros. Like if you are going to not have what happened last night, and you have questions about Yainer Diaz's decisions behind the plate, you got to kind of figure out, like, why is that? Why did they go to Caratini for, like, 5 or 6 starts, I think it was, in a row for Fromber in between when Yainer started the season and the last 2 starts behind the plate for Fromber? Like what is going on to cause these issues, and what is the problem-solving solution that they're going to find? That's above my pay grade.
Well, here's the easy solution. Bench Fromber's ass. Just take him out of the next start and say, yeah, don't do that. But I imagine, since it's a marathon, not a sprint, that no baseball manager would actually do that, especially if your team is still struggling to get back above 500. But ultimately, there has to be some sort of consequences for something like last night. Has to be.
What do you think of Joe Spada's management of the whole situation? Because obviously it unraveled so fast, the Fromber. Like, they didn't have anyone up. You didn't think they needed it, but it was 3 straight pitches. Like, it unraveled so quick. I do think Joe Spada should have reacted quicker to getting someone up in the bullpen. But at the same time,
the bullpen thing to me, that's not the issue as much as after.
Yeah.
It's about how do you handle the disastrous inning after it's done. How do you figure out what happened? Did you talk with Fromber after the inning? Did you talk with Yainer after the inning? I mean, we heard from him at the press conference, and I'm sure that there was some sort of discussion because there's lots of long downtime during a baseball game. But I think that that's really where I'm most curious about what happened, is about what did he say in the immediacy afterwards? What did Fromber say in the immediacy afterwards? Was Fromber apologetic? Was Fromber mad at himself? Was Fromber pushing back at the criticism that he was going rogue?
As the text line on the Twitch has pointed out, like he's kind of laughing and smiling on the mound as it's happening. And I don't know if it's just like we all have – everyone like does like that nervous chuckle a little bit, or you just laugh when things go so poor and you just kind of laugh at yourself. I don't know if it's that, but, yeah, I mean, it'd be great to know. I'm curious for tomorrow when we're doing – Are We Down with Dana Brown? Curious what Dana Brown will have to say about this. Because he's either going to give the most PC answer of all time, or he's going to maybe show some frustration for the first time. I would hope I would hear frustration. That's what I hope to hear. Mm-hmm. I hope to hear frustration with the whole situation.
Well, I mean, we all feel it, and yeah, it would be nice if instead of pointing at the back of baseball cards that they would actually give us a little good, honest yeah, what the F?
Yeah.
But they won't. I feel like they believe that it's in their best interest to maintain like everything is fine, nothing to see here. Frank Drebin in the Naked Gun outside of the fireworks store. Please disperse. Nothing to see here. King of all Twitches says on the Twitch, Paul, you can't really afford to bench your number one. Jeez, I don't know, man. If he's your number one, you're kind of effed. I mean, if this is what you're looking at the rest of the way, I don't trust him. He is a good pitcher, no doubt about it, a great one at times. But the inconsistency to me and the fact that you can't trust him and you possibly can't even coach him, how can he be your number one if that's the case? No matter his talent, and no one should be above this. And I think this is the big problem for a first-year manager and a young catcher who's in that role for the first time is that a guy like this does something. What's going to stop him from doing it again other than actual punishment?
Yeah, this is definitely a moment where you'd feel more confident about this with Dusty and Maldi here than Joe Espada and Yainer Diaz here, for sure. All right, when we get back, in case you missed it, everything we missed over the weekend, we'll get into that next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
First, let me tell you about my friends at Pendleton Whiskey. Yes, it's my favorite. You know how I do it. Give me a cocktail glass, a big old rock, 2 fingers worth of that amber goodness. Goes great with golf, goes great with everything. Cigars, conversations. Guys, Pendleton Whiskey is so good because of a couple of different things. First off, it's cut with glacier water from Oregon's Mount Hood. Second, made with the finest northern grains. And third, it is barrel-aged in American oak. Blend it all together, and you get something that's going to satisfy your inner cowboy. You can get Pendleton Whiskey wherever you get your liquor, whether that's at a liquor store or it could be also via Drizzly. They'll bring it to you. It's Pendleton Whiskey. It's true Western tradition. Get you some today.
All right, Paul, we're going to start with one that's not on the rundown today because I found this yesterday, and it's maybe the most fascinating thing I've ever seen in college sports.
Hit me.
Birmingham Southern, they are a D3 baseball team, okay? They have advanced to the D3 Super Regional. Paul, their college is shutting down on May 31st. If they win their Super Regional and advance to the D3 College World Series, they'll be playing for a school that no longer exists.
Huh.
Yep.
So they're playing for themselves.
They're playing for themselves. They're not playing for the names on the front. They're playing for the names on the back.
Are they going to have to pay for their flights?
I don't know.
Their lodging?
Crazy.
I mean, it's D3, so they're not scholarship, I'd imagine.
Probably
either.
not. Yeah, what a bizarre.
What's the school called again?
Birmingham Southern.
Okay.
All I know is I'm now rooting for Birmingham Southern.
Sounds like a DeVry. Okay.
Yeah.
Nothing against DeVry or ITT Tech, guys. I'm just saying. Sounds like one of those, places that you'd find around the corner.
It's true.
I lived next to a DeVry.
You did?
Yeah, or one of those schools when I first moved to Houston over on Kester.
Hey, there was a fight this weekend.
Yeah. And NASCAR, baby.
Yeah, apparently not just in a race, an all-star race, where the prize is $1 million, but this is an all-star competition. And afterwards, you got dudes throwing haymakers. I love it.
You know what I love? So the two racers, and look, I'm NASCAR ignorant as well. Paul's ignorant about a sport? What a surprise. Yeah, I know. But Ricky Stenhouse got knocked out of the race in the second lap by Kyle Busch.
Early.
He stayed in the middle of the track for the remaining 198 laps. And there was no way out because there's no, bridge that goes out from underneath the track. He just sat there and stewed for an entire NASCAR race. Now, I'm not that familiar with NASCAR, and I don't know how long a race typically goes, but I know that 200 laps, I'm assuming that's like a minute plus per lap. So we're talking he might have been sitting there for 3 hours literally waiting to fight this guy.
Yeah.
You got to imagine the frothy rage that was going through his body over 3 hours. And as an angry little Irish pissant, I relate with that man. Shout out to you. Now, that is assault, brother, but
dude,
his car assaulted your car.
The best part is that, NASCAR is all about it. They're tweeting photos from the official gold verified NASCAR account, photos of the fight. That's great. Let's get more of that. If there's ever a real NBA fight, why didn't the MLB tweet out photos when Rougned Odor punched Jose Bautista in the face, when Tim Anderson got knocked unconscious last year? Where are you at, MLB? Support fighting. We are a free fighting nation.
I feel like in states like Texas and Washington, there are mutual combat laws where you can agree to a fight and no one gets in trouble as long as there's some sort of handshake agreement. And I believe now the lawyers out there, you probably know better than me, but if I'm not mistaken, even if someone falls and hits their head really hard, if the fight has been mutually agreed upon, then anything goes. Hopefully not actual murder. But if it's legal in a couple of states, why can't it be legal in a sport?
Yeah.
Mutual. Now, many players would just not fight or do the hold me back thing.
Mutual combat.
Yeah.
So the Preakness was this weekend.
It was. Congratulations to the horse who won. And hopefully no horses got shot after breaking their legs.
Dude, let me tell you, a lot of horses get shot in Yellowstone. Tough scene.
They do.
Sometimes they don't show it, but tough scene when that happens.
Oh, very tough scene. But there's a really cool thing that happens at the Preakness, and I think, honestly, this should be on ESPN. It's called the running of the porta potty.
This should be on ESPN The Ocho when they do it.
It should be on ESPN 1. They should move the actual stupid horse race to some fake TV, and they should put this on because it's just a bunch of absolute alcoholics getting up on top of porta potties, running across them like it's a track while they're getting pelted by beer cans. I don't think I've ever seen something that embodies the American dream more than that.
Should we put our resignation now into Todd and tell him that we're going to be the commissioners of the porta potty running league?
Well, we'd have to figure out how to monetize it, and I don't know if there'd be a big market for it. We would be able to get beer sales.
I was like, could we ask Coors Light? Could we ask Granado to help get us a sponsor?
Yeah, Coors Light.
Hey, they'll drink it before they throw it at the people.
Right, or maybe we could get some sponsorship of some beer that everyone thinks is terrible, like that Red Dog stuff, or Purple Haze. That's going to be controversial with Louisianans. I don't care. That stuff's garbage.
I was literally drinking some of that the other day.
You had Purple Haze?
Literally when we were at the bar together on Friday.
Oh, I'm sorry, man.
It's the best one they have on tap at the bar downstairs.
Love Street. What are you doing?
Oh, they do have Love Street.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot about that. We got Love Street for the second round.
Okay.
What else did we miss? A bunch of stuff going on in the NBA. Bunch of trash talk here, Paul.
Yeah, the trash talk, I think, has been the best part of these NBA playoffs, especially of late, from Anthony Edwards. So Anthony Edwards, after the game, said that he had Jamal Murray in handcuffs. He got in the face with some old guy courtside saying he needs to get out of his arena. There was another point where he waved goodbye to the crowd with about 30 seconds left, and Nikola Jokic, in particular, seemed to be very upset with that. So lots of trash talk in the Western Conference. And in the Eastern Conference, Tyrese Halliburton, I don't know if you guys saw him do this, but he put on a hoodie, and that hoodie had a picture of Reggie Miller holding up the choke sign from when the Pacers had that epic comeback against the choking-ass Knicks. I think the Knicks still went on to win that series, though, so I'm not sure if it works entirely, but I like the trash talk in the NBA that we're seeing.
I do feel like Halliburton should have worn it before the game.
I agree with you there.
Like
to
if
wear
you're
it
going to do
afterwards,
maybe. Now it's safe. It's safer to do that way.
Mm-hmm.
But wear it before the game.
Yeah,
Like,
before
yeah.
and after. I think a lot of Knicks fans are in their feelings. Oh, we were really hurt. Oh, we were really injured. And you know what? It's good to see them crying about injuries again and also coming up short again. I cannot stand the emphasis that New York puts upon itself, especially considering the Knicks have never done anything of value in my life. Again, so I guess beating the Pacers after Reggie Miller did the choking sign is like their swan song. Getting smoked by the Rockets in the finals, I guess that's their other best moment. Can't stand them. So it's good to see them get their comeuppance.
And this weekend was George Strait's birthday.
Yes.
You got a song for
how many Amarillo by morning, way down San Antonio, everything that I got is just what I got on. Yeah, he's the king of country.
He is the king. All right, we're gonna do a super in case you missed it, because we were off the air on Friday. Storm took us out, and there was a big story on Friday morning that happened that we're gonna get to in the next segment, because you got golfers getting arrested. That's next here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Back to Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Highland Pines Golf Club in Porter.
Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, broadcasting live from the Occasional Invitational out here at the Highland Pines Golf Club. All right, Paul, I told you I had a little bit of surprise for you today.
What's that?
So, make sure I clarify this first. We're adding a member to our family, but not a baby.
Okay.
I'm joining a similar club to you. We're going to be a cat family now.
Oh, I'm so happy for you.
Yeah. So, Colin from Apollo tweeted out this video of this little cat, this little kitten, that got lost during the storm and nearly got ran over by a truck. So, but the cat's fine. So
Good.
we're adopting a kitten. We're
That's
taking
awesome.
him. So I'm going to get him tomorrow.
You're taking him in? Oh, that's
Yeah.
so sweet.
Yeah. My 3-year-old's going to be so excited.
They are.
My allergies? We'll see.
Are you allergic to cats?
They're not severe allergies, as long as I don't touch my eyes. So basically, I can never touch my eyes ever again in my life, or wash my hands religiously.
You want to get lint brushes.
Yep.
There's pet dryer sheets.
This is him.
Oh, my God.
So we're getting a little kitty.
Oh.
Do you know how old the cat is?
No. So plan is tonight, go buy supplies. Tomorrow, go pick him up. Thursday morning, take him to the vet.
Okay.
Make sure fleas, all that stuff. Make sure he's good.
You have a litter box?
That's what we're going to get tonight.
Okay. Litter box, and you're going to want to make him so that he's got like his own little confined space for basically like a while. You know, could be a week, could be a little bit longer until he feels comfortable being there. He's a kid, so he's probably going to acclimate pretty quickly. But also
small area, litter box.
Definitely keep putting him in, or is it him or her?
It's a him.
Okay, keep putting him in the litter box until he goes to the bathroom.
Yep.
Like literally just keep putting him in there. Eventually, I don't know what it is, but they just know how to do it.
So you just keep putting him in.
Yep.
And
over and over again.
Yeah,
literally.
literally.
He'll jump out.
Yep.
Just
Because
put
he'll
back
probably
in.
jump out and go back in because
Okay.
he's a kid and he's going to be a cute little idiot
Yeah.
at this phase. But
anything else I should know about being a cat dad?
dude, it's so easy. It's again
So
like
I'm like
it's so easy.
Following up on Paul's idea, yes, start with a small area. Same thing I did when I had a kid. One thing though, like I got baby gates, right, to keep the cat within inside the area. Don't get a baby gate that's got like like holes throughout, like a what do you call it? I can't think of the term for it, but get one that's kind of solid, because what I found out a weekend is the cat can climb over that very easily.
Yeah, oh
Good
yeah,
to know.
cats.
It
Good to know.
just did an army crawl right over it, no problem. It's got to be a solid surface that it can't climb up.
You're going to find out about a lot of places that you think are inaccessible to animals that will not be inaccessible anymore. Your
Roll up like towels and T-shirts and stuff them in like small areas underneath your couch and chairs that you wouldn't want the cat getting into.
Okay. Good to
because
know.
they will try to crawl into tiny spaces to feel safe.
Yes.
And it'd be hard to get out.
Yes, 100%, Brian. There will be at least multiple moments where you have no idea where your cat is and you thought that it left, and it's probably going to be like in the most small little area of your place, and you'll find it eventually. But then we'll eventually get to like having like 5 or 6 little hiding spots like that.
Yeah.
So yeah. What else? Nothing. I'm very happy for you.
Yeah, we're
because,
excited.
You know, a lot of people hate on cats. Okay, and look, I get it. They're not as affectionate for you needy people. You know, like you need to have the confirmation of a dog because your life is empty and you got nothing. But for me, as someone who's very confident in himself, it's just so damn easy to have a cat. Like they're sweet when they need to be, but I mean, you don't have to take them on a walk. You just got to change the litter box and feed them a couple of times a day. They do them, you do you. It's great.
Yeah, I can't wait to see my 3-year-old chase the cat around the house.
Oh yeah, that cat's gonna think he's a terrorist.
Yes.
But the thing is, if he's young enough, he actually might enjoy it at first.
That's
it's
what I'm
old,
hoping.
Old cat plus a baby disaster, like me and my cat Abby growing up.
Okay. You chased it around too much?
Yeah, Abby was declawed, thankfully, because Abby used to just smack my face a lot.
Yeah, that's going to be on the list of things to ask the vet to do, probably.
No.
That's going to get you canceled. So
No.
you're going to
No.
retract that. You're going
No,
to retract
don't,
that.
don't do that.
Don't declaw.
Don't declaw.
It is.
Okay,
It
don't
is.
declaw.
Think of cutting off your finger at your middle knuckle. That's what you're doing to the
Okay,
cat.
don't declaw.
You're
Put that on my
You're not
list.
just trimming your fingernails. You're
Okay.
cutting off their finger
See?
halfway.
That's what I thought it was. I thought it was like trimming your fingernails.
No, you're gonna have. That's actually the one annoying thing is if you're gonna have to figure out how to clip the toenails because they will scratch stuff. Scratching post key.
Scratching post.
In multiple areas.
Good to know.
Multiple areas.
This is the Houston Cat Hour.
Houston Cat
NPR.
I mean,
NPR 97.5.
I mean, here's the thing. Like this time slot's used to this. Like before, it was like they did lawn talk or whatever on The Usual Suspects. We're doing cat talk now on the show.
Oh.
So that's our new branding.
I feel
the
like
cat dads.
I'm
gonna have Michael Carroll make a rejoin for that one. The cat dads.
The cat dads
on ESPN 97.5.
Yeah. I will.
Austin, what are we doing?
Austin.
You're booing us?
Austin's booing us.
Austin's booing
You're
us.
3-1 here, Austin.
Yeah.
Austin, sorry, but like I've always thought that you might have like a snake at home, so like, I'm not going to. I'm not gonna allow that. I'm not gonna allow that boo.
And then so Friday morning, Scotty Scheffler got arrested trying to get into the golf tournament this weekend.
Oh,
So there was a tragedy that happened in the area. He's trying to get in. He's been told he has clearance if he's in a PGA car. And then, like, I guess he rolled his window down. The cop reached in. What did you call him yesterday?
The picture of the police officer who arrested Scotty Scheffler looks like adult Eric Cartman.
Yes, that's what it is.
It looks exactly like adult Eric Cartman, like 30 years from now, Eric Cartman, who is finally getting people to respect his authority. And this is such a funny story, and it really looks like, Joe, that everything's going to be dropped. So basically, what we saw initially is that apparently, per the report, he drove off Scheffler around, and the cop, I guess, grabbed him or something like that, and it seems like he fell, but there's no body cam of it. We know that the person's pants, which were valued at $80, were damaged beyond repair.
Pricey. Pricey pants.
I gotta say, I don't buy that police officers' pants are $80.
I don't think so either.
I mean, 80 seems like a lot. Maybe 50 if we're going for a high-end pair of slacks or something like that. But unless there's some Kevlar in there or something like that, 80. But it seems like all charges are potentially going to be dropped in this case. And, man, what a story for Scotty Scheffler, who, let's be honest, is a bit boring as golfers go. So now he's got a little bit of respect on his name, a little street cred now.
Yeah, it's just a weird story. Like, just for it to happen, like, such a good golfer, and then, like, this is the story of the weekend. None of the stories golf. And that's the funny thing about the sport.
Xander Schauffele is not the same person as Scotty Scheffler, which I found out on Sunday.
Correct.
I love how that makes Joel so angry, like that I don't know the names of obscure golfers in another boring ass sport.
It really does upset him. And normally he would be upset about hearing you say that, acknowledging that, but he's not listening right now.
Yeah, because he's golfing.
He's pretending to.
I'm sure he hasn't sliced
eight
balls and has not sworn once.
Do you
about
think
his
that
bad play?
Brian, are you concerned about the mentality of your show today, considering that Jeremy and Joel are golfing together?
No, because I think Joel's the same either way. I think Joel's going to come in hot. He's going to come in intense regardless.
You don't think that if he loses by 10 strokes to Jeremy, he's going to be
Are they playing head-to-head?
Well, oh, wait, no, yeah, they're not. Never mind.
No, I don't think Jeremy.
I don't remember what the rules are today.
Jeremy's competitive, but he's not competitive to the point of comparing scores to others. Like, he's competitive with
Joel
himself.
would compare the scores
Yeah, it's
to
like,
others.
and if they're playing like scramble.
Jeremy's competitive, like doing his own personal best, but not really, he doesn't really care about.
Yeah, like if they're doing a scramble, like Joel's definitely keeping track of whose shots are being
Joel
used.
is the guy that if you go putt-putt is fact-checking your scores.
Yes.
Joel is definitely the kind of person who would be paying attention to Granado's score the entire time for comparison's sake, and if he gets a better score than Granado, he will never let anyone hear the end of it. Understandably so. That would be kind of funny. I do want to see perhaps a Cold War between two shows that we're not a part of that have to do with the golfing
trivial
at today's occasional invitational. Yeah, I want that.
My biggest concern is that like Lance is going to get severely hurt out there.
Why
He's frail.
He can't play disc golf
He's
without
frail?
getting hurt.
He gets hurt playing disc golf.
He can't walk through parking lots at stadiums without getting hurt.
What happens?
I don't know exactly.
Turned ankles all the time.
I've heard.
It's mostly turned ankles.
He's got to wear high tops. That's what high tops are for.
Yeah.
They got high top Jordans, right?
They do. They have golf Jordans. Yeah, they're high tops.
They have golf Jordans.
They're pretty sick.
Joe would be the person to know that.
I was looking at buying some new Jordans, and I saw them.
How many Jordans do you have?
4.
Oh, okay.
I need a new pair.
That's less than I thought.
Yeah, I
don't care about
I
shoes.
got to keep it responsible.
That's fair.
It's the hats that I'm irresponsible.
Yeah, mine's Hawaiian shirts.
Yeah. Big price difference here between you and me, though. On what? I can get, I think, 2
What,
hats.
Jordans?
No, I mean for the hats.
Oh, yeah, 2 hats for one shirt.
Hawaiian shirts?
2 hats for 1 Hawaiian shirt. All right, it's Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5, 92.5. CJ Stroud throwing touchdown passes today to Nico Collins. We'll get into what's going on with the Texans and some questions we saw about the Texans season next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
First, let me tell you about my friends in MyBookie and MyBookie.ag. You enter promo code BET975. You're going to get an awesome deposit bonus when you first sign up, or a reload bonus if you don't have any cash in your coffers online. So, okay. Astros, you want to see them bounce back. They're 1.5-run favorites with Christian Javier on the hill against Griffin Canning. Again, like the Angels sound like made-up people, every single player on that roster. I can't believe that Fromber blew that one last night. Thanks, Fromber. You've been so consistent of late. I mean, honestly, next time I see him on MyBookie.ag, I am fading the Astros with Fromber on the mound out of spite. Because if they win, hey, I'll feel good about it. But if they lose, at least I'll have something to look at, seeing how Fromber's been so dang inconsistent this year. But also, you could bet on the NBA playoffs tonight. And our first game tips off tonight at 7. It's my Boston Celtics, 10.5-point favorites against the Indiana Pacers at the TD Garden, kid. I got to say, 10.5 seems a lot, as much as I love the Celtics, and as many times as they've beaten teams by 30-plus points. You can bet on either of those games in MyBookie.ag. Again, promo code BET975 for that awesome deposit bonus. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie.ag.
Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 1 o'clock hour has arrived. Time to talk some Texans football. Texans back at practice today. CJ Stroud, Tank Dell running all over the place, looking pretty good, pretty healthy. Which just means he's running.
Who's saying that? Who's reporting that?
So a lot of people are saying.
A lot of people are saying, a lot of people are reporting. This is the time of year where I think that the fact, Joe, that we have as many people that are now reporting on the NFL as we do, it is very annoying to hear the breakdowns of guys going up against each other in shorts with no contact against one another.
Agreed.
Half speed as well. And I feel bad for the people that actually have to do that as a job, to go out to these every single day, especially on a day like today. It is muggy.
It's gross.
Muggy AF outside. That's why you have to have a few cocktails when you're, maybe a little Pendleton whiskey while you're playing out here golf here at the occasional invitational. But, you take a look at these reports that are coming out, and I just find it funny that everyone's so excited because it's the first day back But then you sort of realize, like, oh, yeah, damn, we got like 4 months.
It's like the first day of school.
Yeah, exactly. You're excited because you're like, oh, yeah, look at all these guys.
See all my friends.
Tank Dell's fine.
Cody Stutes is tweeting out a video of the fact that the rookies don't have handshakes with C.J. Stroud yet.
What?
Big drama.
C.J. Stroud is freezing them out. Wow.
C.J. Stroud hasn't taught them cool handshakes.
Well, not a real Texan yet.
Yeah.
You got to make it to the end of training camp before you get that real handshake.
Yep, that's the way it goes.
Also, too, I mean, it would be hard to have a handshake with every single person.
It seems like he does, though. How do you remember them all?
I would not be able to remember 3, let alone having – how many do you think he has right now at this moment in time?
10, 12.
That's too many.
And the first one he's doing is with a Goombawale. If he's got a handshake, everyone's got a handshake.
Daria Goombawale is a handshake?
Yeah, I mean, he's just a kicker.
He's your backup kicker.
Exactly.
He's not John Christian and Amy Fairbairn.
So the Chronicle put this out, 5 questions or things to watch with the Texans so far in the camp and going forward. First one was, how do the rookies fit in?
Yep.
Do they fit in?
Well, if they're not getting handshakes with C.J. Stroud, then, I mean, you may as well cut them right now. Yeah, I mean, this is one of those years where you take a look at the guys who are the newest Houston Texans, where they were drafted. I'm not expecting many of them to have much of an impact this season.
I don't think you want them to, honestly. The less we see of the rookies this year, the better. You know, like maybe I can't remember his name. The running back that they took late in the draft. Like maybe he's your number 2 eventually in front of Pierce.
I even wonder about that because he's undersized and supposedly he doesn't really do anything that spectacularly. He just has great vision.
Yeah, like Kalen Bullock. Okay, you want Petrie and Ward to be healthy and better, and Bullock to not play as much. You don't want Blake Fisher to be out there that much this year. You want your offensive line. Kenyon Green supposedly looks good and healthy according to D'Amico Ryans. Like
I will say with Bullock though, because Bullock actually has the ability to play center field as a safety, and I don't know that Petrie or Jimmy Ward have that. That is one area where I'd like to see him, like 3rd and longs and stuff like that, 2nd and longs, obvious passing situations. But, yeah, for the most part, you're not looking for many of these guys to contribute that much. I know some people are thinking that Kamari Lassiter is going to get moved to outside corner. Maybe, maybe not, but honestly, no one has a clue until we actually see it in a game. And I would doubt it at this moment in time just based off his size.
He would be the one that I would assume would play the most. If it's not without injury being put in play here. I would assume Lassiter has the best chance to get on the field just because of the depth that you have there with Henderson, Okudah. The ESPN put out an article yesterday, I think it was, or The Athletic, 1 signing for each team. They said Xavier Howard for the Houston Texans. Like they still have to really address the cornerback 2 spot, who's going to play opposite Derek Stingley Jr. So maybe Lassiter ends up being that guy, or Desmond King somehow moves to the outside. Like that seems unlikely as well. But like how the rookies fit in, I hope they don't. I hope they don't play. I hope they learn and develop this year and play rotational snaps, and that's about it. Their second question, how is Tank Dell in his health? We're joking about it, but, like, the videos of him, he's running very well. He's running fast.
Impervious to bullets, not impervious to using him on the interior line in the goal line packages.
Yep, so let's stay away from certain bars and restaurants, and let's stay away from blocking on the inside, and we'll be good to go. That's how I feel about Tank Dell.
Yeah, pretty much. It's so crazy that he would in that spot. And I know a lot of people after the on the field, like the Sanford club. Sorry, I'm not Will Kunkel, Joe. Okay, look, I'm looking at this spot and I'm thinking about why is he a guy who is smaller than me from a weight perspective and height perspective? Why is that guy anywhere close to the goal line mosh pit in the middle of the game, and you wonder where would the Texans be at the end of the year if he wasn't in that spot. And I saw a lot of people after the fact that were trying to explain it away. It is football. Yes, football, freakish things happen on a football field. That should not have been one of them.
Yeah, well, you put him in the position for a freakish thing to happen. So, like, let's never do it again. Nico Collins' extension, that's one thing to watch from the Chronicle. I agree with. I would like to see Nick Caserio be pretty aggressive here and get this thing done before the start of the season.
Because if he has a great season, it's going to cost you more, and there will probably be more wide receiver contracts that are taken care of either the remainder of this offseason or maybe in the middle of this coming regular season. And I think he has shown in the past calendar year that he's got some special traits. He's a huge guy that actually has the ability to run by an entire defense. And on top of that, he is difficult to tackle. He's elusive in space. He runs like a really fast tight end with the ball in his hands. And that's hard to find. It's not saying it's impossible to find, but he's developed into a really good player, and that's something I wasn't sure we would see, because usually you see that big jump from year 1 to year 2, but year 2 to year 3, he made a huge jump, and having a great quarterback helps. And maybe knowing that you have this great quarterback might be a way for you to lower the price for Nico Collins. Just a little bit, like a little bit of a discount, a C.J. Stroud discount.
If he has a big season again this year, then he's going to get a similar contract to whatever T. Higgins gets next year in the offseason. Like, he's probably not going to get what Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson are about to get, but T. Higgins will hit free agency next year, and someone's going to pay him, overpay him. He's a good player, but hasn't produced as an elite number 1 yet in his time because he's been overshadowed by Jamar Chase in his career. So whatever Higgins is get is what Nico's going to get, and Nico might get more because he's gonna be better than T. Higgins this year, I would think. Again, so I would try to do that contract now before he just continues to get more and more expensive. The cap's going to go up again next year in the NFL, so there's another reason why his contract will be more expensive next season. You sign him now, it's going to look like a discount in about 6 months time frame. So I would say that's definitely, to me, number 1 priority for the Texans right now. How good the new defense will be, something to look for this upcoming season.
I think that's the biggest question about them this year, because they added a lot to the pass rush, and theoretically that's going to complement what the Texans can do offensively really well. You have an offense that is capable of scoring a ton of points, and you got a pass rush that's able to just send wave after wave of pass rushers after a quarterback, then that guy's going to have a tough time if the Texans get a lead. And you want to be playing from ahead as much as possible, but there are questions, I think, about the interior of the defensive line. There's questions about the safety play, and there's a huge question about that number 2 corner, especially with all the good quarterbacks you're going up against this year, because whoever's at cornerback number 2 might get bullied. And then on top of that, like Derek Stingley, is he going to be healthy for a full year?
We posted this video today on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, a bunch of places. Everywhere you can find all of our short-form videos. Killer Bees were having a discussion yesterday about this list they found, and it ranked the best positional groups in the NFL. This list had the Cleveland Browns as the best defensive line in the NFL. Jeremy and Joel pushed back on that pretty heavily. They said Texans, number 1 defensive line in the NFL. What say you?
Huh?
Yeah. Now, their biggest argument from Joel was that Zadarius Smith, who saw plenty when he was in Green Bay, is on the downside of his career, and that Will Anderson or Daniel Hunter, whichever one you want to view as the number 2, between those 2 guys and Autry, they severely outweigh, what Zadarius Smith and the defensive line brings outside of Myles Garrett.
If we're talking sack totals, fine, but I'm sorry. Name one of their defensive tackles. Danico Autry is technically a defensive end that's going to play a lot in the defensive tackle spot in pass rush situations. Name one of their defensive tackles off the top of your head. And I know
Foley, Fatukasi.
Right, exactly. I mean,
but that's only because I can't pronounce his name.
It's not to say they're bad players or anything like that necessarily, and honestly, they might be complemented very well by the guys that are on the edge, but I'm sorry. Your defensive tackle position is too much of, I think, a weakness for you to say that they are the number 1 unit in the NFL. Now, again, I could go through every single roster in the league, and I could find one, I guess, that's better. But I'm sorry. There's no way that off the top of my head I would be putting the Houston Texans number 1.
Yeah, will they lead the sacks in the NFL? Will they lead the NFL in sacks this year? Maybe. Does that mean they have the best defensive line? I don't know. I'm to what you're saying, I'm curious how they're going to handle on Christmas Day when they play against Derrick Henry. They did pretty well last year on the interior defensive line, and they let Collins and Rankins walk or trade them, and they didn't really replace them with big body guys. So, could they be the number 1 defensive unit in the NFL? Absolutely. I have my doubts until I see it in front of me.
Defense, just look at the Eagles. They got Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, and Brandon Graham. That's just one team, and that's off the top of my head too.
Yeah.
Nah. They're not number 1. Look, they're better. There's no doubt they're better this year. They got waves that they can send after people, but best defensive line in the league, no, you got to have a better tackle.
Last one in the year is just a big year for Stroud, obviously. How big can it be for C.J. Stroud?
Is MVP on the table?
Yes. Without a doubt.
I think it's on the table. They have to win a lot of games, though. And that's, I think, going to hold him back ultimately. I think that statistically he can put up numbers, but is he going to have the best record in the league? Because, I mean,
that's what matters.
We've seen Tua put up huge numbers, but he's never really been in the MVP conversation because he hasn't won the big games, you know?
Yeah, if you look at the past history of guys who have won MVP, typically they are the number 1 or 2 team in the NFL in terms of wins.
Yeah.
C.J. Stroud, at least according to this website, is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th best odds to win the MVP.
Who's ahead of him?
Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, who looks like Anakin Skywalker now.
Yeah, he's got a lot of hair.
Josh Allen and Patrick
Not
Mahomes.
burnt, dying, thought that he could win against Obi-Wan on the high ground, Anakin.
No, but literally right before that happens.
Episode 3 Anakin, though.
That's what he looks like.
Right, not Episode 2 Anakin or
No,
Episode 1 Anakin.
With like the little rat tail thing?
Yeah. Hey, that's a Jedi haircut, man.
It looks weird.
Yeah, I know. I think they were trying to go for – George Lucas was probably thinking, like, you know what, let's do something that looks like a samurai top knot, and like, they settled on a rat tail.
Great decision here,
Sorry,
George.
it's a little bit too trailer park for Jedi. No offense to all those in trailer parks, because I think even you guys would be like, a rat tail? Hell no.
The only player I would have him Josh Allen being second in MVP odds this year kind of blows my mind. I guess the viewpoint is they trade Diggs, they win the division, they're still a top 2 seed in the AFC. Maybe you give it to him. But most people don't view that Diggs, his ended tenure in Buffalo, as that special. They view it as the end of his career or the down point of his career. So I would have CJ in front of in front of Allen. The rest of the list is fine. But Lamar Jackson won't win, though, by the way. He will not be MVP this year.
Yeah, I think there's going to be some bias against him just because
postseason bias.
Well, yeah. It's unfair in a way, but also he's won it twice, and there's no playoff results. And the funny thing about the MVP award in every single sport is that, I mean, it's about narrative. I mean, when Jose Altuve won it, I think part of it had to do with the fact that he had been so good for the 4 years before, in addition to the Astros also being the best team in the majors that year. But, you know, every single year in baseball, at the very least, they generally give it to, like, Mike Trout or Shohei Ohtani or something like that. I felt like Altuve winning in 2017 was largely a product of, you know, the 4 years, though, where he led the American League in hits every single one of them. In addition to that season, in the NBA, you know, you get sick. Like last year, they didn't give it to Jokic because they didn't want to give it to him 3 years in a row. Then he wins the title, so they give it to him this year. Now he didn't win it, so now they're probably going to stay away from giving it to Jokic for a while. It's one of those things that happens.
It is. All right. East Coast bias. It's prevalent. And it was on display this weekend. And a lot of people are upset about it. But what are the things that we think get the most biased coverage nationally and locally? Twitch, this segment's for you. That's next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Highland Pines Golf Club in Porter. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
So before the Pacers-Knicks game, that last one, before the Pacers advanced to the Eastern Conference Finals, how much of the pregame coverage did you watch?
I'm trying to think. Not really that much.
I didn't really watch much either.
I feel like I tuned into the game and it was already in progress, and I think I'd heard about it on social media, but like looking at Twitter a couple of times on Sunday, I had no idea how bad it was though until I listened to a couple of people just absolutely raking them for their coverage. It was Dan Patrick. It was Dan Lebitard.
Dan Patrick said he was embarrassed for ESPN.
I would have been too in that spot. I mean, look, obviously New York is a more important market for the bottom dollar at ESPN than Indianapolis is. But just because a lot of the people that work at ESPN think that it's in the best interests of the network if that team wins, you have to cover a playoff game neutrally. Mm-hmm. If you're not capable of doing it, then you shouldn't be doing it. Mike Breen even said, because he's the guy that does regular play-by-play for the Knicks all season long, even said, like, I am trying my best to make sure that there is no bias here. But at least he's play-by-play, and you still heard him saying bang when the Pacers were hitting big shots. Mm-hmm. That guy's a pro. But the rest of the production, I was stunned, Joe, when I actually took the time to see what was being complained about. The East Coast bias or the New York City bias, it is a real thing, and we all know it. But it's one thing for it to go down the way that it did on Sunday, which is the jumping the shark moment, in my opinion, of a New York City bias.
I mean, I still think the most bizarre thing that they did was that as the game is, before it starts, they show players walking in, how they're dressed, the swag they have as they walk into the stadium. The third person they showed was Stephen A. Smith. They showed Stephen A. Smith, one of their co-workers, walking into Madison Square Garden. Why? He's not like, it's not Spike Lee. It's not someone like some super fan. It's Stephen A. Smith.
Yeah.
Like, why? Like, that's what a bizarre thing. And typically, I wouldn't expect East Coast bias and awesome. We'll go to Bob Myers here first. This is what happened during halftime when the Pacers were controlling the game. And during the ESPN halftime show, they asked former Warriors GM Bob Myers about what he thought about the Pacers.
What stood out to you from the Pacers?
Well, a lot. Starting with OG couldn't go. I mean, that happened a long time ago, it feels like. But I think a lot of people expected him to be a difference maker in this game. And so psychologically, you think you're whole. And then 4 minutes into the game, I think we all realized, great try by OG. You applaud the effort, but he didn't have it. So now the Knicks have to come back to the huddle and say, okay, he's not going to be here for us this afternoon. So now what are we going to do? So you bring in some of the subs. Burks was great.
They asked him about the Pacers, and he immediately talked about the New York Knicks for 30 seconds.
Why? Not listening?
I bet that they
pre-recorded, like pre-written response?
Well, I imagine they had discussed a different conversation before that halftime report, but I mean, she asked you a point-blank question about the Pacers, and he didn't talk about the Pacers at all. He just talked about the injury to a Knicks player. We get it. Guess what? Everyone deals with injuries over the course of a season. I don't know why the Knicks were so special in the amount of injuries that they dealt with this postseason. They definitely dealt with a lot. There's no denying that. But it is weird how they were made to be such unlucky, oh, woe is me, oh, shucks, just bad luck franchise, as opposed to some of the other teams that are in the tournament or in the NBA playoffs right now.
Yeah, I mean, NBA ratings are down 9% so far this year. Now, the most watched sporting event this weekend was Timberwolves Nuggets Game 7. It's Game 7. It's going to have some juice. You're the defending champs, but it's Denver and Minnesota. And that kind of goes to this conversation of, like, you don't have to just talk about New York and the Cowboys. And I get why they do it, because they're trying to appeal to a mass audience. But it is embarrassing that, like, it's one thing for First Take to do this. Like that's their call. That's the producers there thinking, like, that's what leads the story, these big markets. I get it. It has worked so well for them. But for a pregame show or a halftime show, like, you should talk about both teams. And it's going on in the broadcast too. To me, it's frustrating because typically, like, you walk away from a World Series broadcast in 2017, and what are you going to hear? Well, if you look at Astros Twitter, everyone says Joe Buck hates the Astros. If you look at Dodgers Twitter, everyone says Joe Buck hates the Dodgers. Like, most of the time, that's what you get from broadcast, is when someone says a broadcaster hates my team, if you just look at the opposing fans, they're saying the exact same thing. That means you have a neutral broadcast. This broadcast was anything but that. It was kind of exhausting.
Yeah,
to be honest.
Before the game, you had Stephen A. Smith doing a pep talk.
Yeah, let's hear that. Here's Stephen A. Smith.
It is your moment. Please rally the Knicks faithful for a totally unbiased opinion of the outcome of this game.
Oh, boy. Good luck with that. Well, see, I don't have to rise New York to the occasion, because they all here. Everybody's ready. Ignore Bob Myers, Mr. California. Ignore Will Bard, Mr. Chicago. They ain't here right now. You understand what's at stake. It's been since 2000 that we've been in the conference finals. We've waited 24 years for this moment right here. OG Anunoby is back. Josh Hart's going to play. When you talk about Game 7, it comes down to grinding. It comes down to guts. It comes down to who would have been. Come up in here. Come up in here, Spike Lee. You come right here, right? Come right here. This orange is blue skies, baby. This is what it's all about right here. This is what we've been waiting for right here. It's Game 7. This is what it's about. Get that hat on. Put it back on it. The New York Knicks, it's about grinding. It's about guts. It's about heart. That's what games are. And Clark, this is what it's about. This is what we waited for right here. One game.
I mean, this is, again,
Why?
before a playoff game between the Knicks and Pacers that's broadcast to the entire country. I get that there's a lot of Knicks fans in this country. There are not so many Knicks fans that in that spot, more people are going to want to hear that. And to piggyback off of what you had talked about earlier, Joe, about how they showed Stephen A. Smith walking into the stadium just like he was one of the main players in this game.
Yeah.
ESPN has gotten to this point where Stephen A. Smith, the character, is just as important as the sporting events that they're throwing. And that's crazy. His show and the way that he does it, I think he does deserve credit because he is very entertaining, even if he is sometimes talking out of his ass about a lot of different sports. Mm-hmm. Generally, all of them that aren't football and basketball. And sometimes football. There's a lot that's being pulled. But it's not about the personalities during a game. If you're tuning in to watch a basketball game, you're tuning in to watch a basketball game, to see stories told about the players. What does the long-suffering New York sports fan have on the long-suffering Indiana Pacers fan? The Pacers have had some good teams and have been just as close with no cigar.
Yeah.
In the late 90s with Reggie Miller, with Larry Bird running the show, with Paul George there before, and, who was that center that they had? Roy Hibbert. They had some good teams too, but the Knicks, because they're in New York, they're the most long-suffering. Get out of here with that. And I like that everyone was in agreement on this. There is a point of too much. I get it. You're catering to the East Coast and the Northeastern markets, but it's very annoying when you're doing it like that. Much like it's just as annoying when a Bill Simmons podcast features random references to the Boston Celtics for no reason at all, or the New England Patriots, or all Boston sports.
Yeah, but even then, that's Bill's company.
That is true.
And it's
now his own company.
If Stephen A. was doing the Stephen A. Smith podcast and that he does, and he wants to give this speech, that's fine. I just think it's a bizarre behavior and bizarre thing to put before a game. It's weird to me. Is Dan Orlovsky going to be doing this to the Detroit Lions next year? Probably not. It's just weird. I just don't understand why they do this. Are the Knicks the most nationally biased coverage we get, you think? Because the Cowboys, it just seems like they get talked about a lot. I don't know how much their coverage is biased. More, it's just shoved down our throat. I think it's a little bit different. So I think I would say the Knicks is the most biased coverage in sports.
Yeah, they are put on a pedestal in a weird way. I don't know if it's quite them. I feel like the Lakers still get discussed.
Oh, yeah.
And LeBron in particular being on the Lakers just makes it a hurricane of – but since it's not on the East Coast, it's a little bit different perhaps. The Dallas Cowboys are constantly brought up too. What have the Cowboys done in years, you know? So – I mean, it's the usual suspects. It's those three. Well, check that. I guess it's the Yankees in baseball, but baseball is such an afterthought now for a lot of these national
But they
programming.
don't talk about
so
it.
they don't really talk about it
Yeah.
as much, right? Unless you get like Mad Dog Russo yapping about something.
Even then, he might just talk good about the Astros. Locally, most bias we have.
I mean, I think we're seeing it on the Twitch with like the amount of like, oh, it was just one game for Framber Valdez. I mean, the Astros fans, they are generally pushing back when they hear bad things about the team, and this year is the first time where they're actually like, oh, well, this isn't so great. So yeah, I mean.
There's probably a fair argument that like the bias is pretty heavy towards the Texans right now.
Definitely,
just
you're
like
right.
how good the vibes are.
I mean, we brought it up a couple of times. Like
Yeah.
they almost lost that game to the Colts and missed the playoffs. They almost lost a bunch of games, lots of one-score games over the course of the year. They're obviously fun, and you're excited because you got a quarterback and you got a seemingly good head coach. But the schedule's going to be tough, and I don't know that everyone's going to be happy at the end of the year.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. It's going to be an interesting year. I would say, probably the Rockets definitely. There's the Twitter now, like the fanboys, I would say, are the most prevalent within the Rockets media circle. I would say. Like, the Rockets can do no wrong most of the time, no matter what. And we still got people standing for James Harden. What are we doing? It's 2024. Why?
There's not as many. It's generally a couple of just really loud engagement farmer accounts that have somehow found a way to become actually people who are listened to. And you know what? I wish them well.
I do too.
I wish them
well. What's going on in the NFL? Our 10-minute drill. That's next here on Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You know, Paul, occasionally when players return for OTAs and start to get ready for the season, you get some juicy stuff, okay? Dolphins safety Javon Holland was asked about Anthony Weaver today after he took over for defensive coordinator Vic Fangio, who's now with the Eagles. He said, quote, "It's a complete 180. Holland raved about how Weaver relates to the players. Asked what the difference is with Weaver, Holland said, ready, Paul? Quote, "It's the fact that he's a good person that makes the difference." Spicy.
I love the quotes this time of year. I mean,
he just said Vic Fangio's a bad dude.
I like that. I like that. You know, this is actually a good quote this time of year because generally it's all nothing burgers. Like I sent this to our text line. Kyle Pitts is calling himself a super rookie.
All right.
For the 2024 season.
Because he has a quarterback that can throw to him?
Well, also because it's his third year.
Yeah.
I guess Jordan Love was a super rookie last year as well. And you know what?
Plenty of experience, though.
I think it's pretty interesting how Vic Fangio is getting any shots fired at him. Like, I thought he was like a very well-respected defensive coach.
He was only there for a year, and then they let him walk. So,
I mean, something was up, clearly. But what was actually up, honestly, I do not know.
Yeah, the Dolphins are an interesting team next year to see because, like, we had high expectations for Vic Fangio and that defense. They didn't really live up to par last year. Like, they were good, but like, they weren't great. Jalen Ramsey will be healthy this year, you would think, for the whole season. So we'll see. Well, the other thing that always happens, lots of hype for players that are currently on your roster, especially a year after where things don't go well. Dave Canellis, or Canales, however you say it, the new head coach.
Dave Canales, yeah, the guy who wrote a book about cheating on his wife.
He did what?
Oh, you didn't hear about that?
No.
Oh, yeah. Dave Canales wrote a book about how he cheated on his wife but then found God. And this book is supposed to serve as a model for people who have cheated on their wives so that they can maintain the relationship.
Oh.
A lot of people were saying that Dave Canales was dreamy this offseason.
Don't think I'm going to read that one.
I kind of want to read it, to be perfectly honest. I kind of want to read it because, like, I mean, the balls to write a book about that and put your entire family
now look,
in the crosshairs where you embarrassed your wife in the spotlight. I mean, it's just like an unbelievable blowhard move, especially if you're like, yeah, I'm going to teach people how to do it. He's very religious. Nothing against religious folks. But this is one of those religious people that I'm definitely looking at with a bit of a side eye as compared to others.
Yeah, if we do the Gallant George book club and actually do books instead of TVs and movies like we were talking about when we thought the Astros were going to be terrible for the whole series, the whole season, I think this is our list so far.
The book is called The Marriage, The Question That Changed Everything.
Okay, so that'll be on our list.
It's about infidelity, drinking, and addiction.
Does it say that on the cover? Because I want to see a social experiment where Joe doesn't tell his wife that he's going to read this book. Put it on the bookshelf and have her come home and find it.
Well, considering how, like, look, my wife, not Christian, as far as we'll go with that conversation, but she won another book that'll be in our book club, which I kind of want to do something with this. She saw Fred's book on the counter yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
And she's like, Jesus left Chicago, or Jesus has left Chicago, and she's like, what is this?
Yeah.
I'm like,
not a fan of ZZ Top. Huh?
I'm like, she's not. I'm like, it's not what you think. This one, so I think we had this book, Fred's book, and then I think we read OJ's book and honor him getting, dying.
Well, those two books sound far more interesting. I'm just going to read off the cover. So it says, "This marriage, the question that changed everything." There's a picture of him wearing a vest. Shout out to Nick Cesario. And his wife, they're holding their hands. It's by Dave and Lizzie Canales. The quote, "Being vulnerable and honest in our marriages can be very difficult, but that is exactly what Lizzie and Dave have provided with this marriage." Todd Downing, offensive coordinator, Tennessee Titans. R.I.P. in peace. Forward by Tony Dungy. I'm immediately out. Immediately out. I don't want to hear St. Dungy's sanctimonious ass. Focus on your family.
I'm gonna pass on anything to do with Tony. But how we got here.
Anyway, Dave Canales said some interesting things.
He was pumping up Bryce Young. Whatever. You think we're gonna compare CJ and Bryce again?
Yes, he did. And excuse me. I think that there's a chance that we're always going to be comparing CJ and Bryce Young, basically for their entire careers. But it does feel like CJ is the hare ahead of the tortoise. Like it's a pretty big distance for Bryce Young to make up at this moment in time.
Yeah, I kind of hope we do. I'm because I like Bryce Young. I'd like to see a short person succeed. Paul, I want to stand with short people. So like Bryce Young having success would be great. But no, I don't think we're gonna really have these comps again. To me, it's moved on already.
Right.
It's Caleb now.
Man, I don't know. I'm not putting Caleb up there yet.
But
I understand that.
But that would be more of the conversation.
Yeah.
Is because Bryce Young failed. You could even say Jaden Daniels and Drake May and all these quarterbacks. Like Bryce failed his rookie year. If he doesn't succeed in year 2, then it's going to move on. I mean, C.J. Stroud is going to be compared to every single quarterback the rest of time. It was luck, and then now C.J. Stroud has surpassed him. Every single draft until someone does surpass CJ, which is win 2 playoff games and have a great year. At every single draft, Adam Schefter, Mel Kiper, Daniel Jeremiah, they're all going to say, can this guy be CJ Stroud? Like, that's to me the question for the foreseeable future in the NFL. Let's see what else is going on. The Jags are working on this Lawrence extension. Gross.
Right, and a la what we talked about yesterday with Tua Tagovailoa, I mean, we're talking about $50 million a year probably. But it seems like the Jaguars are more willing to do that with Lawrence than the Dolphins are to do it with Tua. By the way, Pro Football Focus ranked the top 25 players under 25. C.J. Stroud 7. Guess who's number 3? Trevor Lawrence. Lawrence over Stroud. There's still some people that are pushing that.
That's not going to go away.
I mean,
they hyped him as a generational quarterback. People are going to hold on to that for as long as they possibly can.
That's the more fair comparison probably going forward versus Stroud than with Bryce Young.
Yeah.
Because I think also them both being in the AFC South. And to what you said, too, Lawrence was promised as this incredible player. And there's no doubt that he has some traits that you marvel at. I mean, he's got a cannon for an arm. He's surprisingly mobile. But he puts the football on the ground a lot. He overthrows the ball a lot, too. And I still feel like even though the Texans lost that game, I thought Stroud looked way better than Lawrence did in that game, where Lawrence was the beneficiary of a bunch of broken plays by the Texans' defense.
Yeah, I would not have Trevor Lawrence. I would give Trevor Lawrence $50 million over Tua, though, if he made me choose between them. And there's more reason to give it to Trevor. He had better potential from the get-go. He's had moments of success. He led the playoff comeback. Like, the organization clearly believes. He doesn't have the health risks. Like, if they give Trevor Lawrence $50 million, I get it. They are in Jacksonville also. Who are you going to get to sign there? Like, if there were to be a big-name free agent, let's just say we lived in this world, and they had to choose between Jacksonville and Miami, you're going to choose Miami. Because of the place, because of the coach, because of the weapons on offense. Even if Tyreek Hill retires at the end of the year like he's talked about, like you still have Jalen Waddle. So I would rather pay Trevor than Tua, but they're both going to get paid, most likely.
Probably, yep. And good problem to not have someone that's good, but not that you want to be with long term.
Yeah. Rashee Rice is at OTAs, expected to participate in all activities. Despite the 8 felony charges, it does sound like some of them are getting dropped, though.
Yeah, the photographer at the Dallas nightclub has, I guess, asked to drop the charges against Rashee Rice, which makes you wonder, what did Rashee Rice
How much did he pay?
Perhaps do, yes, to make this problem go away.
That one can go away, but the fact is that it happened. The SMU stuff happened where he shot a gun into an empty car because he thought a basketball player was sleeping with his girlfriend.
As one does.
Crashing the Lambo or whatever it was.
As
and then
one does.
Walking away down the highway.
As one does.
He's going to get suspended for at least 4 games, I would say.
I feel like the NFL is so random with the suspensions.
That's why I think it's at least 4.
What if it's like 5.5?
You never know.
I like half-game suspensions. Bring those back.
Oh, it's like college football.
Did Jameis Winston get like a half-game suspension?
Did you remember when he
got crab legs?
You remember when he got suspended and he still showed up in full pads?
Yeah.
And Jimbo had to kick him out. Was that a half-game suspension?
It's a real winner right there.
Or was he out for the whole? I can't remember.
I think that was the whole game. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that game he was supposed to be out.
But
for
he
the whole
thought
game.
Jimbo was bluffing. So he just still showed up.
No, he's just a real leader, and he just in case it was like I don't know, a motivational ploy against Thad Castle and Blue Mountain State. You know?
Yeah, it's
There's an episode of that show where to get Thad Castle, this star linebacker, to come back, he basically, the coach of the Blue Mountain State Mountain Goats, has a cocaine party for Thad and convinces him that he has been arrested by the Florida police so that he won't get drafted and that he comes back to play for one last year.
Yep,
at
I
Blue
remember
Mountain
that.
State. Yeah.
Jameis Winston, Deshaun Watson. What a quarterback room they've got in Cleveland right now.
Who's the other guy in there? There's got to be somebody else.
I think there was another quarterback.
I mean, Johnny Manziel's not there anymore.
One of my favorite things about the occasional
I hope it's someone
Invitational
really religious.
every single year is the football signed by Johnny Manziel's that are here. Because they're always here. All right, when we get back.
Dorian Thompson-Robinson and Tyler Huntley.
All right, let's get into some fears we have next. Paul's going to open up his heart and tell us why he's scared of baseballs. That's next on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to Gallant and George,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Highland Pines Golf Club for ESPN 97.5 and 92.5's Occasional Invitational.
Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5, 92.5, broadcasting live from the Highland Pines Golf Club at the Occasional Invitational here great turnout today. Beautiful, beautiful day. A little toasty outside, but still a beautiful day. So, Paul, this random Twitter account has 13.7 million views on her last tweet. Her name is Liz McGuire because
Lizzie McGuire?
She took bad movie.
It's a TV show.
It was a movie too.
Oh.
You probably just aged out of it, and that was like when I was still watching Disney Channel.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Hillary Duff.
Yeah. She said, "Hey, Blue Jays, I got my face mashed by a 110-mile-an-hour foul ball off Bo Bichette's bat." The first photo is like the current is right after it happened, and there's literally a baseball-sized bump.
Yeah, it's a
on
massive
her
bruise.
forehead. And then there's the when it went away and just the black eye that she has. This looks gnarly.
She didn't get a ball. She didn't get a baseball bat for it. I got to say, as someone who has been hit in the head with lots of baseballs.
Why?
Well, I play baseball. I got drilled in the head with baseballs while playing baseball so much that I eventually became scared of the baseball.
Were they throwing them at you on purpose?
Sometimes, yes. I believe that my pitching coach, who was a former major league pitcher who once held the record for saves in a season, I believed my freshman year of high school at Shorecrest Prep, playing for the Fightin' Chargers, the best team at our high school, I believed that he was doing it on purpose.
Time out. The pitching coach was the one throwing at your head?
Yeah.
That's not child abuse?
No, it's baseball.
It's one, like, I thought this story was going to be like, yeah, the kids I played with have no aim, or I'm such a prick. No offense. With my bat flips, that they were throwing it at me.
No, because I never flipped bats.
This adult was throwing at your dome?
This is at a point, too. I was a freshman, so I was basically like prepubescent. So here I am, this 4'11" person who could barely swing the -3 bats that you're required to have at high school. And here's the thing. I had to stand in the batter's box, but I didn't even get to swing the bat. I would stand in the batter's box while the pitcher would throw it to the catcher. I would just stand in the batter's box, and then the coach, once the ball got to the pitcher, would pick up the baseball that he had in his hand and hit it to either first base, second base, shortstop, third base.
Yeah.
But very often, I would, while standing in the batter's box, get plunked by a former major league pitcher in the head.
Did you, like, terrorize this dude
No,
at practice?
I did nothing.
Because this really sounds like a personal vendetta, Paul.
I felt like it was as well.
Was there any other? Are you sure it wasn't?
There's other stories I have about this
Can we
pitcher.
find this guy and get him on
Bobby
the show?
Thigpen?
Yeah.
Listen, I should ask him about it sometime.
That would be great. Look, I confronted my demons, okay? I called Jeremy Booth a clown, and you brought him into the studio so I could call him a clown to his face.
Maybe we should have him on. So here's the thing. I doubt he remembers it.
No, but this would be so funny. Like, to just – now, see, this one I would want to do.
Radio host calls out former Major League record holder for saves in a season, Bobby Thigpen,
I would
throwing at him in practice.
We got to hoodwink him, though. Who did he pitch for?
The White Sox.
The White Sox. So they put the Astros and the White Sox play in the next, like, month and a half.
Yeah,
so maybe we get him to come on the show to preview Astros White Sox. In reality, we're just going to ambush him, saying that he committed child abuse by throwing at your dome relentlessly.
No, he's just a coach being a coach. But that wasn't the only time, though, that I got hit in the head as a high school freshman playing for the Shorecrest Prep Chargers, or in 8th grade playing for the Thayer Academy Tigers. There was a game I remember in 8th grade where the same pitcher was trying to throw a curveball on me up and inside, and every single time that, like the first 2 times, it almost hit me in the head.
Okay.
Third time it hit me in the head. So I walked out, again, like I'm 4'8", like 100 pounds, but like I was a little angry person. So I walked out to the mound with my bat. And I was going to use the bat when
I remember everyone because I let's just say I had been in trouble for using a baseball bat in sixth grade.
Okay.
A lot of people in my school thought that I was going to use it. Luckily, the umpire and the manager got in the way, and I moved on to first base. The biggest regret of my sports playing career is getting caught in a rundown between third and home plate, and I had a chance to just run the pitcher over, and I went back because I figured I would be able to deke the pitcher out, and instead I got tagged out by the third baseman.
Okay.
Still, my biggest regret, I didn't just truck stick that guy. But later that same freshman year, we did this drill in the Florida sun where you would basically have to find a ball that your coach had thrown up into the sun. We didn't have sunglasses on. You spin around in a circle like 8 times, and you look up to get it. And I got hit right in the eye. I had a shiner for like 5 weeks or 4. I don't know. I don't know how long those last. But it lasted a while, it felt like. It just hit me right in the eye. So I got hit in the head with baseball so much that I got to a point where they scare the ever-living bejesus out of me.
I can understand.
If they're going over 70 miles per hour, it's terrifying.
Yeah, I was a stubborn kid, so I was awful at baseball. I wouldn't wear my glasses when I realized I needed them. So I couldn't see the ball until it was basically crossing home plate. So I was terrible at it. So I quit early. Because I was just I didn't want to wear the goggles. I thought they made you look like such a dork, so I wouldn't wear them. and my parents wouldn't let me have contacts yet. Because my mom was like, I'm not going to put these contacts in your eyes. I was like, I understand.
It's a shame because they seem to have aged well. The people that are wearing rec specs or whatever the hell they're called now, people think that they look kind of cool.
Because there's only 3 or 4 people in baseball that probably still wear them. But isn't the biggest D in the world wear them? Joe Kelly?
Joe Kelly wears glasses, yeah. Is he the biggest D in the world or the biggest D in the world?
Second one.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Anything else in sports that scares you, Paul?
Baseball's going
so
above 70 miles per hour.
So would you sit in the outfield?
I played outfield, yeah.
No, now.
Oh, I'd sit in the outfield.
You sit in the home run areas?
The outfield, yeah, that's fine. That doesn't scare me. A baseball coming.
But that's where this girl got 110 off the dome.
In the outfield?
Or I guess it was a foul ball.
It must have been a foul ball that's off the first base line or the third base line or something like that.
I guess those
that
nets
probably went straight in.
I guess those nets didn't work, huh?
I imagine that they are not at every single ballpark as extended as they need to be.
Yeah, as extended, yeah.
I bet some they are and some there aren't. I mean, it should honestly. I think Japan's done it well. I know a lot of people don't like the idea that you have to have a net up for the entire foul lines.
Yeah.
But listen, baseball, no offense, even with the pitch clock, is a slow and plodding sport, and we all have smartphones. The game done changed. It's hard to maintain attention on a baseball game for 2.5 hours.
All right, when we get back, how important is tonight's game? Just maybe for the vibes of how we're feeling, or how you're feeling, how the team's feeling. That's next here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right, the Astros will try to get back on track tonight after Fromber's disastrous start last night, which was really good for 4 innings, and then it just completely fell apart. A couple of things here we haven't gotten to yet from the text line. A bunch of people want Carlos Correa back to fix these problems. I don't think Carlos fixes these problems.
Jeremy Pena's having an incredible season. I don't understand why you would bring back Correa just to be the governor of
the mound visit
clubhouse. Now, maybe if at the end of the year Alex Bregman walks and you can get Carlos Correa on a short-term deal to play third base, maybe this is a different conversation. But
yeah.
I don't know that Carlos Correa is fixing the Fromber problem. I don't know that anything's fixing the Fromber problem. We've got a year of stuff. It's a list at this point.
Yeah. Question here from the 713. It says, question for the G-Spot. Thanks. Do you think if we had brought in a manager that didn't know all these Astros, that Fromber would have that freedom to go rogue? Joe has known these guys and might be too much of a friend. There was a discussion happening earlier on the Twitch, like I don't totally disagree with, that this happens more often than we realize. But maybe it doesn't go as poor as this.
But who do you think does it the most? And who do you think it pisses off the most? And who is going to respond to it and address it? Because Fromber just strikes me, based off of what we've heard about him over the past calendar year, as someone who marches to the beat of his own drum.
Mm-hmm.
And if you have strong leadership, you can deal with that. But if you don't have strong leadership, or if you have leadership that's learning on the fly, you have to figure out how to manage that, and that involves communication. And also it involves at times, if you are a leader, laying down the law. And for lack of a better term, I hate saying this, but being an alpha. And it does not feel like there's anybody in this clubhouse that would do that. I mean, you saw Joe Espada and Yainer Diaz throw Fromber under the bus after last night's game. And obviously, we didn't really see it in the clubhouse based off of any of the camera angles that were on the Space City Home Network showing conversations being had between these parties. But ultimately, someone has to tell him, like, dude, this is getting old.
I just don't know who it is.
It's supposed to be the manager.
Well, I do think that, like, part of this is, if I'm going to blame this on Joe Espada, it's because he gave him an inch and Fromber just took a mile. By letting him try to call his own pitches in spring training, I think you kind of set a little bit of precedent of hey, we trust you to do your own thing. And then in this moment, he full out and he went for it. I mean, he's throwing 99, but he's throwing stuff right down the heart of the plate, giving up home runs, collapsing, kind of like snickering, laughing on the mound. It was all bad. And
yeah, that did not help. Certainly, his demeanor made it a little bit worse.
So, yeah, I mean, Joe Espada, it should be him. This should be Joe Espada that, goes to Fromber and says, hey, this can't happen again. And if Fromber doesn't respond, then that's when you do have to make tough decisions. You do have to consider Fromber's future as a member of the Astros. You have to consider Joe Espada's future, not specifically because of this moment, but just as an example. Like, if he's going to guys and saying, hey, this stuff isn't working, you need to do things our way, the Astro way, then they need to fall in line and do it and listen. Because what are the Astros doing right now? Framber Valdez is calling his own pitches. It's not working. Jose Abreu is doing his own offseason workout in which he overly corrected his swing, got too tight, put on too much muscle, and now they're bringing him back because they had to demote him for less than 30 days to Florida because he had his own offseason plan. Alex Bregman, yes, he's figuring it out, but he put on 25 pounds of muscle this offseason, and for the second time he's done that in his career, he started absolutely terribly. Like, the Astros seem to let the players do things their own way at times. And, they got to rein it in a little bit. Whatever happened last night can't happen again.
I'm with you in that it does feel like they're all doing their own thing. I don't know if Bregman's start is linked to his size or if Abreu's start is linked to his offseason, but, hey, maybe it is. Whatever the case, I'm hoping at the very least that all of this is serving as a learning experience for Joe Espada.
It better be.
I mean, it really does feel like it is a problem of communication, and we've already heard reports about how their communication issues right now with him. And, okay, maybe he's not comfortable saying how he feels, but, I mean, you're the manager now. You were put into this spot, and, yeah, sure, you're going to be listening to Dana Brown, or Dana Brown's going to be listening to Jeff Bagwell, and then he's going to pass it along to you. Like, maybe those things are just the realities of the job, but you also have to have your own voice at a certain point, and it doesn't feel like he's really showing that on a regular basis. It feels like right now there's a lot of guys that are doing whatever they want.
A couple other things about the Astros before the game tonight. Officially now, one call-up down, one to go as we wait for the return of Jose Abreu. Chas McCormick has officially been recalled by the Houston Astros to return to the big league roster. Trey Cabbage is going down to the minors. So for now, Joey Loperfido keeps his spot on the everyday roster. We'll see what happens on Friday. Yesterday, Paul, before the game, Joe Espada was talking about Jose Abreu. He said, for us to see the adjustments he's made and to get him back going, he's going to have to play. If he agreed to go down there and make those adjustments, we're going to have to play him to get the results. So if there's any doubt about it, Jose Abreu is going to be the everyday first baseman starting on Friday, most likely. As soon as he comes up, he's going to play. He is going to get an opportunity to show that in 20 days or 21 days, whatever it's been, because I think it was the 30th of last month when this news broke, that he's made the adjustments to make it right. And John Singleton is probably not going to play very much. I don't want Jose Abreu to come back. This is the right way to handle this, though, I will say. Like, if he's going to make adjustments and you're going to believe in him again for whatever odd reason you want to because Jeff Bagwell is going to tell you to do it, like, he's got to play to see if it worked.
But I don't see how a week would have worked, or 2 weeks, however long it's been. I mean, it hasn't been that long.
It's like it's been 20 days, yeah.
20 days?
20 days so far.
Okay. So what I read in Chandler Rome's piece in The Athletic is that they feel like his swing is simpler with less movement.
Okay.
It's more direct to the ball, more in control of his body, per Joe Espada. The rotation looks really good. I'm assuming Espada's watching film of this, though, not seeing it firsthand. I wonder how much you can glean from that, especially if you're not able to talk with him. I wonder what the communication between Jeff Bagwell and Bagwell and Abreu is on that front. And, okay, if you're going to let him back out there, fine. It seems like he's well respected in the clubhouse. But going back to what we talked about when we first found out about this, you bring him back, there are other players in the clubhouse that are going to look at this with a side eye because players who are playing well are going to sit, and it's not their fault.
Mm-hmm. Now, John Singleton has made this a little bit easier, to be fair.
That at-bat that he had last night sucked.
Yeah.
So I agree with you there. That at-bat, more at-bats like that, I mean, that's just going to expedite his return. He had a really careless at-bat. I want to say it was in the 6th inning check that. It was earlier than that. I think it was the 2nd or the 3rd inning where, like, the last 2 pitches were, he was swinging at whatever was up there. And maybe he's pressing a little bit because he's hearing this story. But this is how a story like this can affect a clubhouse just with one player. I don't think this is like a huge problem. Abreu coming back from the clubhouse morale is going to go down. But
no.
Right now, if you're going to bring him back up, as you said, they're going to play him. And, he's probably going to be bad again.
Yeah, well, and the thing is, he better not be. Like, he better be good.
He better be, but he probably won't be.
And Joey Loperfido has to play first base every single day in Sugarland going forward.
I'd like to see that, but I also, again, think he's too talented and athletic to move out of the outfield.
But would you say that – okay, so if Abreu comes back and is bad, you want them to go back to Singleton, or would you rather them lose the athleticism from Loperfido and see him play first base every day?
No, if Abreu's bad, you go back to Singleton. Singleton's playing well defensively there too.
He is, for sure.
So I feel like, yeah, you want Loperfido to maybe get a little first base experience, but I feel like that's going to take some time. And, I think also you really what you want Loperfido to focus on right now is you want Loperfido to cut the strikeouts down. So,
How important is tonight's game? Because the vibes are good, and then when last night happened,
last night the vibes were ruined. I'm not looking forward to tonight's game at all. I feel like I can only be disappointed.
That's why I think it's important, even for the clubhouse. You don't want to spiral here.
No.
Like a big bounce back win tonight from Javier, a good performance from Javier. Like, that'd be nice.
It would be nice.
It'd be very nice, Paul.
Yeah.
I like talking about fun baseball things. Well, unless it's like this. People on the Twitch think that I love to hate on the Astros.
Why do they think that?
I don't really know. I think they struggle listening, some of them.
Interesting.
Yeah. I think the part where, like I said, trade Fromber, but then I said the Astros can win a World Series or go to the World Series without him, it's like they missed the second part of that.
Mm-hmm.
They only heard the first part. I think they struggle with the whole
I
listening thing.
I don't get why there's like anyone that's sort of just letting this roll over their shoulders too. Like this is a one-start thing. Like there's a track record with this with Fromber over the last year, and like this is the worst part of it. I mean, I don't think there should be any grace for Fromber today. And okay, yeah, he's gonna have another start soon, but like, does he deserve it? In any other sport, he would be sat. Any other sport, and I've seen arguments. Well, he's their best pitcher. Is he really their best pitcher? I don't know that that's the case. And it's
hard
because
like
Javier is been inconsistent and Justin Verlander's walking everybody.
Because like his last start, the 7-inning one where he had 8 strikeouts, like that's elite Fromber. Like that's the Fromber where he goes out there and you go, okay, that's the guy who was at one point last year the betting favorite to win the Cy Young, and which he was that's what he was the first half of the season last year. The guy who had 25 plus straight quality starts. Like that's who Fromber can be, and I think that's really the frustration with what happened yesterday, is that my expectations for Fromber are much higher, it appears, than other people's, and I think the same goes for you. Like last night's inexcusable because we've seen him be one of the absolute best pitchers in baseball.
He had the 22 season where he was so damn consistent, and then last year happened, and the year before that in the playoffs happened, and this year's happening, and I mean, yeah, he's got great stuff. Lots of pitchers have great stuff. His inconsistency is maddening, and the bad habits that he seems to have where he goes rogue happen a lot. And last night was not a one-night thing. If it was a one-night thing, this would be easy to let roll off of your shoulders. But a blown 6-1 lead with all of the things that we hate about Fromber, the reason that lead was blown, I don't know how you look at this and say, like, yeah, it's just one game.
Yeah. So very randomly on Twitter, we get tagged by Big ESPN Radio in tweets. And normally I just ignore them. But this one I actually thought was an interesting question, okay? That we'll get to next. Which athlete in sports history underachieved the most while still having a great career? And they tagged us in this tweet because they included a Texans player as one of their main examples. We'll get to that next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Highland Pines Golf Club in Porter. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
All right, so ESPN Radio, big ESPN Radio, tagged us and a bunch of other people in a tweet today. And the question was, which athlete in sports history underachieved the most while still having a great career?
Sounds like they're engagement farming. Elon frowns upon that, supposedly.
Not a lot of engagement. I think they wanted us to retweet it. We didn't do that. But I like the topic, actually. So they have Andy Murray here, a tennis player, Yasiel Puig of the Dodgers, Carmelo Anthony, and then Jadeveon Clowney as the one that represents Houston here in this tweet of which athlete underachieved the most while still having a great career. I'll start here. Does Clowney have a great career? I think great's a strong word for Jadeveon Clowney.
No.
Good, yes.
I do think he was an elite run defender, but you drafted him because you thought that he was going to be this fearsome pass rusher. I feel like a lot of his time in Houston, maybe even half of his time in Houston, was affected by their stupid-ass pallet grass BS that they had at then Reliant Stadium. That was the dumbest thing ever. I don't know why when they built that stadium they thought that having a bunch of square pallets of grass in a grid would work. I remember the disgust with which Al Michaels and Chris Collinsworth crossed the field pregame once, just looking at this essentially field that looked like it was war-torn, a little World War I action going on, and a little mustard gas farted all over the place. This field looked like crap, and Clowney in his first game stepped in one of those divots on the field and hurt his knee. The entire year he was dealing with a knee injury because of that. We know this because DJ Swearinger told us that his knee got caught there.
Yeah.
And it was during a time when the Texans were trying to get around a lawsuit against Brett Hartman. So part of I feel like Clowney underachieving in Houston had to do with that injury. His second year, it was his first full year. He wasn't 100%. His 2 seasons after that, 16 and 17, I thought he did play well, though.
Yeah, I think he's a good player. He definitely is underachieved for sure. He's had a good career. Like the hype was unwarranted.
Yeah,
all they showed was one play from the year before.
It really was. It was and guess what? It was him tackling a running back, which, ironically, that's what he ended up being best at doing.
Yeah.
Tackling running backs. He was a really awesome run stopper, and he doesn't get nearly enough credit for that. But at the same time, he was portrayed as this pass rusher that was going to get 15 sacks a year,
and he just wasn't. I mean, look at it. Look at what's happened to him since. He couldn't get paid by anyone. Like, if Clowney just would have taken a contract that was fair, he would have been a Texan for a very long time. Instead, he bounced around getting 1-year deals, and he finally got a 2-year deal now in Carolina.
I don't know. I feel like he and Bill O'Brien, they were never going to be compatible.
That's fair.
And I don't think
that many are.
I don't think there was any contract that was ever going to keep him around long term. And honestly, I don't blame him for looking for as much as he could possibly get. Like, he had years where he showed like, oh wow, man. But the off the field stuff I think always drove O'Brien crazy. But he has not had a great career. He's had a good career.
Yeah.
And I feel like the being picked number 1 overall has been unfairly held against him. I mean, he's still in the league. And it's a lot like Mario Williams. It's ironic they both were the same number. Both of those guys were very, very talented and good players. Mario Williams with more in the sack department. But there are off-the-field things. And by off-the-field things, it was literally just work ethic issues that were hinted about regularly about how much do they actually love the game. And it sucks because they weren't busts. They played well in the NFL, but people expect number 1 overall picks to all be like Hall of Famers, and that's just unrealistic.
Yeah, Carmelo Anthony on this list definitely makes a ton of sense. Like, he had a great career, but he underachieved more just in the postseason. Like, regular season wise, he's a great success.
Mm-hmm. As a professional, he underachieved. Like, it's funny because he's thought of as one of the best Olympic basketball players ever, and he won a national title in college on his own essentially. But, yeah, the NBA level, was he ever as good as he was billed? Someone texted in James Harden. I so agree. So agree.
Underachieved?
I feel like with Harden in the playoffs, to falter that many times, no matter what you do in the regular season, it's one thing if you're just one of those guys who ends up being on a team that consistently ran into a buzzsaw in the finals or conference finals or something like that. But how many moments, how many memories of Harden faltering can we remember in big spots or being off the court in big comebacks? Like, there's such a track record with Harden's postseason resume that you have to say that he was, no matter how good he was in the regular season. I mean, he's one of the best regular season players ever that we've seen offensively,
100%.
at least in the last 25 years. But the playoffs are just a totally different story.
Yeah, I don't think it's that different than Melo. I mean, Melo had less playoff success than James, obviously. Not that James has had a ton, but Carmelo Anthony doesn't have a lot of deep playoff runs. Hell, he doesn't have a lot of past the first round playoff runs in his career. Would you put Mike Trout in this category? Great, underachieved.
This is tricky.
I mean, he's like an all-time player, but he has 3 playoff games.
I mean, if baseball is an individual sport, Trout's always done his job. I think it's funny to make fun of Trout and say that he's not a winner because it is a disingenuous argument when you're making it. But it's fun to do it anyway because it drives some of the baseball heads, the online nerds, so mad. But, yeah, I can't blame Trout's – I can blame Trout for still being with the Angels for not being successful. But Trout on the field has not been the issue for the Angels. There's a lot of similarities between him and Ken Griffey Jr. They're going to be thought of as some of the best players ever, but just injuries regularly happening and constantly on teams that weren't very good.
Yeah, I mean, Griffey, like he's got to be up there. I mean, he's got so many home runs.
Yeah,
he's arguably, to me,
Ken Griffey Jr. as far as what, underachievers?
Not under, like a postseason underachiever. Obviously not regular.
That's the problem. He just never made it.
Yeah, I mean, to me, Ken Griffey Jr. Like some people think it's a good take, some people think it's bad. There's no evidence that he ever cheated, so that's why to me he's the greatest baseball player. Like he's the best home run hitter of all time. Like he did it clean in the biggest cheating area. That's why I think Pedro Martinez is so special, because he also was clean, and he was dominating. He was the best pitcher in baseball for like 4 years.
Yeah, he was.
And his stuff was incredible.
God, he was my favorite baseball player ever.
Like he's doing it against guys who are cheating left and right, and he's just striking them out and getting ground outs and like. It was dominant.
99 All-Star game at Fenway Park where he struck out like all the roid heads in a row. It was like 5 of the 6 batters that they were going up against. All of them were like definitely on steroids. They all looked like those 1990 Batman cartoons where everyone's like torsos like a pencil, but their chests are like 8 times as wide as their legs.
B. Hannon says T-Mac.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, he's another injury one where like doesn't have a lot of playoff success. Obviously bounced around quite a bit. Like was supposed to be like probably unfairly labeled, I would say, coming out of like where he was in the NBA. People wanted to put the next Michael thing on him. I hate that they're doing it to Anthony Edwards. Stupid. You should never put next Michael in any category. There's never next LeBron. There's no next Michael.
Well, they do it with next Tom Brady. So I mean, why is Michael Jordan immune from that?
I think next Tom Brady should also be in that conversation.
I to a degree I agree, but at the same time, like this is just sort of how sports conversations go. So you're always going to be comparing guys to the best player ever, especially in the individual sport like at basketball, where one player can do the absolute most to impact a team's winning.
Anyone else that popped to your mind for this? I was trying to think of quarterbacks. Like my first
Dan Marino.
Yeah, it's definitely Dan.
Dan Marino. I mean, look,
but the stats are so good, but he has nothing to show for it. I was thinking Charles Barkley kind of as well.
Dan Marino gets a lot of excuses made for him, and look, I get it. I mean, maybe the Dolphins weren't all that good after the second year where they made it to the Super Bowl. He did make it there his second year. But I don't know. I can't think of like any real positive moments from Dan Marino in the playoffs. Now, part of that has to do with the fact that like my memories of him I think the last game he played, he lost to the Jaguars like 70-6.
yeah, he got smoked.
Right, and also I remember a game against the Patriots in the playoffs where he threw an interception to a linebacker that got returned for a touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
So, look, I think when we're looking at Marino, there's also the dynamic of the NFC was just way better than the AFC every year. So even if he got there, what would have happened?
Yeah.
I mean, John Elway made it to the Super Bowl before the Broncos got skull bleeped by every team that they went up against. So, and it's weird. Like, a lot of people will put Marino above Elway. And as someone who's really watched, like, the tail end of both of their careers, I do think it's interesting, with the way Elway finished it with the 2 Super Bowls at the very end. It could have been 3, honestly. They would have probably won in '96 if they had made it. They lost to the Jaguars in the second round. But Marino, I mean, it's one appearance. And were the Dolphins really that bad from 84 on?
B. Hannon here also says Phillip Rivers. That's a good one.
But Rivers.
Great career. But what did he accomplish? Nothing. He's got 10 kids.
I mean,
he did play in an AFC title game on a torn ACL.
Yeah, he played in a torn ACL at a game I was at when LaDainian Tomlinson sat on the bench with an injured something interesting in that game. Also, I mean, it wasn't Rivers' fault that the 14-2 Chargers blew that game against the Patriots in the playoffs the year before. They should have won the Super Bowl that year. But Marlon McCree, for whatever reason, tried to return an interception well past where he should have, and Patriots wide receiver Troy Brown stripped him, and the Chargers blew it that year. But I can see that. Rivers beat Peyton Manning a couple of times in the playoffs, though.
Yeah.
I guess what's unfortunate for Rivers is that he's in the same draft class as 2 quarterbacks that won 2 Super Bowls each, in Roethlisberger and Eli Manning. So
it kind of makes it feel like he underachieved, even though the stats are great.
Yeah. I don't know, though. I have a hard time doing it with Rivers, mainly because he played in that AFC Championship game on a torn ACL. I thought it was badass. The team was undefeated that he went up against, and it wasn't his fault that they lost. LaDainian Tomlinson, I really do not know what the hell kept him out of that game.
Brian, you have one?
Yeah, this may be a hot take because this guy has won a Super Bowl, but you talk quarterbacks, and I think before Mahomes, this guy was leveled as the most talented, especially arm talent quarterback in NFL history. I mean, Aaron Rodgers to only get to 1 Super Bowl for as talented as people make him out to be. But like I said, before Mahomes, people were saying Aaron Rodgers was the most talented quarterback they had ever seen. And he only gets to 1 Super Bowl, and that was what, like 10, 12 years ago?
Yeah, I mean, look, the Green Bay Packers as an organization.
Same thing with Favre.
Yeah,
Favre only won Super Bowl.
Since I've been born, in 1992, they acquired Brett Favre. The Packers have had a top 10 quarterback, top 5 quarterback every single year of my life, and they have 2 Super Bowls. So I have no problem including Favre and Rodgers in that conversation.
Favre won 3 MVPs in a row, and that was a big deal.
Rodgers won 2 in a row?
I forget.
He won the 2014 over Watt. I think he's got 3 total.
Yeah, he won the one over. I think he has 4. I think he has more than Brady.
Because he won. Joe, you're right. He did win back-to-back years recently, like in the last 4 years.
Yeah. But Rodgers definitely. Rodgers has a lot of excuses made for him with some of the playoff departures that they've had. I mean, that team has been one and done in the playoffs, a lot more than you would have expected. But for me, Favre drives me crazy. Favre threw so many interceptions, and I felt like Favre, no matter how fun he was as a player, I thought he was remarkably careless, and he gave no bleeps about preparation. And, I mean, honestly, it sort of showed in that lazy picture that he sent. So I look at Brett Favre as a guy that could have been a lot better if he put in really any work into the X's and O's. He threw the most interceptions in NFL history. He threw 6 interceptions in a playoff game once.
That's pretty
against
bad,
the Rams.
Paul. All right, when we get back, it's time. It's time to get deep steel blue pilled. That's next here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Texans swarm! Yeah, baby.
Yeah, football's back.
OTAs are back.
Aaron Rodgers said today he officially had to make a decision between retiring and being RFK's running mate or playing football. He chose football. Before we get to the deep steel
Oh, okay. I was
stuff.
about to say, like, did Aaron Rodgers
No.
have a thought on the Houston Texans?
No, I just wanted to throw that in there because
Okay.
I saw it and it made me giggle.
Okay. What does RFK think about the Houston Texans?
Oh, he probably thinks they're going to be great. You know who thinks they're also going to be great?
Who dat?
Dan Orlovsky.
Dan
He
Orlovsky.
loves the Houston Texans this year. He thinks the Texans are going to be very good. Here is Dan Orlovsky talking about how great the Houston Texans' weapons are for 2024.
And he's exactly right, Nico Collins. Think about all the different pieces that they have. They have vertical speed with the Tank Dell, someone you can get the ball into his hands and go make something happen. You have this route runner extraordinaire with the Stephon Diggs that you can get in those one-on-one matchups. You have a Nico Collins that is a big-bodied guy that can win with some contested stuff. C.J. Stroud, obviously one of the best young quarterbacks, certainly quarterbacks in the NFL. So they have all these different pieces of guys that could play roles, let alone a Dalton Schultz, let alone their draft pick, a Cade Stover. So everyone has got a role that they kind of excel in, and that's perfect for this Bobby Slowick offense.
Hell yeah.
Perfect.
Don't you love the music in the background as Dan Orlovsky just lists everyone on the Texans offense?
I think the times when ESPN, like the way that they do their videos and television shows and the way they put in music and then drop it out, it's one of the most bizarre things I've seen. But then it just goes away.
It does
and then
go
it comes
away.
back. And then it's gone. And then it's back.
But it's football time in Houston.
So how do you feel? How does that make you feel? Does that make you feel deep steel
Put
blue
some
pilled?
respect on the Texans' name because of that, man. Dan Orlovsky just listed everybody on the offense.
Cade Stover.
You don't have that many weapons. You don't have nothing. You know, you're bringing a knife to a gunfight, and I'm bringing a bunch of ICBMs. You done.
Tons. How good is their offense going to be this year? Top 5? Top 10?
I feel like we did this before.
Probably.
I know, we're already recycling the off-season topics class.
Man, it's, you know.
I think it's top 5 minimum.
I think so, too.
Barring injury, of course. But I think really the question is going to be, can they figure out how to be balanced? How much better is the running game going to be? If the running game is better, then C.J. Stroud's going to have a much easier time.
I do feel like that when you hear Orlovsky and other people talk about the Texans this year, they do dramatically overlook the Joe Mixon acquisition. And maybe it's because it's not splashy like Diggs is and keeping Schultz. But I do feel like that if they're going to take the step that you want them to take this year and become a top 5 offense, to your point, like Joe Mixon's a huge part of that. Like when Singletary was good last year, it was great for the Texans. But even then, that wasn't that often. Like they weren't running up and down people's throats the entire season. He had a couple good games. Like it wasn't the way people gassed him up last year, I think is the fair way to put it. So if Joe Mixon can be what he was for you in Cincinnati last year, which is a good ball catcher out of the backfield, 1,000-yard rusher, like C.J. Stroud should just eat pretty consistently this year. And that's going to matter a lot. I don't know. I'm starting to feel like.
You don't know or you know?
I don't know how I feel about the Texans hype.
Oh, that means we got to play the battle red pill. You're taking the battle red pill.
I don't think we've played
that means
that
you
yet.
want to say the reality. We have played it.
Have we played that one yet?
Well, yeah. The battle red pill means that you're not buying into it. The deep steel blue pill means that you want to live in dreamland. Dreamland is great. You get to have a stake. Who would want to get out of the Matrix? Like, what an idiot you have to be. Now, yeah, it might be weird to be possessed by 1010111 Agent Smith from time to time. But I agree with Cypher in that show, in that movie. Ignorance is bliss. I don't want the real world. Oh, great. I get to have, like, gruel and live on a boat with a bunch of, like, slobby post-apocalyptic people. Hell no. Give me that blue pill. The red pill means that you see all that is.
It's just the hype's gotten pretty high for the Texans this year.
Yeah.
And as good as I think they're going to be.
Not high enough.
Well, it's going to get higher.
Can you take me higher? Are the Texans going to a place with golden streets? Hello, my friends.
I don't know what you consider like a very popular analyst, but there's probably like 15 to 20 very the most famous NFL personalities. Like you have your Mina Kimes, your Nick Wright, Orlovsky, all these kind of people. There's probably 15 to 20 that people care about the most.
Mm-hmm.
If I set the over/under at 2.5 of those 15 to 20 people pick the Texans to go to the Super Bowl and win it this year, would you take the over or the under?
I think I take the under.
Really? See, I think it's going to be over than that.
I don't think that many people are going to pick them to make it all the way to the Super Bowl. I think some people are going to go all in on the Kansas City Chiefs. I imagine some people will pick the Bengals. I mean, look, there's no doubt that they are getting more hyped to what you just said. I mean, and maybe these are things that come back in other deep steel blue pill segments to get you pilled up. But, I mean, we saw Mina Kimes thinking, there's no way C.J. Stroud regresses. We got Ryan Clark saying they're poised to make a bigger splash this year. And it does feel like every single day we're seeing something. And, yeah, there's no doubt. The hype could make me as well, Joe, a little bit uncomfortable just given their history and the fact that things were very close to not making the playoffs last year. But at the same time, you got to buy into some of it. At the very least, with C.J. Stroud. I don't know that there's going to be that many people picking up to go to the Super Bowl, though. I don't. I feel like if you do that, people are going to look at you with a side eye because the schedule's just so hard this year. I think ultimately that's going to bring a lot of people down, tuck it in the old waistband.
Yeah, I do think the Mina Kimes thing that's definitely a stretch. No chance of a sophomore slump.
I think I might have hyperbolized what she said. I think she's not worried about a Stroud regression.
Same thing. If you say you're not worried, you're basically saying there's no chance. To me, those are one and the same. You are declaring that you have full confidence that he is not going to take any step back. He's not going to throw only 5 picks this year. The rest of the stats might go up, but he's not going to be that perfect again.
He did get lucky on a couple of near
sure.
interceptions last year too. I mean, there were a couple of dropped ones, so there could have probably been about 10, maybe 11.
Yeah, I wouldn't have it on my bingo card. It wouldn't be my first lottery ticket that I would purchase of him having a sophomore slump, but it's on my radar.
Nice.
I hope there's no chance. I hope she's right.
Yeah, I do too.
I hope that C.J. Stroud's awesome this year. All right.
Everything's good. Everything's good. It's football time in Houston.
Are you going to make a remix for me for us this year? A Shania Twain football time in Houston?
No, that doesn't work.
No? Why
no,
not?
We did Shania Twain came naturally. We can't force things, Joe.
Can we make our own version?
I'm an artist.
Can we make?
I am an artist.
Can you when you feel inspired?
You are trying to commission my art.
No.
You're trying to force it. That's not how it works.
No, I'm saying when you feel inspired, can we?
You're uninspiring me right now.
Can we record our own version of Football Time in Houston?
I mean, you are a musical theater guy.
I'm aware. I said we, Paul.
I feel like
Paul. I didn't say you. I said we.
How about you?
We're a team.
True.
Sean, I don't know if he'll participate. He's not on the show today.
He's not a musical. He's not a musical guy.
He might press record.
Okay. Well, I mean, where do we start here?
I don't know. We have to pick a genre.
Can I be the falsetto?
Oh, you know what? Why don't we do?
I feel pretty, oh so pretty.
Let's do this.
What?
I'll take the football time and lyrics. Football time in Houston lyrics.
Yes.
And I will find a Christmas song to pair them with.
Well, hang on.
And in honor of the Texans playing the Ravens on Christmas, we'll make a Christmas carol for football time in Houston.
Okay, but only if I get to sing the little children in choirs.
Yeah, go for it. And that
Christmas
also means
time
I
is
have
here.
7 months and 4 days to make this. So I'm giving myself a nice little window of opportunity to do this as well.
Well, be careful when you do that, Joe, because the next thing you know, you might not have sent your New Year's cards out, and it's May 21st. Maybe I'll do them tonight.
No chance.
Nah.
All right. When we get back, an update of all updates on Jose Abreu. We got it for you next here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Back to Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Highland Pines Golf Club in Porter.
All right, thanks to Highland Pines Golf Club for having us out today for the occasional invitation. The Killer Bees will be on from 3 to 6. Probably not right at 3. They got 2 holes left, so I'm probably going to yell about Framber Valdez for like 5 minutes. Can I drive the Twitch chat to 0? No, I'm not going to do that. But we do have some updates. Okay,
We do.
If you missed it earlier, Chaz McCormick has been reinstated. Trey Cabbage is going to Sugarland, but the one that matters the most.
He's back.
Kind of. Jose Abreu today went 3 for 4 with an RBI against the Florida Cardinals and the West Palm Beach League. He is now 6 for 18 with an 844 OPS in 4 complex league games.
Here's how the Astros should have spun this. They should have said that, one, Jose Abreu had a 3 for 4 game against Florida, hoping some people might think that the Florida Marlins still exist. Or, 2, he could have said that Jose Abreu was 3 for 4 against the Cardinals, who are a borderline minor league baseball franchise based off of the last I looked this year. But you could have gone those 2 routes and made it seem better. But, hey, all right, at least he's had a good performance. Because the big issue that I thought was bizarre to go from Thursday, where they had no timetable, to Sunday, where Dana Brown is saying, hey, he's going to be back any minute. I would have liked to see a game like this. Now we have a game like this.
There we go.
Does it make you that optimistic considering
No.
it's against rookies, I guess?
Double Rods would like to know if he gets a baseball card while he's down there. Good question. Will it appear on his baseball card? 0.99 batting average. Then good in Florida, and then TBD. Will that all be on the baseball card?
I hope so.
Or just the end result?
I hope so.
I don't think it will be. I think they'll leave this out. Unless Jeff Bagwell deems it important. How often will they remind us of what he did in the Complex League when he comes back?
Well, the back of his baseball card shows an OPS of
844.
almost 900.
Boom.
But you should have said almost 900.
Oh, good point.
You're right. What is this league called?
Complex League. Oh, by the way, I think you'll enjoy this story.
I hope it works. I really do.
Yeah.
I do feel bad for him. It's not like he seems to be well liked by his teammates, and he's going through just the slumpiest of all the slumps. And it sucks when all of a sudden you just can't do the things that you were able to do before. But
so I bought MLB The Show the other day.
Oh no, you video game addict, you!
I did. And
it's not even MVP baseball.
I had to activate, Lance McCullers and Luis Garcia to the 40-man roster.
Mm-hmm.
Let's play a game. Who did General Manager Joe George cut first from the 40-man roster?
Did you play this game before last night's game or after last night's game?
Before.
Okay, so it wasn't.
So I had to add someone to the 40-man roster. So I'm cutting a person low on the totem pole. Who did I cut first?
I'm going to guess Hunter Brown.
Come on, you don't know nothing about me. How much are we working together?
Is he on the team?
Blair Henley?
He's on the team?
Yes, he's in the game.
I didn't even know that. Listen, no offense to Blair Henley. I wasn't sure that they would include Blair Henley in the game. Now, it's been a while since I played a baseball video game, but
they started
baseball 05. A lot of the minor leaguers were made-up players.
They don't do that anymore. Now they have a deal with minor league baseball, so they put some of them in the game. So, first thing I did was add Lance McCullers to the 40-man roster.
The poor man.
I cut Blair.
You have been.
I cut him.
No one has had such a one-sided vendetta, punching down as a radio host, which is saying something, as you have against Blair Henley.
Look, we have a few opportunities to do it. This is one of them, apparently.
The sign of a bully. I have a few opportunities to keep someone down. I'm going to keep doing it. The man has a family. It was unfair that he got put into that situation. You are a meanie pants.
Yep. All right.
Meanie pants.
Let's find out what's going on in the world. It's time for garbage time.
Okay. this has been a reoccurring story in garbage time. Camilla Giorgi.
Ooh.
Tennis player / lingerie model who left Italy under weird circumstances. We're finding out that she left Italy because she committed tax fraud. Also, she skipped out on 6 months' rent. Also, she stole $100,000 worth of furniture. So she's on the run, and I just want her to know that I can fix her.
You're going to fix her?
I can save her.
How?
I can change her.
What are you going to say?
It doesn't matter how.
You're going to teach her to file her taxes. Oh, wait, you haven't done those.
No, I'm not going to do that. No, in
so,
fact,
hey, you know what, Paul?
That is a turn-on, that she doesn't pay her taxes.
Compatible.
Yeah.
That's a first date conversation.
I like it. She's a libertarian, you know?
Yeah.
This is what I'm looking for. I can fix her. I can change her.
Okay, Paul, what's your name?
Camilla Giorgi.
Camilla Giorgi. And Paul Gallant. Athletes.
Thank you for saying
Don't,
that about me.
Don't post.
You made my day. You made my day. I think I'm done. Now that you've called me an athlete, all right, my day is successful.
This is how this relationship's working so far. You call me a bully, I call you an athlete.
I like that.
What else you got?
Does sound abusive when you say it like that. But you're abusing Blair Henley, so you get your kicks in on the dog.
When I cut him, it said he was going to get money.
Okay. Adam Sandler, in the making of Happy Gilmore 2, wants John Daly and Tiger Woods.
Yeah.
Daly's going to say yes. I really wonder if Tiger Woods will.
I mean, the whole thing's got to be based on the senior tour and Happy and Shooter squaring off one more time. John Daly's definitely going to be in this. And I hope Tiger is.
I do too. Okay, as we continue to go through garbage time, guess what, guys? There are more mosquitoes this year. More mosquitoes than there's ever been. And why are there so many mosquitoes? Warmer temperatures, heavy rainfall. But if you thought there's more mosquitoes out there, there are. One of my buddies got absolutely lit up by mosquitoes on Saturday, and I've never seen bites that looked like that. So he might have the malaria.
That's not good.
R.I.P., Mike. I love you. R.I.P. They look bad.
Which Mike?
There's so many Mikes.
Is it the Mike that I know?
No, it's not. I know too many.
Then good luck to that Mike.
I know too many Mikes.
I just want to make sure it wasn't the Mike that I also know.
There's lots of mosquitoes out there, so you got to watch out.
Yeah, I got a text this morning from Dell. He's like, "All right, guys, we're outside. It's hot. Bring bug spray." So I bought bug spray, and then they let us move inside. So only John and Lance and Dell suffered outside.
I always have bug spray in my car just in case, in addition to my cleats, because as you said, I am an athlete. There was a gathering of Kyles in Texas.
Okay.
The city of Kyle, Texas, had 706 Kyles of all ages turn up to a park that's in the suburbs of Austin. Sadly, there weren't enough Kyles to overtake the record of the most people with one name in a city. Ivan met in Bosnia. 2,325 people named Ivan met in Bosnia in 2017. So the Kyles failed, so they should probably go back to drinking Monster Energy drinks and punching holes in drywall.
Would you try to go to this?
No.
If there was like,
I don't want to be around a bunch of Kyles.
No, all the Pauls, buddy. Like if there was like a world record for most, and it was like, hey, we're gonna do Paul this time.
No, absolutely not. No,
I'm
the best Paul of all time.
Facts.
Paul McCartney, you suck.
Oh,
I got named after him.
You're number 2.
I got named after God.
Oh, really? You did?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, Someone's Knocking at the Door is literally a song about a man dropping the kids off at the pool, if you will, while someone's knocking at the door. I found that out the hard way.
Just a reminder: Joe Espada today said Jose Abreu quote sounds like he's ready to go. You can't see him, but he sounds like it.
3 for 4 sounds ready to go, Joe.
Hey, guess what? I saw blankers, so I think I get to lead.
I mean, it was a pretty dramatic pull-up. They both pulled up in their golf cart, and with like 5 minutes to go. So, yeah, I mean, Joe, it's time for the show.
Let's leave.
They can't bully you anymore.
All right, hey, Paul, guess
That's
what?
for me now.
Where are we going tomorrow?
Highway Cantina. Can't wait.
Yeah, come hang out, get some 975 margaritas
Tall
with
Texan
us tomorrow.
margaritas.
Can't wait. Goodbye.
Peace.
What up, H-Town? Hey, how you doing? All right,
He's
thanks.
Joe. I'm B-Mac. No, I'm trying
All right,
to
so
fill
Joel
in
and Jeremy still aren't here.
Yeah, no, they're still golfing.
They're golfing. So we're going to hang out until they get here because they're more important than us, they think. You know, I haven't been working all day, grinding away, drinking coffee, talking about sports. But we're here. So how's it going, B-Mac?
It's going pretty good. I mean, I got to give you advice about cats today. I wasn't expecting to be able to do that.
Yeah. You know, we're going to – I'm trying to think. Let's talk about what they talked about. I'm going to save the Fromber stuff for them. I know if people are
Fromber
listening,
is our lead, obviously.
But I'll save some of the Fromber stuff for them. But I'm going to go back to what we were talking about earlier with Paul and I, and you as well. So I brought up the fact that with Fromber, the way things went yesterday, that I would personally be open to the idea of trading him this year at the deadline. And I know if you're just joining now and you're expecting to hear the Killer Bees, we are kind of jumping over what exactly happened in the game. But it was a total disaster in the fifth inning. Framber Valdez had gone 11 straight innings with 10 strikeouts, giving up 8 hits with Yainer Diaz as his catcher. So he had been doing very, very good. And then all of a sudden, he just decides to start throwing 99. He's throwing stuff down the middle. It's hit, home run. Gives up another big home run. And the Astros have this controlling victory through 4, and then things just absolutely collapsed on them. It was just a disaster.
How many times do you see in a game where – I'd be curious to see how many times this has happened in Major League history, to give up 2 3-run home runs in the same inning. I can't imagine that's happened more than a handful of times in baseball history.
It's
Fromber
definitely
has joined an elite list of duds, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think it's
I'm sure it's happened, but it's got to be a tiny list. 3-run home runs in the same inning by the same pitcher.
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
And not to mention he gave up another home run still. It wasn't.
Well,
those weren't the only 2 home runs he gave up that inning.
Because most of the time, you would
get pulled.
Yeah, you
don't get a chance to give up the 7th run.
And that's what's tough with yesterday's game because there is a portion of blame. If you look at the blame pie chart, there's a little bit on Yainer for either not standing up to Framber Valdez when they go to the mound the first time. And kind of ratting on his teammate or just telling him face-to-face that, hey, man, stop calling your own stuff. It's not working. This is not a good idea. Let's revert back to the game plan. There's Josh Miller, who, if he was aware, also didn't stop it. There's Joe Espada, who didn't stop it and let it happen and should have intervened. I know typically you don't see the manager walk out to the mound unless there's a pitching change, but that might be one of the rare moments where it's worth that discussion to be had where, hey, man, we don't want to take you out of this game, but what you're trying to accomplish right now is not working. There's other members of the team so that are small portions of blame. But the biggest pie of this is Framber Valdez, that to decide to just go rogue in the 5th inning in the way he did was just such an awful, awful decision. And the hardest part, Brian, for me is it's just illogical.
Yeah,
that's the thing too. It's not like Yainer and him were getting worked in the and then
he'd only given up 1 run through 4 innings.
Yeah, it's not like he was getting smoked and he's you know what, guys, I'm taking this over. I'm in charge now. I'm the captain now, and then I'm going to handle this. Things are going well. I just don't get it.
No, and it's the big reason why I'm done with Fromber as the team's quote unquote ace. I mean, we can have the conversation if he's got ace talent. I mean, clearly he's shown it in the past with the quality start streak, the big postseason starts Game 6 in 2021 against the Red Sox, and obviously Game 6 of the World Series against the Phillies in 2022. But he's just shown too many occasions where he's mentally either fragile, weak, however you want to describe it. We saw the Twins, led by his former teammate Carlos Correa, rattle him in his start against the Twins last year in the ALDS. There's just too much with Fromber that you can't trust him from start to start. And as we approach the time where, and this goes to your conversation that you had earlier about would you trade him, as you start to inch closer and closer to the point where you have to make a contract decision on him, he's approaching the wrong side of 30, or maybe he might already be 30, but he's to me he's already too old to give a long-term contract. He's inconsistent. You have questions about his mental weakness, and now he pulls this stunt, which is something, as you brought up, he tried in spring training, it failed, and then he just went, in business for Team Fromber?
Yeah.
Last night, I am completely out on the idea of keeping Fromber past what his current contract
And
is. And I would, like you said, entertain the idea of trading him if you're going to be able to get back a worthy trade package.
And that's even like if it's Team Fromber, but like it's been going well, dude. Like why is Team Fromber in that moment? Is this the decision that's running through your head? Like I saw it all over social media. I think the text line, the Twitch was saying it earlier too. It's like he was bored. Like it's like he was just bored. He's like, I'm gonna change it up.
I don't think he was bored. I think this might have been a ploy to, hey, look, I'm cruising. We're up 4-1. Things are going well. The Angels aren't a good team. I could dominate them. Let this be the time that I go ahead and try my own stuff. That way, in his mind, when it works, I can then go make the case to Espada to try this again on a full-time basis.
Yeah,
I think he was trying to use the moment and use that to hijack things and have it go back to a way that he prefers it and make that his case for it. But obviously, it blew up in his face spectacularly.
Big time. This is where we normally do the lineup stuff, right?
Oh, what's wrong with Espada's lineup?
It's been so long since I've been on the Killer Bees. It's been like 4 months.
So the lineup's out.
So the lineup is out.
Okay.
So Altuve leads off at second. Tucker bats second in right field. Yordan Alvarez is your DH batting third. Alex Bregman bats fourth at third base. Jeremy Pena bats fifth at shortstop. John Singleton still your first baseman for now. Batting next, Jake Myers in center field, batting seventh. Yainer Diaz catching today and making his return to the lineup. And batting ninth is Chaz McCormick.
Where do you fall with Chaz? Because there's been, I think, a big conversation, and it almost feels disingenuous because it's not like we're talking about, a bunch of guys that have, 5 All-Star appearances under their belt. But you have kind of a quote-unquote log jam in the outfield with Loperfido, Jake Myers, who's been hitting really well, and then now Chaz returning, who hit really well last year, hit well to start the season, but then struggled and got hurt. I mean, I don't know how you split up those innings. Jeremy, I don't remember if it was Jeremy or Joel suggested like a true right-left platoon with Loperfido and Chaz, because Chaz hits lefties well. Loperfido obviously is a lefty, probably would be better against righties. I don't know how you feel about that. And then I would obviously mean Yordan would have to be your DH most of the time because Jake's going to play in center.
Well, good. I like that.
Sure.
That's a good start. That's where, to me, Jake Myers is everyday center fielder. Needs an off day, fine. Give it to him.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah,
Jake Myers,
when he needs the off day, it's Dubon.
Yeah.
I don't think you mess with left field.
Yeah, until Jake Myers proves that this is a fluke and he cannot keep this rolling to at least similar level. Like, he doesn't have to be an 800-plus OPS guy.
85 right now.
Like, he's crushing the baseball. Like, I don't think he's going to be – even like when James Click and guys of the past have talked about Jake Myers, I don't think this is who they thought they were talking about, the stretch he's in right now. He's on an absolute heater. But can he be a very good baseball player? Yes. Should he be your everyday center fielder going forward? Yes. The split, I would be okay with that, but Chaz isn't going to play that often.
That's the problem, because if you stick to that true left-right platoon, because you're going to face way more righties than lefties, you're taking a player who was, I mean, maybe one of your top 3 hitters last season. I mean, certainly by OPS he was, and you're putting him on the bench 70% of the time.
So with Spencer Arrighetti and Joey Loperfido, even though I think both those guys have been very impressive, Loperfido even more than Arrighetti, whose last 2 starts have been very good, I would send both those guys down as Jose Urquidy and Jose Abreu return to this team, because I just think that they're going to get more valuable time in the minors. Arrighetti, I want to keep him stretched out, so in case there's an injury in the future, I'd put Hunter Brown in the bullpen. And with Joey, I would send him down, and I would, Paul and I have been talking about this a lot. Like his outfield, his athleticism is great, but if Jose Abreu is awful again, I want Joey Loperfido just to be the everyday first baseman. Like, Singleton's been a good story. His defense has been very good, but the bat, he's back. I think he's below 230 at this point.
He is, and his OPS is below 700 again.
So I would be fine if Loperfido went down with the intent of learning how to play first base on a consistent basis, and then Chaz and Dubon is more your split in left field. And, like, that's just kind of the way you roll going forward. That, to me, that works for me.
It does. I mean, Loperfido, I know he apparently spent some time playing first at Duke in college, And I know there was a time when Bagwell was down in Sugar Land working with him at first, and he got at least a few starts at first base. Doesn't it feel like a rush in the middle of the season, though, to have the expectation of, okay, he's going to spend a month playing first base.
Big time.
And then he's going to be able to come up and field it at the major league level. Now, Jose Abreu was a butcher when he was here earlier this season at first base. So maybe you could argue, well, he can't be any worse than Jose Abreu. But I would worry about not only Loperfido being able to handle it from a defensive position, but if he's worried about his defense, we've seen guys in the past where when they're not comfortable in the field, it then affects them at the plate as well.
Yeah, big time. And that is a concern for sure. If there was a world in which, because Greg Kessinger is such a useless roster spot, he has 11 at bats on the season. So if there's
He's not
a
a major
way,
league player.
Yeah, so I guess in theory, Loperfido could take Kessinger's spot, and they could adjust the roster that way. Now that Cabbage has officially been sent down already too, but it's he's got to play. Kessinger, he's a 4A guy. He's barely he's barely a 4A guy. He's more just a AAA player, and we'll see. The Astros' first base situation has kind of baffled me this year. Victor Caratini has reps at first base. I don't think he started a game this year for them there. Dubon has played, one game? Now they chose Dubon over Loperfido, to what you're saying, to play first base in that game. So,
and I believe Dubon played at least one game last year at first base.
I think so too. Yeah. So it's an interesting spot.
So did Yonder Diaz.
Yeah, and we haven't seen Yonder at first base this year. So who knows? So it's endless possibilities. We'll continue to get to this as we wait for Joel and Jeremy to return from their day of golf. The only evidence we have so far is at one point Jeremy did post a video in which he acknowledged that Joel outdrove him.
Really?
However,
just one singular drive, the first drive of the day?
It was in the middle of the day. But it's a yard difference at most. And because of the ball positioning, Jeremy was technically closer to the pin. So they probably used Jeremy's ball. So technically Joel outdrove him, so it was like a compliment.
Was that the only time that Joel outdrove him?
I don't know. That's the only video we've seen so far, the only evidence that we have. So we don't know if they've been fighting, if they want to kill each other more than another day that ends in Y. We'll find out when they eventually show up. It's Joe, it's B-Mac. Joel and Jeremy will be here eventually. It's Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Highland Pines Golf Club for ESPN 97.5 and 92.5's Occasional Invitational. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Huh, not so fast. Joel and Jeremy, come on, they're late.
Was that your Lee Corso impression?
Not so fast.
It needs a little work.
I need to bleep it in there, too. Go
Yeah,
Cougs.
yeah.
What a great moment that is in college game day history.
I mean, he's reached the age where you could curse on TV without getting in trouble.
Oh, 100%. Like, there's very few people that can really get away with it. Lee Corso's one of them.
Lee Corso could absolutely.
Yeah.
He could say almost anything he wants to get away with.
Yeah.
I said almost.
There's quite a bit he can get away with, but I mean, I guess you can't really cancel someone who's probably going to like be gone in the next 3 years.
Wow, it's got bleak all of a sudden.
Oh, whatever.
But it's the truth. No, you're right. You're not wrong.
So I guess this is where we do wrong answer only, like what went wrong on the golf course today with Joel and Jeremy. I'm not going to read them, so just text them in, all the heinous things. Who hit the most balls into the water? Who hit the most balls in the water? Joel or Jeremy?
I'll say Jeremy.
Agreed. Though Joel did tell me that he didn't even realize he couldn't find his golf shorts. Lance looks like he's in one piece.
He's not,
Maybe not.
He's not limping, so
I don't know.
I think he came out of it okay.
That was a big, deep breath and head shake as he walked away.
He looks beat. Like, his face is red, but I was worried he was going to come out of this limping from all his exploits, tripping and falling all over himself on the disc golf course. So he's walking, and he's not limping, so I think that's a win for Lance.
All right, so we think that Jeremy hit more balls into the water. I'm going to say they also used Joel's shots more often than they used Jeremy's.
I can see Jeremy being more aggressive, or Joel playing it more safe to not have the embarrassing moment.
That says a lot about their personalities.
It does, yeah. Joel's going to play it safe because he doesn't want to be embarrassed. He's not going to. He doesn't want to hit out of the sand. He doesn't want to hit into the water. So I think Joel's going to land more shots within the green.
Okay.
I guess. But Jeremy might have the more spectacular shots because he's going to take more chances.
Yeah, that makes sense. I tend to agree with that. All right, so Fromber. I think what's most interesting about, for me, what's next for him, I am curious to see who catches the next game, because they went to Victor Caratini for quite a while. They go back to Yainer the last two starts, but with what happened in the fifth inning, I do wonder if there is some kind of reaction within the clubhouse, within Joe Spada, like the decision-making, that they say, okay, we are going to go back to Victor because that's clearly who you feel more comfortable with, and we're going to continue that going forward. And so that is kind of what I wonder, if that's the next step in this.
There's got to be something.
Caratini's the catcher again.
There's got to be something from Joe Espada to assert control in the situation.
Yes.
I think we've all had criticisms. I mean, the first time he get ejected, it looked like they were talking about their lunch orders. He was barely even heated.
He doesn't have a lot of fire.
No, he doesn't have a lot of fire. But I think this is a spot, and maybe this is overselling it, but I don't think it is. But this is a spot for a manager in his first season. The season hasn't gone how you expected. Obviously, everyone's disappointed. Everyone's upset with the results so far. This has got to be a spot where Joe Espada takes control of the team. This is a spot where your pitcher, Framber Valdez, went out and did his own thing, basically directly disobeyed what you wanted him to do. This has got to be a spot where Joe Espada's got to show leadership in the locker room and take that power back. Otherwise, I think this could have ripple effects of veterans also doing kind of whatever they want.
Well, and that's where I view the Verlander thing that happened the day before with Contreras very differently. Verlander was just shaking off Yainer a lot, and it was a great at bat.
Should he have thrown that many fastballs in a row, though?
Probably not, but it's also.
I mean, at some point you have a base open. See if he chases a slider and live with it.
He's also a Hall of Famer and probably the most likely candidate, and maybe one of the last ones of our lifetime to get to 300 wins.
Oh, yeah, he would be. If he gets there, I think he would be.
I do view, these situations very differently.
Because of the leash?
Because of who you are.
Sure.
You get a certain, grace based on status. If this was Spencer Arrighetti, you would send him down to the minors immediately. There would be no ifs, ands, or buts about it. He's absolutely gone. Fromber is still a very good pitcher. As frustrated as I am, however, I know what I want to see the Astros do going forward. I do not want him to be on the opening day roster at a minimum in the start of 2025. I don't. I just think it would be a mistake. but he is still a very good pitcher. But he's not JV. And JV had one at bat that didn't go well, where Fromber, like, if he was in his right state of mind, after the first home run, he would have pivoted and said, hey, let's go back to the game plan.
I don't think you could trust Fromber to be that level-headed, though. There's nothing in his profile that has shown that he is someone that thinks logically in the way that you just described. I think there's another, unfortunately, a drop ball in terms of leadership from Espada and the pitching coaches. Once they noticed that Fromber was going off plan, there had to be something where they went out there and corrected the situation.
Yeah.
It got way too far before – seemingly no one ever did anything. They didn't really address it till the game was over. Someone in that dugout, someone besides Fromber and Yonder had to know things were going off script.
Yeah, now they did unravel very fast. How much of this do you put on not just the start but the end result of the game of not going to the bullpen faster to try to fix this problem quickly? How much of this is on Espada?
I would still put, as you said last segment, the bulk of it on Fromber. 75, 80%. Ultimately, he's the one that messed up. He's the one that went rogue. But I do think Espada's got to be one to either go out there or send, the pitching coach out there to make the correction. Like, hey, listen to your catcher, or I'm pulling you. And then if that doesn't happen, go ahead and send the hook. Especially before the second home run goes out.
Yeah, I do question if we see in baseball all the time. A lot of guys have the guys who can get up extra quick, and in an emergency situation they can warm up and be ready to go. It doesn't really feel like the Astros have that guy. Maybe Seth Martinez. I don't know if they have someone that you really want or trust to he's going to get ready super duper fast. And that's not a skill you learn. There are just certain pitchers that it takes them less warm up tosses to get ready.
I guess I'm forgetting here. Was anyone warming up after the first 3-run home run?
No.
Well, that's where I would have said someone should at least started warming up. Now,
yeah.
Could they have been ready before the second 3-run home run? I don't know. Probably not. I don't know. But someone should have been once the. It's a 2-run lead. You're still leading at that point. But someone should be warming if you give up a 3-run homer.
Yeah, you got to think that. Now, I guess the mindset is you have a sinker ball pitcher out there who gets mostly ground outs. You can get three home runs in one inning.
But
it seems unlikely.
It does, but I remember looking at this, doing research for the bullpen last year. There were stretches of last season, especially over the second half when Fromber was struggling outside of that no-hitter on August 1st, where when you looked at his game logs, he was getting more outs by fly ball than ground ball. He was reversing his normal splits on that ground ball to fly ball ratio. So I agree with you. He is a sinker ball or ground ball pitcher, but we've seen at times him get out of sync in that regard. And I don't know if I would completely trust just because he's naturally a ground ball pitcher. If he's given up the 3-run homer, I'm at least putting it in my mind that this might be a day where the fly ball is coming and I'm getting someone up.
Yeah, I get why Joe Espada is getting a lot of criticism right now. A lot of it's funny. It does feel like to what you mentioned a little bit ago about the that first ejection, where a lot of it does seem people's biggest issues with Joe Espada does seem to go back to his reaction to that first ejection, his reaction when Blanco was ejected, which they're projecting him back on Sunday, who also, I don't know if it matters, but he got torched yesterday by guys like Greg Kessinger in his live bullpen. And then, in yesterday's situation, again, where even after the game, I did think we were going to see a little less measured response.
How do you think Dusty would have handled it? Specifically, I think he would.
Well, see, Joe Espada is just chill all the time.
I certainly think Dusty would have acted in a much more
disappointed dad.
Well, I was talking about the first ejection. Dusty certainly would have been way more animated than Joe Espada was in that first ejection. But specifically with Fromber, I don't think Fromber is still in the game to give up the third home run if Dusty's managing the team.
No, I don't think so.
Dusty certainly was a player's manager, and not that he wasn't trusting, but I think he would have gone with his gut and look, Fromber's lost. Frommer's like,
Yeah.
because one thing, it was often the criticism we would say of Dusty. He goes with his gut over the numbers. I think in that situation, had Espada gone with quote unquote the gut like Dusty would have, he would have been yanked at least before the third home run.
Yeah, I think Joe Espada's done a fine job this year, and so has Yainer Diaz and Victor Caratini. But that fifth inning yesterday is really the one time where I go, man, this probably does not happen if Maldi and Dusty are here.
No, I couldn't see it happening.
And like, you never know. Like I mentioned this when I was doing, the normal shift with Paul, that there's this art that this has kind of happened before. Lance got shelled in a start because he kind of started calling his own shot with Maldi behind the plate, but then they corrected that after that inning or after that game, and Lance was much better after that. So it's not impossible for this stuff to happen. Like, Fromber is not the only pitcher who's ever done this.
Right.
To me, the reason why this is a story, because I get why, like, there's some pushback, like there was earlier from the Twitch about, like, why is this such a big deal? Like, this happens, we just don't know about it. I think the bigger deal is that I don't know how often your pitcher in Fromber, your catcher in Yainer, your manager in Espada so openly after the game acknowledge what happened, admit fault at what happened, and admit blame at what happened. And even Fromber blamed himself. That, to me, is why this story has a little more legs on it than it traditionally would.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Fromber's not the only pitcher to ever call pitches for himself. I think the question is what you raised with the reaction after the game, and also I think you just have to know the personality of your pitcher. Like, Fromber's not a guy that I would trust to do that. He's just too easily rattled. And to your point about the reaction and the quotes we saw after the game, maybe this is the first time, or as I had hoped for earlier in this segment, that Espada is starting to exert more control over the situation. The fact that those quotes made it to the media instead of just saying, hey, he misses – like, because Espada could have easily gone out there and said, hey, he misses location – things happen like that. It's baseball, 162, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
He could have easily used coach speak and talked that away until people stopped asking about it. The fact that he kind of threw Fromber under the bus lets me know that this, Espada is certainly maybe even more frustrated than we are, and maybe some things will start to be addressed. Maybe this was a tipping point for Joe Espada.
Yeah, I do feel like he had every right, if he wanted to as well, to have driven the bus over him more. He could have gone back and forth a couple times. And I think it's probably the best decision with someone like Fromber to not do that. But I could have very much understood why they would have. All right, it's the Killer Bees here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Looks like everyone's back from golfing except for Joel and Jeremy. So we'll just keep it going here on ESPN 97.5.
Are they just trading shots into the water so neither one of them has to work?
Yeah, who's worse, Joel or Jeremy? I think that's what we're finding out right now on the golf course. It's ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Highland Pines Golf Club for ESPN 97.5 and 92.5's Occasional Invitational. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Hey, guess what? It's Joe George. We're back.
Again?
Brian McDonald's here as well. Joel and Jeremy are finally in the building. They're big time in me, though. They think that they're deserving of water.
I mean, they did have a very taxing day
of playing golf.
Yeah.
And hitting the ball into the water. So, they're finally on their way back. I swear to God, though, I think Jeremy is going to get food right now. I told him he could.
Yep.
I told Jeremy he could wait to get on the air to get water.
Yeah, you say, hey,
he's
go
going
get your water.
to get food.
No, he's getting food.
He's skipping the water. He's going right for the food. That's not what we agreed to.
I think you're having your Joe Espada moment here. Joe George, you are the APD.
So
assert your authority.
Has he gone on the air about why he's going to start calling me Joe Espada?
No.
I wasn't sure if that was a public conversation or a private conversation.
I've not heard of that.
All right, well, I'm going to make it public then, and then people can make fun of people. It's a bad look on me.
Spill the tea.
It's already a bad look on me. So last week the article came out that Joe Espada has poor communication, and that two of the veteran players on the team were angry with Joe Espada's communication. So like that next day or so, I get a text. I get, ding, Jeremy Branham. I'm going to start calling you Joe Espada. I'm like, what? Why? Why am I Joe Espada? I'm passionate. I'll drop F-bombs on you if you make me mad.
You're certainly more passionate than Joe Espada, yes.
Like, I'll fight you if you want. I'm like, what did I do? Like, what did I do wrong?
The amount of people you can fight, though, is limited.
I'll try to fight you. I said, what did I do wrong? Well, starting tomorrow when we're broadcasting at the Highway Cantina, you're filling in for Michael Carroll, your former production director. I forgot to tell Jeremy that tomorrow and then Thursday at Texas Star Grill Shop that Jeremy was going to have to engineer his own show.
Okay.
So he said, I'm going to start.
Because he knew I was going to be out. Like I told him 2-3 weeks ago.
So he said, I'm going to start calling you Joe Espada for poor communication. You know what I told him? I was like, well, I don't need to communicate with you because I know the Cougs are not even qualifying for the Big 12 baseball tournament. So I knew you were available. Because I did learn that in the Big 12 tournament, they don't invite every single team.
So you woke up and chose violence.
I mean, he is probably in the right here. Like Joel and Jeremy often when I was on the Bees tried to give me feedback on my management skills.
Okay.
They weren't usually constructive.
It was more just belittling you?
Yeah, it was more belittling, bullying.
Is that why you bully others? Is because you were bullied by
I
Joel
only
and Jerry?
bully Blair Henley. I will say, if like the Henley family is upset with me and the things that I say about him in the past, I will say it's probably Joel and Jeremy's fault. Because, like, I have to bully someone. What, am I going to bully my 3-year-old? Like, I'm a good parent.
No,
okay?
I think the 3-year-old bullies you by refusing to eat the pasta you made.
He just frustrates me. He just doesn't listen.
Again, this is your Joe Espada moment. You got to assert dominance. He shook you off. You put pasta on the table. He shook you off.
It
said ice cream. Did you give in? Did he get ice cream last night?
Can I go home? Joel's going to mingle with the people. All right, we'll just keep going for the next segment. I mean, it's just one thing after another.
You didn't answer my question.
I mean, what was your question?
Did the little one get ice cream last night?
Oh, no, he did not. No,
okay.
he ate his pasta first.
All right, well, that's good.
Yeah. So, I didn't realize that this Joe Espada story, calling me Joe Espada, was not going to make it on air. Now I feel like I just embarrassed myself, which means it's just another day that ends in Y.
Yeah.
At least I'm not trying to do math here. But Christian Javier is on the mound tonight. Tonight is a game, I feel like. Not a big game. It's an important game. Just because the way the season.
Come on, go full sports radio. Say it's a must-win.
No, it's not.
Come on.
Even if they lose, it's okay. But
Joe, losing's not okay.
You can't unravel.
Don't accept failure.
That is my only thing about tonight's game is that why I view it as an important game and must win like 2%, like 50%-ish.
You jumped from 2 to 50. That's
a
big jump.
I was going to go 2 out of 10, and then I was like, I'm going to jump this up.
But you didn't know what percentage that was?
Yep. No, I did, but I'm just going to agree with you. But, like, you don't want things to unravel. The way things have gone this season, like, you're back on the right track. You win 2 out of 3. That's all that really matters. Like, that is really all that matters, is that you win 2 out of 3 games in this series. You move on to Oakland, and then you go from there. You hope to be within striking distance when you face the Mariners. But you want to win tonight's game. Like, the way it unraveled for you with Fromber, a bounce-back win is important for this team, but it's not a must-win.
Yeah, you got to reclaim good vibes. I mean, that's kind of what you and Paul talked about. I mean, this is a stretch of the schedule where you're expected to make up ground, right? You got a 9 of the 12 against the A's and the Angels, 2 bad teams. The only other team mixed in there were the Brewers, and you took 2 out of 3 from them. So this is a chance to reclaw some of the gap or some of the games you gave up in the division earlier in the season. You can't let that opportunity slip by because, I mean, coming up, you're going to have teams like the Mariners on the schedule. It's not going to be nearly as easy as this. I mean, we've seen people on the text line say, who cares? They're beating up the A's and the Angels. Well, if
then last night's loss doesn't matter.
Right. If you lose a series to the Angels, that's even more, even worse than quote unquote, just getting the easy cupcake wins. But yeah, you can't call it a must-win, obviously, but they need to reclaim some of their good vibes.
All right,
Hello, Jeremy.
We're going to take this opportunity to not give Joel a microphone. Did you shoot better than him today?
Well, I mean, it's a scramble, Joe.
Did you
You can't.
Did your
whenever
ball
you're on,
was
whenever
your
you're on
ball
the same team,
was your ball
you won.
used more often than his? Today?
No, so we actually did a thing in a scramble.
I saw the video
Gilbert,
you posted.
Yeah, that was Blankers and I both had a good drive on a single hole, and he outdrove me by 1 inch. But because of the angle, I was actually closer to the pin. So who had a better drive? Debatable. We actually played a money game that I've never played in a scramble before. We had great partners, Gilbert and Dave. They were fantastic. Great round of golf. Thanks so much to you for allowing us to play. I think that we probably enjoyed it more than they did. But we played a money game where you got a point for every shot that you took in a scramble.
Okay.
And then if you have Blankers has 20, I have 21, and the other guys
have
have
like
15 and 10, then they have to pay the difference. I don't know how it turned out because we say, hey, just use it to tip the cart girl. But Blankers dominated.
Ooh.
It was about even on the front 9 maybe, and then Blankers on the back 9 went nuts.
All right.
Blankers carried our team. He was our A player. It's probably we were only 3 under. But no, Blankers has game, and I knew he had game. I knew that he was a good golfer. I know he hadn't done it in a long time, but yeah, I think I finished second. I didn't keep score. But no, Blankers is better than me. There's no doubt about it.
All right, so I'm going to get out of here. So I want to recap you guys. I got to go. So just a couple things you missed from today. I didn't realize that you calling me Joe Espada was not a public radio story when you texted me about saying I had poor communication skills about tomorrow and Thursday when you have to engineer.
He told Houston
He
about
doesn't
it.
even remember.
Oh, but
he texted me calling me Joe Espada, and he
I
looks
do remember.
dumbfounded.
No,
on
I
his
didn't.
face.
I didn't know. Well, I talk a lot of trash.
Well, so I just publicly told that story because I assumed you'd already told
but
it.
here's what I appreciate about myself.
Wow. Okay. Oh, I love me some me. Thank you, T.O.
Here's what I appreciate about myself. I didn't do that behind your back. I texted you. You're
I
Joe
know.
Espada. So let's let the record show
I said
that if I'm talking
I made that
trash,
clear.
I'm going to talk trash to you.
I can
made
back
that
it up.
clear.
Jeremy started the show yesterday talking trash about how I parked yesterday.
I saw that picture. It was a tough look.
It was a bad parking job.
And just
Bad
and before I
job.
leave, just in case, because there'll be texts that might be confusing. I'm a cat dad now. I got a cat, or I'm getting a cat.
For
Yeah,
real?
yes. We're
That's
adopting.
legitimate.
Yeah, legit.
Someone on Twitter, Colin from Apollo tweeted out this little kitten got lost during the storm and almost got hit by a truck, and they're looking for a home, so I'm taking it.
Is your kid allergic to cats?
No, he's not.
Okay, good.
I have like a little allergy, but I'll be fine.
How can you have a little allergy?
If I just like touch my nose,
that stuff doesn't usually get better though.
I know.
Usually gets worse.
But my kid wants a cat, so I'm a good dad. Oh, and then I said they should trade Framber Valdez at the trade deadline.
Oh, we know.
Oh, we know. It's in the
We
Google
know.
Doc. It's in the Google Doc.
I saw it on the golf course. I saw the tweet. I go, Blankers, take a look at this. We're going to talk about this.
All right, well, goodbye.
Yeah.
See ya. Killer Bees, Joel and Jeremy, they're finally going to show up for work.
Thank you for
Of course,
hanging
guys.
out for 43 minutes.
Hey, you guys look better than Lance. He looked like he was struggling when he walked in. He gave us a big head shake and no, I'm not doing okay. So.
To be fair, I struggled down the stretch.
All right,
so
goodbye.
I can't really talk a whole lot of trash. All right, Astros lose yesterday. They fall to the Anaheim Angels of Los Angeles in West Orange County, California. But the story of this one, Framber Valdez was a mess. Framber Valdez was a train wreck. Framber Valdez was, what do we do on the show? He was a car wreck. What do we think about Framber Valdez going rogue and calling his own pitches in that game yesterday during the meltdown in the fifth inning when it looked like the Astros had control of that game? How do we feel about that? 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees, I guess, start when we come back. It's the Killer Bees broadcasting live from Highland Pines on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Have I told you lately about Pro Dunk Hoop? It's so good. The goals from Pro Dunk Hoops are fantastic. They make the highest quality basketball goals you'll ever find. Tempered glass backboard gives you the true, authentic, real feel off the glass. Breakaway rim in case you're throwing down some jams. Stainless steel hardware, which is fantastic. Also, it's height adjustable. You want to throw down some jams? It doesn't matter how tall you are. It doesn't matter how poor your vertical leap is because you can lower it all the way down to 5 feet, raise it all the way up to 10 feet. Their new goal, Thor, has a lightning adjust feature. You can raise and lower the goals with a drill. How easy is that? 5 feet, 10 feet, matter of seconds. It's idiot-proof. It's fun to do. Get Thor. Get the lightning adjust feature. Also, their accessories are next level. LED light kits for night play. Look, we understand that sometimes it's going to cool off in the summer once the sun goes down. Yeah, I'm smart enough to figure that out. Well, get LED light kits. That way you can play at night. Backstop nets. Don't chase the basketball around. Pull pad lettering. Lots more. And you can order everything, including professional installation online. That's right. The pros from Pro Dunk Hoops will install your goal at the perfect height, perfectly straight. You don't lift a finger. Let the pros from Pro Dunk install your goal and do all of the work for you. Give them a call now, 281-351-9822, and visit produnk.com. That's produnk.com.
You're back with the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Highland Pines Golf Club in Porter. Here's Joe Blank and Jeremy Branham.
What up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
People were demanding it. The Twitch,
did it.
The Twitch was demanding it. I don't know why, but the Twitch was demanding it. Killer Bees broadcasting live from Highland Pines for the occasional invitation. Great time. The first time that I played it, and I don't know if you played it. Have you played it before? I'm sure you
I have not. I have not.
Great time. Gilbert, Dave, they were fantastic partners. They told us not to tell us or to tell the listeners how much they carried us on the air, so we won't. We won't tell you how good they were at golf and how much they carried Blankers and I, although we did have the betting game, and I think we finished 1-2. Blankers, your game's good, man. Like, I know that you're rusty and you haven't played in a while. Blankers squishes on the golf ball better than anybody I've seen. Like, his shaft angle is fantastic. His club lean is unbelievable. The point of impact that Blankers had is exactly what you want. It was very, very good. And don't get used to me complimenting.
No, I don't. You actually gave me a fist bump on the course. I was like,
the only one I gave.
I was like,
today.
what are you doing?
I don't do that very often.
You're not supposed to do that. That was a lot of fun, and that's the first time that you and I actually did something like that, and it was extremely enjoyable. The guys, as you mentioned, were great. And honestly, the pace of play was not as slow as I thought it would be, and it's really hot out there. It was a good time.
Yeah, I actually knew Gilbert in a roundabout way. I saw him whenever I walked up to my cart this morning, and I was like, I know you from somewhere, but I couldn't place it. And then I went to hit the balls in the range. I was like, oh yeah, now I know.
There he is.
Now I know why I know Gilbert. I won't tell anybody else why I know Gilbert. Anyways, Astros lose a baseball game yesterday. I'm sure everybody, you know what everybody says about somebody's golf game, that they're tired of hearing about somebody else's golf game. So we'll get into the Astros. Astros yesterday fall to the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim from Orange County that resides in California. And this was a disaster. And the storyline of this game was Framber Valdez. You're cruising. The offense is lighting up Reed Detmers. You have a 4 spot in the second. You score 2 more in the fourth. You lead 6-1 after 4 with stinking Framber Valdez on the mound. I'm nestling in. I'm thinking cruise control. I'm thinking easy victory in game 1 of this 3-game series. And Framber Valdez shows us the bipolar Framber Valdez, the bad side of Framber Valdez. He goes absolutely rogue, starts getting shelled, starts calling his own pitches, starts serving up every single pitch in his arsenal, middle, right down the D to everybody. What in the world happened to Framber Valdez in the 7-run 5th inning last night at Minute Maid Park?
Look, it's as simple as calling it like we've always called it and being as honest as you can. It's all about what's going on between Framber's ears, and it happened right away at the start of the inning. At the start of the inning, he's up 0-2 in the count. He has no business putting a ball that was that hittable right in the heart of the plate, and it gets hit for a base hit, and suddenly you can see him start doing the head shake. And when the head shake like a bobblehead happens, you know that it's about to pop off, and things are not going to go well. Well, a couple batters later, he gives up a 3-run bomb. Now he's full-blown bobblehead. Now he's shaking all over the place. Now he's strutting around. Now you can see the steam coming out of his ears. He's completely ticked off, and he decided, I am just going to get up there on the rubber as fast as I can, and I am just going to throw nothing but whatever I feel, wherever I want to place it, and live with the results. And all he did was sit there and throw balls right over the meat of the plate until it was too late. And it was ridiculous, and it was mental, and it really ticked me off because I was like you. 6-1, I'm writing off another win on this homestand going, Mariners are losing? Cut it to 3? Are you kidding me? This is fantastic. And then the wheels fell off, and he was just ridiculous.
I don't understand. I don't get it. Like, if I try to put my feet into Framber's shoes. Okay, let's think about like what Framber's thinking in that moment. I think he might have gotten bored a little bit. Like, if I'm being completely honest, like you're cruising to a 6-1 lead. Maybe he's getting a little bored there in the top of the 5th. I don't know. But you see that inning starts off with a single by Willie Calhoun. Zach Neto walks, so it's like, okay, first and second, you don't love this, and then the next guy, he gets to strike out swinging. Okay, cool. First and second, 1 out, you're still leading 6-1, no big deal. And even when the next dude hits a home run, okay, don't love that, but it's still a 2-run game. It's a 2-run game. You're in the 5th inning. Framber just got out of this inning, and you still feel really, really good about winning a game that you lead by 2 halfway through. You feel really good about leading the game in the middle of the 5th by 2 runs. He gets the next guy to ground out. Okay, 2 outs, nobody on base. We're in business. We got a 2-run lead. We're going to win this game. Taylor Ward, single. Kevin Pillar, single. Logan O'Hoppe, or however you pronounce his name,
right.
Home run. And all of a sudden, the Angels are back in front. Joe Adell, first pitch he sees, opposite field, home run. It was the big. I know that Framber Valdez is bipolar. I know he shows the good side and the bad side. This was the most roller coaster of a ride that we've ever seen in the history of Framber Valdez.
There's no doubt about it. And as you watched it all unfold right before your eyes, I kept saying to myself, just keep the lead. Keep the lead, get him out of there. I'm not even worried about him getting the win anymore. I need to get him out of there because I need to make sure that they maintain this lead because you can feel the momentum hadn't fully switched until after he gave up the bomb. Then on the Adele home run, now they're strutting around the bases and they are feeling good about themselves. And it's like, okay, you had a pitcher that was gettable that you were getting. He's out. You got a new pitcher in. You got guys that are just all over loving everything about life with the way they're hitting him. And you just, at that point, I felt deflated, like it's over, and it's all because of one guy. The rest of the team was hitting. They were doing their jobs. They were playing defense. And Fromber just decided when he got ticked off to just essentially mail it in. And there's no excuse for that. These are the kind of things that should worry the organization, too, about looking at this guy and saying, it doesn't matter how good he is as a pitcher. If he doesn't figure this stuff out between his ears, I don't want to risk running up a contract for multiple years at a huge amount of money for a guy that can't stabilize mentally.
I think that ship has sailed. I think that decision has already been made, but I think yesterday's the nail in the coffin. That Fromber Valdez is absolutely not a guy that you give a long-term extension to. Like, how could you justify that? How could you justify giving big money to a Fromber Valdez who you never know what you're going to get? Where, half the time he's going to pitch like a Cy Young guy, but then half the time, like the second half of last season, he's going to pitch like an over 4 ERA. How can you give big long-term – and somebody will, but it ain't going to be me.
Nope.
How are you going to give somebody long-term, big-time money for a guy who's going to go rogue and abandon the game plan in the fifth inning and give up a 7 spot? And you can circle back all the way to spring training. Fromber Valdez got to spring training with a wild hair that he's going to call his own pitches. In what world is that a good idea? Who has ever said that Fromber Valdez calling his own pitches is a good idea? But the Astros, okay, let's appease him for a little bit. He gets shelled in his first spring training start, which who cares? It's spring training. But he got crushed so much that he gave that up. He gave that up. And he thought, okay, middle of the fifth inning in a big league game when my team needs to win baseball games. Yes, we're playing well recently, but we've already built this hole. We're behind the 8 ball. I'm just going to start calling pitches again because that worked so stinking well in spring training.
It was so frustrating and annoying because he put himself so far above the team and then left them all out high and dry because no matter how much he had a whole lot of I don't care, the fact is he really dug a hole that his team wasn't able to get out of, and it became, unfortunately, that small run differential was enough to say it was almost insurmountable. Yeah, in the last inning they had a shot because they put a couple guys on base. It shouldn't have come to that. It should have come close to that. And the fact is that you can, everybody's, Maldonado would have got him. Maybe Maldonado would have been able to reel him in. But short of Martin Maldonado, a guy that wants to be your ace, that has basically said that he wants to be your ace and thinks he is, acts as anything but your ace. And you're telling me that you need a veteran catcher that can yank him in and get the cane with the hook and bring him in and say, stop doing this so that we can win a ball game? No, you're supposed to have the maturity. You're supposed to have the experience. You're supposed to have the ability to be able to get yourself, gather your thoughts, bring it all together, and get at least one more out so that someone else can carry that victory down the stretch. And instead, he just put kerosene and all kinds of gasoline on a fire.
I think you're right about the part where you said that he feels like he's an ace, which, again, half of Fromber Valdez is an ace, but the other half of Fromber Valdez is not an ace, in that he thinks that he can do that kind of stuff. Like, he thinks he's Justin Verlander where, hey, this first-year catcher, Yainer Diaz, he doesn't know what he's doing. I'm going to call my own pitches because I know what I'm doing. And quite frankly, Fromber Valdez is not that guy. Look, I've defended Fromber Valdez. I think Fromber Valdez has unbelievable stuff. I think he's really stinking good. I think he's mentally weak, and he should have nothing to do with calling his own pitches. But he's not Justin Verlander. He should continue to apply the game plan. Fromber Valdez is the kind of guy that you buy for what he's worth, and you sell him for what he thinks he's worth.
No doubt about it, because at least from afar, you know that teams, as much as you don't know how well they would deep dive into finding out the psychological and all the other things with Fromber, you can't argue with his stuff when it's on. When it's on, you're talking about top-shelf stuff. There's no denying that. And he has mow down, lights out, just I dare you to get in the box and think that you have a chance. Off-balance stuff. He's fantastic. But because of what's going on between his ears, because of the fact that he can't reel it in, and that he can't actually focus when he needs to, it is such a dangerous, almost ticking time bomb for any team that takes him on because, yeah, you're going to have your good moments. Yeah, there's going to be when he's rolling and when he's getting offensive support, yeah, that's a guy that you can rely on to get you wins. But when you need him most or at any time when you're not expecting it, when the wheels come off, you don't know how you're going to be able to reel him in. You shouldn't have to rely on getting a veteran catcher so that he can kind of grab him by the bootstraps and say, come on, man, get it together. That's what a true ace is supposed to be able to do.
713-780-ESPN. Our text line's lighting up on the fact that they should fire Joe Espada. Do we think that the hook should have been quicker for Framber Valdez? Also, whenever we come back, look, Framber Valdez going rogue unacceptable, but this also needs to be a lesson on Yiner Diaz. We'll explain next. Killer Bees broadcasting live from Highland Pines on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, right now, before we go to the break, I want to tell you about the good people at Bull Shirts. I love them. They were out here today at the golf course. They are absolutely fantastic. They are as loyal and local as you get because they can do everything for you right here in Houston, Texas. And I mean everything. If you need a tent for an event like a golf tournament like today, they got them. If you need all kinds of promotional items for a gift bag within anything you're doing, from a birthday party to a golf tournament to anything in between for sponsors and or customers, they got them. But the thing that they also do better than everybody else, those are T-shirts. And they do them and they're local. So that means if there's any mistakes, they can fix the mistakes quickly, rectify the problems, make sure they get them to you when you need them, and take care of everything. They are so good and so loyal and so excellent at what they craft and what they do. They've done everything that they need to do because the Astros use them, the Rockets use them, and you should too. Bull-shirts.com gets the process started. You go and check out anything you need. Family reunion, you need T-shirts, they got them. All the other things I told you about, they can handle it. They can handle all the business, and they can do it locally where they can rectify the problems quickly. Check them out today, bull-shirts.com.
You're listening to the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Highland Pines Golf Club in Porter.
They announced the winner here at Highland Pines of the occasional invitational, and they're saying things that we can't say on the air whenever they
I thought
announce
they were
the
saying
winning
bull
score.
shirts. I really did.
Yeah, somewhere between not being able to say it on the air and bull shirts is
Yep.
definitely what it was. I'm sure we're on the last page of the leaderboard with how we putted today. Anyway, 713-780-ESPN. Everybody's saying fire Joe Espada. This was a very common thing I saw on Twitter yesterday. How much stock do you put on Framber Valdez's meltdown on Joe Espada?
The only thing I'll put on Joe Espada is the fact that at a certain point before it got completely away from you, someone might have been warming up in the bullpen. Some arm would have been ready so that before you squandered the entire lead, you would have had a chance to get one more out and get out of it. That's where I would fault Joe Espada. Other than that, that should be all about Framber Valdez. I saw that Greg Rajon from the Chronicle was saying Framber Valdez lovers and anybody that was with Framber Valdez should stay off Twitter tonight. I think it's ridiculous that he should shoulder as much or more blame than Framber. The only thing that I would fault in that situation is that he might have had someone warming up when he gave up the 3-run bomb.
Caleb says Espada's the dang manager. It's his job to protect his players, especially from themselves. What happened yesterday was unacceptable. Josh from Seabrook, Joe Espada should have yanked Fromber out earlier yesterday, but I don't think that he should be fired this year. I find this to be kind of ridiculous, to be honest with you. Like how quickly that this happened, how quickly that this went down, and how quickly it all happened. And where do you think that Joe Espada could have made the yank of Framber Valdez? Like, it happened quickly. You're up by 5 runs in the 5th inning. You're up 6-1 going in to the 5th inning. Framber Valdez is one of your best 2 starters. You're in the middle of 29 games in 30 days. One of your starting pitchers is literally suspended for 10 games. Ryan Presley's like, is he available? Is he not available? In what way should Framber Valdez have been close to being yanked out of that game yesterday in the 5th? Like, once you give up the home run and it's still a 2-run game, do you start to get the bullpen stirring? Like, and Fromber was cruising, too. Fromber was cruising up into that inning. The bullpen did start getting stirring after the 2-run homer. Like, I don't think there was a single point in that inning where Joe Espada could have made the decision to go to the bullpen and yank Framber Valdez out of that game. I just don't see
like I said, if you're
scenario there.
If you're going to nitpick, the only thing that I can say that you could possibly be critical of is that there wasn't someone ready sooner. But you're right. I mean, when you look at where they were in the game, they got a 5-run lead. The fact is that his pitch count wasn't way over the top. He actually was managing his pitches for the majority of the first 4 innings. And the fact that it looked like that he was in total control. Now, he gives up the 2 hits, and then he gives up the home run. Okay, at that point, now I should have someone stretching out, loosening up, getting ready. If you want to say that that's on Espada, that's fine. But other than that, I don't know how you can say that translates into fire your manager. The fact that you're trying to tell me that Joe Espada should be the front and center guy to take the fall for a guy that thinks he's an ace of a Major League Baseball staff, basically just crapping not all over himself but all over his entire team and turning a W upside down into a hard loss to take, that's ridiculous.
50-46, Espada is a joke. Look, he might be, but he's not a joke for his managing of the 5th inning yesterday. I've certainly been critical of Joe Espada and the moves that he makes. Like his lineup today, I'm not a fan of it. Chas McCormick's in the lineup against a righty who lefties hit better against. Joey Loperfido should be in the lineup. Is that minuscule? Maybe. Is that nitpicking? Maybe. But I'm going to call it like I see it. Like, I've been critical of Joe Espada. I'm not going to be critical of how he handled the 5th inning yesterday. Is he a joke? Maybe. Is yesterday the reason he's the joke? Absolutely not. 60-30. I'm not a fan of Joe Espada at all. In fact, he's not. He calls him Joe Silas, 60-30 does. Yes, fire him. But for this particular situation, Fromber gave up like 6 runs and 10 pitches. That's the thing. It was boom, 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 boom. Now, here's the – look, Fromber's to blame here. Like, you don't go away from the game plan. The amount of times he was shaking off Yainer Diaz is something that I don't think is great. Joe Espada said after the game Fromber kind of lost the game plan, kind of lost it a little bit. He started to make some pitches where I thought he was going to go in a different way against certain hitters, and then he couldn't get back on track. This is why Dusty Baker wanted Martin Maldonado to catch Framber Valdez. Not because he was like this great receiver. Obviously not because of his bat. I don't even think it was because of his ability to call the game. But what Martin Maldonado would do that Yainer Diaz is not willing to do right now, and Yainer Diaz even said, like, he knows his body, Fromber does. Fromber knows what he wants to do. You know what Martin Maldonado would have done yesterday when Framber Valdez was shaking him off a time or two? He would have said, timeout, Blue, and storm out to the mound and say, you're doing it my way. That's why Dusty Baker wanted Martin Maldonado to catch Fromber. Not because he was a better defensive catcher, not because he was this great hitter, obviously. Maybe not even because the veteran part plays in part of this. But you know what Martin Maldonado does better than Yainer Diaz? He handles a wild horse better than Yainer Diaz. And you know who's a wild horse? Framber Valdez is a wild horse, and Martin Maldonado could rein him in far better than Yainer Diaz can. And I hope that Yainer learns from this. And I'm not blaming Yainer at all here. But these are the moments for a young catcher where you have to learn. That way you become the veteran that can call time and go out to the mound. Yainer Diaz needs to learn from this moment. Okay, Fromber's shaking me off. You know what? Timeout. You go chew out Framber Valdez on the mound and say, you're calling my game. You're going with the game plan. Yainer doesn't feel comfortable enough yet to do that.
I think that's the other way where this turns into a question to be asked. That is Espada because it's his first year on the job, because he's still building his relationships and doing the things that he's doing. Was it a situation where he was hesitant to go out or tell someone else to go out? And I think at a certain point, someone's got to get up in Fromber's ass, and you got to chew him out, and you got to do whatever's necessary. And there's no doubt Maldi would have done that, and there's no doubt that there is value to that. But I don't think that, again, that if you want to be critical of Espada, then it's maybe, like I said, if you think that he could have gotten someone up quicker. But other than that, the only thing that I can say is that it's a sad state of affairs when you've got a guy that thinks he's the ace of your staff, that wants to be an ace and paid like it, that has a complete mental breakdown and gives you a whole bunch of care about, and there's words you can put in there, and that you're telling me that you either got to waste a roster spot or you got to do something because you need a guy that's going to get up in his ass. That's ridiculous.
Poncho says the second Fromber started shaking off the catcher signs, the wimp Joe Espada should have gone out there. Okay, I can listen to that. But you also expect your players to police that themselves. Like, if it were to happen to Martin Maldonado would have paid the Fromber Valdez a mound visit. We're doing this the way that – and you know what? There was times, too, when Martin Maldonado last year, he got into a Verlander a time or two as well, where Martin Maldonado would literally be on his way to the mound and be like, hey, Josh Miller, come up here. Let's come talk about the game plan. Let's have a little bit of a vote here with the three of us. There was more than one occasion where Martin Maldonado, mostly to Verlander actually, but also with Fromber, where he would go up to the mound, timeout blue, we'll start walking to the mound, and he would look at the dugout and be like, come out here. Why? Because they're talking about the game plan, the best way to attack. So Fromber takes the most blame here. If you want to say that Joe Espada should have went out there and laid down the law, okay, I'll hear that. I think that's a fair point. But that's on Yainer. Yainer is a young catcher, has to take control, even if he's a veteran pitcher. And I can understand that's tough. You have Yainer Diaz, first year as a pro catcher. You have Fromber, who is, he's got pelts on the wall. He has a resume. He has a top 5 Cy Young finish. Whenever it's Justin Verlander, Verlander's one of the better pitchers of our generation. That is very difficult to do. But as the catcher, you have to become that.
That's how you build up respect and trust as a new battery mate, because you know that regardless of what your back of your baseball card says, you know that in that situation, you either aren't thinking clearly and thinking straight, or you just need someone to kick you in the behind. And that's where you say, hey, look, listen, we're not losing this game. You have got to get your bleep together, and you have got to dial it back in. We are 1 out away from getting you a W and getting you off this, and whether we say get off the hill or not, but getting us out of this inning with a multiple-run lead. Instead, because no one felt like they had the skins on the wall or the confidence to go out and do anything to try and reel him in, he basically just cast it off the rest of the game, got teed up all over the place, and you walk off the mound at that point shaking your head going, that didn't end well. I mean, someone's got to be able to reel him in.
Yeah, some texters are saying this wouldn't have happened under Dusty. Maybe not. Although Fromber wasn't great second half of last year.
Nope.
I certainly don't think it would have happened with Maldonado, though.
Agreed.
A couple of shakeoffs from Fromber, okay. 1 or 2, okay. But I don't think that Fromber Valdez is changing the game plan mid-inning with Martin Maldonado. And this is the truth that Dusty Baker couldn't say last year. Whenever Martin Maldonado was catching Fromber Valdez literally every start, he couldn't go to the post-game press conference and be like, well, Fromber Valdez is he's a wild horse that could get off his rocker like that, and we need a veteran catcher who's capable of going out to the mound and getting him back on the wagon. He can't say that because now you're throwing Fromber Valdez off the bus. So why, what did he say? Well, we need a veteran catcher back there. What was he really telling us? We need somebody who can stabilize Fromber Valdez so he doesn't go rogue like we saw yesterday in a 7-run 5th inning.
There's got to be a meeting. There's got to be, because you're right. You do keep that stuff in-house. You don't let it get to the media. You don't, because that's where it lingers. That's where it gets blown up and becomes worse. But at the same time, does this mean that Caratini's got to catch him the rest of the way simply because Caratini, as a veteran, might at least have the stones to go out there and basically try and do that? Because I think Fromber has to be in the conversation, too, to realize, hey, we're protecting you from yourself, but we're also protecting this team from a complete meltdown.
Yeah.
This is what's going to happen going forward. And you're going to deal with it, and this is the way it's going to be, because we let you be that wild horse, and you know what you did? You ran completely away into a bunch of manure, and it was too much for everybody to take.
And this is the game within the game, too. Like a lot of the analytical people, well, catcher ERA, he's just fine with Yainer Diaz. Well, he never worked with Yainer Diaz. But you look at this year, well, he's got a better catcher ERA going into yesterday's game than he does with Victor Caratini. This is where the analytics can't measure this kind of stuff. Like the analytics can't measure, well, the guy's going to get off his rocker in the 5th inning, and who is best able to keep him on the rocker? Where can you find that on Analytics? Where can you find that on Pro Baseball Reference? Where can you find that on Baseball Savant? Where can these computers tell you, well, here is the best catcher to play when Framber Valdez gets off his rocker? You can't find that anywhere.
No.
That's why Dusty Baker was right last year when he said, I need a veteran to catch this fragile, mentally weak pitcher.
And that's the thing that people don't realize. There is another side to just analytics. There is a side to, everything to baseball that doesn't involve numbers. It involves the fact that there's a psychological and a mental side to this. There's a eye test that goes with some of the things when you talk about chemistry in the locker room, chemistry on the field, chemistry between battery mates. All those kind of things have to factor in. Maybe not as much as analytics, but they are important and they mean something, because if you had a guy that had a good relationship that felt like you could say anything to your pitching staff when you're between the lines, then you would have had a guy that probably could have reeled him in enough to get you through the fifth inning.
Corey says, do you think that Caratini's a better option to catch Framber? Is he the vet that could help? I think he's a better option to catch Framber than Yiner is. Yep. And I know the catcher ERA heading into yesterday's game says different, but you tell me, who would you rather have behind the dish that could better have a better chance of putting Framber in his place, Victor Caratini or Yiner Diaz? Answer is Victor Caratini.
It's not even close.
Keith says, I think it could be the opposite, Branham. Diaz just showed Framber a lesson he won't ever forget. Framber seems like someone that has to learn the hard way. I don't think that Yiner, and I know where you're coming from here. This is kind of like the Bull Durham, like, okay, here's this young hotshot rookie that thinks he knows it all. Let's teach him a lesson here. I don't think that Yiner's capable of doing that. And Framber, maybe not to this extreme, has shown in his history that this is a characteristic of Framber Valdez.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I think, Jeremy, when you think about it, we've talked about Yiner and this big step up that he had to make because he's going to be the everyday catcher. Part of being the everyday catcher, again, aside from analytics and what's he going to hit and what's his pop time and all these other things is, how are you going to be able and be capable of balancing all these fragile psyches and egos and all the different personalities that you're dealing with on a pitching staff? Because it is a full-time job. You have to handle the fact that you, as a young rookie catcher, are going to have to deal with a Hall of Famer and figure it out so that you have good communication and that you guys can trust each other. And you got to deal with the Framber Valdez. And you got to deal with other guys that have their particulars and what bothers them and what doesn't and who's calling and who's not. That's a load for anybody. And in his first year to take that and then expect him to do the same things that he's been doing offensively of a year ago, that's a tough job for anybody to take. Unfortunately, in this situation, I firmly believe Caratini's the guy that's got to catch him the rest of the year.
9506 says the ERA literally measure that. If over time it shows a Delray, then you make a change. The problem is this doesn't happen every game. Like when Framber is rolling and when things are going good, Framber gets into cruise control. Like you go look at 2 years ago, he had the quality start streak. Like things were rolling, and when things are rolling and things are going wrong, Framber's really, really good. And you never know when that's going to come. Like you never know what's going to make that happen. 2 starts ago was a little balk, but he was able to escape it.
Yeah.
Yesterday, I guess it was the home run. He went rogue. So I understand where you're coming from, 9506, but you never know the time it's going to happen. And I think a veteran's better suited to catch Framber than Yiner. And I'm not pointing blame at Yiner. The blame here belongs on Framber Valdez. And because the blame belongs on Framber Valdez, this is exactly why Framber Valdez is not an ace. 713-780-ESPN. I'll explain. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, right now, before we go to the break, I want to tell you about the good people at Vanderford Air. Check them out at vanderfordair.com. They're the people that you need right now. It is a scorcher outside. It is going to be in the high 90s this week. It's going to be in the triple digits before you know it. And you don't know when your air conditioner might have a problem, but you better darn well be prepared for it. You can get prepared ahead of it by making sure that you have your entire system checked before it gets to be too hot. If you don't choose to do that, I tell you to choose to put this number in your phone because you're going to need it. At some point, whether you know it or not, you're going to need Vanderford Air, 281-557-COOL, and you need them better than anybody else for the reasons I'm about to tell you. Because when you call them, no matter how hot it is outside and how many people have called them, they are committed and let you know that within 24 hours, they are going to be at your doorstep. You call them, within 24 hours, they are there to see you. Doesn't matter how many customers they have. They're going to make sure you get taken care of, and you don't have to sit through multiple days, if not weeks, of the dog days waiting for your system to get fixed. And then it's the 100% money-back guarantee, satisfaction guaranteed that they do on everything at every time. That means that with the work they do, the parts that they use, the services that they provide, the systems that they install is all 100% guaranteed or your money back. How do you beat that? That means they do the same thing with their plumbing. If you ever need your house repiped or anything to do with your plumbing, it's the same guarantees. That's what you want when you need to rely on businesses that have to get there quickly and do the job right the first time. It's VanderfordAir.com. It's 100% money-back guarantee. It's everything that you want and more because they are dedicated to you. Check them out today and put that number in your phone, 281-557-COOL.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Highland Pines Golf Club for ESPN 97.5 and 92.5's Occasional Invitational. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
We've always teetered on the fact, is Framber Valdez an ace? Is he an alpha? Is he top tier? And yesterday was the exact moment of why he is not. He showed you why he's never going, and he might show it for a 10-game stretch. He might show it for 15. He might show it for 25. Maybe he shows it for an entire year. But in terms of Framber being the alpha of a rotation, being the top-tier guy, being the ace, being the number one, being the Batman, he showed you yesterday why he's not that guy. He lacks the mental side of the game. And look, Yogi Berra, what did he say? 90% of baseball is half mental. Like, it matters. Like, being able to master the mental side is why pitchers are able to extract the most out of themselves. Like, you look at Justin Verlander right now. And look, Justin Verlander, I thought, was a mistake on Saturday when he made that pitch to William Contreras. But that was a one-off. Like, Justin Verlander is really good at the mental side of the game. You look at the aces around the league. Who are good? Who are guys that are good with the mental side? I think Garrett Cole, really good at the mental side of the game. Corbin Burns recently, really good at the mental side of the game. Framber Valdez, you never know what you're going to get. And if you never know what you're going to get with Framber, if any single point it's a ticking time bomb, he's a forever Robin. He's a forever number 2. He's a forever second-tier starter. He is never a Batman. He is never an ace. He's never a Cy Young type. He can't be that guy because he doesn't master the mental side of the game, and you absolutely have to be good at both. Framber has the skill. Framber has the stuff, but going road with a game plan. Throwing his fastball at 98 when he's better when he's at 94. Framber Valdez lacks the mental side of baseball, and if you lack the mental side of baseball, you're never going to be the best at it.
Plus, Jeremy, when you think about it, and it was chapping my rear end to watch it happen and unfold in front of me, the fact that he was so gone, so far where I don't know if anybody could have reeled him in, that after throwing a pitch, the minute he got the ball back in his glove, he was stomping back up onto the mound as fast as he could to turn around, call his own pitch, and then throw it wherever the hell he wanted to throw it because he had such just blatant disregard for the game, for his teammates, for the outcome, because he was so rattled and so irked by a situation that he created, by situations that he brought on himself, and instead of being able to handle your emotions, being able to have that dog in you to refocus and dial in when you need to get one more out to get you through 5 innings, probably having a lead of multiple runs and giving your chance a really legit chance to win the game, get within another game of first place, and basically be another reason why you're turning around this season. Instead, you're the reason that we can't talk about the positives of this homestand so far and what they were doing last night offensively, because all you can talk about and go back to was that shouldn't have happened, that game should have been won, and there's only one guy to blame. All you people that want to blame Espada, miss me on all that, go ahead and get back on Twitter, go ahead and be heroes. But the fact of the matter is, if you watch the game and you watched how that all fell apart, there's only one guy to blame. He's got 59 on his back, and he's got a whole lot of shaking of his head like a bobblehead when he gets ticked off and screws the entire thing up for the entire team. It's not acceptable for any player to leave his teammates out to dry like that, but it's certainly not acceptable for a guy that wants to be an ace, that wants a massive contract with a lot of years and a lot of money.
But you're right, and I like to diagnose what's the issue. Okay, well, why is a guy struggling? Like, we do this with Hunter Brown. Why is Hunter Brown inconsistent? Why does Hunter Brown struggle? Probably command. Like, first inning, second inning, second trip through the lineup, blah, 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 blah. No, it's command. Hunter Brown's issue is command. What is Framber Valdez's issue? It's the mental side of the game. Framber Valdez has it all. Framber Valdez has the stuff. Framber Valdez has the movement. When Framber Valdez is rolling, he's the best ground ball pitcher in baseball. Framber Valdez in a critical spot can get swing and miss. He can strike hitters out. He is built like a bulldog that can go deep into games. He has everything. He's a lefty if you desire lefty. He has everything you want. Everything you want. What is the thing that is the hang-up here? Why is he a number 2 when he should be a number 1? Why is he a Robin whenever he should be a Batman? Why hasn't he won a Cy Young when he has the stuff that should have won a Cy Young by now? And I understand he had like a top 5 finish. Why? What is he missing? What is it? Because it's nothing physical.
No, it's not.
It's all upstairs. It's in the 5th inning, a guy starting to hit me a little bit, and I can't buckle down and get out of the inning. I get called for a balk, and I start giggling on them. Who cares? You have a runner at second base with 2 outs as opposed to a runner at first base with 2 outs, and you're up by 4 runs. Who cares that you got called for a balk there? He cannot handle adversity. Why can't he handle adversity? Because he doesn't have it upstairs. He's not mentally strong. He is mentally weak, and because he lacks that aspect of the game, that's the only reason that he is not a Tier 1, A1 pitcher in baseball. It's why he's a number 2. It's why you had to trade for Justin Verlander to be the guy at the top of the rotation. Why? Because he was stinking rattled because he didn't start an All-Star game. He is so mentally soft. It is so aggravating because he is so good.
You can't fight it either for you diehard orange Kool-Aid drinking Astros fans because you said it. We all know it. He's a ground ball pitcher. Ground ball pitchers don't give up air specials on massive home run bombs multiple times in an inning unless they lose focus, unless they decide with their ego and their temperament that my stuff is going to play no matter what. I'm going to throw whatever I want right now because I'm pouting, because I'm ticked off, because I'm mad, because I don't have my whoopee, and I'm going to sit there and suck my thumb later when I get in the dugout. But until then, I'm going to throw whatever I want, wherever I want, and I'll take it because I'm mad that I gave up hits and it's on me. A ground ball pitcher gave up bombs because he didn't care, because he lost focus, because he didn't have the placement of the baseball where he normally does. You're absolutely right. It has nothing to do with the physical skills, the repertoire of pitches, and the ability to have some of the best stuff in baseball. But if he doesn't fit, we talk about how much money Bregman's cost himself this year when he got off to the slow start. Frommer's killing himself right now financially too, because this is not the first time that we've seen this. This is not something that other teams aren't going to be aware of and now more acutely aware of because he's hunting a contract. And it's going to come up, and it's going to cost him because it's ridiculous that a grown man with that kind of ability physically can be that weak mentally.
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to cost him much, though, because teams are so pitcher desperate, and, they don't watch it as closely as, we do. They don't watch it as closely as our listeners do. If you're the New York Mets and you're so desperate to have a number 2 starter, and you see a guy who has a sub-350 ERA and has the stuff of Framber Valdez, you're probably still going to throw big money his way.
Maybe not for as many years.
Yeah, maybe it cost him some. Not to the Bregman extreme. And again, teams are just so desperate for pitchers. 75 says, look like the Joker in Batman, not the Robin. Fair point on that. And you know what's also frustrating about this from a fan's perspective is whenever you see a really good pitcher, like you see Garrett Cole, okay, that guy's really good. He has unbelievable stuff. I could never have that stuff. You were not blessed with that stuff. You watch Verlander, same thing. You watch Fromber. That guy was blessed with stuff. As a fan, you think that you could do the mental side of it. Because the mental side of it, you don't need this 98-mile-per-hour fastball. You don't need this sinker that has incredible run. You don't need this slider that wipes off the end of the table, right? The mental aspect we as fans think that we're capable of doing. We think that if we had Garrett Cole's stuff that we could be Garrett Cole. I think if I had Framber Valdez's stuff, I would have a better career ERA than Framber Valdez. So that's an added element that makes things more frustrating. We can live with the fact we don't have the stuff because we frankly don't have the stuff. A lot of what we do and a lot of listeners, we think we could handle the mental side of the game.
This is the thing, Jeremy. You touched on it. You know how many people have said through the years when you get these people with the crazy physical ability to say, if I just had their ability and my head and my mental capabilities. We always have the name come up because he's a guy that had a ton of ability but lacked in a lot of other areas. I can't tell you how many times that everybody had discussions about if I had Kelvin Cato's ability, if I had his height, if I had his athleticism, if I had his skill set, I would have the ability to dial it in, to care about basketball, to do things. We're talking about the same thing with Framber Valdez. You know how many pitchers in Major League Baseball that said, if I ever had stuff like that, and I could just cage it, and I could harness it, and I could use it the right way, like I know I'm capable of mentally, I can't tell you how much success I think I would have. And the common fan, you're not wrong in a lot of ways. Now, you haven't had, in a lot of cases, I don't know what everybody's been through, but to deal with that kind of stress, those high-leverage situations, it is a skill, but at the same time, he has so much and too much physical ability to not be able to be better mentally, and it's sad because there are a ton of people that would kill to have his physical ability.
I think if you had his stuff, you would have a better career than Framber.
I would love it.
2585, he has the mental toughness of James Harden in the playoffs, and I think if I was 7'4", I'd be in the NBA. 6381, Fromber laughed about it, garbage attitude, has a weak mentality. What about the Angels pitcher last night throwing 73 miles per hour? Is he like Superman mentally tough? He doesn't have the stuff. I don't know which one you're referring to. If you're referring to Reed Detmers, Reed Detmers got rocked.
Yeah, Detmers wasn't good.
Maybe he's talking about the side-winding righty.
Suarez?
No, I'm thinking about the second guy.
The second guy after Suarez.
Yeah, the guy that threw from down here. Maybe he does have the mental toughness. Think of all the guys with mediocre stuff who have gotten by in big league baseball. And these are usually the greats that are still pitching late in their career. that are able to put up quality innings late in their career with half of the stuff that they used to have. Like Greg Maddux wasn't near what he was late in his career. Greg Maddux knew how to pitch and was still respectable. Zach Greinke, not so much last year, but maybe the year before. His stuff was completely gone. When he was with the Astros, his stuff was completely gone compared to where it used to be. Little know-how, little mental toughness, little know-how to pitch. Framber Valdez lacks all of that, and I think it's the mental element.
I think
of
on the flip side, look at a guy like Wade Miley, who had times in his career where, like physical ability-wise, it just left him. But he was so good mentally about being able to know what guys can hit, can't hit, what their zones were, that he stayed in games. He keeps making money. He keeps getting contracts. If he had Framber Valdez-type physical skills, that's a guy that knows how to harness it mentally and knows how to be able to be mentally strong when you need to be most. And that's something that it's not – sometimes you say it's teachable. Some people, they just don't have the kind of makeup to be able to understand it, use it, and improve with whoever's trying to teach it.
King of Twitch says it's funny the hosts don't acknowledge that Framber has been Framber for his entire career. He has these games, and it is what it is. Last year, Framber was a Cy Young contender. Not really.
Half a year.
Framber, at the halfway point, was the favorite to win. And this is Framber's MO, because he got upset he didn't start the All-Star game. So he's actually proven our point. King of Twitch didn't realize it. Framber was the betting favorite to win the Cy Young at the halfway point of last year. He finished ninth. He finished ninth. He went from 1 to 9 because he was pouting about the All-Star game. The only year that he's really ever lived up to his potential was 2022, whenever he finished 5th in Cy Young, 2.82 ERA. But what happened that year? He didn't really face adversity. He was in a rocking chair all season long, having quality start after quality start. You punch Framber Valdez in the face with a little bit of adversity, Framber Valdez screws up. Mike Tyson, we think it's Mike Tyson. I don't know if I ever actually heard Mike Tyson say this. Everybody has a game plan till they get punched in the face.
Right.
You know what Framber Valdez happens whenever he gets punched in the face? He abandons the game plan, goes rogue, and creates his own.
When the going gets tough, Framber gets going in a different direction because of his ineptitude in being able to handle the moment, the stress, and the frustration. It is unbelievable, and it's so sad because of the fact that he's so good, because he's got such great stuff. He has top 15, 20% stuff in the entire league, both sides, and yet we're here talking about this because, yes, King of Twitch, we've seen it before, and it shouldn't happen. And as you mature as a pitcher and you get older and you get more experience and more playoff experience and more World Series experience, that's one of those things that should go. It should diminish. It should go away. Instead, here we are talking about it because a lead went away, a game got away, and that's one that they could have used last night.
50-46, haha, comparing Valdez to James Harden. Framber got a ring. Little different being a pitcher in a rotation versus the best player in a basketball team. And look, no one's kicking Framber Valdez out of the rotation. He is who he is, and you live with it because he's still stinking good. You just have these blow-up moments, and it's probably not a pitcher that you're going to spend big money and long-term money on. 713-780-ESPN. Cash it or trash it? What are you cashing? What are you trashing? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. I got to tell you about the greatness that is Gentleman. I saw Steve out from Gentleman earlier today. They were making some drinks right after you finished number 9. Had a Bloody Mary because Gentleman is fantastic, because Gentleman is great. My playing partners, they liked it too. Gilbert, big fan of the Gentle Bin. Dave, big fan of the Gentle Bin. Everybody that tries Gentle Bin is a big fan of Gentle Bin. Why? Because it's great. It's that simple. Vodka, gin, bourbon, all in that rotation for me, and Gentle Bin Spirits does it better than anybody else. How? How do they do that? Well, their revolutionary Percedo technology that eliminates impurities for the cleanest, smoothest spirits you'll ever taste. Purification of Gentle Bin is unrivaled. You'll love what's not in Gentle Bin, including undesirable acids. Who wants undesirable acids in their drinks? No one. These acids take the enjoyment out of your drinks. Gentle Bin gets rid of the undesirable acids so you can enjoy, so you can have the greatness that is Gentle Bin. Try a sip of Gentle Bin vodka, gin, straight bourbon, cask-strength bourbon. Compare it to what you drink. You will never go back. I've been a Gentle Bin man ever since I had that first sip. You get all the flavor, none of the burn. Smooth, clean. Enjoy your drink. Don't work through your drink. Look for Gentle Bin at the liquor store. Ask for it at your favorite restaurant, your favorite bar, or head to the Gentle Bin tasting room. If you're going to an Astros game soon, maybe tonight, stop by the Gentle Bin bar inside of Minute Maid Park just to the left of the Crawford boxes. Maybe you like to order your stuff online. I ain't mad at it. GentleBin.com. You can go to GentleBin.com right now, learn about your new favorite, and also order the stuff, order the juice. GentleBin.com. GentleBin, period. All right, cash them or trash them with the Killer Bees. What are you cashing? What are you trashing? 713-780-ESPN. What is your hot take? What is your overreaction? 713-780-3776. What are you cashing? What are you trashing? I'll start today. Scotty Scheffler wins the PGA if he doesn't get arrested.
Ooh.
If Scotty Scheffler wasn't the criminal who's dragging a cop who told him to stop, if he just listened to the policeman, like we should all listen to policemen, Scotty Scheffler wins the PGA if he's never arrested.
That's interesting because Schauffele was the wire-to-wire winner, and that's something that was pretty amazing. I don't know if it's been done before, but at the same time,
to get arrested and win a major, I don't think so.
No, to win wire-to-wire, with the number.
Probably, I'm sure Tiger's done it. Like maybe Tiger at the Masters.
Maybe Tiger
when
at
he
Pebble
won
Beach,
or maybe even the Masters when he lapped the field.
I'm pretty sure Tiger has gone wire to wire.
But again, Schauffele led all 4 rounds or was tied for the lead. So that would have been a heck of a battle to see how it unfolds. Look, you can't go wrong with Scheffler down the stretch because Xander was known to be a guy that choked it off late, and instead he found a way to win. But that would have been that's interesting. I'm gonna cash that.
Scheffler went 67, 66 after he was doing exercises in a jail cell. His words, not mine. And then I think fatigue set in on Saturday, kind of like, oh, my goodness, what just happened? Shot a 73 in round 3, shot a 65 in round 4. What does Scotty Scheffler shoot in round 3 if he doesn't get arrested because of his own wrongdoing?
I think he's in the 60s again. I think he's probably, let's just say 68. 68.
I think that would be his worst round of the week. But 68 would put him at 18 under. He would still lose by 3. I think he shoots because he's clutch. Scotty Scheffler's the world number 1. I think he shoots a 62 on Saturday. That puts him at minus 24. He wins this thing by 3 shots. So to be in a playoff, he would have had to shoot a 65, which he did shoot on Sunday.
Yeah, look, I think I could cash that because as much as I wanted Xander to win, there's no doubt that I had serious reservations about his ability to close.
Yeah, Scheffler's my favorite golfer in the world, although I'm questioning now that he's a criminal. He still might be my favorite golfer in the world, even though he's a criminal.
That doesn't give him street cred to you?
Street cred's not that important to me.
Wasn't Tiger your favorite?
If I'm being honest. Tiger was never my favorite golfer. Tiger was the most entertaining golfer to watch. Like, Mike Tyson was never my favorite fighter because I think Mike Tyson's a scumbag, quite honestly. I think Mike Tyson, he was talking about, I don't even want to say the things he was talking about in the Jake Paul press conference. Mike Tyson's a scumbag. I do not like Mike Tyson. Was Mike Tyson my favorite fighter to watch? The most entertaining? Without a doubt. There's a difference between favorite and entertaining. Tiger was the most entertaining. Scheffler's my current favorite. What do you think? Scheffler win if he doesn't get arrested?
I said yes. I would cash it. He wins it.
So
I was talking about that, Brian.
Oh.
So what does he need to shoot to on
I think it was 65 to put himself in a playoff because he shot a 73. He was 8 shots back. He would need to shoot a 65. He went 67 in round 1, 66 round 2, and a 65 in round 4.
So you'd have to tie his best round of the weekend. I'm going to trash that. I think that's a little bit too high of a bar to set. I certainly think he shoots like we talked about in the high 60s, like a 68. I think 65 is a bit much to ask for.
What?
Whoa!
Did you call Scotty Scheffler the criminal? Now, one thing you have to factor into is how much did it affect his round 2. Like, maybe it affected his second round. Maybe he shoots a 64 in round 2, and that number in round 3 doesn't have to be as low.
It was rushed.
And now he doesn't need as much on Saturday, right? Yeah, it's certainly possible, but if I'm going to have to pick on this one, I'm going to say trash.
You know what's funny about Scheffler warming up in front of his round 2 in a jail cell? I did the same thing this morning. All right, what are you cashing or trashing?
I will say that when all is said and done, at the end of the year, the Mariners will finish third in the division to the Rangers in second and the Astros in first.
Who's finishing second?
So the Mariners will go from leading the division right now to finishing third in the division behind the Astros and Rangers.
I will trash this.
Trash.
I think the Astros win the division. I think the Mariners finish second.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. I think the Mariners starting pitching is too good for them to fall into third. I would pick them over a long haul over the Rangers just because of the advantage of starting pitching.
I think the Rangers are going to get pitching back at a certain
point.
But and their offense
is
good.
You can't count on DeGrom or Scherzer. I mean, they're past the point of you being able to rely on them as guys that are definitely going to be there. So I'm with you that the Astros overcome them and the Mariners don't win the division, but I think I would flip the order Mariners-Rangers.
All right. What do you cash it or trash
All
it,
right,
Brian?
my cash it or trash it this week is I'm not even going to have to say this player's name. I'm just going to say the nickname that I gave him, and you guys will know who I'm talking about, or at least Jeremy and Joel will. The new hotness will in Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals go completely off for 40-plus points. And I'm basing this off of a track record we've seen with Anthony Edwards. Okay, I'll go ahead and say the name. When he's had some down games in these playoffs, he's immediately rebounded with a big game. Game 2 against the Suns, scored 15. Next game was 36. Game 3 against Denver, scored 19. Next game was 44. So Game 7, he goes 6 of 24, only scores 16. Anthony Edwards, Game 1 against the Mavs, Western Conference Finals, is going for 40-plus.
I'll trash it right away. I'll jump in, Jeremy, because of the fact that this is different. You now see the fact that Minnesota was a different team when Denver decided to double. Dallas is a better defensive team up front, and so they can cover Gobert, they can cover Cat. The fact is they're going to try and do whatever they can to take it out of his hands and limit him. I don't think that there's a doubt that he'll still have good numbers. He'll still get good numbers, but I don't think he's going to get 40. I don't know that he's going to get 40 in this series, but I think that he's going to be he's still going to be able to take certain portions of the game over. I think there's going to be a different defensive philosophy with Dallas, and I think that it's going to be at least effective enough that he's not going to score 40 in the first game.
You think Dallas is a better defensive team?
Not because of their guard play, no. I think up front. I think that P.J. Washington, I think Lively, I think those are guys that can neutralize enough the bigs so that you can send multiple wings and guards just to get it out of Edwards' hands. And then whether you rotate or not, I'm going to live with the results a hell of a lot better than I am about Anthony Edwards beating me single-handedly.
Yeah, I'm going to trash this because I don't think they're going to need Anthony Edwards to score 40. I think the Wolves win this game win the series kind of easily.
Really?
I say 6. I know maybe that doesn't sound easy, but I don't think they're ever in jeopardy of losing this series. I think the Wolves kind of cruise in 6 for however you can cruise in 6.
Well,
I don't think Edwards has needed to go to – yeah, I mean –
you could go up 3-1, lose Game 5 to make it 3-2, and that's still
I think the Wolves are the better team. I don't think Edwards is going to have to go off like that, especially early in the series. I think he'll try to kind of like ease his way into the series. So I'm going to trash this kind of more of a technicality because I do think he's going to play well. You know, he was mic'd up, said he was going to get in his bag in Game 7 against Denver, and he got in his bag in Game 7 against Denver.
The other thing is late in the game and leading into the fourth quarter, he trusted his teammates. He got a lot of credit for that, and I think he liked the fact that he knows, which a lot of superstars have, and young budding superstars have a hard time realizing. It's not just what you do, it's how you make your teammates better. He made his teammates better in the most critical game in their season.
The text line, and some people were tweeting at me too, saying that Scotty didn't have his normal caddy on Saturday. It could have been the reason that he didn't play well Saturday.
Why?
Casher trashed that. He went to like the graduation of his kid.
Oh.
I want to say it was his daughter, but yeah, he went to the graduation of his kid, so he had a temporary caddy. Casher trash. Scotty's poor third round was more due to not having a caddy or getting arrested the day before round 2.
I think he pretty much admitted that it was the fact that when the adrenaline wore off, round 3 was where he really felt like he wasn't himself and he wasn't in his same routine.
Yeah, I'm trashing this too. Like, if you go look at Scotty Scheffler's round in round 3, he wasn't, like, missing his yardage. He wasn't, like, a half a club too far or a half a club too short, or he misreading bunch of putts. His problem on Saturday was he was all over the course. He was spraying it around. He was yanking it left. He was yanking it right. Like, is there a caddy that's forcing Scotty Scheffler not to hit the ball off the fairway left or right? I don't think so. I think his problems were more fatigue than anything caddy related on Saturday. So I'm going to trash that one.
Yeah, I would trash that as well. No, going to jail, I think that's far more of a disruption to his routine and schedule that would lead to a lesser performance than the caddy being out. I mean, he's the world's number 1. He knows his yardage, as Jeremy said.
Yeah, I mean, you can find some caddy related things. Like maybe you're a little bit short on, your number's 143 and he's giving you a club for 135. Like that's caddy related. But whenever you're yanking the ball all around and you're hitting the ball right and left, that's not caddy related. Like you're getting trouble off the tee. How does the caddy fix that? He's not your swing coach. 713-780-ESPN. Who are the most vulnerable defending division champs in the NFL? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees broadcasting live from Highland Pines on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a word for the good people at X Golf. Look, X Golf is absolutely fantastic. Best golf simulators that I have found in the Houston area. I'm not lying. I'm not making it up. I'm not saying that because I speak for them. It's because I've experienced them. I've been on them. And I'm telling you, the one thing that a lot of golf simulators struggle with, the accuracy and the real life kind of ability to translate putting and chipping from the course onto the simulator. The putting is fantastic and realistic. The chipping is absolutely the same kind of touch and feel that you're going to use. You can use your own golf balls as well that you have in your bag, load them up in the simulator so that the feel and the accuracy and that the actually when you're actually getting repetitions in, that it's as close to being on the course as possible while you're inside, in the air conditioning, in the best environment you could possibly imagine. Because it's the best combination of an unbelievable sports bar with great food and drink and tons of TVs in a clean atmosphere with the best simulators in the area and the only X-Golf simulators in the area. Go to X-Golf Katy online right now. They've got all kinds of things going and events happening all the time and specials throughout the week, from drink specials to specials on simulators and other things. But the fact is, once you go there once, especially as a golf fan and a golfer, you're going to go there again and again because maybe you missed your tee time because of the weather. Maybe you want to hit some balls at night. It's the best place to go, and you are going to be able to track all of your shots. The distance, the spin, the direction, it's all capable of doing it. And you can play up to 50 courses around the world right there or use it like a driving range. Check them out today. Tell them I sent you by. Go to xgolfkaty.com.
You're listening to the Killer Bees,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Highland Pines Golf Club in Porter.
Great track. Great track. You're ever in the area, come play some Highland Pines. It was a lot of fun. Great track. You'll certainly enjoy it. 713-780-ESPN. He's Blank on Branham. Who are the most vulnerable defending division champs in the NFL? You got Tampa Bay, you got Dallas, you got Buffalo, you got Baltimore, you have Houston, you have Detroit, you have San Francisco, you have Kansas City. Who are the most vulnerable division champions from a year ago?
I think, to me, it comes down to, I think first and foremost it's the Buffalo Bills. I think you lose Diggs, you lose some defensive guys. You lost Micah Hyde, you lost Poyer, you lost you had to try and restructure Von Miller, and I don't think Von Miller is the guy that he was in the past. I think you took away, as good or bad as Josh Allen is at making guys better and or turning over the football or not. He was helped a lot by Gabe Davis and Diggs and a lot of quality wide receivers. They're trying to rebuild a wide receiver room. They're trying to adjust on the fly. And the rest of the division, at least with one team in my mind, is better. I think Miami's not going anywhere, and I think that as long as Aaron Rodgers is healthy, the Jets have done everything in their power this entire offseason, both with free agency and the draft, to give him the offensive line, all the weapons, and try to maintain as much of the defense as they possibly can. I think the Buffalo Bills are extremely vulnerable. I think they're looking to take a step back as much as they think they might be set to take a big step forward.
I think Buffalo's on the short list. I don't have really any druthers against you saying Buffalo. I would ask who wins the division, though.
I think that it's between Miami and the Jets, and I think that, honestly, if Aaron Rodgers stays healthy, I think on both sides of the football it's a more balanced unit. I think the Jets win the division.
I hate that you said that.
Why?
I'm actually bullish on the Jets. And it scares me a little bit.
I understand.
It scares me a little bit because Aaron Rodgers is coming off a torn Achilles at his advanced age. But, I mean, offensively, you're looking at Breece Hall at running back. You got Garrett Wilson at receiver. They brought in Mike Williams, who's fine. I know he's coming off an injury, but he's fine. And then you counter that with a defense that's really stinking good. If Aaron Rodgers can stay healthy and be like 80-85% of who we think Aaron Rodgers can be, I think that the Jets win the division.
Mm-hmm. And I think that, look, he doesn't have to be the guy that he was a lot of years in Green Bay where he shouldered the majority of the load offensively. And he just has to make sure that he utilizes the guys. Like, to me, when you have Wilson and Breece Hall, you have two young guys that can do so much for you. And the running game is actually – the fact that they spent the money they did and committed the resources that were necessary with the draft to get their offensive line in order, that is so key because now, as long as you protect him, the biggest question I have is going to be, can Williams stay healthy because he's been dinged up a lot?
Yeah.
But they gave him more weapons. They gave him the line that they sorely needed to give him. And there's weapons all over the field for a guy that's, when he's able to sit in the pocket, he's gonna pick you apart.
I like their roster. I think it's really good. But if Rodgers gets hurt, their season's tanked. If he stays healthy, I think they win this division. I still think Buffalo's gonna be fine. Like, I think Buffalo's a playoff team. I would probably still have Buffalo ahead of Miami without doing a deep dive on their schedule.
I think Miami's. I was just gonna say I have Miami a little bit above Buffalo.
See, I like Buffalo's defense better. I know Miami was injured last year, and I also don't put a whole lot of value in them losing Diggs because of who their quarterback is. Like, Josh Allen is a super freak athlete, and I think he's kind of wide receiver proof because of the way he plays. Because I think he's capable of having a 4-touchdown game, running for 100 yards. My problem with Josh Allen's more that he is a turnover machine in critical games and that you can't win 3 playoff games in a row with a turnover-prone quarterback in Josh Allen. But and even if you go to the second half of last year, Buffalo, like, they were taking Diggs out of the equation a lot. So I feel stronger about Buffalo than you do, but slightly, and I think the Jets win this division. This list had Tampa Bay at number 1. I can't get behind Tampa Bay, though, because, like, the division sucks.
That's what I was thinking. Who's going to beat them?
Exactly.
What is Atlanta? I'll give you Atlanta has a chance because of getting a true quarterback, a regular season above average quarterback for sure, no matter how much you may not like Kirk Cousins in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Kirk Cousins, with all those weapons offensively, makes them an offensive team capable of being better than the Buccaneers. And defensively, they have a lot of talent. Defensively, they've spent a lot of draft capital on talent. They have talent on defense. If Cousins can just game manage and do what he does, I think that Atlanta has the best chance to upset or unseed Tampa Bay.
Assuming he is the starting quarterback.
I think he is.
Yeah, I can't go Tampa because of the division being lousy. My answer, and I hate doing this because I think their head coach is a jabroni, is the NFC East. I don't see Dallas repeating. I think Philadelphia gets back on top. I think it was kind of fluky that Dallas won the division last year. Sorry, Cowboy fans. What they did at the running back position I think is criminal. I think the way that they handled the offseason is criminal. I don't think they have anywhere near as talented a roster as Philadelphia. That said, it is a two-team division. I'm not concerned about the Commanders. I'm not concerned about the Giants. But if I had to bet on one team or one division, I have the Eagles jumping the Cowboys and winning the NFC East. So that would be my answer. Brian, do you have a different one?
No, I mean, the three answers that came to mind immediately to me were the Bills, Bucks, and Cowboys. So we've kind of already covered it. I don't really even see another option that I even like all that much, unless you think the Ravens are going to take a step back, and I don't really see it. Yeah, I don't think the Cowboys are repeating as division champs here. I mean, they added what in the offseason? I mean, if you're not improving, you're taking a step back, in my opinion. They don't have a second receiver next to CeeDee Lamb. I mean, Brandon Cooks is fine, but he's older and he's always on the field. And look, I don't think you can ask for a repeat of what Dak did last year. Dak went on an absolute heater that is not his common statistical output in most seasons. Plus, you lose your running game. You replace it with Zeke, who's 1,000 years old. The Eagles, replace their coordinators. I think they're going to take a step forward. I don't see the Cowboys repeating as division champs
You
here.
guys are idiots. The owner said they're in go-for-it mode. I mean, look at what they did to enhance and back up his words, since he's also the general manager, to put the Cowboys in go-for-it mode.
You mean like tell the world they want Jonathan Brooks so that a team takes Jonathan Brooks in front of them?
He had to have been bluffing. I
don't know.
This list has Tampa, Dallas, Buffalo. They have Baltimore ahead of Houston. Let's focus on that. If you had gun to your head, you had to pick one team that does not win the division, Baltimore or Houston. I'm sorry, but my answer is Houston.
You got two competitors because Jacksonville ain't bad, and the Colts are getting their quarterback back, but the Colts are loaded everywhere else. They've been really good without, and the quarterback's been their biggest issue. There's no doubt they have two competitors as opposed to Browns?
Cincy probably.
Or Cincinnati, you're right. Cincinnati.
That division's solid. Like, the worst team in the division's not bad. Where you expect Tennessee to be the worst team in this division, which was not good. But I think Baltimore still has a better team than the Texans. I think their roster's a little bit better. Gun to my head, if I had to pick one team more likely to win the division, I would have Baltimore ahead of the Texans.
Yeah, because they're a good regular season team.
I think I would disagree with it, not because the Ravens aren't better than the Texans. They certainly are. They proved it on the field twice last season. But I think when you're looking at these two divisions, the AFC South, I don't think has a team that can get to 12 wins and leap the Texans, even if they have a good 11-win season. Whereas you look at the AFC North, certainly with Joe Burrow, if he's healthy, and maybe that's assuming a bit too much, I think they have the capability of running off a 13-win season. And even if the Ravens are really good at 12-5, then jumping them the AFC North. And you can even make the same argument for the Browns, who won 11 games last year with Joe Flacco as their quarterback half the year. So
yeah, that was an upgrade. He was playing better than their normal quarterback.
That's what I was going to say. The biggest mistake was Cleveland let Flacco walk out the door for a guy you can't trust in Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, I just think there's more of a chance. It's not so much that the Texans are better than the Ravens. It's just the teams that could jump them, I think, are more capable of jumping the division winner last year in the AFC North than they are in the AFC South.
Texture saying Zeke is younger than Calvin Ridley. I think he thinks that's a flex. They're different positions. Like receivers that become like closer to 30 years old, they can sustain their level of production far greater than running backs that are like approaching 30 years old. Plus, Zeke hasn't been very good the last 2 years. That said, I do think Calvin Ridley's a little overrated. So, like,
I don't mind you saying that, but in terms of guys, age is just a number when your tank is very much full. I think Ridley has so much more football left in him and has so much more ability, and because he plays a position where he still has speed and he still can get open, as opposed to we've seen what Zeke has become, and it's awful. And he's been through multiple – that's crazy.
Yeah, I think it's somewhere between where Yar is saying. Like, I mean, this guy didn't give a stance on Zeke. I don't think Zeke is awful. I think there's a place in the league for Zeke, but I think it's probably as a third-down running back.
Short yardage,
I don't think he should be a number one running back on an NFL team. Tampa Bay should be in the conversation. Atlanta can make a run for the NFC South over Tampa, but the drawback is that Atlanta has a suspect defense that Josh from Seabrook. 2585, one-word answer here. What about the Lions with the Packers looking good so far, or looking good this year?
I mean, one word?
Yeah, yes or no, I guess.
No.
Yeah, I'm no on this. I like Detroit's roster. That was more than a word. Key from L.A., the 49ers are overrated and vulnerable. Cash or trash.
I think that's ridiculous.
Save that for Thursday.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
That's coming
that
from
for
a
Thursday.
That's from a Rams fan. No doubt
There
about
we
it.
go. A little bit biased. A little bit biased.
All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Yesterday we had a texter that said a bunch of different wide receiver rooms that were better than the Bears. Was he right? And let's give one outside the box great wide receiver room. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a word from a good friend, Doc Linville. Doc Linville, best in the business at a lot of things. But me personally, my experience with Doc Linville is all about the Neograft procedure. It gets your hair back. It's unbelievable. It's true. It's your own hair. It basically busts all of the different sprays and creams and foams and gimmicky things out of the water and legitimizes the fact that when he says it, he means it. You get your hair back, and it's in spots where you need it most. He explained the process to me. He said, Joel, sit down with me. Let me explain it to you. I sat down and I found out that you're never going to lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head, no matter how bald you go in other areas. So what he does is he basically takes some of that hair and puts it where you need it most. Think about it in your yard. Taking some sod from one area, putting it in another where it's burnt out, and getting a more full and a better covered lawn that looks better and has a better appearance, and you have more confidence because your yard looks great. That's the basic way you can equate it. The fact is the Neograft procedure is a game changer. And as you listening to us and interested in Doc Linville, you get a free consultation like I had with Doc Linville and his staff that normally costs $150 for people off the street just by going to 975hair.com. Go to 975hair.com right now, set up an appointment. There's nothing coming out of your pocket, no signing on the dotted line, no commitments to be made, just a question and answer session after they explain the procedure to you to see if it might be the right thing for you to do. It was right for me. I did it. I saw the results immediately because I could see the follicles. I just didn't realize in 6 to 9 months when those follicles become stronger and longer and you realize they're coming from a place they're never going away, that was a true game changer that I couldn't have even imagined. I could not be happier with the procedure and the fact that Doc and his staff do it better, in my opinion, than anybody else. You could be next in line. Just go to 975hair.com, set up an appointment, and see what I'm talking about.
The Killer Bees are broadcasting live from inside the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Highland Pines Golf Club in Porter. Now back to Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Bees are indeed at Highland Pines in Porter. Fantastic course. Been dying to play out here. Glad we had the chance to do it today. Thanks to Joe and Brian for carrying the load. Tough, big shoes to fill. Big shoes to fill for 45 minutes. Yesterday we had a texture. We were talking about the best receiver rooms in the NFL. We were talking about a bunch of different position rooms, but the receiver room was the one that texture kind of cherry-picked, I guess. He said that the 49ers, Seahawks, Dolphins, and Texans all have receiver rooms better than the Bears. So let's start there. I like the Bears receivers quite a bit, actually. Now, the unknown of Roma Dinze, okay, like I get that. But you got DJ Moore. You got Keenan Allen. Yes, he's been a little bit injury prone over his career. Roma Dinze. I like that receiver room. Is it better than San Francisco's with Ayuk, Debo Samuel, and then drafting? No, they drafted a first-rounder, Pearsall, out of Florida.
That's right. Yeah,
Ricky
so,
Pearsall.
So, I mean, you have to include him if we're going to include Rome. I would go San Francisco over Chicago. I think that's fair to have San Fran over Chicago. I would.
Yeah, I think because the guys in San Francisco are truly still in their prime too. I worry about Keenan Allen having a drop off, and because of the injuries, I know DJ Moore can play. I want to see what Roma Dunze can do in his first year in the league. I think that there's more proven talent in their prime in San Francisco.
Yeah, so I'm good there.
I would take San Francisco as well. Debo and Ayuk, I think, are more at the top of their game than certainly with Keenan Allen. And I would say the upside with Ayuk and Debo is higher than DJ Moore. So I would take San Francisco.
All right, unanimous there. That one's unanimous. The next one the texter mentioned was Seattle. They have DK Metcalf, Jackson Smith and Jigba, and Tyler Lockett. You taking that trio over Moore, Keenan, and Roma Dinze?
I would not. I would take the Chicago trio. I mean, Jackson Smith and Jigba had a decent rookie season, but it wasn't dominant. It wasn't the 1,000+ yard season we've seen from a lot of first round rookies that have come out over recent years. And Tyler Lockett took a step back. DK, I think, is still great, even though his numbers weren't even overwhelming. And part of that is obviously due on quarterback. Geno Smith took a step back last year, but I would not take that trio over Chicago.
I'm Chicago.
I'm definitely Seattle. I think that when you start just going head to head and you say, well, if I look at it, I think that from the standpoint of Chicago, if I say that Keenan Allen matches up with either Moore or with Keenan Allen, I think that I believe that Seattle, in my opinion, Lockett's on the downside, and he's small, and I think that he gets dinged up as well. I think that DJ Moore is still right there in his prime. I think that Keenan Allen, when you look at those two guys versus the two veterans in the room, I'll wash the two rookies. I believe that Roma Dunze, I think, is going to be better, but I think that you can – regardless, I think the key to me is the fact that number one in Seattle is a flat-out freak, and he is unbelievable. I think of all those guys, I think he's the best receiver of all of them.
Fair enough. JSN second year, had a good rookie year. Yep. I think the best of the trio, like if we're combining the trio so we have a 6-receiver pool, I actually think that it's DJ Moore. I think Moore's the best of the 6. I just don't think he's ever really had quarterback play.
I'm taking DK Metcalf because he's got size. He's got speed. He's got toughness. That dude is unreal in my mind.
Next one on the list, the Dolphins, which kind of a two-headed monster, but they did just add a third if you still believe in Odell Beckham. So you got Tyreek, you got Waddle, which is probably the best duo in the league. Now you throw in Odell Beckham. Do they have a better receiver room than the Bears?
I think so. Because I think the one thing that might slow them down is OBJ, but OBJ is not being counted on to be a 1 or even a 2. And I think that as a possession receiver, he's got freakish hands. He still has the ability to high-point footballs, and he knows how to play the receiver position. And those other two guys are so head and shoulders above most receiver rooms.
That's the thing is, like, how much value are you putting in top 2 versus value in the 3? I don't put much value in Odell. I don't think he's as good now as you do. But Tyreek, I think, lifts all – like, he's a tide that lifts all the boats in Miami. Mm-hmm. So I lean Miami, too. I'm going to go Miami over Chicago.
And I'm not saying OBJ is anywhere close to the top of his game, but he doesn't have to be. I think if you just throw him in the slot and or, on short and mid-range patterns, he's going to just bring in the football and be a reliable kind of steady guy to complement those two other guys.
Yeah, I would definitely take the Chicago 3 over Beckham. But as you guys have mentioned, Tyreek and Waddle are so much beyond what I would expect out of Keenan Williams and DJ Moore that I would still take the Miami trio.
And then we talked about the Texans yesterday. Let's give our outside the box great wide receiver room that has not been listed. So we're going outside San Fran, outside Seattle, outside Miami, outside Houston, outside Chicago. What's the one team that we haven't talked about that should be maybe not better but in the conversation?
To me, it's no matter who's playing third receiver in Cincinnati, the fact that when you can put those two guys out there, when you can, add, again, I think in terms of duos, I think T. Higgins along with Jamar Chase, to me, That's pretty much as close to as good as it gets, except for maybe in Miami and a few other very limited other possibilities I'd have a discussion with you about. I think Cincinnati is definitely a team that should be in that conversation.
See, if we're allowing Miami, I think you have to have Cincinnati in the mix too. And we don't know what T. Higgins' situation is, but he's still on the football team. So I think that you would have to have Cincinnati on this list. I'm also very intrigued by this third receiver. I've actually been loading up on stock of this third receiver just in case T. Higgins is traded. Jermaine Burton.
Yeah.
Third-round rookie. I don't know how good he's going to be. I really don't know a whole lot about Jermaine Burton.
His fantasy stock has certainly been on the rise for sure.
I don't even know. Where did Jermaine Burton go to school?
I think he went to Georgia.
Oh, that's right. Right. He was I remember Jermaine Burton now. I forgot that he went to Georgia. He was somebody who a lot of people liked out of Georgia. He was a transfer from Alabama too. He went from Alabama to Georgia.
Yeah, he's been a fast riser in the fantasy community.
And if they trade Higgins,
then,
you're looking at wide receiver too.
Yeah.
So, but still, we have to include Higgins on the list. Burton's probably your number 3. So I'm cool with Cincinnati. I'll co-sign that one a bit. Brian, who do you have?
I think there's a couple of obvious ones that have great twos. I mean, Philadelphia with A.J. Brown and Devonta Smith, and then the Vikings with Justin Jefferson and Addison, who had 10 touchdowns quietly as a rookie. I think my really under-the-radar one, and this is maybe more of a projection, though, is the Colts, which is kind of scary for the AFC South. But Michael Pittman is a great number one.
Yep.
Josh Downs, the rookie last year out of North Carolina, had a very, very good rookie season. Was slowed down by maybe second half of the year, but had a stretch of about 4 or 5 games where he really performed well. And his numbers overall for a rookie season were pretty promising. And look, I wasn't high on him coming out of college, but a lot of people were. And if Adonai Mitchell hits, you add that to Downs and Pittman, and that starts to look like a really dangerous wide receiver trio, assuming the Colts pass that enough with Anthony Richardson to support 3 guys.
Give me Carolina. Deontay Johnson, Adam Thielen, and Xavier Legette. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Not Carolina.
Hey, you're going rogue.
No, I'm kidding. For me, I have to go Minnesota. And I know they don't have the third guy. In fact, I have no clue who their third guy is. I just pulled up their depth chart, and I still have no clue who their third guy is. But because you have Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison, Blankers can go play slot receiver for them, and they still should be in this conversation. Unless they trade Justin Jefferson. Why is he in a hotel next to where the Jets' OTAs are? Our lads lists Brandon Powell as their slot receiver. I've never heard of him. N'Keal Harry, okay, whatever. Jalen Naylor, whatever. Trent Sherfield, whatever. So they don't really have a very good number 3.
But you have Hawkinson.
But we're not including tight ends. If you want to include tight ends, then the Eagles have to be on there because Dallas Goedert you put in with Brown and you put in there with Devontae.
The Niners have to be in there with Kittle.
How about the Lions? How about the Lions with Laporta, St. Brown, and then Jamison Williams? They would be in the mix. And I'm still going to find a way to have Kansas City in the mix if you're throwing in tight ends.
If Rashee Rice is available.
Even if he's not, maybe if Rashee Rice is available, it certainly climbs them on this list. But even if he's not, okay, what do you think of Xavier Worthy? What do you think of Hollywood Brown paired next to Travis Kelce?
And what do you think of the guy getting him the ball that makes them all better?
Exactly. How much is that part of the equation as well? 713-780-ESPN. I think the Eagles have a better room than the Bears, too. Their duo is fantastic.
Yep.
Okay, 1970. Is this a troll? Is this a troll? Titans have the best room, hands down. Their receiver room's actually not bad.
It's not bad, but it's not hands down the best receiver room. When we just talked about from a duo perspective, you can name a whole lot more before you get to Tennessee on your list.
I mean, DeAndre Ridley, Tyler Boyd, Treylon Burks has been a disappointment.
It's a great team in 2019.
I like that as an outside-the-box name, but definitely not the best wide receiver room.
If DeAndre's in his prime, maybe it's worthy of being in the top 5-ish.
If this is 2019 when Calvin Ridley's catching 10 touchdown passes for the Falcons and DeAndre Hopkins is still in his prime, then sure.
Rams mentioned here. They have a good duo. Cooper's kind of faded. Probably DeMarcus Robinson.
I was going to say Tutu Atwell, but I guess Tutu Atwell was more of a first-half breakout for them than Robinson was the second half. But, that is a conversation where Kupp and Nacua are so good, kind of like we said with the Eagles and the Vikings, that you would automatically have to include them.
Evans, Godwin, McMillan, sneaky rookie, Tampa Bay. They have a good duo. Another one says Rams. Atlanta, you have.
I think they've underachieved.
But now you have a quarterback.
London's good, but
and now you have a quarterback. Good. They brought in the guy that was in Chicago, Mooney. They brought in Mooney, who's kind of been a disappointment.
Yeah.
And then Rondell Moore, man. I'm not including Atlanta.
No.
I'm not including Atlanta even in the conversation. This guy said Alabama. Rams, another for Rams. Bad take, Buffalo Bill. Michael Pittman is a slant merchant. Michael Pittman's a Colt. All right, there we go. 713-780-ESPN. Yeah, Pittman's a Colt. So
did I say he was on the Bills?
I don't think you. No, I think this texter's the one
All right.
who had the bad take there. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. And Joe George had an all-timer. Usually we save bad takes until Thursday, but whenever you have a take this bad, it becomes great, and we have to have these great bad takes. The day that it was born, the genesis of the bad take. Joe with an all-timer today mentioning Framber Valdez. What did Joe have to say? It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. You know, we're going to be out at Texas Star Grill Shop on Thursday. It's always a great day to buy a grill, but since we're going to be there on Thursday, what better day to buy a grill than Thursday? Also, if you're in the market to buy a grill, maybe you're not even in the market. You're just intrigued. You're interested. You're thinking that you might someday buy a grill. Well, then you need to join the club at Texas Star Grill Shop. You can do that now, 975grills.com. They have the best barbecue grills at the best price. Or just mention the club anytime you're in a Texas Star Grill Shop. They'll honor that, too. If you haven't joined the club, you're missing out on the deal they have going on currently with the Weber Slate Rust-Resistant Griddle. This is how a pro does it. Don't be the guy that's serving up these dry, rock-hard burgers. Restaurants cook burgers on flat tops, so you should be cooking burgers on flat tops. 975grills.com. Get this steal of a deal. Plus, club members get free delivery, free assembly when you sign up at 975grills.com. It doesn't cost a dime to sign up. It's just where they play all their specials, including the Weber Slate Rust-Resistant Griddle. It's $100 off right now at 975grills.com. Of course, Texas Star Grill Shop is where you want to get your grill. They'll be there every step of the way. If you're going to buy a grill in Houston, you need to talk to Texas Star Grill Shop first. Weber, Traeger, Napoleon, wood pellet, charcoal, gas, flat top, pizza ovens. They have it all. Free delivery and assembly. Also, if you're in the market for an outdoor kitchen, they're who you need to talk to, and the club is the place to get all the best offers. 975grills.com for the best barbecue grills at the best price.
You're back with the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Highland Pines Golf Club in Porter. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
LaMelo Ball's being sued by a Charlotte family in the after Ball allegedly drove over an 11-year-old's foot, breaking it and ignoring his request for an autograph. You know what LaMelo Ball just did? Pulled a Scotty Scheffler. He pulled a Scotty Scheffler. It's going to be interesting to see how we view LaMelo Ball running over a kid's foot versus how we viewed Scotty Scheffler dragging a cop.
Do we have
Just saying.
body cam footage?
I don't think so. And they're suing them, so this sounds like a civil lawsuit, not criminal, which how much evidence gets presented. I have no idea. I'm not an attorney. I'm not a lawyer.
Like where this happened and all the details, because when you see the players like trying to pull out of the arenas and such, and the kids are so adamant about getting those autographs, they do. They mob the car. They step in front of the cars. It's a scary situation in a lot of cases for the player and for the fans. I think the truth, all the facts have to come out on that one.
Tyler and Connor says that he's calling the producer Buffalo Bill. I know that Pittman's only calls.
Okay.
So he was calling Brian Buffalo Bill.
I have only heard that joke 1,000 times.
All right, so Joe George had a take today. We were on the golf course, and I saw it on the internet, and I showed it to Blankers, like, hey, take a look at this one from Joe George today. And apparently Brian was already over it. They are all over it. They cut the audio up. Here was Joe George with a doozy of a take from earlier on the Gag Show.
In theory, in August, you're going to have Christian Javier, Justin Verlander, Arrighetti, Hunter Brown, Luis Garcia, Lance McCullers, Ronald Blanco. Trade him at the deadline.
Fromber.
Move on.
Yeah, I'm with you already.
Even if you're going to try to win the World Series, move on.
Co-signed. No debate from me.
Like, get rid of him right now. Don't wait till next year. Don't wait till the offseason. Do it right now.
There you go. He wants to trade Fromber.
Like, what? In what world? Now, it's not shocking to me that Paul's going to co-sign that. You know, I mean, and talk about when I think baseball savant, I think Paul. But when I look at this from Joe George, and I'm thinking they're in complete go-for-it mode this year. The fact is of all the pitchers that you named, there's so many more question marks than there are answers, with the exception of your top three. We already got done highlighting early in our show that we've been just, I mean, completely putting an extra effort in today. The fact that Fromber's got stuff. Fromber's stuff translates. It's not about the stuff. It's just about what's between his ears. But he's already proven to you that he can be a horse for you, and that when his stuff is right, and if anybody can kind of make sure that they're there to prevent him from completely having meltdowns, he gets guys out. And so you can't afford to just try and get something for him this year when you know if your true plan is not to just make the postseason but to go for it. If you're trying to go for it, then you need him in the top three in your rotation. And I think it's ludicrous to think that they should trade him this season.
I know where he's coming from because we're all very disappointed in Fromber Valdez today, but there's a few things that I take issue with here. He mentions, like, even if you're winning, to go ahead and trade Fromber. Fromber's still one of your top two starting pitchers if you were having a playoff rotation tomorrow. And maybe we're not even doing it tomorrow. Maybe we're doing it August 1st whenever Lance is back and Luis Garcia is back. Even when those guys are back, Fromber Valdez is still your number two starter behind Justin Verlander. It might be your best stuff starter. So trading that guy whenever he is not a free agent at the end of the year, whenever you're expected to be a contender, sends a terrible message to the clubhouse, and it also lessens your chances of winning. A couple of other names he mentioned were Spencer Arrighetti, who has a 7.16 ERA. You're comfortable throwing that guy in a playoff game. Hunter Brown, who has a 7.71 ERA. You're comfortable throwing that guy in a playoff game. And then the other part of this is we're just like automatically assuming that there's not going to be any issues with Luis Garcia coming back. We're automatically assuming that there's not going to be any issues with Lance McCullers coming back. In what world would you think that is going to be so smooth with Lance McCullers coming back and filling his job in the starting rotation? And on top of all of that, injuries happen in sport. Like, we always, okay, well, there's the five starters. That's all the Astros will need. That's all that the Cubs will need. That's all that the Giants will need. We see five starting pitchers. Well, those are the guys that are going to pitch the entire year. You know how many times that's been done in Major League Baseball history? Like, you can count it on two hands, the amount of times it's been done, especially in modern history. Injuries are part of the game. Attrition is part of the game. So when you're trading Fromber Valdez because you're getting Luis Garcia and Lance McCullers back, you're assuming that they're going to come back healthy and as good as they were whenever they got hurt. And then on top of that, you're not going to have injuries going forward whenever you're continuing on waiting for those guys to come back. Plus, it lessens your pitching rotation. Yes, we're all mad at Fromber Valdez. Yes, I think Fromber Valdez is a Tier 2 starter. He's a Robin, not a Batman. He's not going to be ever a prototypical ace. Yes, I'm not giving him the money, which if you want to entertain trade discussions in the offseason, okay, I'm here for that. And then also you're sending a terrible message to the clubhouse. This is bad on almost every single front.
Not to mention the fact that we didn't mention Urquidy, but even if Urquidy comes in, it's the level in which their stuff plays in the postseason against really good baseball teams. It's also the fact that he's had multiple injuries that make you worried about if he comes back, when he comes back, and how long he'll stay back once he does. Just like McCullers, just like the unknowns with Garcia. And the fact that when Fromber's stuff is right, it is top of the rotation stuff. Of those other guys we're mentioning, they're not top of the rotation playoff between, with the entire package. They aren't the kind of guys that are going to take you to the promised land. Fromber's stuff can take you to the promised land, along with the Justin Verlander, with the Javier, with the guys at the top of the rotation. Without him in the rotation, with some of the other rotations, especially just even in the American League that you're looking at as possible playoff teams, you can't do that to the rest of this team.
6-9-2-7 Astros in 22 had 5 starters make over 25 starts. They won the World Series. That was a huge part of it. That team did register, and I think that was the first team that did it like in a long amount of time. Whenever you stay healthy, you have a really good chance of winning. But if you're trading one of your best starters and then hoping everybody else stays healthy, and some of those guys have a sub-7 ERA, what are we doing here? And the other part that I failed to mention, I look at players, and this is very Daryl Morey of me. I'm not in the clubhouse. I don't have relationships with these guys. I'm not the GM. I'm not the manager. I do look at players as commodities. So if you're talking, well, let's trade Framber Valdez. You're talking about it the day after he got rocked in the 5th inning. What does that do for his value? Yeah. So you're selling him when he's not at his very, very best, which is just bad ROI. That's bad business. So I can't think of a real reason why you would ever do this. Now, if he phrased this in the offseason, okay. He's a free agent at the end of next season. You want to get something for him before he leaves, and you don't get anything other than compensation. That is a conversation that I can listen to. Doing it at the trade deadline is out there.
Yeah, no, I'm with you in the fact that you want to, if you're going to sell high. If you're selling them now, you're selling low and lower, and the more time you wait, the lower the price tag is going to be, because unless you get an extension as part of any trade that you make next season, the value is going to be as a rental, and you're not going to get as much. And it also depends on what you're getting back. If you're trading him this year, then what are you getting in return that helps this team to be better suited to win and go deep into the playoffs this year? I would bet you're not going to get any kind of return on investment from a player value standpoint that can be plug and play for this year. Yeah. That's going to have the impact that keeping Framber Valdez on this roster would have.
I mean, what's your playoff rotation, too? Like, if you're talking about a 4-man starting rotation, let's assume health, and let's assume everybody comes back because Joe is there. Right now, if you didn't trade Framber, you're looking at Verlander, you're looking at Framber, you're probably looking at Javier. Yeah. And then your number 4 starters, probably whoever pitches better between Lance McCullers and Luis Garcia.
Not Blanco?
Oh, I forgot about Blanco. He's suspended. He needs to show me some stuff.
Yeah, but if he comes back,
he doesn't have to show me stuff. I'm kidding. But yes, Blanco would be in that rotation for me. Yep. So if you're trading Framber, who's taking the job? You're talking about an often injured Lance McCullers or Luis Garcia who's coming off Tommy John surgery. Like, how does that help you? How does that make your team better? I get the long-term point of view, but do that in the offseason. You still have him under contract for another year. That was Joe being a little bit too emotional from Framber. And look, we were all upset with Framber Valdez. But that was being a little bit too emotional when it comes to Framber Valdez. And, again, you're trading them low. Like, why are you going to sell something whenever their value is at the lowest? That doesn't make sense to me.
And you look at it, and I mentioned this, Baltimore's rotation got better with the moves they made in the offseason. They're not going anywhere. The Yankees are going to get Garrett Cole back at some point, and they have the lowest, I believe, starting pitcher ERA in baseball right now. So in the American League, you have pitching staffs that you're going to have to at least match or put up competitive guys up against that have loaded pitching staffs. You can't afford to give away a guy with the stuff of Framber Valdez's stuff right now.
No. Brandon T., come on, Joe George. You have to have Framber in the postseason. Clear overreaction. 3338. It's an overreaction to the news of him shaking off the catcher. All right, Willa Bits. You never know what you're going to get with the Killer Bees Willa Bits. We just know that it's going to be great radio. Willa Bits when we come back. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5, broadcasting live from Highland Pines. Time for me to tell you about Saber Cat football. You're going to love Saber Cat football. What a year they're having. They're in first place in the West Conference. They're 10-1 so far. 80 minutes of non-stop collision and athleticism. Football meets wrestling meets basketball. It's non-stop. It's great. Some of the best players from all over the world play in this league. You have to get out and see them. They're 10-1 coming off of Saturday's victory against the Chicago Hounds. They beat them by 1. Next home game is on June 8th, and it's going to be 7-1-3 night. And, of course, if it's 7-1-3 night, you know there's going to be some special deals, some special promotions. The SaberCats will be honoring H-Town with $7.13 tickets. You get it? 713. $7.13 tickets in specific areas in the stadium in representation of Houston. Special guests in attendance for that game have already locked in and loaded. How about Calvin Murphy being there? Hall of Famer. More surprises to come. Make sure you get your tickets now. Be there for 7-1-3 night, June 8th at HoustonSaberCats.com. Watch your first-place SaberCats off to a 10-1 record at HoustonSaberCats.com.
It's the Killer Bees, and I honestly have no idea what's happening next. Could it be the next great big food debate? The biggest Joel rant of all time? Jeremy trolling someone to the point of crying? Or just some actual bees making some honey? Well, let's find out. It's time for the Wheel of Bits.
Oh my goodness, would you look at this? What an enormous spin.
Let's play food debates.
Oh, I like these. What an enormous spin. Did you see that Bluebell? And then we'll get to the debate in a moment. Did you see that Bluebell's coming out with a new alternate flavor? It's A&W Root Beer Float. Mm-hmm. I haven't tried it yet. I haven't really looked for it. I'm going to go look for it. How good does this sound?
Sounds good.
Sounds
I grew up in
fantastic.
the Midwest. Root beer floats and Coke floats were a big, big deal. And in the summer, They were hard to beat. Those were staples in our household.
I'm all in on this. The Dr. Pepper float, I know that's very nostalgic in Texas because, weird things happen in Waco, like combining 23 flavors and Branch Davidians and then the whole Baylor basketball thing. Anyways.
Wow. Okay.
Weird things happen in
went
Waco.
sideways in a
Do
hurry.
weird things not happen in Waco? You have Dave Bliss. You have David Koresh. And, Dr. Pepper's not weird, but those are very weird things. Do you want to even bring up Art Briles? Weird things happen in Waco. Three different weird things have happened in Waco.
Yes, that is factually accurate.
Up here, we're not talking about little mild things. We're talking about
things that get
up
Netflix
here.
documentaries. Yes.
Yeah,
There's a reason why there's a blatant mispronunciation easy for me to say of the city.
Whoa, people call it Wacko. Yeah.
Wacko.
The have you watched any of the Netflix stuff on Waco? I watched the show on FX.
Yeah, I watched that, and I watched the documentaries on them, and it's. Like with any cult, you find yourself asking.
How much do you know about cults?
More now than over the last couple of years than I did
more
before.
Than Jason Statham.
Man,
because I also watched I'm trying to remember. There was another one on Max. I'm trying to remember.
Was it the guy that wore the Nikes?
Yeah.
I forget what they were called.
The Kool-Aid cult. I'm trying to remember the name of that cult, but
yeah, they were Nikes though.
Yeah, exactly. You don't. Joel doesn't.
I was not familiar with them.
What do you mean? Is it part of
No, it's just they wore a uniform.
Had a set wardrobe.
They were set for whatever reason they wore Nikes as their set wardrobe. I wasn't familiar with them actually, and then I watched that documentary, became familiar with them.
Yeah, it's just amazing.
And now I practice. I'm just kidding. I forget where they were. I don't remember where they were.
I don't remember off the top of my head where they were at, but you just find yourself amazed that people fall for it. But you have to remember that obviously people are coming from much different backgrounds than we are that get trapped into these things. But yeah, no, those documentaries are astounding.
Day One Don is saying Bluebell's from Brenham. I get that, but the Dr. Pepper float, Dr. Pepper's from Waco. Dr. Pepper is a very big Waco thing. So anyways, they're coming out with this A&W root beer float. I think we're all in. I'm more all in on that one than the Dr. Pepper float. That's how we got to Waco. Sorry, my bad.
Too. Are you guys A&W over Barks and all those other root beers? I think A&W's the best root beer.
I'm
good with
St. Arnold's over both of them.
I've heard good things.
I've never tried that.
St. Arnold's root beer is fantastic. I cannot have a higher.
I don't know how anybody drinks Barks root beer.
Let me be 8 years old real quick. The Barks red cream soda is fantastic.
Okay.
I don't
the
think I've
Barks
had the
red cream soda
the Barks
is so
root
good.
beer, it has more than bite. It's nasty.
Yeah,
one of them has
much
caffeine too. I think Barks might have caffeine.
Huh.
I think the Barks root beer has caffeine.
Yeah, I think you're right because I think their slogan was Barks has bite.
I think
that's why I used that. Yeah, but at the same time, I think the root beer itself tastes like garbage.
No, I'd rather have A&W. I'd rather have A&W over Barks, and I'd rather have Mug over Barks.
Huh,
but,
interesting.
But St. Arnold's above all of them.
All right, so now that they're adding this to the Bluebell product, it's seasonal and it's going to be limited time only. I'm already willing to put it in my top 5 Bluebell ice creams
without trying it.
Without trying it, I know, and that's how much conviction I have on this being very
that's
good.
Big.
What are your top 5 Bluebell ice creams? Top 5 flavors of Bluebell.
So in my list, I took out vanilla and plain vanilla, plain chocolate. I think that I even took out cookies and cream because I think that's too universal. You can find them at any time in any store, basically anywhere in the state.
Vanilla with a little chocolate syrup.
No,
it's
it's
not
great.
Bad.
I just took it out because I think because I went for more of the unique flavors because this A&W root beer flavor is certainly a seasonal unique flavor. So my top 5 after that, I love the banana pudding Bluebell. Banana pudding is my favorite dessert. And
I don't love banana flavor in dessert.
So you don't like banana pudding?
I don't.
So
I can eat banana pudding, but it's not.
You're not going to like this.
It's not that I don't like it. I just could have better options.
I like banana pudding.
Next one is Tin Roof. Basically it's peanuts, chocolate, and vanilla ice cream. It's basically a sundae. So that's fantastic. The next two, their Southern Blackberry Cobbler is fantastic.
Man.
What,
I've never even had
these.
Have
you not have that? Yes.
No.
Southern Blackberry Cobbler, I'm pretty sure, is a summer seasonal one. But if you like blackberry cobbler, you're going to love the ice cream. It's absolutely it has the pie pieces in it, the blackberry. It's fantastic.
Huh.
This one's also very seasonal. It's basically only November and December, but they're Christmas cookies ice cream, which is vanilla ice cream with basically Christmas, sugar cookie bits in
That
it.
sounds awful.
Oh,
No,
it's
it doesn't.
fantastic. It's fantastic. And last one, this one may be a little plain as well, so I put it lower down the list. But the mint chocolate chip, I love their mint chocolate
Can't
chip.
stand mint chocolate.
I
Is
like
it the
the,
bitterness of the chocolate?
I don't like the mint.
Yes.
Yeah, I know, because that's the same complaint my wife has. Like, she likes mint, she likes chocolate,
Yeah.
but she doesn't like the specific chocolate they put in that ice cream because she thinks it's too bitter.
I like mint. I don't like the chocolate in the mint.
Yeah.
If it was only
I
mint,
love it.
I'm in. My top 5, well, I eliminated butter pecan and coffee. They were the ones that got ousted
Yeah,
for A&W root beer.
I wouldn't pick those either.
Butter pecan's good. A&W root beer, though, is going to be into my top 5, and I haven't even tried it. Number 4, I am very basic as an ice cream eater. I'm not scared to admit it. Ultimate Neapolitan. Give me that.
Oh, that's
number
the trio,
4,
right?
The
Neapolitan's
trio.
always good.
Give me the number. Give me all of them. Number 3, peaches and homemade vanilla.
I haven't had that one.
Oh, it's so good. Seasonal.
I would try that, but I haven't had it.
Fantastic. Strawberries and homemade vanilla. Number 2 on my
Pretty good.
list, and then number 3, number 1. Give me good old fashioned strawberry. If we're eliminating vanilla,
You have a lot of strawberry on this list.
love strawberry ice cream.
I can
Strawberry,
tell. I think
love
that's 3 of
strawberry
your
ice cream.
top 5 has strawberry in it.
3 of my yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
yeah.
3 of my top 4. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
because Neapolitan. would have
Neapolitan
it.
has strawberry in
would
it,
have
right.
Yep. And honestly, you could get rid of 2 of the other 3, and I'm just fine.
Sounds like, just give you strawberry and you're happy.
I love strawberry ice cream. Strawberry. I'm going to try the banana pudding. I have not had it, and I
If-
love
if
banana
you like
pudding.
banana
I
pudding,
I do.
you'll like it. Obviously, Joel's not in.
I
'cause
do
he
like
doesn't
banana
pudding, but yeah, it's fantastic.
Big fan of banana pudding.
And that one's, I'm pretty sure, year round. So
Really?
Yeah, you can get that one
I'm
anytime.
going to have to try that. All right, Blankers, what's your top 5?
Okay, so I'm going. What my 5th one is there's
ketchup. There's a ketchup one, I think,
no,
in the
okay.
Midwest.
The caramel one. I can't think of the name of it with caramel.
I don't know.
That one?
Off the top of my head.
That's not it, is it?
No, but
I don't
that's good
remember-
too. Well, for the sake of time, the salted caramel brownie, the salted caramel chocolate brownie.
Is that? I think that's a Ben and Jerry's
No,
flavor.
you
you
saw
saw
on the
it?
list.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
All right,
good.
my bad.
So that's 5. 4 is chocolate chip because I always love chocolate chip. 3 is strawberry with the homemade vanilla. 2 is cookies and cream cone. So you get the cookies and cream and a little of the cone in there. And then number 1 is just straight cookie dough because that's my favorite ice cream.
Have you ever tried? I think it's called like the Texas two-step. It's cookies and cream combined with cookie dough.
Oh no!
It's very good.
It's this one right here.
Very good. Yeah, it's a blue.
Texas two-step.
It's a blue container. Yeah, I don't know if
Okay.
Jeremy's pulling it up here, but it's a.
I just saw it. It's gone.
Yeah, it's a dark blue container, but it's. I don't know if it's seasonal
That
or
sounds
if it's
good,
year
It might be
round.
seasonal. I think it might be out of season.
Maybe so, but it's fantastic. I actually should have put that one on the list. It's fantastic. Yeah,
Hints of brown sugar,
yeah.
cookie cream filled cookies. That's a lot going on.
It is a lot
Yeah.
going on, but no. Try it, Joel. I mean,
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
I could do
if you
worse.
don't like it, I'm sure the kids will get it.
Yeah,
So.
and I love the cookies and cream and the cookie dough, so I'm absolutely in for trying.
A lot of people are saying HEB ice cream is better than Bluebell ice
See,
cream.
and I just recently had HEB combined peanut butter cups with cookie dough and chocolate sauce and vanilla ice cream. It was too much.
A lot of people are saying banana pudding. I'm gonna have to pick some up on the way
It's
home.
good, man.
You and get some for Chaz.
Yeah, Chaz. That's what somebody on the Twitch said.
Yeah, shout out to Chaz.
That's what's been missing. I mean, Dusty and his pudding kept Chaz in.
That's
in
why
a
his
hitting
OPS
zone.
is under 700?
That's exactly right.
It was horrible when there was no Bluebell. I had a friend who worked on the case for Bluebell.
Really?
Actually, yeah.
Like the lawsuit.
Yeah. He was defending Bluebell, which I've
Really?
never been more proud. He's he disappoints me a lot. He's a very disappointing friend. But the fact that he was able to be an attorney with Bluebell, it's like, hey, yeah. There's a little piece of flair.
My
for you
wife
as a
and I
friend.
went on a Bluebell tour literally like a month before it happened, so I was always unsure if I was going to get sick. But so far, I've been fine.
Man,
Do
everybody's.
you get samples when you're done with the tour?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to try that. A lot of people are saying banana pudding.
It's fantastic.
Banana pudding ice cream?
Yeah, the
it's
Bluebell.
fantastic.
That's
It's
interesting.
fantastic.
I'm surprised I've never had it.
And like I said, it's not even seasonal. I see it year round.
Like even banana splits. I don't need the banana.
That's fair.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like you just don't want banana in your
No,
dessert.
and I also
period,
don't like
so.
the pineapple. I don't want that pineapple.
Oh, I don't
topping
want
either.
pineapple either. No.
Oh, so it must be a Waco. Must be a Baylor Bear. He said weird things do happen in Waco, like actually getting it done in the Final Four.
Okay.
Oh, so we were so tight, Ozo, and then you have to drop that. Now, you can't deny that weird things have happened in Waco. But, yes, tip to cap to winning a national championship. That is very cool. All right, what's your car wreck of the day? 713-780-ESPN. What are you nominating for the car wreck of the day? Killer Bees from Highland Pines on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Highland Pines Golf Club in Porter.
Love this song. Love this golf course. Ever have a chance to come play? Come play. Come play Highland Pines. Christian Javier music. Christian Javier pitching today. Get your car wrecks of the day in, 713-780-3776. What are you expecting from Javier today? His last 2 starts have been bipolar. 6 shutout innings against Oakland in his last start, 2 hits, 8 strikeouts. His first start back against Detroit, give up 7 runs in an inning and a third. Give up more runs than he got outs in that game. What's the line for Javier tonight?
I'm gonna go equal to his last outing. I'm gonna go 6 innings without giving up a run tonight because they need him.
Whoa! Oh, I'll definitely take that.
I'm going 6 without giving up a run.
6 without giving up a run?
Yep.
Huh.
That is a high bar.
Yeah, I mean, I'm taking that.
I'm certainly taking it.
I thought about 5 because I think that's more like him because if he gets his pitch count up.
I would still take that.
But I don't think the Angels are much better, especially without Trout and Rendon and those guys, than the A's lineup. I think he can do it again.
Yeah, I would. I'd be happy with that. The Angels' offense, though, in the 5th inning yesterday, they look like the 27 Yankees.
What's his name? Hoppy?
Hoppy, yeah.
I think he's an LSU guy. Does that sound right?
I'm not sure on that
He
one.
was.
But hell, Joe Adele has basically done nothing in his career.
You an Oppo Taco.
I know, and even he's taking him deep.
First pitch Oppo Taco.
I couldn't believe that as bad as Joe Adele has been ever since he came up. When he first came up, he came up against the Astros, and he's never done anything against the Astros. He's got, 9 bombs this year?
Does he have that many?
Yeah.
I didn't know.
couldn't believe that.
I didn't realize that either. I haven't watched a lot of
Hoppy was
Angels
playing
games.
behind I think he was playing somewhere where he was playing behind like a legit franchise catcher, so they moved him. I want to say it was either Real Muto in Philly.
They did say that they got him from somewhere else.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember where they got him. They said it on the broadcast yesterday.
They did.
Ash filling in for.
Yep, Kevin doing a nice job.
It's going to be interesting. Like, what are we going to talk to TK about on Friday? If he's been missing all these games.
I'm sure he's still watching.
He's been missing.
We can talk
all
about
these games.
Fromber. He's seen every other start. He knows what the
How
heck
could he not
we're
have heard
talking about.
Fromber, yeah.
Yeah, he was in Philly.
There you go.
He was in Philly. Got traded August 2022. All right, yeah, we'll take that. All right, let's get to our car wreck of the day. All right, Blankers, what are we nominating for car wreck of the day?
Let's see. Nothing Astros really. Oh, wait. Yes, there is. I don't think that we even need to have a set. We'll get other nominees. Framber Valdez should wear this one, earn it, and deserves every single bit of it because of that disaster and abomination last night.
Yeah, this one, this is probably going to be the leader in the clubhouse. I say that as I'm in the clubhouse.
Oh, well done.
Sometimes when you're funny, you just stumble on
That's why they
things.
pay you the big bucks.
That's why they pay me the big
And
bucks.
how do you do it?
I'm going to nominate, just to be different, because, I mean, Fromber's, it's going to have to take an upset to knock off Fromber. I'm going to nominate Joe George's take that the Astros should trade Fromber prior to the trade deadline. That one's pretty good. That one's a pretty good car wreck of the day.
I think those are the top 2 nominees. I mean, Fromber's not really he's certainly the leader. But you could mention, Yonder or Espada if you wanted to. I think if I'm trying to be different here, I would mention LaMelo Ball with what we talked about earlier in the show with him running over the kid who's asking for his autograph, runs over his foot and breaks it. Now, we'll have to see, as Joel said, we'll have to see what the details come out about the situation, but certainly not a good look so far.
I would like to nominate the Astros fans that want to blame Espada for last night and want him fired already. I'm not saying that there might not be a time later. I don't think he deserves it for last night.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. Joshua Seabrook, car wreck of the day. Fromber's astronomical meltdown in the 5th inning last night. Pun intended. Joke 1 out of 5 stars. We grade on 10 around here. I give that joke better than he thinks. I'm going to give that joke a 2-3. 2-3 for that joke.
Yeah, you're probably generous.
I'll give it a 2-3.
I'll give it a 2.
I nominate Fromber, La Grasa, more like La
Asa?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not bad. That's
Not
not a
bad.
bad. I like that joke better than Josh from Seabrook's joke.
4-7.
I give that one a 6-8. That one's pretty good. That one's pretty good. 5798 says Fromber not only car wreck of the day, but in contention for car wreck of the week. Don't stop there.
Yeah.
I mean, we have a tournament.
Let's
at the end
hope
of the
it
year.
stops there.
I think it's for bad take, isn't it?
Oh, you're right.
Yeah,
It is.
We don't have a-
Although we
maybe-
should probably do both.
Maybe we could do a car wreck
Yeah, we
tournament.
probably should do both.
That one should be on there.
Yeah, it certainly should. Fromber's performance is, I mean, the most car wreck thing we've seen from the Astros in a long time.
And it's not only the performance.
It's the
going
decision-making.
rogue.
Yeah, the decision-making.
It's
Yeah.
going rogue. He's a basket case. Can you say that in 24? Can you
can
still
say
call
basket.
people basket
Yeah, you can
cases
say-
in
yeah, that's fine.
2024?
We had that conversation on the course today
What,
about
basket
things
case?
we can't say
Oh,
on the air,
okay,
shouldn't say on the air, and would never say on the air.
Yeah, go ahead and run some of them out, Joel.
No,
what things should you say?
No. What's discussed on the course stays on the course.
There was one about a worker who was mowing the grass on the left side of the fairway. I'll let you all
Oh,
use your
yeah,
imagination.
that's right.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, probably
Yeah.
probably best not to bring that to air. That's a good call. That's a good
Yeah.
call.
There was
And
a
then
guy
you found out
making
you were wrong.
Field goals. I was wrong. That shocked me.
Yep.
I wasn't the one who said it. What are you talking about?
Mm-hmm.
What are you talking about? Any other car wreck of the day nomination? 713-780 ESPN. 3016, I would say that the train wreck of the day is blank group hitting into the group in front of them, but it was really just hitting into the trees to the left and the right of them. 3016, you weren't here. Like, I can tell that you weren't here.
Yeah, no doubt.
Joe Blankers had a good driving
I'm trying
day.
to think about what hole that could have been on. That didn't happen.
It could have been me hitting into the trees, certainly, but you had a good driving day. I was.
You were spraying it?
No,
I was
he
either.
had he more than held his own. Off
I
the
was
tee,
either
too.
really, really good off the tee or really, really bad.
All or
There was no.
nothing.
Yeah, it was either piped or it was in the trees or in the water.
Killer Bees did not hurt our team.
We
today.
putted poorly. We nominated our putting. We should nominate
Yes,
our putting.
I would agree
Our
with
putting
that.
was poor.
Yep.
In our group. That's why we didn't post, as Dana Brown would say. Although 51-1, 21 under.
No way. They were
21
like
under one.
Granado's buddies, who I don't know if they were his teammates too or not, but not only did they start chanting when the team went up to get the award, but on their way out, the winning team walked the walk of shame while Granado's buddies hammered them.
21 under. 21
That's
under one.
on this course with
Yeah.
those. No way.
All right, does it for us. Thanks to A-Rod, Austin Rodriguez, for doing the hard work, Brian as well, engineering and filling in, and Joe George for helping out as well. He's Blank on Branham. We'll talk to you tomorrow from Highway Cantina. Good night, Houston.